Chapter 1: The Great Wu Dynasty, Northern Liang Territory. In the Sacred Abyss Realm, the Great Wu Dynasty. Report: the general of the Northern Defense has perished on the battlefield. A sharp, piercing voice suddenly reverberated throughout the opulent palace. Summon the son of the general of the Northern Defense, Qin Ming, to the court. Within the magnificent golden lawn hall of the Great Wu Dynasty, a woman adorned in a resplendent robe of 9 golden phoenixes, crowned with a golden diadem of 9 phoenixes, her figure graceful and her beauty unparalleled, sat regally upon a throne that emanated a faint golden glow. A hint of smug satisfaction flickered across her cold visage. She was the empress of the Great Wu Dynasty, wielding dominion over vast territories and dictating the fates of countless lives. Today, she would execute a significant plan, shattering the burdensome stone that had long weighed upon her heart. The son of the general of the Northern Defense, Qin Ming, has arrived. Once more a sharp, piercing voice rang out, and a young man, clad in silver armor and slightly lean, stepped into the opulence of the golden lawn hall. Upon sighting the young man, the surrounding ministers parted to create a path, their expressions shifting from impassivity to subtle mockery. Before them stood the son of the general of the Northern Defense, Qin Ming. The name Qin Ming was renowned throughout the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty. In just a few years of military service, he had achieved numerous accolades. By the tender age of 18, he had already risen to the rank of commander within the Northern Defense Army, exuding a charisma reminiscent of his father during his youth. People speculated that in the years to come, the Qin family would produce 2 formidable generals, instilling awe far and wide. What a grand reputation that would be. Yet from this day forth, such notions would merely remain as rumors, never to be realized. Qin Ming, your father has died heroically for the nation, a loss that truly pains the heart. The general of the Northern Defense, having dedicated his life to the Great Wu Dynasty, has established an immortal legacy. Therefore, I have resolved to grant you a fief and bestow upon you the title of king. The empress, Wu Linglong, slowly rose, her beautiful eyes fixating upon the still figure of Qin Ming, standing in the center of the hall, feigning sorrow as she spoke. The exquisite beauty upon her face seemed genuinely pained by the loss of the general of the Northern Defense for the Great Wu Dynasty. Yet within her heart, she reveled in utmost glee. The general of the Northern Defense, commanding millions of elite troops, had earned countless merits for the Great Wu Dynasty, deeply respected by its citizens. Moreover, he was a superlative powerhouse of the Transcendence realm. This was undoubtedly a case of Galgentu, fief and kingship. Qin Ming remained rooted in place, his starry eyes sweeping across the assembled ministers before finally resting upon the delicate, graceful figure of Wu Linglong, an overwhelming surge of anger igniting within him. To exchange his father's death for a fief and a title, his father, a powerhouse of the Transcendence realm, could not have fallen so easily in battle. There were surely deeper intrigues at play. Having been reborn in this world for 18 years, Qin Ming was well aware of the various rumors. He also understood the character of Empress Wu Linglong. As the controller of a trillion-dollar conglomerate from the Blue Star, he was well versed in a particular adage, "Gong Gao Zhenju." Over the years, his father, as the general of the Northern Defense, had commanded millions of troops, unmatched in combat prowess, annihilating countless enemies for the Great Wu Dynasty. He had earned an abundance of immortal merits. How many times had he warned his father? Yet, his father, loyal and righteous, would not allow him to continue. Now, the very fears he had harbored had come to pass. Yes, a fief and kingship. The thought of sorrow on Wu Linglong's breathtaking visage vanished in an instant, replaced by a subtle smile. The Northern Liang territory is vast and rich, abundant in resources, and filled with countless formidable individuals to rally under your banner. It is the most suitable fief for your Qin family. Qin Aiqing, what do you think? Wu Linglong inquired with a beaming smile. The ministers nearby could not help but display knowing smiles at her words. Some even chimed in, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. The Northern Liang is indeed prosperous, with a favorable climate. To claim it as your fief and be titled king of Northern Liang, how delightful! Your Majesty is a sagacious ruler. for the general of the northern defense to rest in peace. You, Qin Ming, shall be the first foreign king of the Great Wu. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude for the royal favor. Northern Liang? Upon hearing these two words, Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his suspicions confirmed. Northern Liang, the most desolate region of the Great Wu Dynasty. The land was barren and inhospitable, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, where bandits ran rampant and factions were in disarray. It was precisely for this reason that the Great Wu Dynasty had once considered abandoning that territory. One must understand, this world was not an ordinary one, but a fantastical realm, and the bandits of Northern Liang were no ordinary criminals. They were cultivators of formidable strength. To claim kingship there was nearly impossible. Even bringing the women and children of the Qin family there would result in dire consequences, with their lives hanging by a thread. Merely being granted the Northern Liang fief revealed the depths of malice in her heart. In her ruthless quest to seize control of the Northern Defense Army, Wu Linglong's methods were nothing short of brutal and unscrupulous. What is it, Qin Ming? Do you have any objections? Amir Jr., hesitating before the royal favor. Do you harbor even a shred of respect for Her Majesty? If you spurn the royal grant, perhaps you should experience the trials within my Tiger Collapse army? A booming voice suddenly echoed within the Golden Lawn Hall. A brawny man, exuding an aura of ferocity, stepped forward, his gaze filled with derision as he looked at Qin Ming. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming shot a glance at the speaker, his heart filled with scorn. General Shangling. He had always viewed Qin Ming's father as a rival. Yet in terms of personal combat strength and the prowess of his troops, he was vastly inferior to Qin Ming's father. His cultivation barely reached the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, while his father stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. The disparity was more than tenfold. Level classifications: body refinement, qi condensation, spirit C, Dan formation, nascent soul, spirit quietude, transcendence, void insight, saint, great saint, saint king, saint emperor, quasi-emperor, great emperor, ancient emperor, emperor sovereign. Should he undergo training in the Tiger Collapse army, he would likely vanish from this world within days. How could he endure such a fate? Now that he knew who had caused his father's demise, he vowed to exact vengeance. General Shangling, does Her Majesty engage in conversation with the only foreign king of the Great Wu in your presence? Qin Ming replied with a stoic expression, his tone indifferent. He understood that at this moment, he had but one path to tread: to accept the fief of Northern Liang, to lead the Qin family away from the imperial city. Though the journey to Northern Liang would be fraught with peril, if he did not acquiesce today, it was likely he would face immediate peril himself, and his family would inexplicably perish. Qin Ming knew that the empress' resolve to seize military power was unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have orchestrated the death of the general of the Northern Defense, who had fought for the Great Wu Dynasty his entire life. You. General Shangling's expression darkened at Qin Ming's words, wanting to rebuke, but realizing that the other was now the king of Northern Liang, personally bestowed by Her Majesty. Although he knew that with Qin Ming's meager strength, leading the Qin family to Northern Liang would be a death sentence. In the court, a foreign king's status surpassed his own. Qin Ming's words rendered him speechless. Well, Qin Aiqing indeed carries the spirit of the general of the Northern Defense from yesteryears, Wu Linglong said, her exquisite features lighting up with a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Thus, from this day forth, Qin Ming shall be the king of Northern Liang, with the vast expanse of Northern Liang as his fief. Wu Linglong felt a sense of elation from this day forward. The millions of elite troops of the Northern Defense will be firmly under the control of the Great Wu royal family. No longer would she need to fret over the threat of Gongal Jundu. The other ministers, along with General Shangling, displayed mocking smiles upon hearing the empress' declaration. A fief in Northern Liang? To them, it was not a grant, but rather an exile to Northern Liang. Qin Ming would not reign as king in Northern Liang, he would merely meet his demise there. A dead man holds no value. There was no reason to bestow Qin Ming a single smile. When General Qin Tian was alive, they had eagerly sought his favor, forging connections. That was beneficial. But now, neither Qin Ming nor the entire Qin family held any value. Who would stand against the empress and offer the Qin family a smile? "Father, you are a fool." Qin Ming perceived the expressions of all around him. A wave of desolation surged within his heart. Is this the Great Wu Dynasty his father sought to protect? Is this the Great Wu Dynasty he had known for 18 years? For whom had he fought valiantly all his life? In an instant, Qin Ming felt as though he had aged considerably. He had come to this world, starting body refinement at 8, entering qi condensation at 10, reaching the spirit sea at 15, and now standing at the pinnacle of Dan formation. Yet even at the pinnacle of Dan formation, he was but marginally stronger than an ordinary soldier. He was regarded as a minor commander in the army, primarily due to his previous mastery of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, his familiarity with the 36 stratagems, and the martial Mu classics, utilizing military strategies to repeatedly secure military achievements. Yet his true combat prowess was far from formidable. He led the Qin family members towards Beiliang, and it was highly likely that they were heading towards a path of certain death. Is death the only outcome? Surely, there must be another way. Qin Ming gazed at the mocking crowd before him, as well as the radiant smile of Wu Linglong, his heart brimming with resentment. He yearned for strength. He longed to avenge his father. He desired that all those present pay the price alongside his father. Just as an overwhelming sense of bitterness consumed Qin Ming, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! System loading successful. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a fief, successfully binding the Supreme Emperor system. Supreme Emperor system. Daily sign-in is available, with rewards including, but not limited to, renowned generals of Huaxia, formidable legions, divine weapons, elixirs, and rare treasures from heaven and earth, among others. In addition, it allows for the slaying of enemies, expansion of territory, cultivation of powerful individuals, and more, which yields national fortune points. National fortune points can be exchanged for goods in the National Fortune Mall. Ding! The host has bound the system for the first time. The system grants a novice gift pack, now placed in the system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has not signed in today. Would the host like to sign in? Is that you, Tongzi? Is it really you, Tongzi? You old rascal, you've finally arrived. Chapter 2. The signing of the divine demon Lu Bu. Upon hearing the familiar mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Qin Ming's heart surged with indescribable excitement. A traveler from Blue Star. He had been waiting for this moment for a full 18 years. System, sign in. Qin Ming silently thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in and obtained the divine demon Lu Bu. The divine demon Lu Bu has been placed in the system space and can be summoned at any time for viewing. Note: the divine demon Lu Bu is completely loyal to the host. The divine demon Lu Bu, completely loyal. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Ming's eyes widened, and a profound joy welled up within him. The divine demon Lu Bu. It is well known that Lu Bu is one of the most valiant generals in the history of Huaxia, revered as the Flying General. However, in this fantastical realm, he is referred to as a divine demon. His combat prowess must be extraordinarily terrifying. Show me the information on the divine demon Lu Bu. Certainly, host. As the system's voice faded, a transparent panel appeared before Qin Ming's eyes. Divine Demon General, Lu Bu Cultivation, 6th level of the Profound Realm Weapon, Superior Spirit Weapon, Fong Tian Hua Ji Martial Skills, Ji Tiao Fei Jiang, Hua Ji Hung Sa, etc. 6th level of the Profound Realm. Upon seeing the cultivation level of the Divine Demon Lu Bu, Qin Ming gasped in astonishment, an overwhelming joy flooding his heart. The 6th level of the Profound Realm is regarded as one of the pinnacle ranks among the strongest in the entire Great Wu Dynasty. To think that on his very first day of signing in, he had directly acquired the divine demon Lu Bu at this level. The system is truly magnificent. With the divine demon Lu Bu at the 6th level of the Profound Realm, all of his current problems would be effortlessly resolved. Although he was still far from being able to contend with the entire Great Wu Dynasty, the emergence of the system had ignited a spark of hope within Qin Ming. Perhaps in the near future, he would trample the Great Wu Imperial City, invincible and unmatched. Qin Ming, from this day forth, You shall be the only foreign prince of the Great Wu Dynasty. You must manage the land of abundance in Beiliang well for me." "Ha ha!" Wu Linglong's gaze fell upon the dazed Qin Ming. Her eyes filled with mockery. "To desire great merit and shake the master, to covet the authority of the Great Wu Dynasty. Such ambitions would henceforth be extinguished. The Qin family would be forgotten beneath the wheels of history, erased from the memories of the subjects of the Great Wu Dynasty. All would remember only the unparalleled empress who forged the Great Wu into an indestructible and prosperous realm." Court dismissed. Wu Linglong departed with an exhilarating and carefree demeanor. The many ministers in the court, particularly the Grand General of Shangling, cast a glance at the stunned Qin Ming, as if he were a mere clown, before strutting away triumphantly, as if they had just won a great battle. For him, witnessing the impending downfall of the Qin family felt like the most gratifying victory. However, he believed that the incident in the court where Qin Ming had openly spoken disrespectfully in front of numerous ministers had to be addressed. This boy needed to experience endless suffering. The decree to bestow land in Beiliang quickly spread throughout the entire Great Wu imperial city. Countless individuals gasped in their hearts, lamenting that the empress's actions had chilled the hearts of the military and civilians alike. To grant land in Beiliang to the descendants of the northern general. Everyone knew of the desolation and peril of Beiliang. Wasn't this a clear path to the Qin family's annihilation? Despite their dissatisfaction, the common folk remained tight-lipped, daring only to voice their thoughts in the privacy of their homes. To go speak aloud would invite calamity. Even tomorrow, when the Qin family departed, they would not be able to take to the streets to bid them farewell. In this situation, everyone understood that any association with the Qin family would bring misfortune. In the Qin residence, the hall was draped in white mourning cloth. Within the spirit hall lay a crystal coffin. Inside rested the body of the once mighty northern general, who had contributed countless achievements to the Great Wu Dynasty. Beside the crystal coffin, numerous women and children of the Qin family knelt on the ground. Weeping, Qin Ming stepped into the hall, casting a sorrowful glance at the crystal coffin. The Qin family was renowned for their loyalty and valor. 5 brothers and 8 cousins had all perished on the battlefield long ago. Only the lineage of Qin Tian and the women and children remained. Now that Qin Tian had fallen, Qin Ming was the only male descendant left in the entire Qin family. If Qin Ming were to die as well, the Qin family would truly vanish. "Father, I will avenge you. For you, for the Qin family, and for myself." Qin Ming stood before the crystal coffin, whispering resolutely, "Everyone, gather your belongings. Tomorrow we shall head to Beiliang." "Understood." The many women and children nodded sorrowfully. They were born as members of the Qin family and would die as spirits of the Qin family. As the only male heir, wherever Qin Ming went, they would follow. Among them, only a young girl of about 12, with bright eyes and delicate features, remained standing in place. "O Beiliang, Brother Ming, do we truly have no way out?" A clear voice rang out, and a look of seriousness crossed the young girl's face, seemingly beyond the capacity of a 12-year-old to express. She was Qin Ming's cousin, Qin Mingwei. Having lost her father on the battlefield since birth, she had never seen him. With her uncle's death, her heart was now completely disillusioned with the Great Wu Dynasty. A flame of frustration burned within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. The way out. "Beiliang is our only escape. Trust me, before long, we will return to this land once again." Qin Ming replied, gazing out at the black night sky beyond the hall with unwavering conviction. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened, and just as she was about to ask something, Qin Ming interrupted her. "Mingyue, do not ask too many questions. Go back and pack your things. You only need to trust Brother Ming." He understood that his sister possessed a maturity and composure beyond her years, yet now was not the time to burden her with the truth. Qin Mingyue obediently departed, leaving Qin Ming alone in the spear hall. System placed this crystal coffin into the system space. Qin Ming turned his gaze to the crystal coffin before him and commanded in his mind that he had not yet taken the time to thoroughly explore the system. But he knew it must have a storage space for items he wished to keep his father within the system space, for this world was a realm of fantasy where the strong could soar through the skies and accomplish the impossible. Beings of his father's caliber could traverse the void and reshape mountains and rivers, a single individual capable of matching an army of tens of thousands. Apologies, host, but the system space can only store items distributed by the system. You may open the beginner's gift pack. Perhaps there will be surprises. Cannot store. Beginner's gift pack? Qin Ming was initially taken aback. Then a wry smile crossed his face. He had only remembered the rewards from signing in and had forgotten about the unopened beginner's gift pack. It seemed he would need to delve into the workings of this system tonight. After murmuring to himself, he focused on the beginner's gift pack within the system space. System, open the beginner's gift pack for me. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the beginner's gift pack and obtained the 9 Revolutions Qin Ring X1. Chapter 3. The System of Extravagance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaotic Grade Technique, Chaotic Emperor's Universal Cannon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Holy Weapon, Sword of the Saints. All rewards have been placed in the system space, and they can be summoned and used at any time. A series of system notifications rang in Qin Ming's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. What? Are these the items that can be obtained from the beginner's gift pack? I must say, this is outrageously extravagant. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he shifted his gaze back to the items in the system space. Each item rewarded by the system came with a description, and he needed to examine them closely. 9 Revolutions Qin Ring, a highly powerful and high-level storage ring that IT is divided into 9 layers, each with its own space, given the host's current strength. Only the first layer, the storage space, can be accessed. Storage space? Isn't this exactly what I need? With a thought, a quaint ring appeared in his hand. After putting it on, a strand of spiritual energy flowed into it, instantly establishing a connection with the 9 Revolutions Qin Ring. Goodness, such a vast space. Qin Ming's consciousness entered the storage ring, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Before him lay an expanse nearly the size of a city. Excellent. Now I have a place to store the crystal coffin, Qin Ming murmured, and with another thought, he placed the crystal coffin into the 9 Revolutions Qin Ring. The ring would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the 9 turns Qin Ring adorning his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts in this fantastical realm. Storage rings were not entirely uncommon. However, their spaces were notably limited, sufficient only for a few personal belongings. And they came with a hefty price tag. His father had once possessed one, but it had vanished long before the body was returned to the Qin family. With the issue of the crystal coffin resolved, Qin Ming dismissed further musings and directed his attention back to the system space. The 3,000 North Liang Iron Cavalry, valiant and skilled in battle. Mounted on thunder warhorses, they represented the elite of the cavalry. The Chaotic Emperor Supreme Universe Scripture, a chaos-level cultivation technique. Level 1 Realm Advancement Card, capable of elevating the host by 1 major realm. The Saint-Slaying Sword, a supreme holy weapon, extraordinarily sharp, capable of unleashing the sword's saint's might to shatter the heavens. Such remarkable treasures indeed. After perusing the descriptions, Qin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly, the authors of his previous life had not misled him. Possessing a system was undeniably formidable. He then turned his gaze once more to the system panel before him. Host, Qin Ming, age, 18, cultivation level, pinnacle of the 9th layer of Dan transformation. Influence, none, territory, North Liang of the Great Martial Dynasty. Divine Demon General, Elbu, Legion, 3,000 North Liang Iron Cavalry. National Fortune Mall, not activated, activation condition. Establish a new dynasty. System, summon the Divine Demon General Elbu, Qin Ming commanded after glancing at the system panel. Ding! The Divine Demon Elbu has been summoned. Please hold on, host. The moment the system's prompt faded, a tall figure adorned with a trident-shaped purple gold crown, draped in a crimson brocade robe, and wielding a Fontian Huaji, suddenly appeared just outside the morning hall. Elbu pays respects to the master. Upon entering the morning hall, Elbu knelt on one knee, addressing Qin Ming with utmost reverence. Good. There is no need for such formalities, Fengxian. Qin Ming smiled as he felt the powerful aura emanating from Elbu. With the presence of the divine demon Elbu, the safety of the Qin family on their journey to North Liang would be significantly enhanced. After instructing Elbu to wait nearby, Qin Ming's gaze shifted to a golden cultivation technique, with Qin Ming gasped in astonishment, her small face reflecting sheer shock. It is important to note that the capital of the Great Wu Empire lies nearly 80,000 miles from the lands of Beiliang. Excluding time spent resting and dining along the way, it would take approximately 20 days to reach Beiliang. Initially, they had intended to acquire several steeds capable of covering 2,000 miles a day from other cities, which would have sufficed. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded, revealing a radiant smile. Subsequently, 10 fiery steeds replaced the ordinary horses, instantly elevating the speed of the 3 carriages to an extraordinary level. They raced down the official road like blazing meteors, heading towards the distant city of Wuda. Meanwhile, atop a mountain nearly 1,000 miles from Wuda City, dozens of burly men with fierce expressions, wielding glimmering silver blades, gathered. Before these men stood a figure clad in a black embroidered robe, exuding an air of formidable authority. The blood dragon, the women and children of the Qin family, as well as the son of the northern general, Qin Ming, have been entrusted to you. Make sure to torment them severely. Once the task is completed, all the wealth belonging to the Qin family will be yours, in addition to a reward of 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Surely, 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals will suffice to alleviate your concerns over cultivation resources for the next 3 years. The man in the black robe slowly addressed the group of men before him. Absolutely, no problem at all, Captain Zhang. Just watch and see, replied the leader of the group, a bald man at the peak of the nascent soul realm. As he licked his lips, his voice hoarse with excitement, he was the chief of the Blood Dragon gang, accustomed to petty dealings. Never did he expect that one day, such a lucrative opportunity would present itself. With 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals and the entirety of the Qin family's wealth, they would not have to worry about cultivation resources for not just 3 years, but even 10. Very well, let us descend the mountain that I will follow closely behind you. Should I witness anything less than bloodshed and cruelty, that 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals will vanish, the man known as Captain Zhang remarked. A cruel smile spreading across his face. He was a military officer stationed at the gates of Wuda City, temporarily dispatched to execute this task. His mission was to locate a band of mountain bandits and ensure the Qin family's demise on this land. How swiftly we travel! With just 1,000 miles to go, we shall reach Wuda City, where we can rest for the night and procure some supplies. Qin Ming mused, lifting the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the surrounding scenery. Since morning, the fiery steeds had covered over 3,000 miles at an astonishing pace, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Just as Qin Ming was about to lower the curtain again to continue contemplating the techniques in his mind, dozens of figures appeared within his line of sight, emanating a fierce and intimidating aura. A thunderous roar erupted from among the figures, reverberating through the air like a booming thunderclap. Hey, everyone, stop right now. Chapter 5. Wuda City. Lu Shaoqian as the commanding voice echoed. The 3 carriages gradually came to a halt. Shuilong gazed at the magnificent steeds before the carriage, excitement written all over his face, his heart racing with exhilaration. Merely by observing those 10 extraordinary horses, he understood the extent of the Qin family's wealth they were transporting. Everyone dismount and submit to our inspection at the Blood Dragon gang, Ma Shuilong declared, raising his gleaming blade menacingly. Robbers, and of the 9th level of the nascent soul? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback before swiftly stepping out of the carriage. Elbu had already leapt down, awaiting Qin Ming's command. A single word from Qin Ming, the dozens of men ahead would meet their end. They're indeed robbers, brother. What should we do? 12-year-old Qin Ming exclaimed, fear evident in her voice as she jumped down from the carriage and positioned herself behind Qin Ming, trembling slightly. Yet within her petite frame, a potent spiritual energy began to gather, ready for action at any moment. Why cultivation time is too short. If only I had another year, I would certainly reach the realm of profound understanding and ensure my brother's safe arrival in Beiliang. Establishing a firm foothold there, Qin Mingyue silently vowed, what a delightful little girl. Come with your uncle back to the village, and I shall treat you to the finest delicacies, shall I? Upon seeing Qin Mingyue, Ma Shuilong's eyes glinted with lewd intent as he reached out a large hand, attempting to bypass Elbu and seize Qin Ming. Witnessing this, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with an icy glint. Elbu, eliminate them all. A mere band of thieves dares to humiliate the Qin family. His voice was devoid of emotion. In the next moment, a series of sickening sounds echoed, abruptly ceasing after just a second. When one looked up, the ground was drenched in a sea of crimson blood, with severed heads rolling about. That Elbu had swiftly dispatched the entire group of bandits, severing their heads in a single sweep. Despite the resilience of cultivators, losing one's head would inevitably lead to death. What? Captain Zhang, hidden in the distant underbrush, gasped in horror at the scene that had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Realizing the peril, he sprinted toward Wuda City, his speed rivaling that of the fiery steeds. That little shrimp part of the same group? Elbu mused, a smile creeping across his face as he brandished his halberd. With a single step into the void, the terrifying aura of the 6th level of the realm of profound understanding erupted, and he vanished from sight, reappearing before the man in black. The man in black gazed up at Elbu in terror. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The realm of profound understanding. The Qin family possesses such a figure. Before the man in black could finish his thought, a brilliant flash of light swept by. With a sickening thud, his massive head tumbled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The man in black had met his demise at a man at the 3rd level of the spirit tranquility realm. And he knew we were from the Qin family before he died. This was clearly aimed at us. Qin Ming, driving the carriage alongside Qin Ming, arrived at the scene, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the headless corpse. At that moment, Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the towering figure of Elbu. When did the Qin family acquire such a formidable warrior, especially one at the realm of profound understanding? Could this be the source of Qin Ming's confidence? Her gaze shifted from Elbu to her brother, Qin Ming, only to widen once more. The 1st level of the spirit tranquility realm. Wasn't he previously at the 9th level of the nascent soul? How could he suddenly ascend to the 1st level of spirit tranquility, surpassing even my current cultivation? Confusion etched on her face. Qin Mingyue was baffled by the rapid changes. Had she been so engrossed in her cultivation that she had overlooked these developments? Although she was unaware of when Qin Ming had broken through or acquired a guardian in the realm of profound understanding, she understood that her brother must have gained some fortuitous opportunity that would allow them to reach Beiliang safely. If that were the case, she would have ample time to cultivate. With a presence at the realm of profound understanding, as long as they remained composed, they could protect her until she matured. In time, safeguarding the entirety of the Qin family, or even toppling the Great Wu Empire, would merely be a matter of time. Meanwhile, Elbu and Qin Ming remained oblivious to Qin Mingyue's inner thoughts. Instead, they surveyed the headless corpses before them, murmuring, "This must be aimed at us." Elbu's deep voice resonated as he wielded his halberd to slice open the clothing of the man in black, revealing a dark iron token before their eyes. "Guard of Wuda City, Captain Zhang." Just as I thought. I believe I now know who is behind this urgency to ensure the Qin family cannot pass the 1st city without facing annihilation. General Shangling, you seek death. Qin Ming seethed with fury. Had it not been for the awakening system and his alliance with the divine warrior Elbu, the women and children of the Qin family, as well as he and Mingyue, would have endured unimaginable humiliation. Elbu, take his head. We shall continue on our journey. I am eager to see the expression on your face when you realize that Qin Ming, not only survived but also vanquished a general from your ranks. Qin Ming took a deep breath and whispered softly. The 3 carriages set off once more, leaving a scene of utter disarray in their wake. Before long, the city of Yuda came into view as the closest city to the imperial capital of the Great Wu Dynasty. Yuda was considered a bustling metropolis. The commander of the Yuda City Guard was none other than Liu Shaoqian, a direct disciple of the Grand General of Shangling. During his time in the military, Qin Ming had heard of Liu Shaoqian's name, though not the most outstanding among the Grand General's disciples. He was nonetheless a formidable force, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Lingji, merely half a step away from the realm of Tongxian. Without orders, the commander would not act on his own accord. Qin Ming's ire was about to be unleashed upon Liu Shaoqian. Upon successfully entering the city and arranging for numerous women and children, as well as procuring some necessities for Qin Ming, he had everyone settled in a tavern for rest. However, Lu Bu did not make his appearance within the tavern, instead appearing outside the commander's residence. Inside the residence, Liu Shaoqian sat in the main hall, while a soldier knelt before him. Useless? All of you are utterly useless. How could you let the Qin family enter the city? He ordered, gather 100 elite soldiers under the cover of night and capture every last one of the Qin family. Upon hearing that the Qin family had entered the city, Liu Shaoqian sprang to his feet, bellowing in fury. This was a task assigned to him by the Grand General, to humiliate all the women of the Qin family in front of Qin Ming, and then execute them. Feeding their remains to the ferocious beasts in the mountains, he would also use a reflective jade to document the entire affair. The failure of that incompetent individual necessitated his personal intervention. Yet, just as Liu Shaoqian stepped out of the hall, he was met with the sound of anguished cries echoing through his residence. Who dares intrude upon my estate? Instantly, Liu Shaoqian unleashed his peak 9th layer Lingji power. Summoning all within the residence, follow me and slay these scoundrels. In an instant, Liu Shaoqian vanished from his location, followed by hundreds of elite soldiers at the Dan transformation stage, making their way toward the entrance of the residence. When Liu Shaoqian arrived at the front door, an expression of uncontainable rage spread across his face. Before him lay a scene of carnage, with severed limbs and blood flowing like a river. The deceased were his guards, as well as his wife and children who had just returned home. Only one towering figure remained, standing amidst the endless pool of blood like a war god. You seek death. Liu Shaoqian's aura erupted, and his spear transformed into a streak of cold light aimed at the imposing figure, Liu Shaoqian. Is it? My master has sent me to deliver you a head. Lu Bu smiled faintly, and the head he held transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward Liu Shaoqian's spear. As the head flew through the air, Liu Shaoqian was momentarily stunned. It was the head of Zhang Dowei, the officer he had dispatched to contact the bandits and eliminate the Qin family. Realization struck him like lightning. This man before him was an extraordinary opponent. The Qin family has such a powerful ally. Liu Shaoqian howled, his spear crashing down upon the incoming head with tremendous force. The impact was explosive, scattering red and white matter everywhere. You, a being of such might, should not be lingering with the Qin family. They are finished. You need not remain loyal to them any longer. Join my army, and with your strength, it won't be long before you achieve both fame and fortune, with countless cultivation resources and wealth coming to you effortlessly. What could be more splendid? Liu Shaoqian felt no aura of power emanating from the towering figure before him. His own cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of Lingji, and if he could not sense the other's power, it could only mean that the individual was either concealing their strength through secret methods or was of a higher cultivation level. It was highly likely that he faced a formidable opponent on the brink of reaching Tongxian. Haha, after killing so many of your men, you still wish to recruit me. Lu Bu's expression shifted slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Liu Shaoqian. So what if I did? If their lives can secure your allegiance to my forces, then that would be their fortune from 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Hearing the incredulity in the other's voice, Liu Shaoqian thought there might be hope. He spoke without concern for the 100 elite soldiers gathering behind him, that if he could secure the allegiance of this powerful figure, he could then dispose of the Qin family, emerging as the greatest victor of this battle. Ha ha ha, you truly possess the potential of a local tyrant. Lu Bu suddenly laughed heartily, then fixed his gaze on Liu Shaoqian, shouting once more, "You are not worthy." As soon as Lu Bu's words fell, his halberd flew through the air like a dragon, covering a distance of over 100 meters, crashing down upon Liu Shaoqian's head. Realizing the imminent danger, Liu Shaoqian's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his spear to block. He had not anticipated that as he was about to secure an alliance, the other would suddenly strike. Nevertheless, Liu Shaoqian remained calm. As long as he could withstand this blow, the elite soldiers behind him would fight alongside him, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Even a half step into Tongxian would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Just as Lu Shaoqian had meticulously planned his mind, the halberd, imbued with unfathomable power, crashed into his spear. A sharp sound echoed as the black spear shattered into two halves. The halberd maintained its momentum, bearing down with a force capable of rending space itself, striking mercilessly at Lu Shaoqian's skull. An expression of sheer horror washed over Lu Shaoqian's face as his internal energy surged wildly. Attempting to evade the lethal blow, he could hardly believe that his prized spear had been obliterated in a single strike. However, he had severely underestimated Lu Bu's strength, believing that his speed would allow him to escape the impending strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as Lu Shaoqian had barely retreated 2 steps, the halberd extended to 3 zhang in length, crashing down upon his head with devastating force. With a resounding thud, his skull shattered like a watermelon, and his body was reduced to a mangled heap of flesh. There was no coming back from such a fate. Lu Shaoqian, a commander of a great city, was reduced to mere pulp by a single blow from Lu Bu. That moment, the 100 elite soldiers stood frozen in disbelief. Their eyes wide with shock, they knew that Lu Shaoqian was the strongest in all of Yuda, possessing the peak strength of the 9th layer of Lingji. Go think he could be killed in a single strike by a stranger. Reduced to nothingness. Could it be? He was a master of the Tongxian realm. Fear gripped their hearts, making their legs tremble, and they found themselves unable to flee. In the next instant, screams erupted among the elite soldiers as Lu Bu charged into their midst like a true harbinger of death. In mere moments, the scene turned into utter chaos, with blood flowing like a river and severed limbs strewn about, leaving no survivors. My lord has successfully completed the task. In a private room of the tavern, Lu Bu knelt on one knee before Qin Ming, speaking respectfully. Good, very good. I am eager to see the expression on Zhang Dao's face, that old fool. Qin Ming replied, nodding with satisfaction. He was no benevolent figure. Nor was he a good person. Anyone who dared to set their sights on the Qin family would pay a price. The following morning, 3 newly refurbished carriages, now even more luxurious and comfortable, departed Yuda City, heading north toward Liang. That a quarter of an hour later, Yuda City was sealed off, and a great commotion erupted within the city. This was due to the sight of over 100 headless corpses atop the city walls. And prominently displayed above the main gate hung a piece of rotting flesh. On that flesh was a token, unmistakably belonging to the commander of the Yuda Guard, Lu Shaoqian, in the Shangling general's residence. What did you say? Lu Shaoqian has been turned into a mere pile of flesh, hung upon the city wall. The Grand General Zhang Dao slammed his palm upon the table, his face reflecting boundless shock. Lu Shaoqian was one of his prized disciples, with cultivation that had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Lingji. With another 100 years of training, he could very well have broken through to the realm of Tongxian. I merely tasked him with intercepting and humiliating the Qin family, and he was slain. It seems the Qin family may still possess powerful allies. Suddenly, General Shangling comprehended the reason behind Qin Ming's resolute departure from the Da dynasty. It turned out that the Qin family harbored concealed, formidable beings. The one capable of slaying Lu Shaoqian must at the very least be a half-step Tongxian realm powerhouse. With a guardian of such caliber, Qin Ming might truly manage to establish a tenuous foothold in the northern territory of Liang. Once he recuperates and grows stronger, he could very well become a thorn in my side. After his initial fury subsided, General Shangling regained his composure and began calculating the future in his mind. This simply cannot be allowed. It is imperative to act swiftly. Inform Yang Chao, stationed at Huinyu City, to lead 5,000 Tiger Breaker troops and swiftly eliminate the Qin family. Zhang Dao immediately commanded his subordinates. He did not perceive the deployment of 5,000 Tiger Breaker troops, along with a half-step Tongxian realm warrior like Yang Chao, as excessive that it was essential to utterly annihilate the Qin family, a longtime rival of Qin Tian. He was acutely aware that the members of the Qin family possessed an inexplicable ability, namely, to rise from nothing and turn the tables in dire circumstances. He was well aware of the titles Qin Ming had garnered within the military. Now that he realized Qin Ming had a hidden trump card, he would undoubtedly prevent Qin Ming from truly rising again. Chapter 7. The Divine Demon Su Chu and the Secret of Qin Ming. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. This marked the third day since Qin Ming had departed from Wuda City. Over these 3 days, Qin Ming and his companions traversed a territory exceeding 10,000 miles, with approximately 60,000 miles remaining to the northern region of Liang. On this day, as dawn broke, 3 horse-drawn carriages set forth once more from the roadside post. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in the divine demon Su Chu, upon hearing the voice echo within his mind. Qin Ming, seated in the carriage, instantly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy surfacing within them. Another divine demon warrior. Could this be an indication of my continuous streak of good fortune? Qin Ming murmured with a smile. In the previous days, he had signed in to receive a bottle containing 10 7th-grade healing pills on the first day. These healing pills could restore any injury, regardless of severity, within the span of a single incense stick. Applicable to any cultivator of the Tongxin realm or below. On the second day, he signed in for a martial technique. The 5 Mysteries Tao formula, a sacred-level technique suitable for all practitioners, requiring no innate talent. Sacred-level techniques, indeed, transcend the 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the most powerful. It was rumored that 9th grade techniques could elevate one to the Dongxi realm, while sacred-level techniques could elevate one to the Saint realm, transforming them into a true sage. Sages, after all, are beings that stand above countless cultivators. Qin Ming's father, the previous general of the north for the Dao Dynasty, practiced only a top-tier 7th grade technique, having yet to reach the 8th grade. It was said that the most formidable techniques within the Dao Dynasty were merely 8th grade. Having directly signed in for a sacred-level technique yesterday, Qin Ming undoubtedly counted himself exceedingly fortunate. And today, signing in for a divine demon warrior Su Chu was certainly a continuation of that good fortune. As Qin Ming reveled in his thoughts, a powerful voice resonated from afar. This humble soldier, Su Chu, greets the master. Before the voice faded, a towering and robust man, exceeding 8 feet in height, descended from the heavens, wielding an immensely heavy iron broadsword. He appeared akin to a fierce tiger. Fierce and formidable, Su Chu landed before Qin Ming's carriage and immediately knelt, paying his respects. Excellent, excellent, excellent. General Su has returned at the right moment. Qin Ming lifted the curtain and, upon seeing Su Chu's fierce visage, nodded in satisfaction. Before him, the fundamental information about Su Chu materialized. Divine Demon Warrior. Su Chu Cultivation. 6th level of Tongxian Realm Weapon. Upper grade spiritual weapon, Iron Broadsword Martial Techniques. 1 force over 10, a powerful strike. Mountain Cleaving Blade. Another 6th level Tongxian Realm Powerhouse. The sensation was exquisite. Perhaps upon reaching the Northern Territory, I would be invincible. Qin Ming had not anticipated that the system would be so generous. Each day brought rewards for signing in, and he expected the system to occasionally offer him something trivial. However, it seemed that each sign-in had provided him with precisely what he required. General Su Chu, please board the carriage. We shall continue our journey. With another divine demon warrior at his disposal, Qin Ming felt elated, moving closer to his goal of overthrowing the Dao Dynasty. Su Chu made his way to the 3rd carriage, assuming the role of the driver. He and Elbu stood guard before the Qin family members, ensuring their utmost safety at that moment. Within the 2nd carriage, a look of sheer astonishment appeared on Qin Mingyue's delicate face. Another Tongxian Realm powerhouse? Were these all hidden contingencies left behind by Minggu? Qin Mingyue had thought that the backup Qin Ming had left behind consisted solely of a single Tongxian Realm powerhouse and 10 mounts akin to ferocious beasts. Yet, she had not anticipated there would also be another powerhouse of the same caliber. Just how many contingencies does Minggu have yet to reveal? No wonder he exuded such confidence. She had heard tales since childhood of Qin Ming's prowess in the military and his extraordinary cunning. But she had never heard of him possessing the capability to secure 2 Tongxian Realm warriors as guardians. Akati seemed she could finally dedicate herself to training for a while, that a smile suddenly graced Qin Mingyue's face. In her 12 years of rebirth, the first 10 had been spent honing her body and solidifying her foundation using various resources. Without commencing her cultivation, it was only after those 10 years that she began her training. And in 2 short years, she had advanced from 0 to the peak of the Yuan-Ing realm, progressing swiftly, though she had yet to surpass her previous life's records. Of course, The cultivation environment and resources in this life vastly differed from those in her previous one. In her past life, she had been born into a royal family of saints, with resources beyond the imagination of anyone here. Ultimately, she had cultivated to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the saint realm, earning the title of the moonlit empress. As her thoughts swirled, Qin Ming produced several spirit crystals, initiating her cultivation process. Dense spiritual energy surged from the crystals, subsequently entering her body. Qin Ming's aura visibly strengthened. Had those deceased bandits witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment, for all the spirit crystals in Qin Ming's possession were upper grade, each equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit crystals. And 100 mid-grade spirit crystals could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. The few upper-grade spirit crystals in Qin Ming's hands were equivalent to tens of thousands of low-grade spirit crystals. The carriages continued their journey forward. Qin Ming, seated within the carriage, delved into the comprehension of the golden martial technique echoing within his mind. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of Ling Ji. And according to his estimations, he would likely break through to the 2nd level of Ling within a few days. After traveling for half an hour, a sudden beastly roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The 3 carriages came to an abrupt halt. Qin Ming furrowed his brow and stepped out of the carriage, while Su Chu and Elbu stood protectively before him at the far end of the wide official road. A massive, dark purple beast, adorned with wings and towering 3 zhang in height, suddenly descended. A purple crystal lion. Flanking the official road was a small town housing over 1,000 households. The gargantuan purple crystal lion opened its mighty jaws, voraciously devouring the surrounding human populace. Some enraged cultivators rushed forward to attack, but their efforts proved futile as the lion's strength far surpassed their own. A Tongxian realm purple crystal lion? How could it appear on this official road? Qin Ming instantly recognized that the colossal lion was a genuine fierce beast of the Tongxian realm, known as the purple crystal lion. Capable of flight, it possessed tremendous physical power, and its sharp claws could pierce through anything. Indeed, in this fantastical world, it was not solely humans that existed, but also fiercely powerful beasts. The adult purple crystal lion before him would require at least a 1st-level Tongxian realm warrior, accompanied by 50,000 elite troops, to contend with it. Otherwise, resistance would be futile. However, even with a standard Tongxian realm warrior and an elite army of 50,000, slaying a flying Tongxian realm beast was nearly impossible, the sole reason being, it could fly. The purple crystal lion seemed ravenous, and within mere moments, it had devoured the entire town, leaving not a single soul behind. The next instant, its gaze suddenly fixated upon Qin Ming. Observing this, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as he turned to warn, "No matter what occurs, do not leave the carriage. The 3 carriages have been specially reinforced, providing a degree of protection for the Qin family members. Should you step out, given your cultivation levels, which hover around the Ling Hai and Hua Dan realms, even a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. You all go now. Swiftly slay, or not allow that purple crystal lion to escape." Qin Ming slowly began to speak the very moment he opened his mouth. The towering 3 zhang purple crystal lion unleashed its massive jaws, charging toward him with ferocity. "Elbu! Su Chu!" The 2 warriors roared, brandishing their spiritual weapons. Instantly, a formidable aura of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm erupted around them as they leaped into the air to confront the 3 zhang purple crystal lion. The purple crystal lion, fierce and menacing, saw 2 humans, who seemed oblivious to the concept of death. Charging toward it immediately opened its gaping maw, revealing teeth as hard as spiritual weapons, and lunged to fiercely bite the 2 warriors. Should it manage to clamp down, even the mightiest Transcendence Realm expert would meet their demise. The physical body of a Transcendence Realm warrior could not rival the sharpness of the lion's teeth. Nevertheless, Lu Bu and Su Chu did not flinch or evade. With unwavering valor, they faced the towering beast head-on, channeling their surging spiritual energy into their weapons. The Fantian Huaji and the iron blade erupted with dazzling brilliance as they struck down upon the lion's massive head. With two resounding thuds, the iron blade and the Fangtian Huaji landed simultaneously atop the lion's colossal cranium. An overwhelming force surged forth from their weapons. Boom! The lion's enormous head exploded like a watermelon. Crimson and white matter splattering everywhere. Following this, the lion's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the haze settled, the earth lay stained red with the lion's blood. A river of crimson flowing to depict the scene. Master, it was merely a three-tiered transcendence beast. We dispatched it with a single strike. After slaying the fearsome purple crystal lion, the two warriors promptly approached Qin Ming to report. Excellent, Qin Ming remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he observed the formidable prowess of his two divine martial generals. He then approached the fallen lion, still towering 2 stories high, and after a moment of inspection, a razor-sharp long sword suddenly materialized in his hand. In a flash, he unleashed dozens of strikes, the radiant sword light cascading upon the lion's carcass. The immense body of the purple crystal lion was swiftly cleaved into hundreds of pieces, each weighing 100 jin. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Qin Ming stored the neatly cut pieces of meat into his 9 turns Chinquan ring, which served as a storage space, leaving only a complete skeletal frame and a glimmering purple crystal behind. Is that a beast core? Qin Ming mused as he beheld the pulsating purple crystal, swiftly grasping the fist-sized gem in his hand. His astonishment, it turned out to be a beast core. After toying with it briefly, he placed it into his storage ring, a hint of joy illuminating his visage. The beast core, a crystallized essence of the beast's inner energy, contained vast amounts of power. It could be used in medicine, crafted into elixirs, or embedded into one's spiritual weapons to enhance their potency. Its value was exceedingly high. However, not every beast possessed a core, and the likelihood of finding one was exceedingly low. Moreover, the core he acquired belonged to a transcendence realm beast, likely one of the most coveted treasures in the entire great martial empire. The segmented flesh of the purple crystal lion was also incredibly beneficial to them. The meat was rich in spiritual energy and vitality. Consuming it regularly would greatly benefit a cultivator's advancement, especially the flesh from this 3-tiered transcendence lion. Its worth was astronomical. Even the great martial empress, Wu Linglong, could not indulge in such luxury. Having completed these tasks, Qin Ming commanded the group to continue their journey. However, after merely an hour of travel, he led 3 carriages to halt in a clearing. Brother, what are you planning to do? As everyone disembarked to rest, Qin Ming approached Qin Ming, her expression filled with curiosity. That moment, Qin Ming was busy sharpening 2 large tree trunks into remarkably pointed staffs. Responding without looking up, wait and see. A surprise awaits you to surprise. Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with confusion. Sharpening 2 long sticks for her surprise, she found it hard to comprehend Qin Ming's intentions. In fact, not only Qin Ming but also the other with unwavering confidence, Yang Chao bellowed, leading 5,000 elite Hu Bung troops towards the outskirts of Hui West City in a grand procession. To him, his master, General Ling, was merely being overly cautious that he believed that with just a formidable guardian at the half-step transcendence realm, he alone could vanquish any adversary in the Golden Long Hall. Numerous ministers and military officials had gathered, including General Ling Wu Linglong, with her delicate form seated upon the imperial throne, exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance since taking command of the Northern Guard Army. Her heart brimmed with self-assurance, dispelling any prior anxieties. Although there were many within the Northern Guard who voiced grievances on behalf of the Qin family, it could not stir any significant unrest. The tide had turned, and nothing could alter its course. However, the recent report from General Ling did cause her brow to furrow slightly. General Ling, did you say that the Qin family possesses another formidable warrior at the half-step transcendence realm? Indeed, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Qin Ming, accompanied by many from the Qin family, recently passed through Wuda City. Intent on retaliating against our Wu Empire, he dispatched a half-step transcendence warrior to slaughter over 100 guards stationed there and hung their corpses upon the city walls. Such an act is a blatant display of vengeance. This, Zhang Dao interjected, deliberately omitting any mention of his own orders. What audacity! Does Qin Ming truly believe that possessing a half-step transcendence guardian grants him unrestricted freedom? General Xiangling, I assign this matter to you. Within 3 days, I demand the heads of Qin Ming and all members of the Qin family. Upon hearing General Xiangling's account, Wu Linglong was engulfed in rage. Realizing that the Qin family still held a trump card, since Qin Ming had committed such a grave offense, she saw no need for pretense. He must be executed to prevent future threats. Understood. Within 3 days, I shall ensure it is done. Zhang Dao's face immediately brightened with a smile. Yang Chao must have already set forth. Within a day, he would undoubtedly crush the entirety of the Qin family, including the half-step transcendence warrior. What? I have unexpectedly broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. I leaped directly from the 3rd level to the 6th level. A faint smile graced the corners of Qin Ming's lips. The Grand General of Shangling, the Empress of the Great Wu Dynasty, sought his life. Ever since he had stepped out of the Great Wu Empire, he had adopted a singular mantra: my fate is mine to command. Not dictated by heaven, the 3 horse-drawn carriages moved steadily forward, trailed by 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang, the thunderous sound of hooves resonating like a tempest. The atmosphere was electrifying, having traversed over 1,000 miles. Where one might wonder were the Qin family's carriages, clad in red armor. Yang Chao wielded a gilded spear. He exuded an aura of formidable power. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Be wise calculations. The opposing force should have reached this vicinity by now. Yet there was no sign of the Qin family's presence. Just as doubts clouded Yang Chao's mind, at the farthest edge of his vision, 3 swaying carriages abruptly appeared upon the broad, official road. What? The Qin family! 3 carriages. Upon sighting them, Yang Chao's eyes widened in astonishment, invigorated by the revelation. All soldiers, heed my command. Charge at full speed, he shouted, for the Qin family was just ahead. Before he could finish, his steed, the formidable giant tiger, surged forward towards the 3 carriages. Even if the opposing side had a formidable half-step transcendence expert, they would surely not withstand his onslaught. However, as Yang Chao gave his command and had barely galloped a short distance, a glimmer of silver flashed before his eyes that a legion, akin to celestial warriors, radiated an overwhelming presence, marching behind the 3 carriages. What was this? Yang Chao could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never before encountered such a commanding army. What transpired that a legion followed the Qin family? Bewildered, he felt an ominous premonition arise within him. The legion was undeniably powerful, equipped with horses he had never seen before, a legitimate army, not a mere hastily assembled rabble. There had been no intelligence regarding this. As Yang Chao pondered, the 3 carriages swayed closer, halting a mere kilometer away. In the next moment, he beheld a somewhat slender figure descending from the carriage, a smirk playing on their lips as they regarded him. The sight of that smile sent a chill down Yang Chao's spine, amplifying his foreboding. The individual before him was none other than Qin Ming, the sole heir of the Grand General of the North. Qin Ming, you have slain hundreds of the guards at Wuda City. What punishment do you deserve for such a crime? According to the laws of the Great Wu, this constitutes treason. I have received orders to apprehend you. Will you resist? Although Yang Chao sensed the gravity of the situation, he knew that in a standoff, if he faltered, it would only make the subsequent battle more arduous. Moreover, he recalled that Qin Ming was more renowned for his cunning than his martial prowess. It was entirely possible that this spectacle was merely a ruse on Qin Ming's part. Treason? Ha! If you say so, then let it be. Qin Ming laughed heartily, his gaze returning to Yang Chao. Speak, who sent you here? If you divulge the truth, I shall grant you a complete corpse. You boast too greatly, Yang Chao retorted. Indignant that I am Yang Chao, a half-step transcendence warrior, commanding 5,000 elite Tiger Legion troops. How do you intend to take my life? Infuriated by Qin Ming's mockery, Yang Chao was resolute. After years of warfare, he had never encountered such arrogance. Even if the legion behind Qin Ming appeared formidable, he was determined to confront them today. What? You refuse to speak? Then I shall take your life. Qin Ming smiled faintly, gesturing grandly as the 3 carriages aligned along the sides of the road. In an instant, Wang Lei and the 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang were laid bare before Yang Chao. Before Yang Chao could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Lei, clad in silver armor and exuding an overwhelming presence, leapt into the air, bellowing, "Kill!" Before the echo of his command faded, Wang Lei crossed over a distance of over 1,000 meters. Appearing directly above Yang Chao, a brilliant blade of light, imbued with unrestrained power, flashed as Wang Lei's heavy iron blade descended upon Yang Chao, a transcendence expert. Yang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief as he frantically channeled his internal energy into his gilded spear. Desperately attempting to counter the sudden onslaught, fear gripped him as he realized the magnitude of Wang Lei's strength. The opposing commander was a genuine transcendence expert, far surpassing him in power. The outcome was already predetermined. With a thunderous impact, before Yang Chao could raise a spear, his head exploded, and his body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Witnessing this, the entire Tiger Legion stood frozen in shock, their eyes filled with terror. The once formidable Yang Chao had been effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. Just how powerful was the enemy? In an instant, Wang Lei's assault shattered the confidence of the entire Tiger Legion. Their morale evaporating that moment. A long howl rang out. "The enemy commander has been slain. All troops he my command in charge." With a cruel smile, Wang Lei surged into the ranks of the 5,000 Tiger Legion soldiers. And within moments, the air was filled with the sounds of agony. The 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang surged forth like an unstoppable tide, crashing into the Tiger Legion in an instant. The battlefield was awash with anguished cries. The Tiger Legion, considered an elite force within the Great Wu Empire, crumbled before the might of the 3,000 iron cavalry, as fragile as paper. Chapter 11. Annihilation of the 10,000 Tiger Legion within half an hour. The official road was strewn with severed limbs and rivers of crimson blood flowing forth. Not a single Tiger Legion soldier remained standing upon the battlefield. Report to the commander, "We have achieved a resounding victory, slaying over 5,000 enemies, with 0 casualties on our side." Wang Lei knelt respectfully before Qin Ming. "Excellent. Well done." Qin Ming surveyed the mountainous heap of corpses and lakes of blood, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. To have annihilated 5,000 elite Tiger Legion soldiers without sustaining any losses was nothing short of miraculous. Clear the battlefield and gather our spoils. Then we shall continue our advance towards Beiliang. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Ming's hearty laughter echoed across the expanse. This battle had allowed him to vent some of the frustrations born of the Great Wu Empire. However, the complete eradication of that vexation still lay far ahead. Only when the entire Great Wu Empire was brought to its knees would his grievances be fully alleviated. Qin Ming believed that day was not far off, after spending another half-hour cleaning the battlefield. The 3 carriages surged forth like a comet across the sea of corpses and blood, racing towards Beiliang, trailed by the formidable 3,000 iron cavalry that a day passed in the blink of an eye. And after a brief respite during the latter half of the night, Qin Ming and his companions resumed their journey towards Beiliang. "Ding, the host has not yet signed in today. Would you like to sign in now?" The system's voice resonated once more within Qin Ming's mind. "Sign in. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving 10,000 Tiger Legion troops." 10,000 Tiger Legion troops. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Ming straightened in surprise. The Tiger Legion had long been renowned for their unparalleled valor. To receive 10,000 troops of such a caliber was a monumental boon. His power would surge once again, with the system's generosity. It would not be long before he would trample upon the capital of the Great Wu Empire. Qin Ming clenched his fists, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He was determined to reach the capital of the Great Wu Empire. The Great Wu Dynasty must be overthrown, and no one could impede him or alter his resolve. The main force continued its swift march toward Beiliang, covering 5,000 li each day, and it would not be long before he arrived at Beiliang. It was then that he would truly conserve his energy, awaiting the moment to strike the Great Wu Dynasty. Qin Ming understood that vengeance could not be rushed, even though he now commanded a formidable army and powerful divine generals. He was still far from matching the colossal Great Wu Dynasty. Not to mention the other military forces, his father's former subordinates, the Northern Guardian Army, alone numbered in the millions. Furthermore, aside from the Northern Guardian Army, there were hundreds of other legions of varying sizes that, in comparison, he still had a long way to go. However, Qin Ming remained undaunted in his heart. With the aid of the system, he would soon rise to prominence. After all, who has ever seen someone with a cheat lose? As the 3 carriages and 3,000 iron cavalry boldly passed through Hui City, the guard stationed there fell into a state of panic. The Qin family was not only alive, but had also traversed Hui City with great confidence. Most importantly, they had 3,000 seemingly formidable, divine warriors with them. Once the Qin family exited the city, a messenger bird soared into the sky, carrying news hastily toward the capital of the Great Wu Empire. A day later, Qin Ming and his companions had once again traveled 5,000 li, drawing ever closer to Beiliang. Today, however, luck was not overwhelmingly in his favor. He merely signed in for 100,000 jin of 8th grade spiritual rice. According to reports, this spiritual rice was of an exceptional 8th grade, imbued with an extraordinarily rich spiritual essence, which would greatly benefit cultivators' advancement when consumed over time. This meant that even those of the Transcendence realm could experience a rapid enhancement in their cultivation after consuming it. And it was also beneficial for those at the Void realm and above. It was nearly equivalent to feasting daily on the flesh of ferocious beasts at the Transcendence level, just right for the iron cavalry of Beiliang and their supplies. Although many of the soldiers were cultivators, and a 10-day or half-month fasting period would not pose any issues, Qin Ming would not be stingy with his subordinates. After signing in, he immediately ordered the preparation of 10,000 jin of spiritual rice and had the blood and meat of the purple crystal lion roasted into skewers, ensuring everyone could enjoy a hearty meal. Bowls of translucent, spiritually rich rice and fragrant roasted meat filled the bellies of all present, due to the exceedingly potent spiritual essence contained within the 8th grade spiritual rice. Apart from a few generals of the Transcendence realm and Qin Ming himself, nearly everyone else had to quickly shut their eyes and circulate their cultivation techniques to refine the overwhelming spiritual energy within. Some, while eating, even experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation in the span of that meal. Nearly every one of the 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang made a breakthrough, with some even advancing 2 levels. The benefits of this meal, however, were not solely reaped by the iron cavalry or Qin Ming, nor even by the numerous women and children of the Qin family. The greatest beneficiary was none other than Qin Mingwei. She cared little about the source of the 8th grade spiritual rice. What mattered to her was how many bowls she could consume. In her past life, such rice would not even be accepted by a dog. But now, this spiritual rice was the highest grade cultivation resource she had encountered in all her years. Its benefits to her current cultivation were immense. With 30 bowls of spiritual rice consumed, Qin Mingwei's cultivation surged, breaking through 4 realms to reach the 5th level of the spiritual tranquility realm. Yet there remained a wealth of unrefined spiritual energy within her. Once refined, she estimated she could reach the 7th level of the spiritual tranquility realm. Qin Ming also experienced a breakthrough, his cultivation rising 2 levels to reach the 6th level of the spiritual tranquility realm. The group set forth on their journey once more in the capital of the Great Wu Empire. Within the Golden Throne Hall, there were but 2 individuals present: Wu Linglong, seated upon the imperial throne, and General Zhang Dao, tasked with capturing all members of the Qin family within 3 days. General Zhang Dao, renowned as a national hero of the Great Wu Dynasty, had already managed to secure the entirety of the Qin family in just a day's time, or so it seemed to Wu Linglong, whose cold voice resonated with a hint of delight. The Qin family was finally eradicated, allowing her to comfortably assume her role as empress and transform the Great Wu Dynasty into the mightiest empire in the godforsaken lands. She intended to ensure that everyone recognized Wu Linglong as the true eternal emperor. The godforsaken lands were where the Great Wu Dynasty resided, home to nearly dozens of empires and a mysterious sect that overshadowed them all. Her ambition was to dominate among these empires, establishing the Great Wu Dynasty as the preeminent empire in the entire godforsaken lands, a task she, the wise and formidable empress, would accomplish. However, Zhang Dao hesitated, stammering in response to the empress's inquiry that it's not that I captured Qin Ming and the others, but rather, are they waiting for me to personally slay them? Wu Linglong sprang to her feet. Excitement evident in her voice. That S. Not at either, Zhang Dao replied, his words faltering. What do you mean? Wu Linglong frowned, her tone laced with coldness. I just praised you as a national hero of the Great Wu Dynasty. Yet you can't articulate your thoughts clearly. Its the Qin family. The 5,000 Tiger Breaker troops I dispatched, along with the half-step Transcendence Realm Yang Chao, were all annihilated. None survived. General Zhang Dao spoke through clenched teeth. Just before entering the palace, he had received the news that the 5,000 elite Tiger Breaker troops had fallen, and General Yang Chao had perished. The Qin family had marched through the city, followed by a formidable contingent of 3,000 soldiers. Upon receiving this news, he had been left dumbfounded, taking a long time to regain his composure. He could hardly believe that a half-step Transcendence Realm powerhouse had led 5,000 Tiger Breaker troops to their demise at the hands of the Qin family. What shocked him further was that the Qin family was not only guarded by a half-step Transcendence Realm expert, but also a powerful army. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Wu Linglong's figure flashed before General Zhang Dao, her stunning visage displaying a look of astonishment. How could the Qin family possibly annihilate 5,000 Tiger Breaker troops and a half-step Transcendence Realm expert? I would never dare deceive your majesty. This news is absolutely true. The Qin family somehow acquired a formidable army, albeit only 3,000 strong, but they are incredibly valiant, Zhang Dao relayed, sticking to the facts. Yet, as he spoke, a fierce flame of fury ignited in Zhang Dao's eyes. To slaughter a family that had already lost everything, suffering repeated defeats. It was evident that the Qin family had divine favor. Incompetence, all of them. Immediately mobilize the troops. If 5,000 1T suffice, then send 50,000. If 50,000 1T suffice, then 100,000. Additionally, deploy several Transcendence Realm generals to utterly obliterate them, no matter where this army comes from. If they appear in the Great Wu Dynasty and guard the Qin family, they must be eradicated. Wu Linglong's voice seethed with rage. She felt insulted by the news. The Qin family still possessed 3,000 private soldiers and an immensely powerful half-step Transcendence Realm expert. While she had naively believed the Qin family had no cards left to play, the speed at which Qin Ming had departed the Great Wu capital made it clear that he had been thoroughly prepared. She felt as though she had been expertly played by Qin Ming to her. This was a profound slap in the face. Therefore, this time, no matter what, the Qin family must not reach Beiliang. Yes, Zhang Dao replied affirmatively, then pondered for a moment before slowly addressing Wu Linglong. However, the Qin family is moving at an exceedingly rapid pace. Even if I temporarily mobilize troops, we cannot catch up. Yet there are 100,000 elite Northern Guardian troops stationed outside Feihua City along the route to Beiliang, which can deliver a devastating blow to the Qin family. Then dispatch the Northern Guardian troops. I refuse to believe that a mere Qin Ming can be more troublesome than his father, Wu Linglong declared through gritted teeth. Now, the Northern Guardian troops were entirely under her command, and she believed that even if they were to intercept the Qin family, they would not dare disobey her orders. Yes, Zhang Dao responded immediately. The elite forces of the Northern Expedition Army, numbering 100,000 strong, coupled with 3 formidable generals at the first and second levels of the Transcendence Realm, would undoubtedly annihilate the entire Qin family. This fact was beyond dispute. Outside Feihua City, within the encampment of the Northern Expedition Army, 3 burly men clad in crimson armor gathered together, their faces etched with fury. Your Majesty, how could you do this? Must the Qin family be exterminated? Indeed, General Qin has been generous to us. Must the Qin family be left without a descendant even after his death? The Qin family has long been loyal and valiant. How many of their sons have perished on battlefields for the Great Wu Dynasty? Only the young Master Qin Ming remains in this world, the sole heir of the Qin family, and now we are to mercilessly eliminate him. Before the 3 stood a decree commanding the 100,000 troops stationed outside Feihua City to move against the Qin family, leaving not a single survivor, under the pretext of treason. What shall we do? Asked the leader, a man of imposing stature and formidable aura. His expression pained. He was a soldier nurtured by the old general, and having reached the second level of the Transcendence Realm, He was considered a strong man among the legions of the Great Wu Dynasty. His current standing was entirely due to the old general's patronage. Now, with the imperial order in hand, he found himself tasked with the assassination of the Qin family, a command he could not fulfill. What can we do? We wish to know as well that, if we dare defy the order, it will not only implicate us, but also our families and those of many in the Northern Expedition Army. The other two generals said bitterly, as these words hung in the air. The entire encampment fell into a long silence that on one side lay the Qin family, and on the other, their own kin. This truly placed these iron-blooded generals in a dire predicament. Let us proceed with the deployment first, and when we encounter young Master Qin Ming, we can discuss matters then. Perhaps we can find a compromise. Young Master Qin Ming is known for his strategic acumen. I believe he will have a solution, suggested the leader, Feng Tianhua, who was at the second level of the Transcendence Realm. That seems to be the only course of action. According to the information provided, the Qin family will arrive outside Feihua City in about 2 days. We should wait for them on the road. Otherwise, in the bustling surroundings of Feihua City, it will be difficult to maneuver. Agreed the two generals at the first level of the Transcendence Realm. The three then dispersed to prepare for the upcoming deployment. Meanwhile, Qin Ming continued his journey in the carriage. However, over the past 2 days, he had noticed something remarkable. His sister Qin Ming Yue's talent seemed to exceed his expectations. From the moment she began consuming meat, her cultivation had surged from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Yuan-Ing realm directly to the 7th level of the Lingji realm. A leap across a significant boundary. Even the most dazzling prodigy of the Great Wu Dynasty could not achieve such a feat. His sister Qin Ming Yue had done at the tender age of 12. She had surpassed his own cultivation speed, which had been aided by the system. This was simply astonishing. There must be a secret behind Ming Yue's prowess. Qin Ming was certain of this. However, he had no intention of inquiring about it. In these times, should he perish, it was only natural for her to harbor a secret. As long as she remained his sister, that was sufficient. Nevertheless, Qin Ming was immensely pleased with her rapid advancement. Given her exceptional talent, he decided to generously provide her with resources. In time, Qin Ming Yue might become a significant ally. Just as Qin Ming was musing, a clear voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Brother, I come to find you." Before the words could settle, a small figure entered the carriage, none other than Qin Ming Yue. "Brother, I am hungry again. Though you have any Ling Xian rice left, it had been a whole day since their last meal." And after an entire day of travel, she had already exhausted her internal spiritual energy, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Lingji realm. She desperately needed Ling Xian rice to maintain her cultivation. Hungry? Then let us pause for a moment and continue our journey afterward. We are at least a day away from Feihua City, so there's no need to rush, Qin Ming replied, immediately recognizing that the little girl had depleted her spiritual energy and required Ling Xian rice to continue her progress. "Thank you, brother. You are the best," Qin Ming Yue exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in the spacious carriage. They halted the carriage, prepared another 10,000 pounds of Ling Xian rice, and she began to feast heartily. Of course, those of lower cultivation in the Qin family could only manage a bite or two, as their spiritual energy had not yet been fully refined. However, Qin Ming Yue, with her extraordinary appetite, devoured over 100 bowls of Ling Xian rice, leaving Qin Ming apprehensive that she might overindulge. Yet, being the reincarnation of a former saint emperor, she could hardly be overwhelmed by such an amount. Even after consuming 100 bowls, her stomach remained unperturbed. One must always maintain their figure, although she ate more than usual this time. Qin Ming Yue only managed to break through 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Lingji realm, falling short of the expected half-step into the Transcendence realm. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, as higher cultivation levels required significantly more energy for breakthroughs. Thus, she packed 200 bowls of Ling Xian rice for the journey. In addition to Qin Ming Yue's advancement, Qin Ming himself also broke through to the 7th level of the Lingji realm, now considered to be in the late stage of the Lingji realm. The 3 divine generals remained at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, having made no progress, even with the 8th grade Ling Xian rice. Their advancement was minimal. However, with prolonged consumption, their cultivation speed would likely increase. Before long, another day passed, and they were roughly halfway to Beiliang, despite his misfortune in signing and over the last 2 days. Qin Ming managed to acquire 100,000 pounds of Ling Xian rice and a 7th-grade illusion array plate, but he had not signed anything resembling a divine general or an exceptionally powerful legion. That afternoon, 3 carriages carrying 3,000 Beiliang iron cavalry rushed along the official road when suddenly, Lu Bu, the charioteer, brought the carriage to a halt. The others followed suit. Sensing the change, Qin Ming opened his eyes, drew back the curtain, and stepped out of the carriage. What met his gaze was a dark mass of familiar figures clad in mysterious armor, along with the towering form of Lu Bu. The Northern Expedition Army? Qin Ming blurted out, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that the third attempt on his life would come from his father's former troops, the elite of the Northern Expedition Army, the Xuanjiao Legion. Nor had he expected that the empress would dispatch an entire 100,000 troops to hunt him down and eradicate the Qin family. Truly, they have shown me their disdain. Yet, even 100,000 armored soldiers cannot hinder my path to Beiliang. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, since his father's forces had chosen to stand against him. He was left with no choice but to be ruthless. Just as he was preparing to summon the system for the 1,000 Tiger Band troops and command the 3 divine generals and the 3,000 Beiliang iron cavalry to prepare for battle, a rough yet sorrowful voice rang out. I, Fong Tianhua, have come to meet young Master Qin Ming. Today, I lead my troops here out of necessity. I hope for your understanding. A burly man in red armor stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and spoke respectfully. What? Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, his gaze landing on the kneeling Fong Tianhua. Aren't you here to hunt me down? Chapter 13. Dispersing to Conquer. Young Master Qin Ming, I have come seeking your assistance. You are the sole son of our general and the last male heir of the Qin family. Even with the imperial decree hanging over us, we do not wish to harm you, Fong Tianhua slowly replied, his face awash with confusion. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming instantly understood the situation, that on one hand lay the imperial decree, and on the other, the only son of the Northern Expedition's great general. They were caught in a dilemma that if they chose to annihilate the Qin family, they would betray the old general's trust. Yet, if they chose to defy the order, it would mean death not only for themselves but also for their families. Contemplating this, Qin Ming broke into a smile, took a step forward, and gently inquired, Do you trust me? Upon hearing this, Fong Tianhua was momentarily stunned, then immediately nodded. We absolutely trust you. Qin Ming in the military did not merely achieve minor feats. He once provided counsel to an elderly general during the sudden onslaught of the Southern Barbarians dynasty, leading to their defeat and earning immense merit. It is said that the Qin family will soon produce a strategist surpassing all others. Therefore, they undoubtedly place their unwavering trust in Qin Ming. Otherwise, they would not risk everything to seek his assistance. Will you accompany me to Beiliang? Qin Ming inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Fong Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a bittersweet smile that he was exceedingly willing in his heart. Yet, the soldiers all have families. If they were to follow you to Beiliang, then Fong Tianhua trailed off, shaking his head in resignation. What if I assure you that not only will you accompany me to Beiliang, but your families will be safe and you shall receive substantial compensation? Qin Ming replied with a smile. What do you mean? Fong Tianhua asked in confusion. Without further explanation, Qin Ming waved his hand, and a formation plate descended onto the official road, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a scene of carnage. The land was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, and Fong Tianhua, along with many soldiers from the Xuanjiao army, was taken aback by the sight of countless corpses at their feet, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Do not be alarmed. This is a 7th-grade illusion formation. What Wu Linglong spoke coldly to this moment. The Grand General of Shangling was still immersed in the news that the 100,000 troops of the Northern Defense had been slaughtered by the Qin family. And no matter how he thought about it, he could not believe that the entire 100,000 troops had been completely annihilated, yet the grim reality was laid bare before him. Indeed, the news was accompanied by a recording stone depicting a scene too horrific to bear. It was undoubtedly genuine. How could the Grand General of Shangling have any objections, remaining silent in his thoughts? Wu Linglong's indifferent gaze suddenly fell upon Zhang Dao, Zhang Dao finally reacted, hurriedly speaking, "Your Majesty, I personally led the charge and mobilized my million tiger-breaking army. That I refuse to believe that we cannot subdue a mere Qin family. If we fail to destroy them, I shall offer my head." Before Zhang Dao could finish his sentence, a voice abruptly sounded from outside the hall. "Report. There's been a change in the southern frontier." Then a figure rushed into the Golden Yuan Hall, kneeling on the ground. Speaking with urgency, "Your Majesty, at the southern frontier, a large number of troops from the Southern Barbarian Dynasty have suddenly appeared, advancing towards our southern frontier. Their momentum is overwhelming, numbering in the tens of millions." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall widened their eyes in astonishment. The Southern Barbarian Dynasty was invading once more. Had they not been subdued by the Northern Defense General last time? How could this be? Just as the crowd was filled with confusion and disbelief, Wu Linglong's chilling voice resonated throughout the imperial court. "Grand General of Shangling, you need not concern yourself with the annihilation of the Qin family any longer. Mobilize the troops and swiftly proceed to the southern frontier to provide assistance. Make the Southern Barbarian Dynasty tremble in fear this time, that I wish to see what audacity a mere Southern Barbarian Dynasty possesses to provoke our Great Wu Dynasty repeatedly." As her words fell, Grand General Zhang Dao immediately knelt in response and hastily departed the Golden Yuan Hall. Eager to confront the Southern Barbarian Dynasty, he was determined to press them down into the ground. What the Northern Defense General could achieve, the Grand General of Shangling, could achieve as well. With the command to dismiss the court, the civil and military officials dispersed, but a sense of impending storm hung heavy in their hearts. Wu Linglong gazed upon the empty hall, revealing a ruthless smile. "Qin family, it seems even heaven is aiding you. However, I shall ensure your downfall. Even if you reach the northern Liang territory, I can still bring about your demise." With narrowed, beautiful eyes, Wu Linglong departed the hall, heading straight to the innermost depths of the Great Wu Palace. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent bird of spirit jing from the palace soared into the sky, racing towards a specific direction. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had gone by. Qin Ming was now drawing closer to the northern Liang territory, with only 5,000 miles remaining to reach his destination. At this point, the surrounding environment had begun to grow desolate. Even the once wide and straight roads had vanished, replaced by rugged paths. Yet, for Qin Ming, who rode upon a scarlet flame steed, possessing a nascent soul stage horse, and a thunderbolt warhorse at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, there was no impact whatsoever. They maintained their swift pace. "Northern Liang, I am finally arriving," Qin Ming murmured as he sat atop the scarlet flame steed, observing the fleeting scenery. Throughout these 5 days, numerous soldiers and 3 divine martial generals had consumed a meal of spirit rice each day, resulting in a significant improvement in their cultivation and combat prowess. Warriors who were originally at the first and second levels of the nascent soul stage had advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage due to the rich spiritual energy contained within the spirit rice. Reaching the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, their strength had nearly doubled. Aside from the 3,000 Northern Liang cavalry, Qin Mingyue had also successfully broken through to the half-step transcendental stage after continuously consuming the mystic spirit rice over these 5 days. She was but a step away from achieving true transcendence. Once she attained transcendence, the secret technique stored in her memory could be practiced once more that time, with the secret techniques and her formidable cultivation method. Even the late transcendental experts would not stand as her opponents. Having broken through to the half-step transcendental stage, Qin Mingyue's confidence surged, knowing she would have the ability to protect herself in this realm. As they galloped forward, another day dawned. Qin Ming and his companions finally set foot in the northern Liang territory. The immediate sight was one of endless desolation and barrenness, a stark contrast to the lush heartland of the Great Wu Dynasty. However, to Qin Ming, none of this posed any issue. The foundation for establishing the Great Qin Dynasty would commence here. He held steadfast confidence. "Ding, host detected arrival in the northern Liang territory. You may conduct a critical sign-in in this area." Just as Qin Ming contemplated how to rise amidst the desolation of the northern Liang territory, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Critical sign-in. I shall sign in," Qin Ming declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Critical hit multiplied 100-fold. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Chapter 15, Yuan Zhuozong. The might of the Great Snow Dragon Riders. 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Qin Ming gasped deeply, astonishment flashing his eyes. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. These are the most elite cavalry. And he had unexpectedly signed for such a staggering quantity. It left Qin Ming in disbelief. After regaining his composure, he suppressed the excitement rising within him and led his group deeper into northern Liang. Whether it be the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, the 10,000 Tiger-Breaking Army, or the 3,000 Northern Liang Cavalry, they would all serve as the foundation for his overthrow of the Great Wu Dynasty. What he needed to do now was to accumulate strength and await the day of reckoning. Half a day later, brother, we have arrived in northern Liang. Where shall we settle next? Qin Ming, riding on the scarlet flame steed, curiously turned to Qin Ming and inquired. Having reached the half-step transcendental stage, she could not break through to the transcendental stage in a short time, so she simply enjoyed the scenery atop her steed. Northern Liang City, Qin Ming replied calmly. Northern Liang City was the central location of the Northern Liang territory and the most prosperous area within the vast expanse of Northern Liang. Naturally, upon arriving in Northern Liang, he intended to head to Northern Liang City. With 2,000 miles still to go, they aimed to reach by nightfall. Qin Ming issued the command, and the entire group set off at full speed. The 2,000 miles posed no challenge. For Qin Ming and his companions now, it would take merely half a day's time to arrive. Within the Lord's residence of Northern Liang City, dozens of formidable figures had gathered. Each exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. How absurd. The Northern Liang territory has always been divided among my Black Wind sect, Flying Snake Mountain Manor, and the garrison of Northern Liang City. That empress must be out of her mind to appoint a Northern Liang king in our territory. Attempting to assert dominance over us, I shall never allow it. If that so-called Northern Liang king dares to come here and claim kingship, my Black Wind sect will see if he possesses such capability. A bald man, radiating a terrifying presence and clad in heavy-set flesh, spoke coldly. The Northern Liang territory spanned tens of thousands of miles. In this land, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Black Wind sect. Could that so-called Northern Liang king contend with his 50,000 disciples? Could he withstand the might of his own third level of the transcendental stage? To dare claim kingship here was sheer folly. I, Flying Snake Mountain Manor, also do not agree. The resources in Northern Liang are already scarce. Adding another competitor will only divide what little is available, if that Northern Liang king truly dares to arrive. I, Han, shall personally strike him down. A slender, elegant man in gray attire flicked his long tongue and spoke softly. This man was also a formidable presence at the third level of the transcendental stage. Let us cease the chatter. Since we have all reached a consensus, it shall be simple. Zhao Jikuan waved his hand, standing up slowly to speak, that we shall await the Northern Liang King's arrival and eliminate him directly. Our Northern Liang territory needs no Northern Liang king, for the three of us are the true kings of Northern Liang. Zhao Jikuan's laughter echoed in the air after he spoke, the master of the Black Wind Gate. The Lord of the Flying Snake Manor, along with the formidable warriors trailing behind them, joined in the uproarious laughter. The city guard of Beiliang City, Zhao Jikuan, commanded an army of 30,000 mercenaries and was himself a formidable figure at the third level of the Transcendence realm. With 50,000 disciples under the Black Wind Gate and countless strong warriors in the Flying Snake Manor, these three great powers were the undisputed rulers of Beiliang, and they would never allow the king of Beiliang to ride over their heads. Soon, the three factions dispersed, having already conspired for the day's events, now merely awaiting the arrival of the king of Beiliang. As night began to envelop the land, Zhao Jikuan sat in his meditation chamber. Eyes closed in deep concentration, he had arrived in Beiliang 50 years ago and ascended to the position of city guard at that time. He was merely a half-step into the Transcendence realm. Yet in just 50 years, he had reached the formidable third level of the Transcendence realm. His rapid cultivation was a direct result of his status as one-third of the ruler of Beiliang. Without it, how could he have progressed so swiftly? Just as Zhao Jikuan attempted to clear his mind of distractions, a sudden, urgent voice pierced through from outside the meditation chamber. "City guard, trouble! The king of Beiliang has arrived with his men outside the city." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jikuan's eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet, narrowing his gaze to "So, the king of Beiliang truly dares to come here. I shall show you that being the king of Beiliang is no easy feat." With that, Zhao Jikuan's figure swiftly appeared outside the meditation chamber, and two birds took flight into the night sky. In the next moment, Zhao Jikuan bellowed, "Gather everyone. We have an enemy approaching. We must slay them and defend our Beiliang city." Instantly, the 30,000 city guards assembled and surged towards the city gates. This really Beiliang city. It doesn't seem as dilapidated as I had imagined, Qin Ming remarked as she gazed at the towering city walls nearby. Indeed, though Beiliang is chaotic, it is evident that the city guard manages it quite well. However, it seems rather unfriendly towards us. Qin Ming smiled slightly before his gaze fixed upon the formidable walls. Atop the ramparts stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple brocade robe, staring intently at him. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of hostility. "Oh, you truly believe yourself to be the king of Beiliang, marching into my city in the dead of night?" A mocking voice rang out. It was none other than Zhao Jikuan, the city guard of Beiliang. Filled with disdain, Zhao Jikuan mused that the king of Beiliang had brought only a few thousand men. Far less than he had expected. You claim I am the king of Beiliang. Why can I not return to my own home in the dead of night?" Qin Ming replied, his voice calm. A faint smile gracing his lips, though softly spoken, Zhao Jikuan heard every word clearly. "What's this?" Zhao Jikuan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he retorted, "You smooth talker, I advise you to leave Beiliang at once. Otherwise, you may find yourself trapped here forever." As he spoke, Zhao Jikuan's aura as a third-level transcendence realm cultivator erupted violently, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. "Thank you for your concern. I have come here today with the intention of staying." Qin Ming's voice was cold and indifferent, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his deep eyes. "Dare to speak so boldly? Open the gates and charge at all enemies outside," Zhao Jikuan roared, his voice echoing throughout Beiliang City. With a thunderous crash, the massive gates of Beiliang City swung open, revealing an endless tide of soldiers emanating a fierce aura, either at the peak of the spirit sea or in the transformation stage. Charging towards Qin Ming and his companions. This the extent of your forces. System, manifest for me 1,000 Tiger Band troops and 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully manifested 1,000 Tiger Band troops and 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. As the system's voice faded, the ground began to tremble. What is happening? Zhao Jikuan on the city walls widened his eyes in shock. And in the next moment, he stood frozen as he beheld an endless wave of cavalry clad in white armor, riding white steeds, sweeping through the darkness like a tempest. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder, and the glint of spearheads filled the air, their combined might shaking the very heavens. Moreover, from the southern darkness beyond the city gates emerged thousands of soldiers clad in yellow armor, each emanating a terrifying aura, revealing that they had all reached the nascent soul stage. The sheer number of these nascent soul cultivators was indicative of a fearsome steel legion. Not only was Zhao Jikuan dumbfounded, but even the 30,000 city guards who had surged towards Qin Ming were left in stunned silence, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Some even collapsed to the ground, their legs turning to jelly. What kind of army is that? Why have I never heard of them before?" Zhao Jikuan murmured, his heart pounding in disbelief. Yet, the reply came with chilling clarity. "Tiger Band troops, Beiliang Iron Cavalry, 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Heed my command to annihilate all enemies before you. Liu Bu, Su Chu, Wang Lei. Heed my command and slay all foes atop the city walls." Qin Ming's voice was chillingly calm, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. The Beiliang Iron Cavalry and 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders swiftly maneuvered around 3 chariots, advancing towards the 30,000 city guards. The Tiger Band troops flanked them, ready to strike. Liu Bu, Su Chu, and Wang Lei soared through the air, instantly appearing atop the city walls. This moment, Zhao Jikuan felt utterly defeated. He had thought that even with such a large force, his third-level Transcendence realm cultivation would allow him to escape unscathed. But now he faced three formidable Transcendence realm warriors, each radiating an aura that dwarfed his own. "How dare you mock my master? Prepare to die." Su Chu roared, his iron blade infused with boundless power, cleaving towards Zhao Jikuan's head. With a resounding thud, crimson and white splattered, marking the fall of the city guard of Beiliang, the ruler of 1/3 of the territory. The strong warriors under Zhao Jikuan attempted to flee. Yet before the might of Lu Bu and Wang Lei, escape was utterly futile. Blood stained the city walls, and the ground before Beiliang's gates ran red with the lifeblood of the fallen. At this moment, the Qin family, particularly Qin Ming, was engulfed in a storm of turmoil. Even as a reincarnated sovereign, she had never managed to gather such a formidable force or such a powerful army at the spirit void stage. How had Ming managed this? Could it be that he was a reincarnated being of the quasi-emperor realm, capable of wielding such might? To have two reincarnated souls in one family was almost unfathomable. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, he remained coldly observant of the unfolding chaos. Those who sought his death and aimed to annihilate his family had already been condemned in his heart. Time passé, the delicate tongue of the effeminate man flicked lightly at his chin as he spoke softly. Outside the city of Beiliang, rivers of blood flowed. Upon the city walls, Lu Bu commanded 10,000 elite troops stationed there, awaiting the next wave of adversaries. Within Beiliang, Qin Ming had meticulously arranged for the safety of all members of the Qin family. Transforming the former city guard's residence into their stronghold, Beiliang was vast, spanning hundreds of miles, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 souls. The 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders and 3,000 Beiliang Iron Riders could easily fit within its confines. In the Lord's Hall of the City Lord's Mansion, Qin Ming sat regally upon his throne, surrounded by Su Chu, Wang Lei, and a general of the Great Snow Dragon Riders, Yuan Zuozong. Yuan Zuozong knelt in reverence. Addressing his lord with utmost respect and no need for excessive courtesy, Qin Ming replied, his gaze settling upon Yuan Zuozong. As he continued, "Please introduce the capabilities of the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders." Yuan Zuozong began, "In response to your command, my lord, the ordinary soldiers of the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders are at the peak of the Transformation Dan realm, while the captains range from the 1st to the 8th level of the Nascent Soul realm. The 100-man captains are at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul realm, the 1,000-man captains at the peak of the Spirit Solitude realm, and the 10,000-man captains at the 3rd level of the Profound Understanding realm. I myself possess an 8th level cultivation in the Profound Understanding realm. 8th level in the Profound Understanding realm." Qin Ming was taken aback, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated not only summoning the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, but also acquiring a superpower at the 8th level of the Profound Understanding realm. The system truly understood his needs. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall lead the 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders to sweep across all of Beiliang. Any brigands or forces that threaten the peace must be eradicated. I desire tranquility throughout Beiliang," Qin Ming stated calmly. The chaos in Beiliang was excessive, and only by eliminating these troublemakers could he gain complete control over the region, focusing on the development and accumulation of his power in preparation for the eventual overthrow of the Great Wu Dynasty. "Understood, my lord," Yuan Zuozong responded respectfully. Following this, the assembly dispersed, and Qin Ming retreated to his quarters, contemplating the system spaced in recent days. Aside from achieving a critical hit upon signing into Beiliang, he had also received numerous rewards, including 200,000 pounds of 8th grade spiritual rice, a bottle of 8th grade spirit gathering pills, and a level 1 Imperial City construction card. This construction card could be utilized once the arrangements in Beiliang were thoroughly organized in a few days. Qin Ming fixed his gaze upon the Imperial City construction card, murmuring softly, "Imperial City construction card, capable of assisting the host in establishing a magnificent and opulent capital, the bottle of spirit gathering pills." On the other hand, was something he could use himself. His attention shifted to the 8th grade spirit gathering pill. 8th grade spirit gathering pill. Below the void dividing realm, consuming a 7th grade spirit gathering pill can enhance one's cultivation speed tenfold. with a one-fold increase in void dividing for a duration of 10 days, tenfold cultivation speed. How delightful, Qin Ming mused, before tilting his head back and swallowing a spirit-gathering pill. He then crushed several hundred high-grade spirit crystals, instantly filling the room with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Boundless energy surged into his body with each breath he took. As the night passed in silence, just as dawn broke, an aura of terrifying intensity erupted from Qin Ming's being. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with two brilliant rays of light. His cultivation had ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the spirit solitude 9th level. He had already broken through to the 8th level of spirit solitude during his journey, and after a night of arduous cultivation, he had finally attained the 9th level. While he might not yet surpass Qin Mingyue's prowess, he had his own advantages that it was only a matter of time. Ding, the host has not yet signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained the divine demon general, the god of slaughter, Bai Qi. Chapter 16. The true king of Beiliang goodness. Another divine demon general, the god of slaughter, Bai Qi. Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the system's announcement, his spirits soaring instantly. System, materialized the divine demon general, Bai Qi. Ding, the divine demon general, Bai Qi, has been materialized. As the system's voice faded, a powerful aura emanated from outside Qin Ming's chamber. Bai Qi pays respects to the Lord. Stepping outside, he beheld a robust man kneeling on one knee, addressing Qin Ming with utmost respect and no need for excessive courtesy. Upon laying eyes on Bai Qi, information about him appeared before Qin Ming. Divine Demon General, Bai Qi cultivation, 6th level of the profound understanding realm weapon, high-grade spiritual weapon. Bronze sword martial arts, sword radiance, sword drawing technique. Yet another divine demon general at the 6th level of the profound understanding realm. The it seemed the system was determined to empower him to utterly crush the Great Wu Dynasty. Qin Ming reflected, realizing that the day to overthrow the Great Wu Dynasty was not far off. As he indulged in these thoughts, a figure descended from the sky. It was Yuan Zuozong, who had achieved the 8th level of the profound understanding realm. Reporting to the Lord, 2 teams of forces are approaching Beiliang City, exuding a menacing aura. Liu Bu has already stationed 10,000 elite troops outside the city, ready for confrontation to Is that so? Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. Then turned to Bai Qi and commanded, General Bai, accompany General Yuan and lead the 100,000 great snow dragon riders out of the city. And no matter who they are, any force that dares to oppose us must be obliterated. Understood. The 2 formidable experts of the profound understanding realm soared into the air, with the 100,000 great snow dragon riders, 10,000 elite troops, and 5 supreme experts. Wang Lei, Lu Bu, Su Chu, Bai Qi, and Yuan Zuozong. Who could withstand them in all of Beiliang? Even the Great Wu Dynasty, a colossal behemoth, would need to deploy at least 1 million troops to contend with his current forces. Thus, Qin Ming felt an unwavering confidence, unperturbed by any adversary or force that dared to confront him in Beiliang. Brother, I hear there are invaders attacking the city. The child is hungry. Before Qin Ming could return to his chamber, a melodious voice rang out. It was the petite and delicate Qin Ming wed. If you're hungry, eat. Should your resources for cultivation run low in the future, do not hesitate to seek them from me. Qin Ming replied promptly. Here, 5 8th-grade spirit gathering pills, which will enhance your absorption of spiritual energy tenfold. Additionally, take 2,000 high-grade spirit crystals obtained along the way, and take this 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice for your cultivation. Strive to reach the profound understanding realm as soon as possible. Qin Ming sensed the aura emanating from Qin Mingyue, realizing she had surpassed the pinnacle of the spirit solitude 9th level and was now at the threshold of the profound understanding realm. The resources required to advance beyond this point were significantly greater, so he decided to provide her with ample supplies to support her cultivation for a longer duration. Thank you, brother. You are truly wonderful. Qin Mingyue exclaimed as she took the items and swiftly departed. The 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice felt weightless in her hands as she effortlessly carried it away. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, Recognizing her ambition, the it seemed that Qin Ming Yue's future achievements would be remarkable. I must attend to matters within Beiliang City now. Having just settled into Beiliang City, there were numerous tasks that required his attention and organization. The presence of 3,000 Beiliang Iron Riders in the city was intended to suppress any petty disturbances. With that, Qin Ming, leading the 3,000 Beiliang Iron Riders, began to exert his influence over Beiliang City, making it clear to all that the once mighty Zhao Jikuan had fallen, and he was now the true king of Beiliang. Meanwhile, the 100,000 great snow dragon riders and 10,000 elite troops, along with the 5 supreme experts, awaited outside the city gates. Suddenly, a thunderous roar and a mocking laughter echoed through the air. Who dares to call themselves the king of Beiliang? Step forward and see if I don't end you. The king of Beiliang? Humph! Today shall mark your demise. Before the echoes of their voices faded, a burly bald man and an effeminate figure materialized in the air, radiating the formidable aura of the 3rd level of the profound understanding realm. This level of power was already the pinnacle of existence in Beiliang, unrivaled. Moreover, behind them surged thousands of black-robed cultivators, moving swiftly across the ground. Alongside the throng of black-robed cultivators were over 1,000 formidable figures, their faces obscured by thin gray scales, gliding gracefully as if they could traverse hundreds of meters with a single step. These were disciples of the Black Wind sect and the serpent attendants of the Flying Serpent Mountain Manor. Who dares to disturb the peace of my Beiliang city? Come down and face me. Upon witnessing the audacity of his opponent, Yuan Zuozong's brows furrowed slightly. In a mere instant, he ascended to a higher altitude, drawing forth a superior spirit bow that swiftly took the shape of a full moon. Whoosh! A terrifying sound of wind howled as a sharp arrow was instantaneously unleashed, reaching the bald giant in the blink of an eye. What? Such a formidable arrow! The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the silver projectile. Filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, he sensed an unmistakable aura of death emanating from the arrow before him. No! The bald man let out a howling scream, his spiritual energy erupting around him as he attempted to wield his long blade defensively against the sudden attack. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a dull thud echoed through the sky, and a headless corpse plummeted to the ground. The blood mist that filled the air dispersed with the wind, showering the faces of the many disciples of the Black Wind sect below. What? Impossible! The sect master is dead. A terrified roar rippled through the ranks of the Black Wind sect disciples, causing them to halt in their tracks as they beheld the headless body. A chilling sensation surged from their feet to their spines, filling their hearts with an inescapable cold. However, at that moment, it was not the disciples of the Black Wind sect who felt the most fear, but rather the androgynous man standing frozen in the void, the master of the Flying Snake Manor. His eyes were filled with boundless terror as he gazed upon Yuan Slay, the master of the Black Wind sect, who was at the 3rd level of the Transcendental Realm, required at least a 6th-level Transcendental expert, or perhaps even a stronger force. How could a mere 3rd-level Transcendental, contend with such power? Just as the androgynous man trembled in fear, a commanding voice resonated once more in the void. Eliminate all enemies before us. With a thunderous shout, Yuan Zuozong commanded his 100,000 snow dragon riders and 10,000 Tiger Band troops to surge forward like a torrent of steel, charging towards the disciples of the Black Wind sect and the snake attendants. Lao Yuan, leave this one to me. Bai Qi's figure suddenly materialized in the void, a smile gracing his face as he swiftly drew his bronze sword. A fierce sword intent, in an instant, traversed over 1,000 meters, arriving before the androgynous man. Yet another formidable expert, at least of the 6th level of the Transcendental Realm. As the androgynous man felt the razor-sharp sword intent approaching him, his pupils abruptly transformed into slits, and a dense layer of black scales enveloped his entire being. His aura surged dramatically, approaching the formidable presence of the 5th level of the Transcendental Realm. However, all was in vain. The god of slaughter, Bai Qi, was not famed for nothing. The androgynous man had no time to escape as the fierce sword intent cleaved through him, shattering his protective scales and leaving a bloody gash from his head to his waist. Subsequently, Dark red blood splattered through the air, and the androgynous man's body was severed in two, crashing to the ground, lifeless beyond resurrection. General Bai, that strike possessed the essence of a sword immortal. Yuan Zhuozong exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the scene. Ha ha, it is still General Yuan's cultivation that surpasses all. Bai Qi laughed heartily, his figure dashing towards the chaotic battlefield below. Hearing this, Yuan Zhuozong chuckled as well, following Bai Qi into the fray in this tumultuous battlefield. Su Chu, Elbu, and Wang Lei, three experts at the 6th level of the transcendental realm, moved like tigers among a flock of sheep, causing dozens to perish with a mere wave of their hands. None could withstand their combined might. The 100,000 snow dragon riders, along with the Tiger Bend troops, encircled all their foes, relentlessly besieging them. With the addition of Bai Qi and Yuan Zhuozong, two superlative experts at the 6th and 8th levels of the transcendental realm, the battle concluded within 10 minutes. The scene transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood once more. Clean up the battlefield. After the slaughter, the troops began to tidy the area. After all, this would be their territory moving forward, and it could not be left in disarray. Under the collective effort of the crowd, they gathered countless corpses together, igniting a blazing spirit fire that consumed them entirely. On the walls of Beiliang City, Qin Ming observed the billowing smoke rising in the distance. Turning to the hundreds of thousands of cultivators standing within Beiliang City, his voice, cold and indifferent, resonated throughout the city. The Flying Snake Manor, the Black Wind Sect, and the former guardians of Beiliang City have all perished beyond these walls. From this day forth, Beiliang shall no longer have three great powers. There shall be only I, the King of Beiliang. Chapter 17, Half-Demon, Supreme Spirit Crystal Mine in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed since entering Beiliang City. During this time, the 100,000 snow dragon riders had traversed nearly every corner of the region. All surrendered beneath the iron hooves of the snow dragon riders. Those who did not acquiesce were buried underfoot. Qin Ming had become the undisputed king of Beiliang. This news rapidly reached the Great Wu imperial city. In the empress's palace, Wu Linglong abruptly stood up upon reading the letter in her hand, her stunning visage filled with astonishment. Impossible! How could he achieve the title of king of Beiliang and quell the chaos in such a short span of days? Qin Ming, what other hidden cards do you possess? You truly astonish me. If this is the case, then I shall have to relinquish this worthless land of Beiliang for your obliteration. It seems a worthy exchange. After her shock, Wu Linglong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within her, murmuring to herself. She had anticipated the Qin family's domination over the chaos of Beiliang and their ascent to power. However, she had not expected it to materialize so swiftly. Yet, it mattered not. Soon, both Beiliang and Qin Ming would be utterly erased in the opulent and grand hall of the Dragonflame dynasty. A middle-aged man clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, crowned with a dragon diadem, sat regally upon the throne. Below him stood a burly man in crimson dragon armor, attentively awaiting his words. General Kuei Long, the territory of Beiliang under the Great Wu Dynasty borders our fire cloud frontier. Now, Wu Linglong has offered to cede Beiliang to us. What are your thoughts? The voice of the ruler of the Dragonflame Dynasty resonated with authority. Why would we not want it? Even if the Great Wu Dynasty did not offer it, we would still seize it ourselves. General Kuei Long immediately responded, a flicker of excitement crossing his features that, oh, Kuei Long, why are you so fervent? Does the land of Beiliang still hold any value? I have heard that it is barren and chaotic. Of little worth either way. The ruler of the Dragonflame Dynasty began to speak slowly. Your Majesty, you may not know, but I have returned personally to request your command to launch an offensive against the Great Wu Dynasty to seize Beiliang. There exists a mountain range in Beiliang known as the Taiyao Mountain Range. While it lacks formidable beasts, there is a half-demon there with whom I share a connection. This half-demon has discovered a spirit crystal mine within the Taiyao Mountain Range. A supreme spirit crystal mine. Your Majesty, do you not believe we should dispatch troops to Beiliang? General Kuei Long spoke earnestly, his excitement palpable despite his 9th-level transcendental realm cultivation that a supreme spirit crystal mine. The spirit energy contained within supreme spirit crystals far surpasses that of ordinary spirit crystals by dozens of times. Just imagine the quantity of supreme spirit crystals that could be produced by such a mine, and how many powerful cultivators could be nurtured from them. It is even possible that I might step into the realm of half-step void transcendence, becoming invincible in the world. What? A supreme spirit crystal mine. Immediately, we must dispatch troops to Beiliang. We must secure that mine at all costs. The Emperor of the Dragon Flame Dynasty exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat, his face alight with joy in his dynasty. There were still 2 ordinary spirit crystal mines. However, they had never possessed a supreme spirit crystal mine. Supreme spirit crystals were the most coveted high-tier cultivation resources, should they acquire such a mine. The number of transcendental experts in the Dragon Flame Dynasty would dramatically increase. They would become the most powerful dynasty in the Forsaken Lands. Yes, General Kuei Long replied respectfully, and, as he turned to leave, a voice echoed in his ear, "Bring more troops. I desire absolute certainty." Kuei Long nodded and swiftly departed. With a supreme spirit crystal mine guarded by 100,000 Kuei Long troops, even the Great Wu Dynasty would find it challenging to contend with. After all, the old fellow who once safeguarded the North had already passed away. If the millions of Northern Guardian troops were still under his command, I might have feared him a little. To my astonishment, Wu Linglong has willingly surrendered the territory of Beiliang, a land rich in exquisite spirit crystals. This Wu Linglong is, without a doubt, the most foolish empress I have ever encountered. Ku Long traversed the skies, murmuring to himself. In Beiliang City, Qin Ming sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense. With each breath he took, this abundant energy surged into his body, visibly enhancing his cultivation. It has cost me a staggering 3,000 top-grade spirit crystals to finally break through to the half-step Tongxin realm. The resources I require for my training are becoming increasingly burdensome. My stockpile can hardly sustain me for much longer. Qin Ming exhaled deeply and then opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, his aura considerably augmented. Over the past 5 days, apart from managing affairs in Beiliang, I have devoted myself to cultivation. With a 10-fold increase in my cultivation speed, coupled with an unlimited supply of top-grade spirit crystals and meals comprised of 8th-grade Lingxian rice, I have successfully advanced to the half-step Tongxian realm, thus joining the ranks of the formidable in the Wu Dynasty. It is quite unproblematic for someone at the half-step Tongxian realm to easily become a city guard commander. However, resources are undeniably scarce. With 100,000 great snow dragon riders, 3,000 Beiliang iron riders, and 10,000 Tiger Bend troops, the daily demand for cultivation resources poses a significant challenge. Surely, I cannot allow my troops to remain idle in their training. Qin Ming murmured with a hint of frustration. Beiliang is indeed desolate. Even with control over the entire region, the resources acquired are insufficient for my numerous armies. Moreover, there are several powerful divine and demonic generals whose resource consumption is staggering. The items received from daily sign-ins are rather random. Some can be utilized as cultivation resources, while others are only suitable for limited individuals. For instance, over the past 5 days, I have received 2 bottles of 8th grade gathering spirit pills and 300,000 pounds of Lingxian rice. Although these items are immensely valuable, they remain far from adequate for the training needs of my many soldiers. Furthermore, it is imminent that the Northern Town Army, led by Fong Tianhua and others, will soon arrive in Beiliang at that time. The resource demands will only escalate further. Insufficient military funds are simply unacceptable. Ding, the system alert resounded in Qin Ming's mind, indicating that the host has not signed in today. Should you proceed to the Taiyao Mountain Range for a critical sign-in? The system's prompt suddenly echoed in Qin Ming's thoughts, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Another critical sign-in? Taiyao Mountain Range? The last time I had a critical sign-in, I was supposed to sign in for 1,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, but ended up receiving a 100-fold boost, resulting in 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. How could I possibly miss another opportunity for a critical sign-in? Yes, Qin Ming replied without hesitation. Ding, please proceed to the Taiyao Mountain Range for today's sign-in. If you do not go today, you will be unable to make up for the ordinary sign-in. As the system's voice faded, Qin Ming rose and made his way outside. The Taiyao Mountain Range is the largest mountain range within Beiliang, teeming with ferocious beasts. For an ordinary person, entering would likely spell doom. However, as a half-step Tongxian realm cultivator accompanied by numerous divine and demonic generals, flattening the Taiyao mountain range is hardly a challenge. What could possibly deter me? Wang Lei and Su Chu, you two shall remain in Beiliang City. Yuan Zuozong by Qi and El Bu, you three shall accompany me. Understood. Shortly thereafter, for blazing red steeds bolted out of Beiliang City like a gust of wind. My lord, I have heard that there are demons appearing in the Taiyao mountain range. You must exercise caution when we arrive. The demons possess various cunning abilities, and we cannot afford to see you harmed. My lord, as they raced forward, Yuan Zuozong approached Qin Ming and offered his warning. Demons, do you mean those similar to the serpent people of Fascia Mountain Manor? Qin Ming replied, revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated rumors of demons lurking within the Taiyao mountain range. Indeed, I suspect that the techniques practiced by Fascia Mountain Manor stem from the Taiyao mountain range. When I was preparing to level Fascia Mountain Manor, I encountered numerous pieces of information regarding the demons of Taiyao mountain range. It is said that they are an immensely powerful existence. As long as Fascia Mountain Manor periodically offers the corpses and blood of cultivators, they can secure a quota to become serpent servants. Yuan Zuozong spoke calmly, displaying no fear, though he was concerned for his lord's safety, as, it is, I see, and no matter, should the demons dare to approach, my many divine and demonic generals will swiftly eliminate them. Qin Ming smiled slightly as he spoke, feeling undaunted by the prospect. A half-step Tongxian cultivator wielding the sword of saint-slaying, not even a demon or a hybrid could inflict harm upon him. Indeed, my lord, we vow to protect your safety at all costs, the three divine and demonic generals declared in unison. The four blazing red steeds galloped swiftly, covering the 3,000 li distance in no time. Damn that Beiliang king for slaughtering my serpent servants that I have nurtured for so many years. You shall pay dearly for this. In a chilling cavern within the Taiyao mountain range, a man with a human form and serpent tail seethed with bloodthirsty rage. He had raised those serpent servants for 200 years, and just as he was about to utilize them, they had been wiped out. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of Tongxian, and those serpent servants were the vital sustenance he had prepared for breaking into the half-step Dongxi realm. How could he not be furious? When Kulong arrives, I shall personally devour this so-called Beiliang king to compensate for my losses. The man with a human form and serpent tail growled in anger. Disappearing into the depths of the cold cavern, he reappeared in a chamber teeming with rich spiritual energy. If I do not break through to the half-step Dongxi realm, I shall never escape this Taiyao mountain range. I will remain forever in darkness. I can only use this premium spirit crystal mine to exchange for a vast quantity of high-level cultivators' blood and corpses to aid my breakthrough. Chapter 18. The Flower, Giant Python. 9th level of Tongxian. In a short span of time, Qin Ming and the three powerful generals reached a small town at the outskirts of the Taiyao mountain range. Although referred to as a small town, it resembled a small city with guards stationed at the entrance. This small town, named Taiyao Town, primarily serves as a supply and trading hub for cultivators from Beiliang who come to hunt ferocious beasts in the Taiyao mountain range. Rather than entering the town, Qin Ming and his companions opted to take a mountain path adjacent to it. Although the blazing red steeds are horses, they possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage and can easily navigate the steep mountain path. In no time, Qin Ming and his party arrive at the periphery of the Taiyao mountain range, where ferocious beasts frequently appeared. However, the beasts here were of lower levels, with the most formidable ones barely reaching the spirit tranquility stage. For Qin Ming and his companions, there was no pressure whatsoever. Bai Qi casually slashed a wind wolf of the nascent soul stage with his sword, then turned to Qin Ming, My lord, where shall we head next? Should we delve deeper or pursue another direction? Let us continue deeper. Qin Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Since the system's voice had not yet echoed in his mind, it indicated that they had not yet arrived at the Taiyao mountain range recognized by the system. They likely needed to venture further in. Very well, my lord. We shall proceed forward. Bai Qi took the lead, while Yuan Zuozong and El Bu flanked Qin Ming on either side, ensuring his safety at the center. Qin Ming said nothing in response. The loyalty of his many divine and demonic generals was unwavering, as protecting him was of utmost importance to them. even above their own lives. Although his own combat prowess was not lacking. They continued deeper into the mountains. Along the way, no ferocious beast managed to approach Qin Ming's side. After an indeterminate amount of time, traversing deeper into the Taiyao mountain range, as Qin Ming pondered why the system's prompt had yet to sound. A colossal flower python, exceeding 10 zhang in length, suddenly came into view. Its mouth flicked out a slender, scarlet tongue, and its vertically slit eyes gleamed with a gluttonous desire as it fixated on Qin Ming and his companions. It had sensed the rich aroma of blood and could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty instincts. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly at Bai Qi, who stood at the forefront. The second-level Tongxian realm flower giant python. I did not expect to find such a fine specimen here. Its flesh must be exquisite. Bai Qi noted the swiftly approaching flower giant python, a smile creeping into his eyes as he swiftly swung his bronze sword. With a swift slice, the enormous beast, over 10 zhang long and boasting second-level Tongxian realm cultivation, was cleaved in two, its gallbladder and innards spilled out across the ground. The flower giant python lay lifeless, unable to be revived. What a shame. Such a bounty of serpent meat is not easily transportable, Bai Qi remarked, shaking his head. It would be a waste not to take it. The meat of a second-level Tongxian beast holds considerable value. Suddenly, the voice of Qin Ming rang out, and in an instant his figure appeared beside the corpse of the flower giant python. With a swish, pieces of python flesh vanished neatly into the air. As they were placed into his Qinquan ring, the ferocious beasts he had slain previously were of too low a cultivation level to warrant such effort. However, unbeknownst to Qin Ming, as he was dissecting the flower giant python, a shadowy figure emerged from a cold cavern, gliding towards his direction. Who could it be? The cultivators of Beiliang have grown increasingly audacious, daring to slay my only beast servant. The serpent's nature is inherently lustful. Having transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, it too seeks to unleash its desires. Who could have imagined that the flower giant python would meet its demise in the blink of an eye? This only fueled his fury further. His speed surged as he rushed forward. Before long, the figures of Qin Ming and his companions came into view. Shi Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the approaching Qin Ming and his entourage. There were 3 formidable experts of the Transcendence realm and a young man on the verge of it. Could this be the newly arrived king of Beiliang? Instinctively, Shi Qi flicked his crimson serpent tongue. He had seen the portraits of the new king of Beiliang and his subordinates through numerous human cultivators, recognizing them at first glance. Moreover, in all of Beiliang, no one else could possess 3 Transcendence realm experts as guards. Heaven has paved a path for you, yet you choose to ignore it. Hell has no door, yet you dare to intrude. The heavens themselves can no longer bear witness to this. An endless thirst for blood emerged in Shi Qi's cold, vertical pupils. The serpent attendant he had raised for 200 years was dead, and his only beast servant had perished as well. All of this was the doing of the human standing before him. How could he allow him to escape? Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Qi unleashed the terrifying pressure of his peak 9th layer transcendence, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Qin Ming and his companions. Indeed, there was a prize to be claimed. Upon seeing the half-human, half-snake figure resembling that of spectral beauty, Qin Ming gasped, immediately gripping the sword of slaying saints in his hand. That moment. Bai Qi, Yuan Zhuozong, and Elbu swiftly positioned themselves to shield Qin Ming, their auras erupting in unison as they faced Shi Qi. 2 were the 6th layer transcendence, and 1 at the 8th layer. Where did so many high-level transcendence realm cultivators come from? However, it was opportune. Slaying them all would yield a wealth of flesh and blood to nourish his ascension to the half-step cave void realm. Shi Qi was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of excitement flickered in his vertical pupils. The blood and flesh of high-level cultivators were akin to precious treasures to him. Boom! Shi Qi's massive serpent tail, infused with immense power, lashed out towards the 3 human cultivators. Yet, what Shi Qi did not realize was that while he had accurately assessed the cultivation levels of the trio, he had underestimated the combat prowess of the 3 divine demon generals. Elbu wielded his Feng Tianhua halberd. Bai Qi brandished a bronze long sword, and Yuan Zuozong's top-grade spirit bow was already drawn to its full moon. Boom, boom, boom. The combined strike of the three divine demon generals met the colossal serpent tail in an explosive clash. In the next moment, Shi-Chi let out a wretched scream, his figure hurtling backward like a cannonball, uprooting dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. A mouthful of pitch-black demon blood spewed forth, causing Shi-Chi's aura to wane by a third. A peak 9th layer transcendence half-demon. Surely, you must be the serpent man behind the scenes of Flying Serpent Mountain Villa. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming, along with El Bu and the others, approached the fallen serpent demon, revealing a peculiar smile. When he had first glimpsed the flower giant python, he had merely allowed a thought to drift regarding the half-demon's serpent man. Who could have foreseen that the serpent man would appear shortly after he had slain the flower giant python? Chapter 19. Critical hit sign-in, Shadow Legion. You vile human have slain my serpent attendant of 200 years. You shall pay dearly for this. Rage surged within Shi-Chi as he wrestled with inner turmoil. Despite his peak 9th layer transcendence power, he found himself outmatched by the three. He was but a hair's breadth from the cave void, yet dare to threaten them? You seek your own demise. Yuan Zuozong bellowed, his top-grade spirit bow drawing taut once more, releasing a silver arrow that pierced through Shi-Chi's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Roar! You all seek death. In no time, you will all perish. Shi-Chi screeched in agony, his form transforming into a streak of black light as he fled into the distance with astonishing speed. The vitality of a half-demon is remarkably resilient, even after taking an arrow to the chest. He remains unscathed. My lord, please wait here. I shall surely slay him to eliminate future threats. Yuan Zuozong leapt into the no need. I shall accompany you. That serpent demon is gravely injured. I can sense his aura and know he cannot escape. Instantly, Qin Ming soared into the sky, speaking calmly. My lord, you have broken through to the transcendence realm. The three were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Qin Ming flying through the air. Not quite, but one does not need to be a true transcendence realm cultivator to soar. Follow me. We must eliminate that half-demon, that if we allow him to live, he will surely become a menace to Beiliang. Qin Ming smiled faintly, transforming into a streak of flowing light as he ascended into the air with remarkable speed. In truth, he had been capable of flight even at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. He had simply chosen not to reveal this before others. It must be noted that he practiced a chaos-level cultivation technique, and his spiritual energy was far more profound than that of his peers, even surpassing those at the 5th or 6th layers of transcendence in terms of purity and density. The three divine demon generals exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes before immediately pursuing him. Attempting to flee? He cannot evade my senses. Qin Ming soared through the air at an incredible speed, quickly traversing hundreds of miles. The three divine demon generals closely followed, diligently attuning themselves to the aura of the half-demon. Meanwhile, in a cold cavern situated over 100 miles from Qin Ming, Shi-Chi lay in a putrid blood pool, gasping for breath as the foul blood coalesced around his wounds, slowly mending them. Damn it! Damn it! Once Long arrives, I shall ensure he flattens all of Beiliang. I will drink your blood and feast on your flesh. The veins on Shi-Chi's forehead bulged as he suppressed the agony of his writhing wounds. Silently seething, he dared not scream out for fear of being pursued by that human. He could never have anticipated the strength of the king of Beiliang's subordinates, which had left him gravely injured. Thankfully, the Great Demon Mountain Range is my territory. Even with 10 days of searching, that foolish human would never find my lair. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold, it is merely not the time for manifestation. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze from the system panel and turned towards the lifeless half-demon, who could not possibly be more dead. With a casual gesture, he conjured a ball of spiritual fire, incinerating the half-demon's corpse entirely. Then he cast his eyes upon the fetid blood pool, and with another orb of spiritual fire, he reduced the entire pool to ashes. Only then did Qin Ming halt his actions. Master, what shall we do next? The three warriors remained unaware of the reason for Qin Ming's arrival at the Taiyao mountain range. Thus they sought guidance from their master. Next, he began, naturally, we shall make our way back. However, Before Qin Ming could finish a sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment. The dense aura of spiritual energy emanated from the depths of the cave. Spiritual energy? The three divine warriors, upon hearing this, focused intently and also widened their eyes, gazing into the cave's interior. Indeed, a rich flow of spiritual energy was emanating from the depths of the cave, suggesting the presence of treasures within. Such a robust presence of spiritual energy must indicate a treasure, Lu Bu's resonant voice echoed. Let us venture forth and investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming commanded. His perceptive abilities were infallible within the cultivation techniques he practiced. His perception was referred to as spiritual awareness. It was said that only those who reached the realm of saints could possess such terrifying spiritual awareness, capable of perceiving scenes within a radius of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. And once he broke through to the transcendence realm, his perception would transform into true spiritual awareness, albeit with a slightly reduced range. The four swiftly proceeded deeper into the cave, and as they ventured further, the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, a spacious and brightly lit cavern came into view, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, and the three rock walls shimmered with a white luminescence. There, embedded in the walls, were numerous spiritual crystals. Chapter 20. Acquisition of an exceptional spiritual crystal mine. The pressure of 1,000,000 troops on Beiliang. Each spiritual crystal sparkled with brilliant light, emanating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Spiritual crystals. A vein of spiritual crystals. Qin Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. He had never anticipated discovering a vein of spiritual crystals deep within the Taiyao mountain range. The other three divine warriors also stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene laid out before them, that a vein of spiritual crystals was the most precious of all mineral deposits. Possessing such a vein equated to having a boundless source of spiritual crystals, akin to a spiritual mountain. But wait, this is not an ordinary vein of spiritual crystals. This is an exceptional vein of spiritual crystals. With the saint-slaying sword in hand, Qin Ming struck the hard rock wall and extracted a sizable chunk, instantly feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from within the crystal, prompting another gasp of astonishment. That a surge of ecstasy flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Exceptional spiritual crystals were worth dozens of superior spiritual crystals, representing the pinnacle of cultivation resources. With control over this exceptional vein, not only the numerous soldiers, but even many powerful beings of the transcendence realm would have ample high-grade cultivation resources. Qin Ming forcibly tempered his excitement and meticulously inspected the area alongside the three divine warriors, discovering multiple mining tunnels, confirming that this was indeed a genuine exceptional vein of spiritual crystals. Esteemed warriors, this matter is of utmost importance. General Yuan, you must return to Beiliang City at once and summon 100,000 dragon riders to secure the entire Taiyao mountain range. This exceptional vein of spiritual crystals must not fall into the hands of anyone else but ourselves. Understood. General Yuan responded respectfully, and in an instant he vanished from sight. You two remain here. I shall be back shortly. Qin Ming instructed before departing. Liu Bu and Bai Qi initially considered accompanying their master for protection. But recalling Qin Ming's formidable prowess, they felt reassured and began to cultivate with the exceptional spiritual crystals. The quality and quantity of spiritual energy contained within these exceptional crystals far surpassed that of superior spiritual crystals, proving immensely beneficial even for powerful beings at the 6th level of the transcendence realm. Qin Ming arrived at a clearing and inwardly commanded, "System, manifest the Shadow Legion." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully manifesting 10,000 Shadow Legion members. As the system's voice faded, a multitude of black-robed cultivators suddenly appeared before Qin Ming's eyes. The black-robed figures quickly assembled, and soon, a petite figure radiating a powerful aura approached Qin Ming, kneeling on one knee. A clear and melodious female voice rang out. "Leader of the Shadow Legion, Ingwe, greets the master." Taken aback by the sight of the black-clad woman, Qin Ming had not expected the leader of such an imposing legion to be a female. However, He would never underestimate Yue simply because of her gender, that he firmly believed in the principle that a product of the system is guaranteed to be of superior quality. Yue, please enlighten me about the strength of your Shadow Legion. Qin Ming inquired slowly. Yes, Master. The Shadow Legion comprises 10,000 members, with ordinary soldiers ranging from the 1st to the 3rd level of the spiritual void realm. The 10 captains are at the 6th level, nearing the peak of the spiritual void realm. The 100 captains are all half-step transcendence realm. The 1,000 captains span from the 1st to the 5th level of the transcendence realm. My cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level of the transcendence realm. But given the opportunity, I can assassinate those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transcendence realm. Yue explained. Upon hearing Yue's words, Qin Ming inhaled sharply. With ordinary soldiers of the spiritual void realm, this legion could effortlessly sweep through the entire great martial empire with 100,000 members. So, the total number of transcendence realm experts in the Shadow Legion, including you, exceeds 11, correct? Qin Ming continued his inquiry. Indeed. However, my brothers are generally capable of assassinating opponents 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves. Yue replied, a smile gracing her cold features. Oh, that's quite impressive. Follow my command and head to the small town below the mountain. Standing guard, and O1 is permitted to enter the mountain except for our own. Understood. Yue responded immediately, leading the Shadow Legion down the mountain. The small town may not have been grand, but it housed several thousand cultivators. While the initial task was to have the Shadow Legion act as sentinels, there was little else to attend to at the moment. Qin Ming returned to the cavern, settled himself, and closed his eyes to meditate as he awaited the arrival of the 100,000 snow dragon riders. Before long, the 100,000 snow dragon riders arrived, establishing camp at the base of the Taiyao mountain range. The Shadow Legion, obeying Qin Ming's orders, stationed themselves on the mountain. Qin Ming, accompanied by the 2 divine warriors, soared back through the air. The 4 crimson flame steeds were entrusted to Yue and her companions. The first order of business upon returning to Beiliang was to send Lu Bu to recruit miners. Given the abundant resources offered, nearly 50,000 cultivators were recruited overnight to work as miners within the Taiyao mountain range. The extraction of the exceptional spiritual crystals commenced immediately. An unending stream of exceptional spiritual crystals was unearthed. The difficulty of mining these exceptional spiritual crystals was considerable. The rock walls were incredibly tough, and it was commendable for a single miner to extract more than a dozen crystals in a day. However, with so many workers, nearly 50,000 exceptional spiritual crystals were harvested each day and transported to Beiliang City. In an instant, all of Qin Ming's legions were provided with ample cultivation resources. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Excluding the distributed exceptional spiritual crystals, there were still around 60,000 to 70,000 exceptional spiritual crystals within Beiliang City. Furthermore, numerous soldiers experienced accelerated advancement in their cultivation due to the aid of these exceptional spiritual crystals. Naturally, the one benefiting the most was Qin Ming, whose dual enhancement from the exceptional spiritual crystals and the 8th grade spirit gathering pills led her to finally break through to the transcendence realm. Brother, if you have any enemies in the future, let me know that I will help you eliminate them. Qin Ming, though small in stature, radiated an immensely powerful aura. Brother, give me a little more time. Once I reach the 9th level of the transcendence realm, I alone can withstand an army of 100,000. At that point, we can seek vengeance for our Qin family. Very well, no problem. Witnessing Qin Ming's confidence, Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction. But why then, you won't need to confront 100,000 soldiers alone. With my legions, we can trample the great martial empire. Report. Nearly 10 legions, each with 1,000 soldiers, are advancing towards Beiliang City. Wang Lei's voice resounded. It seems to be the North Guard army that the master encountered previously. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his face. The 100,000 North Guard army. After several dozen days, they had finally arrived at Beiliang City. However, just as Qin Ming prepared to step out to welcome them, Su Chu approached and, with a serious expression, reported, Master, the Longyan Empire has dispatched 1,000,000 troops and has already entered our Beiliang territory, heading straight for the Taiyao mountain range. Chapter 21. The return of the Northgard army, the Longyan Empire? 1,000,000 troops. Upon hearing Su Chu's words, Qin Ming abruptly rose to his feet, a grave expression manifesting on his countenance. The Longyan dynasty, much like the Da dynasty, stood as a colossal power, wielding dominion over vast territories. Teeming with formidable champions and numerous robust armies, in fact, the might of the Longyan dynasty surpassed that of the Da dynasty by a considerable margin. The sudden mobilization of such a potent empire towards the North Liang, specifically targeting the Taiyao mountain range, was unmistakably aimed at the coveted premium spirit crystal veins, but if their intent were merely to conquer the desolate North Liang, a 1,000,000-strong army would surely march directly to North Liang City. It was evident that the half-demon had established prior connections with the Longyan dynasty. Otherwise, it would be implausible for them to dispatch 1,000,000 troops to the Taiyao mountain range within just 3 days of our discovery. Qin Ming murmured, his voice heavy yet devoid of any trace of panic. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wang Lei and Su Chu, declaring, "Gather 10,000 Tiger Bend soldiers and 3,000 North Liang cavalry at the Taiyao mountain range. If war is to be waged, let them experience what a true army feels like." Qin Ming's voice resonated coolly, prompting Su Chu and Wang Lei to exchange knowing glances and nod in agreement. Their formidable aura of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm radiating forth before they vanished from sight. As Qin Ming observed their retreating figures, a fierce light ignited in his eyes. 1,000,000 soldiers wish to seize my premium spirit crystal veins, yet they do not regard me. Longyan dynasty, do you seek your own annihilation? Although his total military strength, even with the addition of the 100,000 Jinbei army, did not exceed 300,000, the legions under his command were not to be compared with those of the Longyan dynasty. He mused, should the Longyan dynasty muster 3 to 5 million troops today, perhaps North Liang would indeed need to momentarily evade their might. However, 1,000,000 soldiers, even the most elite among the Longyan forces, would not suffice. Qin Ming whispered to himself before locating Qin Mingwei, instructing, "You shall guard the city of North Liang and protect the Qin family. Should any unusual movements arise, ride on the Qi Yin steed and evacuate the Qin family at once." Qin Mingwei, upon hearing this, wished to voice her thoughts, but Qin Ming had already taken to the skies. She promptly sealed her lips, a flicker of indignation surfacing in her beautiful eyes, as, it is the Longyan dynasty, bullying our Qin family, but rest assured, I shall personally settle the score with you. Qin Mingwei was acutely aware that she had only just broken through to the Transcendence realm, and her previous secret techniques and martial skills had yet to be cultivated anew. Her current combat strength barely equated to that of a 4th or 5th level Transcendence warrior. To turn the tides of battle seemed rather beyond her qualifications. Young Master Qin, Fong Tianhua has successfully returned with 100,000 Jinbei troops. Fong Tianhua, upon witnessing Qin Ming soaring through the city gates, was momentarily taken aback before kneeling on the vast earth before Qin Ming, declaring, "My lord, I am honored to have braved the trials and tribulations to find you." As Fong Tianhua knelt, the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers behind him also lowered themselves to the ground. "Very well, General Fong, please rise. Your ability to overcome adversity and seek me out fills me with immense gratitude." Qin Ming gazed at Fong Tianhua and the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers, genuinely delighted by their presence. The sight of them evoked the image of the valiant Jinbei general. "To the city, and I shall arrange for the soldiers to recuperate their spirits and replenish their inner strength." The Longyan dynasty's 1,000,000-strong army had already set foot in North Liang, and given the lack of response from the Da dynasty, it was evident they had entirely abandoned this territory. Perhaps it was due to my presence in North Liang that the region was effectively ceded to Longyan. Regardless of the reason, North Liang is mine. Should anyone dare to encroach upon it, I shall sever their claws. Fong Tianhua's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of shock flashing across his face, before he sighed deeply. "My lord, from this day forth, you shall be our sovereign. The Jinbei soldiers and I shall heed your command. Even in the face of 1,000,000 troops, we stand undaunted. Issue your orders, and we shall charge forth to confront the Longyan army. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall defend North Liang for you." Fong Tianhua's voice rang with conviction, his face set with determination. The two deputy commanders behind him mirrored his resolute expression. Having chosen to follow Qin Ming, they harbored no other intentions, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds. Witnessing this, Qin Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. Such loyalty from the Jinbei army would not lead him to send them to their deaths. Jinbei army, heed my command. Enter the city immediately. Restore your spiritual and physical strength, and once you are fully revitalized, we shall charge from the rear to confront the Longyan army. Qin Ming stated with a gentle smile. What are your intentions, my lord? Fang Tianhua inquired, puzzled. Just follow the orders. Understood. Despite their confusion, Fang Tianhua and the others complied with Qin Ming's command, leading the weary 100,000 Jinbei troops into North Liang City. In merely half an hour, 10,000 portions of extremely rich 8th-grade spirit rice and 200,000 premium spirit crystals appeared before the Jinbei soldiers, staring at the translucent, spirit-rich rice and the 2 palm-sized premium spirit crystals. Fang Tianhua was utterly astonished. He had never encountered spirit rice with such dense spiritual energy, nor crystals imbued with such potent essence. Yet, even he could surmise that this rice was no ordinary fare, and that the spirit crystals were likely the legendary high-grade variety. What is this, my lord? This is to welcome the soldiers and wash away the dust of their journey. Consume it quickly, for it will greatly aid in your cultivation and recovery of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianhua ceased his inquiries and immediately began to devour the food voraciously. The 100,000 soldiers could not resist and joined in the feast. Qin Ming observed the Jinbei soldiers indulging heartily. Contemplating that this should sufficiently provide ample spiritual energy to restore them to peak condition, possibly even enabling them to surpass their current cultivation levels, the 100,000 Jinbei troops were not as formidable as the legions he summoned. The average soldier was a cultivator at the Dan transformation stage, with considerable disparities in cultivation levels, though most were at the 5th or 6th level of Dan transformation. Even so, they were already considered elite among the various legions of the Dao dynasty. The captains were typically at the pinnacle of Dan transformation, while the 100, 1,000, and 10,000 captains were the nascent soul and spirit abandonment stages, with a few at the peak of spirit abandonment and a couple nearing transcendence. The remaining 3 were transcendence generals. Fang Tianhua was at the 2nd level of transcendence, while the other 2 generals were at the 1st level to attain their peak state. The Jinbei army was indeed formidable. Within just 2 hours, countless soldiers, invigorated by the infusion of rich spiritual energy, broke through their previous boundaries. The entire legion grew even stronger. My lord. The Jinbei soldiers have fully recovered and are ready for battle. Fang Tianhua approached Qin Ming, his face aglow with excitement. Excellent. I will personally lead the 100,000 Jinbei troops in a battle. As Qin Ming's words fell, the 100,000 Jinbei soldiers surged forth from the city. Chapter 22. Slaying the 9th level transcendence. Annihilating the million-strong army. Meanwhile, the 3,000 North Liang cavalry and the 10,000 Tiger Band troops had converged with the 100,000 Dashualong cavalry led by Yuan Zhuozong. At this moment, the 100,000 Dashualong cavalry stood poised on the desolate plains before the Taiyao mountain range, their formidable presence scattering the clouds in the sky. An air of murderous intent swept across the vast expanse. The 3,000 North Liang cavalry and the 10,000 Tiger Band troops stood resolutely on the ground, their might reaching an apex. Numerous commanders occupied the forefront, each exuding the powerful aura of the Transcendence realm. The divine and demonic generals, Elbu, Bai Qi, Wang Lei, Su Chu, and Yuan Zhuozong, stood like formidable beasts in the void, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon them. Furthermore, 1,000 shadow legions lay concealed in the shadows on either side of the battlefield, ready to unleash a lethal strike at a moment's notice. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of the Longyan dynasty's million-strong army. Who could have anticipated that such a barren land would give rise to a premium spirit crystal vein? It seemed as though heaven itself intended to aid the Longyan dynasty in dominating this forsaken territory. General Kue Long, astride his warhorse, surveyed the surrounding desolation and could not help but exclaim with excitement. However, I have heard that a king of North Liang has emerged to defend this land. Yet, despite the million-strong army of the Longyan dynasty entering North Liang, I have yet to catch a glimpse of him. It appears that this so-called king of North Liang is nothing more than a minor figure. They are the denizens of the Longting dynasty, having stepped into the realm of Beiliang, yet the Beiliang king, who guards this territory, remains utterly silent. This only serves to validate the notion that the Beiliang king has succumbed to fear, not daring to utter a single sound. After merely a fleeting moment of contemplation, Kuei Long dismisses the so-called Beiliang king from his thoughts entirely, deeming the matter unworthy of his consideration. The 1 million Kuei Long army flows like an iron torrent across the vast expanse of Beiliang, leaving all the cultivators of Beiliang aghast at the spectacle, their hearts filled with trepidation. Just recently, Beiliang was swept clean by the Beiliang king's 100,000 troops, and now, turning around, the million-strong Kuei Long army of the Longyan dynasty has invaded Beiliang. When did Beiliang become such a coveted prize? Along the way, General Kuei Long envisions the myriad ways to utilize the countless exquisite spirit crystals at the premium spirit crystal mine to enhance his own cultivation. This mission to guard the premium spirit crystal mine is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. As General Kuei Long indulges in these thoughts, a day swiftly passes. Just as dusk begins to descend, a range of majestic mountains comes into view. Accompanied by the sight of 100,000 snow dragon riders, the Tiger Ben army, and the iron cavalry of Beiliang. Also present are numerous formidable divine and demonic generals, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The Longyan dynasty, fully aware that Beiliang is under sovereign rule, dares to deploy 1 million troops into our territory, truly believing that Beiliang can be entered and exited at will upon witnessing the million-strong army of the Longyan dynasty. The resounding voice of Elbu echoes across the battlefield, heard clearly by all. Even the oppressive aura of the Tongxian realm sweeps through the air. Fight, fight, fight. With Elbu's command, 100,000 snow dragon riders, along with 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang and 10,000 Tiger Ben soldiers, roar in unison. Their momentum as imposing as Mount T. I ate T that moment. Kuei Long's eyes widen in disbelief. You are the army under the Beiliang king. Kuei Long can hardly fathom the sight before him. How could a mere Beiliang king command such a formidable force? Moreover, they appear exceptionally elite. Enough with the pleasantries. Retreat or face the might of my Beiliang iron army. Elbu's commanding voice resonates once more, his terrifying aura of the 6th layer of the Tongxian realm erupting, as his Fong Tian painting halberd radiates an intimidating spiritual energy. The Fong Tian painting halberd is a superior spiritual weapon, capable of unleashing its greatest power in Elbu's hands. If you seek battle, feel free to try. Yuan Zhuozong's gaze sharpens as he draws his spiritual bow to its full moon, his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Tongxian realm surging forth unabashedly. Other divine and demonic generals exude equally ferocious auras. Ha! How amusing! You must think highly of yourselves. A mere 10,000 troops cannot hope to withstand my 1 million Kuei Long army, and you think to force my retreat. Do you truly believe that Kuei Long can be intimidated? Observing the fierce determination of the forces ahead, Kuei Long not only refuses to retreat, but also bursts into laughter, disdainfully declaring, in such a small place as Beiliang, if I cannot seize it, what use am I as a general of the Longyan dynasty? Kuei Long army, heed my command. Where we tread, not a blade of grass shall remain. Kuei Long's chilling voice reverberates across the dimming expanse. With a thunderous roar, the 1 million Kuei Long troops surge forth like a flood, charging at the Beiliang army. You dare! This night shall be the grave of your 1 million Kuei Long army, as everyone receives their orders. The command to annihilate the 1 million-strong army is issued. Our Beiliang Iron Army is the mightiest. Yuan Zhuozong's voice rings out, and all the soldiers roar in response, charging forward like ferocious tigers to meet the impending 1 million-strong army. The arrows from Yuan Zhuozong's bow streak through the night like brilliant meteors, piercing through the bodies of dozens of Kuei Long soldiers, directly reaching Kuei Long himself. With a resounding impact, sparks fly as Kuei Long's blade trembles in his grip. Kuei Long's eyes widen once more, a flicker of shock crossing his features. What immense power, rivaling my own. Where did the Beiliang king procure such formidable warriors? A hint of doubt arises in Kuei Long's mind as he retreats a few steps. Though he stands at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tongxin realm, the combat prowess of the opposing generals is evidently formidable. He realizes that should he recklessly charge into battle against their powerful leaders, especially one cultivator at the 8th layer of the Tongxian realm who matches his own strength, he could find himself in mortal peril. It would be wiser to allow his million Kuei Long army to trample the opposition. Even if the million Kuei Long army possesses strength comparable to the 9th layer of the Tongxin realm, they cannot be halted. They shall be crushed and obliterated. With a thunderous clash, the two armies collide, and the air is filled with the horrific cries of battle. The 100,000 snow dragon riders pierce through the million Kuei Long army like a gleaming white blade, with none of the Kuei Long soldiers able to resist. The Tiger Ben army surges forth like an iron torrent, leaving behind a path strewn with severed limbs and shattered bodies. The 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang also display unparalleled ferocity, their thunderous steeds racing with unmatched speed, leaving the Kuei Long soldiers unable to match their pace in a sea of bodies. What? Such a terrifying legion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kuei Long watches in horror as his million Kuei Long army is thrown into disarray. Losing over 10,000 soldiers in mere moments to the assault of the enemy's more than 100,000 troops, that a sense of dread wells up within him. Ordinary soldiers at the nascent soul stage. Countless cultivators at the spirit void stage. Is this truly an army that a dynasty can possess? Kuei Long stands frozen in disbelief. The night is hazy, and he is yet to perceive the cultivation levels of the opposing soldiers. Who could have foreseen such terror? It is worth noting that the Kuei Long army is among the most powerful. He commands that to face the might of their 100,000 troops and find his own forces so lacking is disheartening. As this realization dawns, Kuei Long's face flushes with anger, and he contemplates retreating. However, that premium spirit crystal mine is at stake. How could he afford to relinquish it? Even though the enemy's cultivation levels surpass his own forces, their numbers cannot compare. Battles in the field deplete spiritual energy tremendously, and in the end, victory shall still belong to the Kuei Long army. In an instant, General Kuei Long discards thoughts of retreat, directing his guards to charge to the forefront. The anguished cries of battle resonate through the darkening night. After 2 rounds of fierce combat, with losses surpassing 20,000, the Kuei Long army finally stabilizes their formation, determined to drag down the Beiliang forces with them. The many divine and demonic generals also recognize this necessity that in mere moments, Yuan Zuozong, Wang Lei, Elbu, Su Chu, and Bai Qi, the 5 great divine and demonic generals, soar into the air. Capture the leader first. As long as we take down their general, victory will be half ours. Upon seeing the 5 high-ranking Tongxian realm cultivators ascend, Kuei Long's gaze turns icy, and he conceals his presence among the multitude of Kuei Long soldiers. He is not foolish enough to confront them head-on. If his strength surpassed theirs, his nature would compel him to engage. However, faced with the united front of 5 opponents, even he risks his life. After all, the ultimate victory in this war still belongs to him. Why should he gamble with his own life? What a cunning rat. A dignified general hiding like a rodent is truly laughable, mocks Elbu with the utmost derision, aiming to provoke Kuei Long into battle. Yet Kuei Long, having lived for 3 centuries, has seen it all and remains unfazed. For a time, the 5 divine and demonic generals are left with no choice but to continue their relentless slaughter of the Kuei Long army, functioning as insatiable machines of death. Kuei Long, concealed within his troops, grits his teeth at the sight of his own soldiers being mercilessly slaughtered. Nevertheless, he understands that he cannot reveal himself. Should he encounter any misfortune, the entire Kuei Long army would be doomed. The sounds of combat resound well into the night, with both armies fiercely engaged in battle. However, the 100,000 snow dragon riders, the Tiger Ben army, and the 3,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang begin to show signs of fatigue. They have already charged through 40 to 50,000 of the enemy's forces, and their spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Kuei Long secretly chuckles, convinced that the ultimate victory shall still be his. The premium spirit crystal mine shall belong to him. Yet just as Kuei Long revels in his growing excitement, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly grips his heart. What is happening? The moment he sensed danger, Kuei Long immediately summoned his protective spiritual power to form a barrier. However, as he remained uneasy and prepared to flee the scene, a crisp crack echoed through the air. A gray short blade sliced through his spiritual barrier with ease. In the next instant, that blade, gleaming with an ominous cold light, was poised at his neck, and the essence of death flooded his entire being. You cannot. Kuei Long unleashed all of his cultivation, attempting to evade the chilling blade. Yet it was futile. The gray blade swiftly cleaved through his neck. His massive head fell to the ground, and crimson, searing blood gushed forth. The headless corpse collapsed onto the earth, trampled by countless soldiers from the Kuei Long army. Instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh, dead beyond resurrection, in the midst of the night, a petite figure appeared, her exquisite face adorned with a radiant smile. The assassination was complete. I truly am a born killer. Her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, and to assassinate a formidable powerhouse at the 9th level, especially while concealed among a million troops, posed a significant challenge. After waiting in silence for much of the night, she finally found an opportunity for a lethal strike. The so-called General Kuei Long is dead. You are defeated. The chilling voice of Yu resonated across the battlefield, clearly reaching the ears of all. Dead. It was Yu who did it. All soldiers, heed the command. The enemy's commander has been beheaded by our forces. Charge forth and slay every last one of the Dragon Flame Empire soldiers, leaving none alive. Elbu's voice of astonishment reverberated throughout the battlefield. 100,000 Snow Dragon Riders, 10,000 Tiger Bend troops, and 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry surged forward with unstoppable might, crashing into the Kuei Long army. Upon hearing this command, the morale of the Kuei Long army shattered instantly. The slaughter had already instilled fear, and now their pinnacle, 9th level, General Kuei Long lay dead before them. How could they maintain their resolve? The collapse was as swift as an avalanche. In an instant, the entire Kuei Long army scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. That moment, Yu suddenly laughed. Shadow Legion, pursue and eliminate all. In the darkness, ethereal figures emerged like phantoms. Countless soldiers of the Kuei Long army silently lost their lives under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, accompanied by 100,000 Northern Guard troops, arrived fashionably late. Witnessing the scene of the Kuei Long army in disarray, a smile broke across his face. Arriving at the perfect moment, neither too early nor too late. Feng Tianhua, heed the command. Lead the Northern Guard to annihilate the remnants of the Dragon Flame Empire. Leave no one behind. Feng Tianhua's heart surged with tumultuous waves, hardly daring to believe his eyes. As a 2nd-level Transcendence Realm warrior, his vision remained as clear as day, even in the night. An endless sea of corpses and rivers of blood, countless severed limbs, left him in disbelief. Yet he could not afford to be astonished. He joined the pursuit of the remnants alongside the Northern Guard. Qin Ming, standing atop the void, surveyed the chaos below, the unparalleled martial generals of the Northern Liang army trampling everything in their path. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face. After this battle, he had evidently secured the ability to protect himself against colossal forces like the Great Wu Empire and the Dragon Flame Empire. However, following this conflict, Northern Liang would likely face the tempestuous wrath of 2 imperial powers. The Dragon Flame Empire would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the prime spiritual crystal veins, while the Great Wu Empire, upon learning of his capability to annihilate a 1,000,000-strong army, would exert all efforts to obliterate Northern Liang. But Qin Ming felt no fear. In fact, he was eager for the challenge. As dawn broke, the system notification chimed in Qin Ming's mind once more, signaling the arrival of a new day. Ding! The system has detected that the host has not yet signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Chapter 23. Marshal Seng Guanyu. 7th rank Blue Lotus, signing in. Gazing down at the endless sea of corpses, with no Kuei Long army members standing, Qin Ming spoke without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and obtaining Marshal Seng Guanyu. Marshal Seng Guanyu, Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Ming's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Northern Liang would now possess another valiant and unparalleled martial general. System, Manifest Marshal Saint Guan Yu. Ding, manifestation successful. As the system's voice faded, a towering figure, standing 9 feet tall with phoenix-like eyes and elegant brows, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, descended from the sky, exuding an imposing presence. Guan Yu pays respects to the master. The magnificent Guan Yu immediately knelt on one knee before Qin Ming, speaking respectfully. Seeing this, Qin Ming's vision displayed Guan Yu's information. Demonic Martial General. Marshal Saint Guan Yu. Cultivation. Pinnacle of the 6th level of Transcendence Realm. Weapon. Superior Spiritual Weapon. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Martial Arts. Green Dragon Crescent Blade / Dragon Blade / As expected, yet another pinnacle 6th level Transcendence Realm demonic martial general. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself. Though many demonic martial generals were at the 6th level of Transcendence Realm, their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary warriors at the same level. In his eyes, that old fellow from Shangling would stand no chance against any of his demonic martial generals. No need for excessive formalities, General Guan. Please proceed to lead the soldiers in managing the battlefield. Qin Ming helped him to his feet, speaking softly. After a night of battle, aside from a handful of fleeing Kuei Long soldiers, the remaining million Kuei Long army had perished here. Guan Yu, upon hearing this, promptly moved to the battlefield to lead the soldiers in cleanup. The battle had lasted a full night, but the cleanup took only 3 hours to complete. Within the encampment beneath Taiyao Mountain, numerous demonic martial generals gathered, with Qin Ming seated at the head, reporting to the master. In this battle beneath Taiyao Mountain, we have annihilated over 1 million soldiers of the Dragon Flame Empire's Kuei Long army. We have acquired 30 million middle-grade spiritual crystals, 100,000 superior-grade spiritual crystals, 300,000 complete lower-grade treasure artifacts, and various food supplies and heavenly materials. Yuan Zuozong knelt on one knee, meticulously reporting the outcome of the war. Very well, very well. Qin Ming responded with a smile. It is often said that wars consume vast amounts of wealth and resources, yet after this conflict, he could be deemed extraordinarily wealthy. Over 30 million middle-grade spiritual crystals, more than 300,000 treasured artifacts. Though each held little value individually, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. And here are 3 storage rings for your inspection, my lord. Yuan Zuozong suddenly produced 3 ancient rings, respectfully presenting them to Qin Ming. 3 storage rings. How rare. Qin Ming took the rings, activating his spiritual energy to scan their contents. He was greeted by a mountain of superior-grade spiritual crystals, along with numerous martial arts techniques and many women's intimate garments. This Kuei Long general has quite diverse tastes, Qin Ming remarked, smirking, just as he was about to shift his gaze from the storage rings. A particular sight caught his attention, a lotus flower radiating azure light. The 7th rank blue lotus? The blue lotus is a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure, regarded as an exceedingly rare item. It contains an abundance of energy, particularly beneficial for the cultivation of practitioners. This unexpected surprise might just present an opportunity for him to break through to the transcendence realm. That a glimmer of delight flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Were he to cultivate on his own, even with an infinite supply of top-tier spirit crystals and a 10-fold acceleration in his training speed, it would still take him at least half a month. However, with the possession of his 7th grade Qinglian, the process would be significantly expedited. At his current rate of advancement, he could likely achieve a breakthrough into the true realm of comprehension in just a day or even half a day. Subsequently, Qin Ming ordered the distribution of all the acquired spirit crystals to enhance his cultivation. The standardized treasures would be stored in the warehouse for future reforging into more formidable weapons when the time was right. The multitude of divine and demonic generals dispersed. Yuan Zuozong, Elbu, and Ing led an army of 100,000 Daxilon cavalry and 10,000 Tiger Band troops, along with another 10,000 from the Shadow Legion, to garrison here, investing a substantial amount of spirit crystals to expand the town and establish Taiyao City. After all, This would ensure a continuous supply of top-tier spirit crystals, and it was not feasible for the soldiers to remain in command of the camp indefinitely. Su Chu, Wang Lei, Bai Qi, and Guan Yu, the four divine and demonic generals, returned with 100,000 northern defense troops and 3,000 Beiliang iron cavalry to guard Beiliang City. Qin Ming also returned to Beiliang City and began a period of seclusion with the 7th grade Qinglian in hand. Just as Beiliang was gradually returning to normalcy, news of the annihilation of the million-strong Kuei Long army reached both the Longyan Empire and the Great Wu imperial capital, i.e. the Longyan Imperial Palace. Situated an immense distance from Beiliang, the Longyan Emperor's face was filled with shock and fury. What did you say? The million Kuei Long army, along with General Kuei Long, who has reached the 9th level of comprehension, has been completely obliterated in Beiliang? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the king of Beiliang possess the capability to eradicate the most valiant generals of the Longyan Empire and a million Kuei Long soldiers? You must be deceiving me. The Longyan Emperor, in a frenzy, shook his head repeatedly. I dare not utter any falsehoods. This matter is indeed true. Only a few dozen of the million Kuei Long soldiers managed to escape. A trembling minister who knelt on the ground replied, his face a mask of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a monumental defeat had befallen the million-strong Kuei Long army and the 9th-level General Kuei Long in the impoverished expanse of Beiliang. Such an occurrence seemed utterly implausible, yet it had indeed transpired. All useless, utterly useless. The Longyan Emperor roared in rage, but after a moment, he gradually calmed himself. The minister who had delivered the news was still quaking in fear. Aware that the Longyan Emperor was not merely a ruler, but also a terrifying powerhouse at the 9th level of comprehension, a mere 2nd-level cultivator, the Emperor could easily slay him with a flick of his hand. How could he not be afraid? Who is this king of Beiliang, and how does he possess such terrifying strength? Is this a trap laid by the Great Wu Empire against my Longyan Empire? After a moment of silence, the Longyan Emperor spoke slowly, his voice low and imbued with a fiery intensity. How could he not feel anger and indignation? Not only had he lost 1 million soldiers in Beiliang, but the grand prestige of the Longyan Empire had also been dealt a significant blow. To have 1 million Kuei Long soldiers slaughtered by the seemingly insignificant king of Beiliang from the Great Wu Empire was an immense humiliation. It is said that he is a descendant of the Northern Defense General Qin Tian, who was exiled to Beiliang, and for some unknown reason, possesses such formidable power. The trembling minister ventured that a descendant of Qin Tian. The Longyan Emperor's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of Qin Tian, the Northern Defense General of the Great Wu Empire, known for his exceptional ferocity and unparalleled combat prowess. Yet, he had not anticipated that the descendants of Qin Tian would be so powerful as to annihilate his elite forces and slay a general of the Longyan Empire. Truly, like father, like son. The Longyan Emperor mused, his gaze flickering with a dangerously intense light. Convey my orders. General Gu Quan, gather 500,000 elite troops from within the empire, along with my 10,000 royal troops, and march on Beiliang to crush it. Whether it is for the top-tier spirit crystal mines or the descendants of Qin Tian, I must obliterate Beiliang. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my doorstep? Beiliang borders the Longyan Empire, and with the descendants of Qin Tian rapidly acquiring such fearsome strength, if left unchecked, coupled with the spirit crystal mines of Taiyao Mountain, it could become a source of great trouble. Who knows, it might even upend my vast Longyan Empire. For these two reasons alone, I cannot afford to hesitate. If 1 million troops are insufficient, then I shall deploy 500,000 if that still does not suffice. I will escalate to 10 million. Surely, I will be able to obliterate them, as long as I can secure those top-tier spirit crystal mines. It will all be worth it. With this command, the vast Longyan Empire began to operate like a colossal machine, gathering countless troops towards Beiliang. Meanwhile, in the Great Wu Empire, Wu Linglong sat upon her throne, her expression exceedingly grim, amidst a gathering of silent ministers. Particularly, General Xiangling's face was exceedingly haggard, his aura disordered. An unbearable tension pervaded the entire Golden Hall. Not long ago, The Southern Barbarian Empire had suddenly mobilized troops towards the southern borders, and General Xiangling had faced them, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Not only had countless soldiers perished, but in a bid for peace, the Empress had also ceded a vast expanse of territory to the Southern Barbarian Empire. 1 could only imagine how difficult it was for the proud Empress to bear such humiliation. At this moment, her heart felt as if it were ablaze with an unquenchable fire, yearning for release. The northern defense general had been absent for only a few days, and in his absence, the territory of Beiliang had been gifted to the Longyan Empire. Now, they had also succumbed to the Southern Barbarian Empire, relinquishing a territory of 10,000 miles to seek peace. Report, Your Majesty, there is significant news from Beiliang. A hurried figure rushed into the Golden Hall, kneeling on the ground with a frantic expression. Significant news from Beiliang? Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes widened in astonishment, her prior embarrassment transforming into elation. Could it be that the Longyan Empire has dispatched troops to Beiliang and that the Qin family has been completely annihilated? The primary reason she had ceded Beiliang to the Longyan Empire was indeed due to the Qin family. After all, Beiliang was in utter chaos, and its land was barren. Handing it over to the Longyan Empire would mean they would eliminate a significant threat for her, which was undoubtedly worthwhile. With this thought, Wu Linglong's mood lightened considerably. This was undoubtedly good news for her. Your Majesty, that is not the case. The significant news is that the Longyan Empire has dispatched 1 million troops to Beiliang, and subsequently, they were all slain in Beiliang. The trembling figure spoke slowly. Quaking with fear, he understood the Empress's disposition, yet such monumental news could not be falsified. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall fell silent, all gazes fixated on the kneeling figure. The triumphant smile on Wu Linglong's exquisite face vanished in an instant, and a sharp glint flickered in her beautiful eyes as she directed her gaze toward the trembling cultivator kneeling in the Golden Hall. Slowly articulating, "What nonsense are you spouting? The Longyan Empire's million-strong army was annihilated in Beiliang. Are you attempting to jest with me?" The overwhelming aura of her 9th-level comprehension surged through the Golden Hall, creating an oppressive atmosphere. No, I would never deceive Your Majesty. The news is absolutely true. It was the Longyan Empire's million-kuei-long army that was obliterated in Beiliang, along with their commander, the cultivator stammered. As soon as these words left his lips, the hall erupted with gasps of disbelief. What? The Kuei-long army? Is that not one of the most renowned elite legions of the Longyan Empire? And their commander? He is a super powerhouse on par with a northern defense general at the 9th level of comprehension. He too perished in Beiliang. Countless ministers widened their eyes, their expressions filled with incredulity. A mere Beiliang, a small Qin family. How could they possibly possess such power? Especially General Xiangling, whose face was now etched with profound shock. The 9th-level General Kuei-long had been vanquished in Beiliang. What kind of power did Qin Ming possess to achieve such a feat? How could it be so terrifying? Could it be that he had gathered all the cultivators of Beiliang under his command? Yet even then, it should not have been enough to annihilate 1 million Kuei-long soldiers, especially with a 9th-level superpowerhouse among them. Silence. With a furious roar, Wu Linglong unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from her hand. And with a resounding bang, the head of the reporting cultivator exploded instantaneously. Red and white matter splattered across the majestic and opulent Golden Dragon Hall. Countless ministers were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. General Xiangling, I grant you one more chance. Lead an army of 500,000 to obliterate Beiliang. Should there be any further failures this time, do not expect a return. Wu Linglong's voice was chillingly indifferent, making it clear to all that the Empress was genuinely enraged. Yes, I will certainly conquer Beiliang, General Zhang Dao of Xiangling responded, though he could not shake the lingering trepidation within him. Having just recently broken through to the 7th level of the Tongxin realm, he was aware that the 9th level Kuei-long had fallen in Beiliang. Even with an army of 500,000, he felt a sense of foreboding. However, if he dared to utter a single word of dissent, not only would his life be forfeit, but his Zhang family would face a fate as dire as that of the Qin family. If not worse, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Our Great Wu Dynasty will mobilize 500,000 troops, And with the Dragon Flame dynasty having lost 100,000 soldiers, based on my understanding of that old fellow, he will undoubtedly dispatch forces to Beiliang, likely outnumbering our Great Wu Dynasty. The combined might of the two dynasties would amount to millions of troops. Qin Ming, can you withstand this? After the multitude of ministers dispersed, Wu Linglong gazed into the distant void. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickering across her exquisite visage. In the land of Beiliang, the howling winds swept through the air, and heavy snow fell relentlessly. Just yesterday, the skies were clear and bright, but today it seemed as if winter had suddenly descended. The arrival of the snow rendered the entire Beiliang region even more desolate and frigid. Within the city of Beiliang, Qin Ming sat cross-legged in a training chamber, his aura swirling around him. Boundless spiritual energy continuously converged upon him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Qin Ming's being, unmistakably belonging to the true Tongxian realm. After several breaths, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. The oppressive aura of the Tongxian realm enveloped the entire training chamber, causing the furniture to creak under the pressure. At last, he had broken through to the Tongxian realm. Qin Ming, feeling the vast power within him, broke into a radiant smile, shining brilliantly. The seventh-grade Qinglian had likely matured for several centuries, harboring an immense reservoir of energy. He had spent an entire day refining all its spiritual power, ultimately achieving his breakthrough. His combat strength had increased several dozen folds, and with the slaying saint's sword, his might was invincible. Rising to his feet, Qin Ming looked out at the snow-laden world beyond his training chamber, speaking aloud. The enhancement of his combat prowess dispelled the anxieties within him. He felt renewed confidence for the future. This time, it seemed both dynasties would mobilize forces against Beiliang, presenting the greatest crisis in its history. However, amidst adversity, the Qin family was poised to establish its own power. After this trial, the Great Qin Dynasty would shine brilliantly upon the world. With this thought, Qin Ming stepped out of the training room and gathered all the divine and demonic generals, as well as the leaders of the Tongxian realm in Beiliang City. He proclaimed an announcement. In 3 days, we shall hold a grand ceremony to establish the Great Qin Dynasty. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Beiliang region. Countless cultivators were left astonished, marveling at the audacity of the Qin family's heir, who dared to declare independence and establish the Great Qin Dynasty amidst the Great Wu and Dragon Flame dynasties. It was a notion they had never dared to contemplate, yet had been boldly proclaimed. Soon enough, the news reached the Great Wu Dynasty, leaving countless powerful figures wide-eyed in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Qin Ming, the heir of the Qin family, would exhibit such boldness by establishing the Great Qin Dynasty in the territory of the Great Wu Dynasty. An affront to their honor, the news soared through the vast expanse of the land, reaching Wu Linglong's ears. Well, is this how you wish to play it? Qin Ming, I truly underestimated you. I thought Qin Tian was my greatest concern, but I did not expect you to surpass him in valor. This is a slap in my face. Upon hearing this news, the fire within Wu Linglong surged once more, threatening to consume her entirely. She had not anticipated that Qin Ming possessed not only numerous strategies, but also an extraordinary audacity. You shall establish the Great Qin Dynasty today, and by tomorrow it shall be utterly annihilated. Wu Linglong ground her silver teeth, enunciating each word with chilling resolve. Subsequently, the Great Wu Dynasty issued an edict to hunt down the traitor of Beiliang, Qin Ming, offering a reward of 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals and a martial arts technique for his capture. To annihilate the entire Qin family would yield a reward of 200,000 high-grade spirit crystals, along with titles of nobility and additional martial arts techniques and weapons. Once this announcement was made, it sent shockwaves throughout the Great Wu Dynasty, compelling countless skilled individuals and powerful cultivators to converge upon Beiliang, drawn by the tantalizing rewards that in no time, the Dragon Flame Dynasty mobilized 500,000 troops, and the Great Wu Dynasty followed suit, amassing another 500,000, alongside countless powerful cultivators from the populace, all heading towards Beiliang. Qin Ming had anticipated this turn of events. But so what? Let the storm intensify. Quickly, 3 days passed, and news arrived from the Beiliang border that vanguard forces were stationed on both the southern and northern fronts, ready to march as soon as the main army arrived. With some capable figures from the Great Wu Dynasty already infiltrating Beiliang, hiding among the millions of cultivators there. On that day, heavy snow continued to fall, blanketing the entire Beiliang region, encasing it in ice and snow. Such frigid weather could not suppress the fervent spirits of countless soldiers. 100,000 northern town troops, 3,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 100,000 snow dragon cavalry, 10,000 tiger bend troops, and 10,000 shadow legions, along with over 1 million spontaneously gathered cultivators from Beiliang, all converged upon Beiliang city, creating a scene of great fervor. As thunderous cannon fired, the ceremony to establish the Great Qin Dynasty officially commenced. The ritual unfolded step by step, with countless cultivators suppressing their excitement to witness the moment. Among the crowd, however, several hundred pairs of eyes gleamed with avarice. They were waiting for Qin Ming's appearance, anticipating the conclusion of the ceremony to strike him down. At that moment, the slaying of Qin Ming, the emperor of the Great Qin, would yield immeasurable rewards. Meanwhile, at the Beiliang border, countless armies were gathering, and in less than 2 days, 500,000 troops would be assembled to march into Beiliang. Time passed, and the ceremony reached its final stage. Qin Ming stepped through the snow, standing amidst the swirling snowflakes, his aura radiating as if he were a true deity, surveying the countless cultivators below, a brilliant smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, Beiliang is no longer Beiliang, but rather my Great Qin Dynasty. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated across the surrounding miles, echoing in the hearts of countless cultivators. Boom! The Great Qin Dynasty shall shake the world. The Great Qin Dynasty shall endure through the ages. The Great Qin Dynasty shall be remembered throughout history. Countless cultivators shouted with flushed faces. They had long been looked down upon by the Great Wu Dynasty, considered mere rustic peasants as cultivators of Beiliang. They had never enjoyed a single benefit from the Great Wu Dynasty. Now, they finally had a home of their own. The Great Qin Dynasty would henceforth be their sanctuary. Countless soldiers also raised their voices in jubilation. However, just as the crowd erupted in excitement, a sudden commotion ensued as figures emerged from the throng, wielding glinting, cold weapons imbued with sharp and potent energy, aimed squarely at Qin Ming's head. Ha! Qin Ming's head is mine. The title of king is within reach. Ha! My sword is faster than yours. Qin Ming's head will surely be mine. Laughter filled with arrogance echoed as they regarded Qin Ming with insatiable greed, as if they had already claimed his head. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Yet, facing nearly 100 figures before him, Qin Ming wore a smile that was neither wholly a smile nor a frown. Pondering whether the head of the Great Qin Emperor was something they could truly claim, as the sound descended, a brilliant beam of sword light flashed by, instantly severing all in its path. An endless torrent of blood instantly stained the heavens, and amidst this frigid world, the blood erupted into an ethereal mist. From this day forth, I proclaim myself the sovereign of the Great Qin. Qin Ming stood amidst the blood-red void, his voice resonating across the vast expanse of the North Liang territory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing the Great Qin Dynasty and activating the National Fortune Mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the National Fortune Mall for the first time, granting 100,000 points of national fortune. Chapter 26. National Fortune Mall, Saintly Guardian, the Sovereign of the Great Qin, Invincible. The Sovereign of the Great Qin, Invincible. The Sovereign of the Great Qin, Invincible. Countless cultivators and soldiers, upon witnessing the sky drenched in crimson blood and the corpses of assassins plummeting to the ground, erupted into furious roars. Each individual shouted hoarsely, "The Great Qin Dynasty shall surely dominate all in the future." Under the fervent and eager gazes of the masses, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Qin Ming once more, rippling through the snowy void as his indifferent voice echoed, "From this day forth, North Liang shall be the imperial capital of the Great Qin. Today, I shall undertake the reconstruction of North Liang City. Qin Ming's proclamation resonated in the ears of all, and a myriad of soldiers and cultivators displayed expressions of confusion. Reconstruction? Indeed, it is necessary to rebuild. But with a formidable enemy looming, should we not first devise a strategy to confront the impending storm? Yet, as the crowd pondered, Qin Ming had already silently commanded within his heart. System: utilize the Level 1 Imperial City Construction card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Level 1 Construction card. The Great Qin Imperial Capital is now under construction. Please wait a moment. As the system's voice faded, a vast and boundless force descended from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of North Liang City in an instant. Before the eyes of countless astonished onlookers, North Liang City began to undergo dramatic transformations. The once modestly high city walls surged skyward without limit and extended outward infinitely, nearly doubling the size of the city within their embrace. The walls, once only a few zhang high, soared to dozens of zhang, becoming even more magnificent and imposing. Within the city, luxurious palaces rose like bamboo shoots after rain, while the streets widened and the layout became increasingly rational. Especially deep within the city, palatial structures of utmost opulence emerged before the crowd's gaze, radiating golden light and resplendent hues, as if a true celestial capital had materialized. Stunned, countless soldiers and cultivators of North Liang stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the grandeur before them. Just moments ago, a rather desolate and dilapidated city had transformed into a magnificent metropolis. With its imperial city exuding unparalleled luxury, how on earth had the sovereign of the Great Qin accomplished such a feat? In their astonishment, countless soldiers and cultivators turned their gazes back to the figure of Qin Ming, who stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void to them. The sovereign of the Great Qin was shrouded in mystery. Observing the tremendous changes in North Liang City, Qin Ming was equally astounded, unable to suppress his admiration. The system is truly extravagant. Now, North Liang City is almost more lavish and grand than the former great martial imperial city, originally capable of accommodating over 1 million people. North Liang City could now hold at least 200,000. Not look at me with such bewilderment. What you witness today is indeed real. From now on, the Great Qin Imperial Capital will be the rebuilt North Liang City. Qin Ming's calm voice declared. Instantly, countless cultivators and soldiers erupted once more in fervor. With such mysterious capabilities, how could the Great Qin dynasty fear any other armies? Absolutely not. In this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming confidence in the future development of the Great Qin dynasty. Simultaneously, Qin Mingyue pushed open the door to the training chamber, her aura having grown stronger. After several days of tireless cultivation, she had finally broken through to the second level of the profound realm. Her combat prowess significantly enhanced. However, upon witnessing the extravagant palaces before her, she was left utterly speechless. As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed, and North Liang City returned to tranquility. Many cultivators began to prepare essential supplies for the soldiers who had participated in the battle. 100,000 great snow dragon riders and various legions were all ordered to garrison within the Great Qin Imperial Capital, quietly awaiting the storm's arrival. Numerous divine and demonic generals stood atop the newly fortified, towering city walls, gazing down upon the vast expanse of North Liang, their hearts brimming with ambition to personally follow their lord in conquering the world and establishing the Great Qin dynasty, along with this magnificent city, filled them with immense satisfaction. Although they were also astonished by their lord's mysterious powers, in their hearts, he was nothing short of omnipotent. Qin Ming returned to the imperial city, entering a grand and opulent hall, the reconstructed sleeping quarters he once occupied. Without pausing to admire the luxurious grandeur of the hall, he immediately sat cross-legged, examining the system panel that had undergone some changes. Host: Qin Ming age, 18 cultivation. First level of the profound realm power. Great Qin dynasty territory. North Liang national fortune points. 100,000 divine and demonic generals. Lu Bu, Su Chu, Bai Qi, Yuan, Zuizong, Wang Lei, Guan Yu, Yingyu, legions. 3,000 North Liang iron cavalry. 10,000 Tiger Band army. 10,000 Shadow Legion, 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, National Fortune Mall, open note, slaying enemies, expanding territories, nurturing powerful individuals, etc. Any action that can enhance national strength will yield national fortune points. National fortune points can be exchanged in the National Fortune Mall for divine weapons, elixirs, divine and demonic generals, and even kings of the underworld, gods of the heavenly realm, and myriad Buddhas. There is nothing you cannot find within the National Fortune Mall. What the gods of the heavenly realm can be exchanged for. Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the introduction regarding national fortune points. Coming from Blue Star, he was quite familiar with the gods of the heavenly realm. Figures like Erlang Shun, the king of heavenly, and the marshal of the central altar were immensely powerful deities. As long as he accumulated enough national fortune points, he could exchange for such formidable beings that wouldn't the great Qin then dominate the myriad realms? However, the prices must be nothing short of terrifying. After a long while, Qin Ming finally managed to calm his excited heart. He murmured softly, then opened the National Fortune Mall to see what he could exchange for with the 100,000 national fortune points he possessed. Divine and demonic generals. Zhao Yun, 50,000 national fortune points. North Liang Iron Cavalry 10,000. 10,000 national fortune points. Tiger Ben Army 10,000. 10,000 national fortune points. 8th grade Spirit Enhancing Elixir 1 300. 000 national fortune points. Heavy Armored Mysterious Armor Army 10,000. 20,000 national fortune points. 8th grade Mysterious Spirit Rice Seeds 10,000. 10,000 national fortune points. Saintly Guardian 1. 300 million national fortune points. Heavenly Realm Gods. Not open. Myriad Buddhas. Not open. Kings of the Underworld. Not open. Chapter 27. Divine and Demonic Zhao Yun. Million fortune points. A Saintly Guardian. 300 million national fortune points. Qin Ming's interest was piqued upon seeing the term Saintly Guardian. But upon noticing the price, he was left utterly flabbergasted. 300 million national fortune points. He had thought the 100,000 national fortune points granted by the system was quite generous. But now he realized how naive he had been. Ultimately, I was too optimistic. Progress must be made step by step. Expect to devour a whole meal in one bite by directly exchanging for a Saintly Guardian. To sweep through all would truly be wishful thinking. Nevertheless, Qin Ming remained undeterred. For one day, he would possess 300 million national fortune points to acquire a Saintly Guardian of the Saintly Realm. The Saintly Realm was a cultivation realm in this world. Even as a member of the Qin family, he had only seen descriptions of this realm in ancient texts and had never heard of anyone possessing such a being or of any dynasty having a Saintly Realm expert. For now, he would examine what could be exchanged for with the 100,000 national fortune points that might help the Great Qin Dynasty navigate through its current challenges. Qin Ming sighed softly, then focused his gaze back on the National Fortune Mall, beginning to carefully select his desired items. After a prolonged selection process, Qin Ming finally settled on the items he wished to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 national fortune points to successfully exchange for the divine and demonic general, Zhao Yun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 40,000 national fortune points to successfully exchange for 20,000 heavy armored mysterious armor army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 national fortune points to successfully exchange for 10,000 North Liang Iron Cavalry. Ding! National fortune points have been detected to be 0. A new national fortune task has been issued. Expand territory and double the Great Qin Dynasty's domain. Reward: 1 million national fortune points. A series of system notifications rang out, and Qin Ming had spent all of his 100,000 national fortune points. Expand territory, 1 million national fortune points. Upon hearing the system's final pronouncement, Qin Ming instantly straightened his posture. The prospect of 1 million national fortune points seemed exceedingly enticing. In that moment, a resolute decision took form within him. Following this war, he would take the initiative to demonstrate the might of the Great Qin Dynasty to both the Great Wu Dynasty and the Long Yin Dynasty. Subsequently, Qin Ming exited the imperial palace, summoning forth all the legions and generals that he had exchanged for national fortune points. In an instant, the city of Beiliang was graced with an additional 20,000 heavy-armored Xuanjia soldiers and 10,000 Bei, Liang Iron Cavalry, alongside a formidable divine demon general, General Zhao Yun, at your service. Zhao Yun, clad in gleaming silver armor, wielded a long, bright silver spear upon his back, emanating an aura of unparalleled ferocity. General Zhao. Please rise. Qin Ming, witnessing this, promptly assisted Zhao Yun to his feet, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. Divine Demon General. Zhao Yun cultivation. Pinnacle of the 9th level of Tong Xian weapon. Supreme spiritual weapon. Long bright silver spear martial arts. Pan Shi 7 probes. Hao Yun spear. Qin Ming could hardly fathom that Zhao Yun was, in fact, a divine demon general at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Tong Xian. It was worth noting that such a caliber of general had reached the level previously held by his father. Possessing the capability to serve as a national commander, immensely powerful, in this moment, the Great Qin Dynasty had gained another formidable general, instilling Qin Ming with even greater confidence for the impending conflict. Afterward, Qin Ming and Zhao Yun proceeded to assess the strength of the heavy-armored Xuanjia soldiers. To their astonishment, the Xuanjia armor donned by these soldiers was of inferior spiritual quality, impervious to any force lacking the power of the Tong Xian realm. The average soldiers within the heavy-armored Xuanjia ranks were at the spirit-silent stage, exceedingly potent should such a force, numbering in the tens of thousands, clash with the armies of the Great Wu Dynasty and Long Yin Dynasty. They would indeed be invincible, an unstoppable force. Excellent. Everything is in readiness. Now we await the enemy's arrival. Qin Ming ascended the city wall and gazed toward the distant snow-laden expanse, speaking slowly. Another day passed, and Qin Ming signed for 100,000 pounds of 8th-grade spiritual rice. He was quite satisfied, for the spiritual rice proved immensely valuable in the current scenario, capable of replenishing substantial amounts of spiritual energy. Immediately, Qin Ming arranged for the distribution of the remaining 300,000 pounds of spiritual rice he possessed. In times of necessity, it could be consumed raw, allowing for rapid recovery of both spiritual and physical strength. Additionally, supreme spiritual crystals were issued to numerous soldiers, requiring a certain duration for absorption, making them most suitable for use during the lulls of battle. Simultaneously, Qin Mingyue ascended the city wall, shouldering a mid-grade spiritual blade taller than herself. A prized weapon seized from the Kuei Long army. Qin Ming chose to reward her with this blade for her temporary use. Mingyue, do exercise caution and refrain from recklessness in the grand battle of the Great Qin Dynasty. Your role is merely to add the finishing touches. Not wishing to dissuade Qin Mingyue from departing, Qin Ming offered a few words of caution to slay the enemy. This was the finest means to vent the fury within. Qin Ming understood that although Mingyue was still young, she was aware of the ruthless methods employed by the empress of the Great Wu Dynasty, harboring a fervent anger within her heart. This time, Qin Mingyue had already advanced to the 2nd level of Tong Xian, ready to engage in battle. Thus, the Great Qin Dynasty, with an army of fewer than 300,000 and 8 immensely powerful divine demon generals, stood resolute amidst the wind and snow, awaiting the enemy's approach. Meanwhile, at the border between Beiliang and the Long Yin Dynasty, the latter's 500,000-strong army had gathered first. This formidable force stretched as far as the eye could see, brimming with powerful warriors. Among the many generals leading the charge, Gu Quan, clad in black dragon armor, suddenly soared into the air. All soldiers, heed my command. Together, we shall flatten the land of Beiliang. Let none stand beneath the might of our Long Yin Dynasty. Gu Quan's voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated across hundreds of miles, clear and commanding. Kill, kill, kill. The 500,000 soldiers of the Long Yin Dynasty roared in unison, shaking the heavens and the earth. Onward, with Gu Quan's decree. The immense army surged into the land of Beiliang, heading directly toward the city of Beiliang. Gu Quan had learned from the Long Yin Emperor of a supreme spiritual crystal mine located in the Taiyao Mountains. However, to fully possess such a mine, it was imperative to first annihilate the oblivious Great Qin Dynasty. How audacious to establish a dynasty in this insignificant territory. Do they believe that anyone can found a dynasty? Even if they vanquished 1,000,000 Kuei Long soldiers, it would still be insufficient. Sitting astride his black dragon steed, Gu Quan displayed a mocking smile. Yet the supreme spiritual crystal mine truly was a coveted treasure. Chapter 28. Peiyun's Spear. In the southern region of Beiliang, the Great Wu Dynasty's army was on the verge of completing its assembly. The supreme commander, General Ling, had also arrived at this location today. General Ling, we anticipate that within a day, our 500,000 troops will be fully assembled, at which point we shall trample the Great Qin Dynasty. A deputy general at the 5th level of Tong Xian approached Zhang Dao, respectfully reporting, who is yet to arrive, and why the delay. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Dao's tiger-like eyes upon realizing that even with his presence, some remained absent. Reporting to the general, it is the million-strong North Town army led by Kong Chong. Kong Chong. Zhang Dao's brows arched, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Relay my orders. Tomorrow we shall flatten Beiliang. Where we tread, not a blade of grass shall survive. The deputy general complied and promptly departed. Zhang Dao gazed into the distant horizon, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Indeed, Kong Chong still clung to old loyalties. The million-strong North Town army was not far from this place, and would surely arrive ahead of him. Yet they were slower than his own pace. Such treachery must not go unpunished. Muttering to himself, Zhang Dao swiftly made a decision. He would have Kong Chong lead the million-strong army at the forefront. Taking the lead, should they linger at the rear, delaying the battle, or worse, adopt a cowardly stance, his 300,000 Tigerbreaker troops would become the greatest victims. 0.1 million North Town soldiers is far too many. My Tigerbreaker troops number less than 500,000. Another dawn arrived, the heavy snow having ceased. Just after Qin Ming signed for a bottle of 7th-grade recovery pills, the ground suddenly trembled violently as a vast multitude entered Qin Ming's view. At least 500,000, I presume. It seems the Long Yin dynasty is adamant about acquiring the supreme spiritual crystals. Qin Ming murmured, his expression composed, as he abruptly appeared in the void, exuding the aura of the Tong Xian realm. Enemies have arrived. Let the warriors of the Great Qin emerge. Qin Ming's voice reverberated throughout the city of Beiliang. As the colossal city gates swung open, countless soldiers surged forth. Yuan Zuozong and Elbo led 10,000 great snow dragon riders, while Su Chu and Wang Lei commanded another 10,000 Tigerbreaker troops. Guan Yu accompanied another 10,000 Tigerbreaker troops, and Zhao Yun led 20,000 heavy-armored Xuanjia soldiers, with the North Liang Iron Cavalry under the command of the God of Slaughter. By Qi, each legion possessed its own tactical focus and methods for vanquishing foes. Coupled with the peerless divine demon generals, they were indeed invincible. Particularly, Zhao Yun, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Tong Xian. Leading the 20,000 heavy-armored Xuanjia soldiers would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the enemy. As time passed, Gu Quan, commanding the 500,000 elite troops of the Long Yin dynasty, finally stood before the city of Beiliang. Upon witnessing the towering and majestic fortress, he was momentarily taken aback, only to break into an excited grin that I never expected to find such a grand and imposing city in this desolate land of Beiliang. A place where even dogs would not tread. That it seems I shall enjoy the spoils of guarding the supreme, spiritual crystal mine in the future, gazing at the magnificent and opulent city that rivaled even the Long Yin imperial capital. Gu Quan envisioned the day when this grand fortress would belong to him. A mere army of less than 300,000 dares to form formations against me. Truly, you have opened my eyes. Observing the various legions arrayed beneath the city of Beiliang, Gu Quan soared into the air, his voice echoing with utmost derision throughout the realm. I advise you to surrender. What Great Qin sovereign could possibly offer you a better deal? If you submit, I assure you a place by my side. Enjoying the finest luxuries, he was brimming with confidence, convinced that with his 500,000 soldiers, a single spit from each would suffice to drown the opposing forces. Utterly arrogant, taste my arrow first. Upon hearing the scornful laughter of Gu Quan, Yuan Zuozong's figure suddenly soared into the air, his exquisite spirit bow instantly drawn to its full moon form. In the next moment, an arrow imbued with boundless sharpness traversed the vast expanse of several thousand meters, arriving directly before Gu Quan, a divine archer. such formidable archery skills, yet I was already prepared. Suddenly, a black dragon shield materialized before Gu Quan, effectively blocking the arrow that carried an aura of infinite sharpness, producing a resounding metallic clash. What immense power! Gu Quan felt the overwhelming force transmitted through the black dragon shield, causing him to stagger back several hundred meters before stabilizing himself in midair. This left Gu Quan wide-eyed in disbelief. The black dragon shield was the sole defensive weapon of superior quality within the Dragon Flame dynasty, in a bid to ensure absolute success in subjugating the northern Liang. The Dragon Flame Emperor had lent him this exceedingly precious shield. Nevertheless, a mere casual shot had managed to force him, a 9th-level master of the Profound Realm wielding the Black Dragon Shield, to retreat several hundred meters. Such extraordinary power was truly rare. Yet, Gu Quan still possessed a formidable confidence, for no matter how strong the divine archer or the cultivator, there would come a time when their strength would wane. 500,000 soldiers could crush any skill or disparity. It seems that a tortoiseshell has saved your life. You are indeed fortunate. Yuan Zhuozong stood poised in the void, his aura of the 8th level of the Profound Realm even overshadowing Gu Quan's 9th-level presence. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being impolite. 500,000 troops. Heed my command, Flatten. Just as Gu Quan stood suspended in the air, issuing orders to have his 500,000 army crush the northern Liang city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, each containing terrifying power and sharpness, surged toward him, the whistling wind abruptly interrupting his command. You seek death. Upon witnessing the 3 arrows arriving in an instant, Gu Quan roared in fury, raising his black dragon shield once more to fend off the dreadful projectiles. Yet at that moment Yuan Zhuozong bellowed, "Everyone, if we do not strike now, when will we?" With his words echoing, powerful figures surged into the air, stepping through the void, crossing thousands of meters in an instant to encircle Gu Quan. These formidable figures were none other than numerous divine and demonic martial generals, such as El Bu, Bai Qi, and Guan Yu. However, the swiftest among them was Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor and wielding the Dragon Dancer bright silver spear. A peak 9th-level master of the Profound Realm. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Gu Quan, thrusting his spear with a cry, "Break the clouds, spear of destruction!" A spear shadow, enveloped in boundless, terrifying power, suddenly tore through the void, striking the black dragon shield. The immense force instantly surged against the shield, cracking it with a resounding snap. The black dragon shield shattered, revealing Gu Quan's face, now filled with panic. In the next moment, El Bu's Fong Tianhua halberd, Guan Yu's Qinglong Yinhua blade, Su Chu's iron broadsword, and Bai Qi's bronze sword came crashing down. Simultaneously, Yinhua, wielding a dagger, appeared behind Gu Quan. Chapter 29. Decapitate Gu Quan. Slay 2 million enemies. With a black dragon shield in ruins, Gu Quan stood alone against the terrifying onslaught of numerous divine and demonic martial generals. And I cannot die, as he beheld the onslaught of attacks brimming with terror. Despair washed over his face. His spiritual energy surged wildly as he attempted to retreat, hoping to evade the impending calamity. However, in the next instant, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by an overwhelming pain flooding his mind, momentarily halting his retreat. In that fleeting moment, the weapons of the divine and demonic generals crashed violently against Gu Quan's head, body, and lower limbs. Boom! The immense and terrifying force obliterated Gu Quan's entire form into a mist of blood. Gu Quan, the general of the northern Liang, a superpower of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, fell in less than a minute into the battle. The general of the Dragon Flame dynasty is dead. All soldiers heed my command. Charge and slay all enemies before us. Zhao Yun's voice resounded across the battlefield. The divine and demonic martial generals offered no chance for the 500,000 troops of the Dragon Flame dynasty to surround them. Swiftly retreating back, each led their subordinates to charge at the 500,000 army of the Dragon Flame dynasty. At this moment, the 500,000 troops of the Dragon Flame dynasty stood frozen, dumbfounded. The war has not even begun, and their mightiest general, Gu Quan, a peak 9th-level master of the Profound Realm, has fallen. In an instant, he was reduced to blood mist by the opposing force's might. Suddenly, the morale of the Dragon Flame Dynasty's 500,000 troops waned, leaving them bewildered in the face of the less than 30,000 troops of the Qin dynasty. All listen. Do not panic. The enemy numbers less than 30,000. Even with the general's fall, we shall surely triumph. Just as the morale of the Dragon Flame Dynasty began to falter, a voice emerged. It was the vice-general of the 500,000 army, a formidable sixth-level master of the profound realm. Though filled with shock and panic, the vice-general also saw an opportunity for advancement. If we win this battle, I shall be the true general of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, with the vice-general's words. The previously flustered troops of the Dragon Flame Dynasty quickly regained their formation and composure. Flatten the northern Liang. That supreme spirit crystal mine will be ours. For the sake of victory, the vice-general revealed the highly classified information about the supreme spirit crystal mine. A supreme spirit crystal mine exists in northern Liang. If I can obtain just one, I could ascend to the nascent soul stage. Ascending to the nascent soul is nothing. I believe I could leap directly to the spirit tranquility stage. Upon hearing the phrase supreme spirit crystal mine, the blood of every soldier in the Dragon Flame Dynasty ignited with fervor, their eyes filled with insatiable greed. If they could conquer northern Liang, they would undoubtedly acquire a considerable amount of supreme spirit crystals, a boundless vein of resources. Kill. In an instant, the 500,000 troops of the Dragon Flame Dynasty surged forth, a formidable wave crashing against the less than 30,000 soldiers of the Qin dynasty. Indeed, retreating was not as simple as it seemed. However, let us indulge in a grand feast of slaughter. Zhao Yun's gaze flickered slightly as the vast spiritual energy within him surged into the Dragon Dancer bright silver spear. Heavy armored Xuanjiao army, charge! Zhao Yun's resonant voice reverberated across the battlefield, instantly boosting the speed of the 2,000 heavy armored troops, piercing into the heart of the vast army. Each heavy armored soldier possessed at least a cultivation level of spirit tranquility, equivalent to the opposing standard bearers. Coupled with their impenetrable armor, the heavy armored troops were destined to be an invincible force on the battlefield. The formation of the 500,000 troops crumbled like paper, instantaneously ripped apart by the heavy armored army. Zhao Yun's formidable presence loomed large as the spearhead of this heavy armored force. Every swing of the Dragon Dancer bright silver spear resulted in the demise of hundreds or thousands of Dragon Flame soldiers. Regardless of rank or armor type, all faced the same fate under the three-zhong spear intent of Zhao Yun, annihilation. Behind him, the heavy armored troops exhibited unparalleled ferocity, even some individuals leveraging their formidable armor to crush the opposing soldiers into oblivion. In an instant, a blood path emerged within the formation of the 500,000 troops. Simultaneously, the Tiger Ben army, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, and the Jinbei army. Each soldier charged into the ranks of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, unleashing a bloody feast. 500,000 soldiers may sound like a vast number, but without their top-tier powerhouse, and with the general's troops generally being 1 or 2 realms below those of the Qin dynasty, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the elite legions of the Qin dynasty. Their only advantage lay in numbers. Beyond that, they could not keep pace. Moreover, the 8 divine and demonic martial generals descended like gods, unmatched and invincible. With effortless ease, it was possible to reap the lives of hundreds of cultivators, as the Dragon Flame Dynasty's 5 million strong army clashed with the numerous Great Qin legions. 400 to 500,000 had already perished on average. Each soldier of the Great Qin Dynasty had instantaneously dispatched 2 of their adversaries. Following just the initial assault, the soldiers of the Dragon Flame Dynasty were gripped by terror as they witnessed their comrades fall. Such a formidable legion was beyond the capabilities of the Dragon Flame Dynasty to muster. How could the newly established Great Qin Dynasty possess such a terrifying army? Although there was a significant disparity in numbers, the qualitative difference between their forces and those of the Great Qin Dynasty was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The vice commander, at the 6th level of the profound enlightenment realm, sensed the wavering morale once more. Just as he contemplated reviving their spirits by mentioning the precious spirit crystal mines, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him, in the blink of an eye. A massive head fell to the ground, the headless corpse collapsing at the feet of numerous soldiers of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. One by one, phantom-like figures infiltrated the ranks of the 5 million strong army, harvesting the lives of various commanders. These figures were none other than the 10,000 Shadow Legionnaires, along with the presence of Ingwe. The primary mission of their Shadow Legion was to behead all opposing leaders. As time passed, the Dragon Flame Dynasty was reduced to a mere 3 million soldiers, and all of them soon realized that their commanding officers had vanished without a trace, in an instant. The faith of everyone crumbled, and they began to turn their formations, seeking to flee towards the direction of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. They were truly terrified of being slaughtered. 200,000 of their 5 million had fallen under the relentless assaults of the enemy. If they did not retreat, they would surely be annihilated. Pursue the victory and expand our gains. Bai Qi's voice resounded across the battlefield as he soared into the air, wielding a bronze sword to unleash a brilliant wave of sword energy. In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon Flame Dynasty were cleaved in two. Chapter 30, calculating national fortune value in the resplendent hall of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. The Dragon Flame monarch sat upon his throne, his expression a mix of anxiety and excitement. General Gu Quan had already reached the northern Liang, and at this moment, he must have begun to flatten it. He wondered how the battle was progressing. Had they captured northern Liang City? Had they ventured into the Tai Yao mountain range to locate the precious spirit crystal mines? The Dragon Flame monarch murmured with excitement. In his view, capturing northern Liang was a certainty, but the key lay in whether they could find the precious spirit crystal mines. Simultaneously, far away in the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty, Wu Linglong was equally anxious, as long as the news of flattening northern Liang and the execution of the entire Qin family did not arrive. Her anxiety would not dissipate. She was beginning to regret allowing Qin Ming to go to northern Liang. It felt akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. That it must be possible. With 5 million troops, no matter how great Qin Ming's fortune or strategy, he would undoubtedly perish under absolute power. As night fell, the sounds of battle outside northern Liang City had transformed from a cacophony of slaughter to an eerie silence. Save for the blood rivers winding across the desolate land, telling tales of the day's brutality. Report, my lord. Today's battle against the Dragon Flame Dynasty was a resounding victory. We have slain a total of 3,330,000 enemies. Confiscated 2 storage rings, 100 million middle-grade spirit crystals, 500,000 top-grade spirit crystals, 2 million standard artifacts, and several other items. Numerous divine and demonic generals, covered in blood, knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to Qin Ming. Excellent, excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. Distribute all acquired spirit crystals and top-grade spirit crystals to the great Qin soldiers. Let every soldier utilize them to enhance their cultivation. Additionally, each of you will receive 2 recovery spirit pills and 2 gathering spirit pills. One restores your spiritual power, while the other rapidly boosts your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. He had witnessed the entire battle from atop the city walls. His great Qin soldiers were more valiant than ever. With such a legion, conquering cities and expanding territories would be but a matter of course. After this battle, the 2 great dynasties would surely understand that the Great Qin Dynasty was their nightmare. Provoking the Great Qin Dynasty would be their greatest regret. As the divine and demonic generals dispersed, a petite figure, her clothing stained a deep crimson, approached. This figure was none other than Qin Mingwei, who had fought alongside them. Brother, in this battle, I have slain dozens of enemies at the profound enlightenment realm and 20,000 ordinary soldiers. How is my performance? Qin Mingwei smiled slightly as she stood before Qin Ming. Not bad at all. Today's victory in battle owes much to your contributions. Qin Ming affectionately ruffled Qin Mingyue's hair, speaking with a smile. Standing on the city walls, Qin Ming had naturally paid close attention to Qin Mingwei. The martial techniques she employed and her demeanor, while killing, were far beyond what one would expect from a mere 12-year-old girl. She slaughtered without hesitation, her techniques terrifyingly powerful. Qin Ming was well aware of this. Yet it mattered not as long as she remained herself. That was sufficient. After giving Qin Ming 2 recovery spirit pills, she too would need to recuperate. After all, one tiger had fled, but a wolf was still watching over them. Qin Ming then returned to his palace, preparing to comprehend his techniques and continue his cultivation. The higher his cultivation, the more stable the Great Qin Dynasty would become. The day of annihilating the Great Wu Dynasty would draw ever closer. However, just as Qin Ming settled into meditation, a familiar notification tone suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on achieving victory in your first battle, annihilating a total of 337,800 enemy troops. National fortune value is being calculated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 31,000 national fortune value from your first battle. The national fortune value has been credited to the National Fortune Marketplace balance and is available for immediate use. 31,000 national fortune value? Qin Ming's eyes widened. Filled with surprise, 31,000 could be exchanged for quite a number of things, he murmured to himself, immediately directing his gaze to the National Fortune Marketplace. After a thorough examination, he began to make exchanges. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100,000 national fortune value, exchanging for 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia troops. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100,000 national fortune value, exchanging for 100,000 Northern Liang cavalry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100,000 national fortune value, exchanging for a bottle of 7th grade spirit-enhancing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 national fortune value, exchanging for 10,000 Tiger Bend troops. But a series of system notifications echoed, and Qin Ming could not conceal the joy radiating from his face. 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia troops, 100,000 Northern Liang cavalry, and 10,000 Tiger Bend troops. This time, the Great Qin Dynasty had bolstered its ranks by an impressive 16,000 elite troops. Combined with the previous forces, the Great Qin Dynasty now boasted over 400,000 elite soldiers. Such a terrifying force would surely cut through the ranks of other dynasties as if they were mere playthings. There would be no need for elaborate strategies. Capture the leader first, and no need for beheading operations. Anyone daring to confront them would be directly overwhelmed. With 70,000 heavily armored Xuanjia troops and over 200,000 cavalry, who could withstand such might? No one, no legion could resist, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Qin Ming exhaled slowly, calming his emotions. It was no exaggeration. Qin Ming felt he now possessed the ability to bring about the downfall of the Dragon Flame Dynasty and the Great Wu Dynasty. He envisioned a relentless advance, directly pushing towards their imperial capital, with no one able to stand in his way. After this battle, he would surely conquer cities and territories, stepping into the lands of the two great dynasties. Just wait. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he tucked this matter away in his heart, turning his gaze toward the bottle of 7th grade spirit-enhancing pills he had exchanged for. 7th grade spirit-enhancing pills can elevate a person's realm in the profound enlightenment stage by one minor level without any side effects. Each person can only consume 3. After 3, it becomes ineffective. Those at the 9th level of the profound enlightenment cannot be enhanced. That a pill capable of enhancing one's realm without any side effects was something Qin Ming had never heard of in this world. However, the saying that products of the system are always of superior quality seemed to hold even more weight now. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming held the 7th grade spirit-enhancing pill in his hand. Upon opening the bottle, a fragrant scent wafted through the palace, filling the air as he casually picked one up and placed it in his palm. The pill was round, plump, and its color pure. Even just its scent seemed to benefit Qin Ming's cultivation. If 3 could elevate me by 3 minor levels, let me see if this truly possesses such miraculous effects. Qin Ming tilted his head back and swallowed 3 7th grade spirit pills in one go. Chapter 31. 7th grade spirit pill. The moment the 3 spirit pills entered his abdomen, they transformed into currents of warmth that flowed directly into Qin Ming's limbs and bones, swiftly coursing through his meridians. Qin Ming immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique, refining the flowing medicinal effects. Boom, boom, boom. With the chaotic level cultivation technique, the refinement of the medicinal effects was astonishingly rapid. In merely half an hour, Qin Ming abruptly opened his eyes. An overwhelming aura erupting from his body, resonating throughout the entire palace hall. The intensity of this aura far surpassed that of Zhao Yun, a ninth-level practitioner of the profound realm, by several folds. After a brief moment, that fierce and violent aura vanished from the palace hall. He had truly broken through 3 realms in one fell swoop, elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of the profound realm. Qin Ming, sensing the surging power within him akin to a tempest, exclaimed with delight at this moment. Qin Ming was unaware of just how formidable he had become, yet he recognized one thing. Killing practitioners of the 9th level of the profound realm would be as effortless as plucking a flower. This pill was simply extraordinary. There were still 17 spirit pills left in the bottle, enough to elevate numerous divine demonic generals to the 9th level of the profound realm. With this thought, Qin Ming rose from his seat and left the palace hall, heading straight to Qin Mingyue's room. "Brother, what brings you here? Is it that enemy troops are attacking again?" Qin Mingyue questioned with a puzzled expression as she opened the door. "No, these are 3 7th-grade spirit pills that can elevate your cultivation by 3 realms, with no side effects whatsoever. Tomorrow there will be another great battle. You may consume them tonight, but remember to take them one by one." To elevate 3 realms with no side effects, Qin Ming's hand suddenly revealed 3 7th-grade spirit pills, exuding a rich aroma. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, just as she was about to speak. Qin Ming pressed the 3 pills into her hand and turned to leave. "Do not question anything. Brother would never harm you." Watching Qin Ming's retreating figure, Qin Mingyue's mouth fell agape, her eyes shimmering with emotion. After closing the door, she began to closely examine the spirit pills, noting their plump and full bodies, rich fragrance. Truly a superior pill in her previous life as the Holy Emperor, although she had never engaged in alchemy. She had consumed her fair share of pills and could undoubtedly discern their quality. "Let me give it a try." Without hesitation, Qin Mingyue swallowed 1 pill and closed her eyes to commence the refinement process. Even with the recollection of her past life as the Holy Emperor, in the presence of Qin Ming, she remained his little sister. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had summoned numerous divine demonic generals: Liu Bu, Guan Yu, Bai Qi, Ying Yu, Wang Lei, Yuan Zizong, Su Chu. The 7 divine demonic generals gathered within the Great Qin Golden Hall. Zhao Yun, being a 9th-level practitioner of the profound realm, did not require the spirit pills. Hence he was not summoned. The generals looked at Qin Ming with confusion, assuming he had called them due to an impending assault from the Great Wu Empire. However, through their reconnaissance, they discovered that the Great Wu Empire's army wouldn't reach Beiliang City until at least the following afternoon. Why were they summoned so early? "Having followed me for such a long time, I have yet to reward you properly. Today, I have several pills that will greatly enhance your cultivation. I shall grant these to you." As he spoke, a white jade bottle suddenly appeared in Qin Ming's hand, containing 14 spirit pills. Pills? Beneficial for cultivation? The divine demonic generals questioned in confusion. Indeed, 7th-grade spirit pills, each capable of elevating your cultivation by 1 realm with no side effects. You may consume a maximum of 3. I want all of you to become superlative powerhouses at the 9th level of the profound realm by nightfall. Qin Ming spoke with a calm tone. Yet his words dripped with ambition. 8 of them reaching the 9th level of the profound realm, wielding top-tier and supreme spiritual weapons. Who would not tremble at such a sight? The generals nodded in shock and excitement. Elevating their cultivation meant enhancing their combat prowess, allowing them to slay more enemies in the future. Soon, the 14 spirit pills were distributed among the generals Liu Bu, Su Chu, and Wang Lei, originally at the 6th level of the profound realm, had already broken through to the 7th level days prior due to their early arrival and numerous battles. Each received 2 spirit pills. Ying Yu and Yuan Zizong each received 1, while Bai Qi and Guan Yu each received 3. The 14 pills perfectly elevated all the divine demonic generals to the 9th level of the profound realm. The generals departed. Qin Ming harbored anticipation for the expression on General Xiangling's face upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Great Qin Empire. The night passed without incident, all soldiers recovering their spiritual power and physical strength. The divine demonic generals were in seclusion as well as dawn broke. The system's voice resonated promptly in Qin Ming's mind. "Ding! It has been detected that the host did not sign in today. Would you like to proceed with signing in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and obtaining the recipe for the spirit cultivation pill. A recipe? Hearing the system's voice, Qin Ming's gaze fixated on the spirit cultivation pill recipe, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes that it seemed he would need to find an alchemist soon. The spirit cultivation pill could accelerate the cultivation speed of practitioners below the profound realm, making it the best resource for those of lower realms. Most importantly, the required materials were quite common and easily gathered in abundance. If he could find an alchemist to cultivate a large number of specialized spirit cultivation pill makers, the soldiers of the Great Qin would become exponentially stronger, rising rapidly. However, today's main task was not to seek out alchemists. Rather, it was to make General Shang Ling pay the price for his past actions as the sun rose high. Despite the thick snow blanketing the ground, the warmth of the sunlight dispelled the chill. Terrifying auras erupted from various palaces, and figures suddenly appeared above Beiliang city, exuding exceptionally powerful presences. Lo and behold, it was the many divine demonic generals who had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound realm. Standing atop the imperial dynasty, commanding the lives of countless people, the generals were ecstatic. Their combat power explosively increased with their breakthrough to the 9th level of the profound realm. They eagerly anticipated the battles to come. Report to the Lord. The Great Wu Empire's army of millions is merely 2 hours away from reaching Beiliang city. Chapter 32. All at the 9th level of the profound realm. Suddenly, a scout arrived outside Qin Ming's palace hall, reporting, "Immediately notify all generals to prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming exhibited no surprise and promptly commanded, "Yes." The scout departed. The soldiers of the Great Qin began to assemble, marching steadily towards the city outskirts. Each soldier brimmed with confidence, although some bore the stains of crimson blood upon their garments, having experienced the previous day's battle, where 500,000 troops, including 100,000 from the Dragon Flame Empire, were relentlessly pursued and slain by their mere 20,000 soldiers. How could they not feel confident? The overall strength of the Great Wu Dynasty pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. They exhibit an unwavering confidence in their victory, reminiscent of yesterday, when 500,000 soldiers were put to flight. Even the 100,000 troops of the Northern Guard have made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation within just a few days. Their combat prowess vastly enhanced compared to when they first arrived. The original commander of the Northern Guard, Feng Tianhua, has successfully ascended to the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm, thanks to the supply of supreme spirit crystals and 8th grade Xianling rice, greatly increasing his battle capability. Even the 2 deputy commanders who had previously fought alongside Feng Tianhua, both at the 1st level of the Tongxian realm, have also made breakthroughs, now reaching the 2nd level of the Tongxian realm. The Northern Guard is brimming with confidence. Much like yesterday's formation, the soldiers of the Qin dynasty stand resolute upon the blood-soaked earth, a palpable aura of slaughter filling the air outside the city of Beiliang. On the city walls, a group of elderly scholars and children have gathered. However, these individuals do not exude the aura of those resigned to their fate. Rather, they radiate a vibrant vitality. This is due to their consumption of spirit rice and the finest spirit crystals during their time in Beiliang, which has naturally elevated their cultivation levels. For practitioners, an increase in cultivation correlates with a surge in life force. These individuals are indeed members of the Qin family. Today, their appearance on the city walls is a decision made by Qin Ming, who wishes to demonstrate that the Qin family is not to be trifled with. The near demise of the Qin family was instigated by the Great Wu Dynasty, and he aims for them to witness firsthand the downfall of their enemies. Among them is Qin Ming, who, after a night's rest, appears to have grown significantly taller, resembling an adult more than ever. Her delicate features have also become increasingly radiant. Yet, this is not the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is that at the age of 12, she stands as a formidable 5th-level master of the Tongxian realm, possessing powerful martial skills and an abundance of combat experience. Capable of commanding as a general. Brother, that spirit-connecting pill truly works wonders. In just one night, I have broken through 3 levels and reached the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, Qin Ming exclaimed, standing beside Qin Ming, her hand gripping a mid-grade spirit blade, excitement evident in her voice. Yes, with your cultivation, your combat strength is more than adequate to assume the position of a commander of a legion. How about leading 100,000 soldiers in a battle? Qin Ming suggested, gazing into the distant sky with a smile. 100,000 soldiers. Let us not, shall we? With so many powerful generals, adding one more would hardly make a difference. I prefer to fight solo, Qin Ming replied, shaking her head as she glanced at the formidable generals below. With a total of over 200,000 troops and 8 great generals, each leading just over 30,000. Where would she find the 100,000 to command? Besides, she preferred the freedom of single combat, going wherever she wished, striking down whoever she pleased without anyone's interference. Commanding troops required obedience to orders, something she felt ill-suited for. However, Qin Ming did notice the remarkable transformation in the auras of the many generals around her, now exuding an overwhelming ferocity, akin to that of legendary beasts. Brother, have your formidable generals all broken through to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm? She asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. Roughly, so did I. Haven T inquired further. Qin Ming replied, a smile gracing his lips. 8 superlative masters at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm could easily dispatch enemies within 100,000 troops. The moment the general of Shangling arrives outside Beiliang City, Qin Ming could dispatch someone to eliminate him directly. Yet, Qin Ming had no intention of doing so. He sought to instill regret, despair, and fear in the general of Shangling before ultimately leading him to his demise. If he were to simply execute Zhang Dao at the onset, it would be a disservice to himself. Amazing. Brother, I admire you, Qin Ming declared, her face lighting up with reverence. Although he had once been a powerful figure at the Holy Emperor realm, in her presence, he was merely her 12-year-old brother. Brother, I'm heading down. This time, I intend to make the Great Wu Dynasty pay back some interest to our Qin family, she proclaimed, and without waiting for a response. She leapt into the air, landing in a corner outside the city to await the arrival of the Great Wu Dynasty's forces. Meanwhile, the news of the 500,000 soldiers' defeat and the death of General Gu Quan had spread throughout the Dragon Flame dynasty. The entire dynasty erupted in chaos, with opinions varying widely. Some claimed that the Qin dynasty had won through treachery, asserting that if they regrouped their forces, they could certainly crush Beiliang. Others speculated that the newly established Qin dynasty possessed such terrifying strength that it would soon become a grave threat to the Dragon Flame dynasty. There were even whispers that the emperor of the Qin dynasty must have emerged from a sect, aiming to end the prolonged struggle of over a dozen dynasties in the abandoned land. As a result, internal unrest began to brew within the Dragon Flame dynasty. Incompetent fools. Each one of you feasts at the royal table, yet fails to accomplish a single task. What use are you to me? Roared the emperor of the Dragon Flame dynasty, rising abruptly from his throne in the Golden Wan Hall, shattering his teacup in anger, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could hardly fathom that the 500,000 troops he had dispatched had been utterly routed, and that the 9th level master Gu Quan had perished in that very land. What shall we do now? The land of Beiliang has fallen into the hands of the Qin dynasty, and the Supreme Spirit Crystal Mine has become their private property. If we stand idly by, it would be tantamount to nurturing a tiger, and before long, the Dragon Flame dynasty may find itself obliterated by the Qin dynasty. The emperor bellowed, his furious gaze fixed upon the ministers below, who trembled in fear and knelt in silence. The hall remained silent for a lengthy period before one minister dared to speak, his voice quivering. Your Majesty, reports have come in that the Great Wu Dynasty is also gathering millions of troops in Beiliang to conquer it. We could ally with them and dispatch another 500,000 elite soldiers to support the Great Wu Dynasty, combining our forces to form an army of nearly 10 million, certainly enough to defeat the Qin dynasty. Is the Great Wu Dynasty also mobilizing for Beiliang? Do they somehow know of the existence of the Supreme Spirit Crystal Mine? The emperor's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flashing within them. The Supreme Spirit Crystal Mine was of utmost importance. Acquiring it would provide the foundation necessary for becoming the strongest dynasty in the abandoned land. That it was simply not something they could afford to relinquish. Yet their losses had been catastrophic, 2 generals, and over 400,000 troops down. If this continued, the Dragon Flame dynasty would soon find itself depleted of soldiers, while the overall strength of the Great Wu Dynasty was slightly inferior to theirs. If the alliance were to conquer Beiliang, they could agree to share the spoils, perhaps 1/3 of the mine. The emperor was acutely aware that if news of the Supreme Spirit Crystal Mine were to leak, they would not be able to hold it against the other surrounding dynasties, all of whom would undoubtedly send their forces to Beiliang. With this thought, the emperor resolved to cooperate with the Great Wu Dynasty. Gather the remaining 100,000 troops and combine them with over 300,000 elite soldiers. We shall immediately head to Beiliang to support the Great Wu Dynasty. Once the ministers had departed, a bird took flight from the Dragon Flame dynasty, heading towards the Great Wu Dynasty. Ahead lay the capital of the Qin dynasty, Beiliang City. A deputy commander at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm rode alongside General Shangling. Respectfully reporting, is that so? Upon hearing this, General Shangling revealed a peculiar smile and ordered, notify Kong Chang to lead the 1,000,000 troops of the Northern Guard as the vanguard to storm Beiliang City at once. There shall be no delays, no independent decisions, and no disobedience to this command. The deputy commander's expression stiffened. Go send 1,000,000 troops of the Northern Guard, as the vanguard meant unleashing the enemy's full combat strength upon them. He had heard how the Qin dynasty had annihilated over 1,000,000 of the Kuei Long army. The Northern Guard, much like the Kuei Long army, was comprised of elite forces. However, if they were to be the first to engage, they would inevitably suffer great losses. What are you dawdling for? Do you intend to defy orders? General Shangling's brows furrowed as he coldly reprimanded the deputy commander. And no, I dare not, came the hastily uttered response. The vice commander hastily admitted his fault and promptly departed. As he watched the vice commander's retreating figure, Zhang Dao once again wore a smile. The death of 1,000,000 troops from the northern town was, in his eyes, a fortuitous event. All he needed to do was annihilate the great Qin Empire, thereby eliminating a significant source of concern. The last remnants of the 500,000 formidable army were merely 1,000,000 from the northern town. What? You expect my 1,000,000 troops to serve as cannon fodder, merely to confront the only son of the northern town's general? Zhang Dao, you are crossing the line. Hearing this, Kong Chang's fury ignited, and a powerful aura emanated from his quintessence realm. 5th level, struggling to suppress the impulse to rush over and engage Zhang Dao in combat. He replied, fine, I understand. You may return and report. The vice commander was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Kong Chang to genuinely agree. He had anticipated that Kong Chang would seek out the general of Shangling for confrontation. Subsequently, the vice commander left, feeling relieved that he only needed to convey the message. As he observed the vice commander's departure, a glint of coldness flashed in Kong Chang's eyes. Since you treat the lives of my 1,000,000 troops so lightly, do not blame me for being ungracious. Initially, I had no desire to become an enemy of the northern town's prince, which is why I deliberately positioned myself at the back. But now, you have forced my hand. Whatever transpires next is of your own making. Kong Chang seethed with anger, having followed the northern town's general in a battle for over 70 years, developing an unbreakable bond that words could scarcely describe. Now, to be compelled to confront the Prince of Qin filled him with immense sorrow. Yet there was no longer any need for hesitation. Engaging in battle with the Qin Prince's legion was a death sentence regardless. Why not die with a greater sense of purpose? With this thought, Kong Chang swiftly arranged for the 1,000,000 troops of the northern town to accelerate their march, surpassing all other legions to become the vanguard. With the elite northern town army serving as a shield, flattening Beiliang will merely be a matter of time. Zhang Dao reveled in pride as he watched the northern town troops rush past him. Having suffered indignities at the hands of the southern barbarian dynasty, he finally felt a sense of relief here. Soon enough, the 500,000-strong army of the Great Wu Dynasty traversed the vast, snowy expanse and came to a halt several thousand meters in front of Beiliang City. Upon seeing the blood-red earth and the more than 200,000 troops of the Great Qin, exuding an overwhelming presence, astonishment washed over him. Surely, this blood-red ground had been soaked with the blood of 1,000,000 Kuei Long troops, indicating that countless lives have been lost here. However, What General Shangling did not realize was that the vast expanse before him had not been stained by the blood of the million Long troops, but rather by the 300,000 elite warriors of the Long Yan dynasty. Yet what truly shocked Zhang Dao was the majestic city that surpassed even that of the Great Wu imperial city. When did Beiliang acquire such a grand structure? Could it be that Qin Ming had dispatched someone to construct it recently? This thought flickered through Zhang Dao's mind. He then stepped into the void, positioning himself before the northern town troops, and declared in a resounding voice, "Qin Ming, do not remain obstinate. Currently, 500,000 elite warriors of the Great Wu Dynasty are assembled here, with a single command. I could raze your Beiliang to the ground. Therefore, I grant you a quarter of an hour to consider. Should you choose to surrender, I will personally plead with the empress to spare your life." Zhang Dao's words were grandiose, filled with confidence. In his view, although the opposing force numbered over 200,000 elite troops, they were utterly inconsequential. After all, 500,000 was 20 times their number. Did they possess an army of such magnitude in the Great Wu? "Zhang Dao, spare us your empty words. Today, I bring you a surprise," came the utterly indifferent voice of Qin Ming, resonating throughout the heavens and earth as he stood suspended in the void. Locking eyes with Zhang Dao, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips thought a surprise. You have attained the quintessence realm," Zhang Dao repeated instinctively, only to suddenly realize the implications. Exclaiming in shock, it was merely a few days since he had been a lowly alchemist in the Great Wu imperial capital, and now he had directly broken through to the quintessence realm, capable of traversing the air. This is not a surprise. Just wait and see. Qin Ming's voice was devoid of emotion, and as his words faded, the ground began to tremble violently. Before him surged an imposing force of over 100,000 troops, including 100,000 Beiliang cavalry mounted on thunderous steeds, 50,000 heavy-armored soldiers clad in dark armor, and 10,000 elite Tiger Band troops. In an instant, the total number of troops surged past 400,000, leaving even the various divine and demonic generals astonished at the sheer number of reinforcements their leader had summoned. Well, even with an additional 10,000 troops, what difference does it make? This hardly qualifies as a surprise. Zhang Dao was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter, mockingly declaring, "Since you, Qin Ming, remain so obstinately deluded, I see no reason to grant you even a quarter of an hour. All soldiers, heed my command. Flatten Beiliang. Annihilate the great Qin Empire, and slay every last one of the Qin family." Following his derision, Zhang Dao issued his orders with great excitement, anticipating the imminent eradication of his greatest source of concern. However, just as his voice fell, a louder, more thunderous command rang out. 100,000 northern town troops. Heed my command. Slay every enemy that is not part of the northern town army from this day forth. We are no longer subjects of the Great Wu Dynasty. This furious proclamation came from the enraged Kong Chang. Even before Kong Chang's words could fully resonate, the million troops of the northern town moved, as if choreographed, brandishing their long spears and turning to thrust at Zhang Dao's Tiger Band troops. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Within moments, tens of thousands of Tiger Band soldiers fell. Zhang Dao, standing in the void, was rendered speechless at this sight. Disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that Kong Chang had rebelled, rallying the million northern town troops against him. "Kong Chang, you madman, do you seek death?" In that instant of realization, Zhang Dao's veins bulged as he swung his long blade down towards Kong Chang. Boom! Kong Chang faltered, his form crashing to the ground. Yet, there was no hint of panic or fear in his demeanor. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Zhang Dao, no matter how furious you become, you must endure the wrath of my million northern town troops. You are courting death." "Kong Chang," Zhang Dao shouted, raising his long blade once more, aiming it at Kong Chang with all the power of his 7th level of the quintessence realm. There was no way that Kong Chang, at the 5th level, could withstand such a furious onslaught. This strike would undoubtedly fell him. However, just as Zhang Dao's blade was about to descend upon Kong Chang's head, a piercing sound sliced through the air, revealing an arrow imbued with spiritual light that shot towards Zhang Dao's weapon. Bang! The long blade shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt in Zhang Dao's grip. Staring wide-eyed, Zhang Dao turned to the direction of the arrow. And in the next moment, a powerful and commanding voice reverberated through the air. "Zhang Dao, do you still wish to slay my great Qin soldiers? Perhaps you should assess your own capabilities." Yuan Zhuozong's soared into the air. Exuding the aura of a ninth-level quintessence realm expert, his spiritual bow drawn taut, swish, an arrow, imbued with overwhelming strength, raced towards Zhang Dao. What? Ninth level of the quintessence realm? Zhang Dao was struck with horror, attempting to raise his blade to defend himself, only to find he was left with merely the hilt. Thud! The arrow's terrifying force pierced through Zhang Dao's ribs and spine, sending his entire body hurtling backward. Bang! He was impaled against a tree thousands of meters away. In that moment, Zhang Dao felt as though his body had been shattered. Unable to move, his eyes filled with terror as he beheld himself pinned to the tree. Fear gripped his heart. He never anticipated that Kong Chong would rebel, nor did he foresee the presence of a pinnacle ninth-level archer under Qin Ming's command. How could such strength exist? This was an impossibility. Zhang Dao's mind reeled in disbelief. On the other hand, Kong Chang's expression transformed from shock to elation. He had never imagined that the Prince of Qin would have a pinnacle ninth-level archer at his disposal. This was truly beyond comprehension. A.S. Kong Chong marveled at the scene. Yuan Zhuozong's voice rang out once more. "All great Qin soldiers, heed my command. Spare only the allies clad in silver armor. Leave no one else alive." Suddenly, over 400,000 soldiers of the Great Qin Legion surged onto the battlefield. The 1 million troops of the Northern Guard, who were initially struggling, found themselves at ease in an instant. Kong Chong rose to his feet, eager to join the fray, when a familiar figure abruptly appeared beside him. "Long time no see, Brother Kong." "Fong Tianhua." Kong Chong immediately called out the name of that figure. "I am not dead. I have also become a part of the Great Qin Dynasty. I never expected you to join us today," Fong Tianhua said with a smile. "Wonderful, truly heaven-sent. You and I shall slay our enemies together. Ever since the Grand General departed, I have been thoroughly displeased with those rascals of the Tiger Collapse Army." With that, Fong Tianhua and Kong Chong eagerly plunged into the battle on the city walls. Qin Ming gazed down at the chaotic battlefield, where over 1 million Northern Guard troops fought valiantly, and a radiant smile graced his face. "Wu Linglong, you may seize command of the troops, but can you capture the hearts of the Northern Guard?" On the battlefield, the amalgamation of the Great Qin Legion and the 1 million Northern Guard troops became a veritable nightmare for the 400,000 Tiger Collapse Army and the other legions, especially since their leader had been nailed to a tree before the war even commenced. Although visible, he was utterly incapable of giving commands. The massacre was nearly overwhelming, causing the ranks of the Tiger Collapse Army to dwindle rapidly. The 8 divine generals, having broken through to the 9th level of the Profound Realm, charged through the battlefield like true war deities, each strike resulting in the demise of thousands. All of this was witnessed by the still conscious Grand General Xiangling. Zhang Dao, whose face turned ashen, filled with boundless despair, he looked down upon the over 400,000 Great Qin troops, who engulfed his esteemed Tiger Collapse Army like a flood. The two forces were simply not of the same caliber. The annihilation of the Tiger Collapse Army was merely a matter of time. Just as Zhang Dao was engulfed in despair, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Old Zhang Dao, is this surprise to your liking?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Dao jolted, his previously hazy consciousness clearing in an instant. As he beheld the familiar figure before him, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Ming, how have you become so powerful?" He racked his brain, unable to fathom how Qin Ming had established the Great Qin Dynasty and commanded such a formidable legion in such a short span of time. His own cultivation had even reached the 4th level of the Profound Realm, merely 2 minor levels behind Qin Ming. It was astounding to consider that the young man before him was only 18 years old, yet commanded an army of over 400,000 and had founded the Great Qin Dynasty. Capturing a seasoned general like himself, who had fought on the battlefield for over 100 years, in an instant. "Why do you even dare to ask me that?" Qin Ming replied, his gaze fixed on Zhang Dao, filled with a sense of indifference reminiscent of the disdain Zhang Dao had previously shown him. However, the roles had now reversed. Did you enjoy today's spectacle? Just look at your tiger collapse army. They re-meeting a grim fate, aren't they? And your hand-picked soldiers are scurrying about like frightened rats. Most importantly, observe me. Your repeated attempts to eliminate me have not only failed, but I now hold your life in my hands. Qin Ming spoke softly, as if recounting tales to an old friend. Yet with every word he uttered, Zhang Dao's expression darkened. By the end, Zhang Dao was on the brink of collapse. Qin Emperor, spare my life. I will serve you faithfully for all my days. Just grant me mercy. Zhang Dao lowered the proud head he had held high throughout. Filled with regret, he wished he could stab the past version of himself for getting involved in such matters. He truly did not want to die. After nearly 200 years of cultivation, he had reached the 7th level of the profound realm and attained the position of Grand General. Even if he could not become a legendary figure of the Void Realm, he could have lived the latter half of his life in comfort. He did not wish to leave his life here. Spare your life? Qin Ming laughed heartily. Did you ever spare a path of the Qin family? This is all of your own making. Moreover, not only will you die today, but your Tiger Collapse army will perish as well. When the Great Qin army enters the Great Wu imperial capital, your Zhang family will face annihilation. Qin Ming's tone remained calm, yet anyone could perceive the underlying resentment. You, Qin Ming, you cannot harm my family. They are innocent. Upon hearing the threat against his family, Zhang Dao's expression turned extremely tense. Innocent? Anyone related to you, Zhang Dao, is implicated. Therefore, you might as well proceed to the underworld and await them. With that, Qin Ming raised the holy slaying sword, which suddenly radiated a brilliant light, embodying a terrifying sword intent as it cleaved towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao's eyes widened in fear. He attempted to evade, but the arrows had impaled him to the tree, rendering him unable to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the dazzling sword intent sliced through his body, and soon his consciousness plunged into an endless abyss. Not a trace remained of him. With one strike, Zhang Dao was reduced to nothingness, as if he had never existed in this world. All that was left was a storage ring, quietly resting on the ground. Xiangling is dead. Slay every soldier of the Great Wu. Leave not a single one alive. Qin Ming nonchalantly picked up the storage ring, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. Kill! 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 Upon hearing Qin Ming's command, the morale of the great Qin soldiers surged anew as they unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the forces of the Great Wu. Qin Ming gazed down at the pitiful cries of the Tiger Collapse army below, devoid of any compassion. They had come as enemies, and to Qin Ming, enemies were simply meant to be exterminated. Had it not been for the abundance of adept warriors and powerful allies the great Qin dynasty possessed today, the fate of the Qin family would have been far grimmer than that of their adversaries. The one-sided massacre continued unabated. Just a few hours later, 3 million soldiers of the Tiger Collapse army and 1 million from other legions lay dead, with not a single soul escaping. Outside the city of Beiliang, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood resembled a hellish abyss, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Half a day later, as the battlefield was cleared, countless bodies and blood transformed into blazing flames, illuminating the sky in fiery hues, as if heralding some portentous omen. Report to the sovereign. This battle has resulted in a resounding victory. Our forces have annihilated 3,920,000 enemy troops, seizing 89 million mid-grade spirit crystals, 400,000 high-grade spirit crystals, a storage ring, and various materials, cultivation resources, and heavenly treasures. The numerous divine generals congregated within the Great Qin Golden Hall, their faces brimming with joy as they eagerly addressed Qin Ming, who sat above them. Excellent. Do not deposit these spoils into the national treasury. Distribute them directly among all the soldiers for their cultivation, and do not forget the many Northern Guard troops. Qin Ming waved his hand, directing his gaze to Kong Chong, who stood within the Golden Hall. Kong Chong had the audacity to rebel against the Great Wu imperial court, doing so without knowledge of the Great Qin's overwhelming might, which demonstrated his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Such a person would not be overlooked. Thank you, sovereign. Kong Chong was deeply moved, having assumed they would receive no reward upon joining the Great Qin dynasty. He never anticipated that Qin Ming had been considering them all along. Thank you, Sovereign, the other divine generals echoed in unison, bowing in gratitude. I could see this moment. Qin Ming rose from his throne, gazing at the divine generals and the leaders of the Northern Guard, including Fang Tianhua and Kong Chong, and spoke slowly. You have fought bravely, vanquishing countless foes for the great Qin. Thus, you deserve rewards that I happen to possess a sacred-level cultivation technique, which I shall impart to you today. I hope that one day, as you stand by my side, you may ascend to become a saint, transcending all living beings. Upon hearing these words, the entire Great Qin Golden Hall fell into a profound silence. As all the divine generals and the leaders of the Northern Guard gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just heard at a sacred-level cultivation technique. The Emperor wishes to bestow upon them a sacred-level cultivation technique. A sacred-level cultivation technique that surpasses even the legendary ninth-grade techniques. This implies that they all have the potential to become legendary saints in the future. However, the most astonishing aspect remains the two generals of the Northern Defense Army. Chapter 36, Reinforcements, 8th rank Blood Spirit Herb. Kong Chong and Fang Tianhua do not belong to the ranks of divine or demonic martial generals, and thus their loyalty to Qin Ming is not absolute. Consequently, the tumultuous waves that surge within them are far more intense than those felt by the divine and demonic generals. The sacred-level techniques exist solely in legends. They have only ever heard of the emergence of such techniques in tales. In reality, they have already cultivated to the realm of profundity, almost standing at the pinnacle of the dynasty, and what they have encountered at best are techniques of the 7th rank, while the 8th rank techniques are said to be exclusive to the royal family. When the Emperor of the Great Qin spoke of sacred-level techniques, it truly left them in awe. Observing the shock on everyone's faces, Qin Ming smiled slightly, revealing an ancient scroll in his hand. Lu Bu, each of you should transcribe a copy. Later, you can convert to this technique that I trust it will greatly enhance both your combat prowess and cultivation. This technique is named the 5 Profound Tao Sutra. You may cultivate it diligently. Given your talents, it won't take long for you to fully convert and elevate both your strength and future potential. Qin Ming casually tossed the scroll to Lu Bu and spoke calmly. The sacred-level technique had been in his possession for a while, and today was the right moment to bestow it upon them, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Great Qin dynasty. Should any divine or demonic general manage to break through to the void-penetrating realm, they would easily crush the Great Wu Dynasty and the Long Yin Dynasty, without needing to worry about the foundations of the two dynasties. By the way, this technique should also be cultivated by the soldiers, but it suffices for them to reach the void-penetrating realm first. Qin Ming added, if the soldiers of the Great Qin cultivate the most elite techniques, their combat strength will soar, rendering any number of troops from the two major dynasties ineffective. We shall heed the Emperor's command, Lu Bu replied respectfully as he accepted the scroll. Subsequently, Qin Ming arranged numerous matters, including the re-excavation of the Supreme Spirit Crystal Mines, recruiting more miners throughout the northern Liang region, offering them generous rewards. Additionally, he addressed the expansion of territory. Although the Great Qin dynasty had just been established, it would not allow the two major dynasties to freely deploy troops in the northern Liang region. Now that the power of the Great Qin dynasty had risen, it was fully prepared to begin expanding its territories. He thus commanded Yuan Zhuozong to lead 100,000 iron cavalry to the nearest large city, Longyue City, which borders the Long Yin dynasty and the northern Liang region, to seize it and redefine the territory of the Great Qin dynasty from that point. Meanwhile, the Northern Defense Army would deploy 500,000 troops, with 10,000 cavalry from the northern Liang, under the leadership of Lu Bu and Su Chu, to occupy the 3 cities outside the northern Liang region of the Great Wu Dynasty: Qifeng City, Yinguang City, and Tianluo City. These 3 cities would serve as the boundaries of the Great Qin's territory. Any trespassers would be executed without mercy. This way, his mission of expanding territory could be accomplished, earning a reward of 1 million fortune points. Then, it would be time for the downfall of the 2 major dynasties. After everyone transcribed the techniques, they dispersed and returned to their respective cultivation chambers. All began to diligently convert to the new technique. After all, this was a sacred-level technique, existing only in legends, and they were all eagerly anticipating the benefits it would bring them post-conversion. Qin Ming sat cross-legged in the palace's grand hall. Reflecting on the battle of the day, much of the previous frustration had dissipated. Once he brought down the empress of the Great Wu and obliterated the Great Wu Dynasty, all the pent-up resentment within him would be carried away by the winds. Just as Qin Ming was lost in thought, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving victory in yet another battle, having slain a total of 3,920,000 enemies. The national fortune points are being calculated. Please hold on. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 39,000 national fortune points. Please check your account." Point. 2 consecutive system notifications rang out, causing Qin Ming to sit up straight, his eyes filled with delight. To have received 39,000 national fortune points meant that the strength of the Great Qin Dynasty would experience a significant surge once again. Qin Ming's face was alight with uncontainable joy as he immediately shifted his gaze to the National Fortune Mall. This time, several more items were available in the mall. Shadow Legion 10,000, 20,000 national fortune points. 8th rank Blood Spirit Herb 1, 100,000 national fortune points. Random Premium Spirit Weapon Blind Box 110. 000 national fortune points. Frenzied War Legion 10,000, 50,000 national fortune points. Trap Camp 10,000, 50,000 national fortune points. After surveying the offerings, Qin Ming had already formed a plan. He would replenish the heavy armored Mystic Armored Army by 30,000, bringing their total to 100,000, consuming 60,000 national fortune points. The Tiger Ben army would be bolstered by 80,000, also reaching 100,000, costing 80,000 national fortune points. The Shadow Legion would add 40,000 troops, increasing their numbers to 50,000, expending 80,000 national fortune points, and the Trap Camp would also require 50,000 national fortune points for 10,000 troops. In total, he increased his forces by 160,000, spending a total of 270,000 national fortune points. Now, with the Great Qin Army's numbers combined with the previous 400,000 and the additional 1 million from the Northern Defense Army, the Great Qin would boast a formidable force of 1,660,000 troops. Although this number pales in comparison to the two major dynasties, which each maintain an army of around 20 million. The Great Qin's forces are composed of elite warriors capable of taking on 100 foes each. Their combat prowess is unparalleled, invincible in battle. After selecting these reinforcements, Qin Ming greatly enhanced the national strength of the Great Qin. He then turned his attention to the 8th rank Blood Spirit Herb. 8th rank Blood Spirit Herb, a millennium-old herb rich in energy, beneficial for cultivators. Note: weaker cultivators should consume it gradually. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 100,000 national fortune points to successfully obtain an 8th rank Blood Spirit Herb. This herb might elevate my cultivation by several levels, Qin Ming murmured to himself, as a blood-colored herb appeared in his hand, radiating a rich energy. Ever since he consumed the 7th rank Qinglian, Qin Ming realized how greatly these rare treasures could enhance one's cultivation, all without any side effects. However, now that his cultivation had reached the 4th level of profundity, the energy required was ever more immense. It seemed likely that even the 8th rank Millennium Blood Spirit Herb would not elevate him by many levels. Qin Ming murmured again, then exchanged for 2 more items, exhausting all his national fortune points in the process. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 10,000 national fortune points to exchange for a random premium spirit weapon blind box. Obtaining the exquisite spirit weapon, the Qin Shuang by Shui Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 10,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for 10,000 seeds of 8th rank Xianling rice. Chapter 37. A Slight Breakthrough. The Qin Shuang by Shui Sword. It seems rather suitable for Qin Ming to wield as for these 10,000 seeds. They must be distributed to skilled individuals for cultivation. Once successfully planted, the soldiers of the Great Qin will have a continuous supply of spirit rice as a resource for cultivation, significantly enhancing the strength of the Great Qin Dynasty over the long term. Qin Ming gazed at the 10,000 seeds of 8th rank Xianling rice and the pale blue sword exuding a faint chill. Nodding in satisfaction, that he then shifted his focus back to the Blood Spirit Herb, placing the entire herb into his mouth, closing his eyes, and began to refine the tumultuous energy flooding into his body. In the Great Wu Dynasty, under the cover of night, Wu Linglong sat cross-legged in an extremely luxurious cultivation chamber. Immersed in her practice, the formidable aura of the 8th level of profundity surged unabashedly throughout the chamber. Suddenly, the sound of a bird of prey pierced the air, prompting Wu Linglong to spring to her feet, stepping out of her cultivation room to receive a letter clutched in the bird's talons. Moments later, Wu Linglong revealed a radiant smile. The Long Yin dynasty had proactively pledged an additional 500,000 troops for reinforcement. With over 10 million soldiers, flattening a mere northern Liang would be a trivial task. Qin family, this time you shall face annihilation. Wu Linglong swiftly penned a response, agreeing to the reinforcements, and vowed to conquer northern Liang, intending to offer it back to the Long Yin dynasty as a token of goodwill between the two major dynasties. The thought of northern Liang incensed her, and she resolved to gift it to the Long Yin dynasty to demonstrate the amicable relations between their two empires. Yet, why had there been no word from Zhang Dao? No, I must inform him to hold on a little longer. The 500,000 troops from the Long Yin dynasty would ensure the Qin family's destruction, while also enhancing the cooperation between our two dynasties. Contemplating this, Wu Linglong once again penned a missive, summoning a rare avian unique to the royal lineage, dispatching the letter at utmost speed towards Beiliang. Unbeknownst to Wu Linglong, however, the Long Yin dynasty had already mobilized an army of 500,000. Returning in disarray, they too sought to leverage the formidable might of the two great dynasties to obliterate Beiliang. The following dawn, Qin Ming's aura erupted with thunderous intensity, a powerful pressure enveloping the entire palace hall in an instant. After a brief moment, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth from them. He had reached the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm, a mere step away from the 9th tier. As he sensed the vast and potent energy coursing within him, a radiant smile graced his face. He had not anticipated that the effects of the millennium-old blood spirit herb would be so remarkable. Propelling his cultivation to a breakthrough of 4 tiers, it was simply exhilarating. Subsequently, Qin Ming departed the palace hall, first presenting the exquisite spiritual weapon, the Qin Shuang by Shue's sword, to Qin Mingwei. Brother, I have broken through again. I am now at the 6th tier of the Tongxian realm, Qin Mingwei declared with pride. With an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources, and owing to Qin Mingwei's extraordinary talent, her progress was nearly exponential. Wait a moment, brother. Your cultivation seems unfathomable to me now. What level have you attained? Qin Mingwei inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She recalled that Qin Ming's cultivation had always been beneath hers. How could it be that today she could not discern his level? Ha! Is it only permissible for you to break through while I am not allowed even the slightest advancement? It is merely a breakthrough to the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. It is nothing to be concerned about. Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. What? The 8th tier of the Tongxian realm? Brother, your progress is astonishing. Just yesterday, you were at the 4th tier, weren't you? Qin Mingwei exclaimed instinctively, her astonishment palpable. She had thought her own cultivation speed was fearsome, yet in the presence of her brother Qin Ming, she felt like an insignificant novice. Qin Ming simply chuckled, ruffling Qin Mingwei's hair and handing her the Qin Shuang by Shue's sword. Cultivate diligently. One day, you will catch up to me. This sword is quite suitable for you. Take it and make good use of it. With that, before Qin Mingwei could voice her questions, Qin Ming's figure had vanished from sight. Before long, Qin Ming found himself before numerous divine and demonic generals, along with a multitude of soldiers. The plan has been slightly altered. Upon reflection, I believe the Long Yin and Dao dynasties will not relent easily. They are likely to regroup their armies to invade our great Qin once more. Yuan Zuozong, by Qi, you two shall lead 100,000 Daxilong cavalry, 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia troops, 500,000 northern defense troops, and 50,000 Tiger Bend troops towards the Long Yin dynasty to seize Longyue City. Should we encounter their assembled forces, we shall have the strength to engage them. Liu Bu, Su Chu, Wang Lei, and Kong Chong. You four shall command 600,000 northern defense troops, 100,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia troops, and 50,000 Tiger Bend troops to capture the Dao dynasty's chiefing city, Yinguang City and Tianluo City. This way, we will be assured of success. Qin Ming spoke calmly, for expanding Great Qin's territory would undoubtedly provoke fierce retaliation from the two great dynasties. However, we seem to lack sufficient troops. Lu Bu voiced, a hint of confusion lacing his words. Hearing this, Qin Ming merely smiled faintly and replied, "We shall soon have them." He summoned all the legions he had exchanged for the previous day, filling the ranks. Immediately, the numerous divine and demonic generals led the formidable forces of Great Qin, splitting into two paths, one heading south and the other north. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were tasked with guarding Beiliang city with 40,000 shadow legions. The Ingwe Legion of 10,000 was assigned to protect the precious spiritual crystal mines. Subsequently, Qin Ming entrusted Zhao Yun with 1,000 Lingxian rice seeds, instructing him to seek out proficient cultivators in Beiliang for suitable planting locations. Though merely seeds of Lingxian rice, their impact would determine the future strength of Great Qin. Having completed these tasks, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Qin Ming's mind once more. "Ding! It has been detected that the system has not yet signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in?" "Sign in," Qin Ming thought without hesitation. Daily sign-ins had become a habit of his life. A day without signing in left him feeling restless. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in the divine and demonic general, Dianwei." "Ah, a divine and demonic general. Have I unlocked another one?" Qin Ming mused as he commanded the system to materialize the divine and demonic general Dianwei. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully materializing the divine and demonic general." GNWE, as the system's voice faded, a figure of immense strength, wielding dual iron halberds, appeared outside Qin Ming's palace hall. "Dianwei pays homage to the master," he said, entering with one knee bowed respectfully towards Qin Ming. "There's no need for such formalities," Qin Ming replied with a smile upon witnessing Dianwei's formidable aura. Another fierce general had joined the ranks of the Great Qin dynasty. Soon after, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Dianwei's basic information. Chapter 38, A New Dawn of Prosperity Divine and Demonic General. Dianwei Cultivation Level. Peak of the 9th tier of the Tongxian Realm Weapon. Exquisite Spiritual Weapon. Dual Iron Halberd's Martial Skills. Dual Halberd Frenzy. Earth-Shattering Strike. Yet another formidable general at the peak of the 9th tier of the Tongxian Realm had joined his ranks. This was a tremendous gain. Qin Ming beamed at the information regarding Dianwei. With him, Qin Ming now commanded 9 peak-level experts of the Tongxian Realm. What does it mean to have 9 peak-level experts of the Tongxian Realm? The combined forces of the two great dynasties might not even possess as many. This signifies that the Great Qin dynasty has now surpassed the two great dynasties in terms of top-tier experts, although there remains a substantial gap in troop numbers. However, for the current Great Qin, even the vast armies of the two dynasties would not instill fear. On the contrary, the Great Qin dynasty would eventually devour the territories of these two dynasties, becoming a true empire with expansive dominion. The Great Qin dynasty stood on the brink of revival. Ever since numerous divine and demonic generals led their forces towards the Dao and Longyan dynasties to expand their territories, the development in the Beiliang region had surged remarkably. They had successfully cultivated 8th-tier Lingxian rice, locating dozens of adept cultivators and identifying an excellent site for its cultivation, the Taiyao Mountain Range, initiating an enthusiastic agricultural undertaking. The output of exquisite spiritual crystals surged from 50,000 per day to a staggering 80,000 due to the increase in miners. All these exquisite spiritual crystals, aside from daily consumption, were stored in Qin Ming's 9 revolutions Qin Kuan Ring. Of course, Qin Ming did not hoard all the exquisite spiritual crystals for himself. These resources were meant for the soldiers' cultivation. Once they captured the 3 cities of the Da dynasty and 1 city of the Longyan dynasty, these exquisite spiritual crystals would continue to flow to supply the cultivation needs of the troops. Additionally, Qin Ming had prioritized the search for alchemists to concoct spirit-nourishing pills that it would not be long before the soldiers of the Great Qin dynasty would possess the most abundant resources for cultivation. Enhancing their prowess to that time, how could one doubt the rise of the Great Qin dynasty? In a mere span of 3 days, the Great Qin dynasty entered a phase of rapid development. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhuozong and Bai Qi, leading 70,000 troops, had ventured deep into the Qin Dynasty, 5,000 li from Longyue City, only half a day's journey away. That we are not overly familiar with Longyue City. But our strength is sufficient to overpower it. I suggest we do not take any convoluted routes. Instead, we should directly charge into Longyue City and seize it, Qi stated, his gaze fixed on the direction of Longyue City, riding his fiery steed. Very well, let be so. This battle will mark the first city of the Qin Dynasty that our Great Qin Dynasty occupies. We must make it a stunning victory. Let the people of the Qin Dynasty know that we, the Great Qin Dynasty, are not to be trifled with. Yuan Zhuozong's voice resonated with a chilling coldness in his gaze. The Qin Empire had launched 2 military campaigns against the Great Qin Empire, and the limit of patience had been reached. There was no longer any room for negotiation regarding the assault on Longyue City. With an army comprising 100,000 snow dragons, 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia soldiers, 50,000 Tiger Bend troops, and 500,000 Northern Defense soldiers, they stood resolute, unyielding to any fear, regardless of how many adversaries they faced. After the 2 formidable demon generals conferred, an imposing army swiftly set forth towards Longyue City. Inside Longyue City, the atmosphere was nearly suffocating with the sheer number of people. This was largely due to the retreat of over 1 million soldiers from the previous invasion of Beiliang. Soon, a staggering force of over 3 million would arrive, merging with the remnants to form a colossal army of 5 million, destined to reinforce the Great Wu Empire and trample Beiliang underfoot. In another direction from Longyue City, over 3 million troops lay merely 3,000 miles away, capable of reaching the city within a day, given their rapid march. To the forefront of this grand army was a middle-aged man clad in a black and gold python robe, emanating an aura of immense power. His hawk-like eyes gazed toward the distant horizon, brimming with anticipation. He was a prince of the Qin Empire, the brother of the Qin sovereign, possessing the peak cultivation of the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm and having mastered the most formidable martial techniques of the royal family. Alongside an impressive 8th-tier cultivation method, his combat prowess even surpassed that of the deceased Gu Quan and Kuei Long. Such a pitiful group of incompetents, he mused. How could Emir Beiliang repeatedly evade our grasp? This time, with the alliance of the Great Wu Empire, we shall crush Beiliang beneath the weight of 10 million soldiers, and I shall seize the entire Supreme Spirit crystal vein for myself. At that moment, I may even transcend to the threshold of the Void Realm, becoming the foremost powerhouse of the Qin Empire. Then, dear brother, it will be time for you to relinquish your throne and allow me to experience the taste of power. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a twisted smile crept across his face. Once he had been a most powerful, rapidly advancing prince with the greatest influence, yet he had been forced to cede the throne to his elder brother. This grievance had festered within him for many years. Had it not been for the bias of the old man in the palace towards his brother, he would have rebelled long ago. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. As long as he could break through to the half-step Void Realm, even those old men would not be able to sway the position of sovereign. He commanded the army to march at full speed, urging them to reach Longyue City and join the remnants. Zhao Ming issued the orders, and soon, the grand army surged forth towards the swiftly approaching Longyue City. Report, 70,000 troops from the Great Qin Empire are advancing towards Longyue City. A panicked voice echoed within the city. The city's defenders and the remnants of the army quickly convened. How audacious! The Great Qin Empire believes that after defeating us twice, they can manipulate the Qin Empire at will. The city's commander, enveloped in the aura of the 3rd layer of the Transcendence realm, erupted in fury. Once the Great Qin forces arrive, Captain Li, you shall lead 5,000 defenders to confront them. We shall protect Longyue City. Upon hearing this, a leader of the remnant scoffed. 70,000 troops from the Great Qin Empire? At that, I would almost consider abandoning the city. After all, when we once marched with 500,000, only a little over 100,000 remain, while the Great Qin deployed less than 30,000 and decimated our forces. Had he not known that the prince was en route with over 300,000 soldiers, he would have fled long ago. What do you mean? The city's commander inquired, puzzled. It means nothing. If we wish to survive, we must remain within the city and hold our ground, waiting for the prince's arrival. Thus, Longyuan City revised its strategy against the Great Qin army, opting to fortify their defenses and wait for the prince. The city's commander, now acutely aware that fewer than 30,000 from the Great Qin had previously obliterated over 300,000 of their forces, fell silent, too terrified to utter a word. Consequently, over 100,000 remnants huddled in fear, while 5,000 defenders implemented various defensive measures and took to the walls. Engaging in battle beyond the city's gates was deemed impossible. Just as the defenders finished setting up their catapults and crossbows, the mighty army arrived at the gates of Longyuan City, led by Yuan Zhuozong and by Qi. Those within Longyuan City, surrender, and you shall not be harmed. I will count to 3, provide me with an answer, or face the inevitable consequence. Death. Yuan Zhuozong soared into the air, his aura of the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm radiating immense pressure that bore down on those atop the walls. Captain Li, refusing to respond, secretly commanded his archers to strike the formidable Transcendence realm warrior hovering above. In an instant, a terrifying arrow, 3 yards long, was unleashed towards Yuan Zhuozong. You dare, having chosen to resist. You will meet your demise. Yuan Zhuozong's smile revealed a ruthless intent as he faced the swiftly approaching arrow. With a swift motion, he drew his spirit bow, and an arrow suffused with brilliant spiritual light cleaved through the sky. Meeting the 3-yard arrow head-on, the latter shattered effortlessly, plummeting to the ground in 2 halves. The radiant arrow continued its trajectory, crashing into the gigantic crossbow and exploding, obliterating 5 archers in a crimson mist. The defenders of Longyuan City stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their massive siege weaponry could be so easily bested by a mere arrow, as the guards were momentarily paralyzed with shock. The 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia soldiers surged forward like an iron tide, charging towards the grand gates. Simultaneously, dozens of arrows and a sword aura spanning several yards crossed the distance to the walls. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted as the crossbows, catapults, and other defensive equipment were decimated. The guards of the city then witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. 2 figures, resembling war gods, traversed the expanse of several thousand meters in mere moments, appearing above the city walls to commence a one-sided slaughter. Yuan Zhuozong, suspended in the air, unleashed arrows that could pierce through hundreds, even thousands of foes, while Bai Qi wielded his bronze sword, raining down sword auras that turned the ground into a river of blood. The city's commander, paralyzed with terror at the sight, turned to flee. Yet, for a powerful warrior of the Transcendence realm, becoming the prime target of the 2 fearsome generals was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, he was cleaved in 2 by a sword aura, collapsing into a puddle of flesh. Meanwhile, the 50,000 heavily armored Xuanjia soldiers crashed through the gates, entering the city where over 100,000 remnants had already turned pale with fear, kneeling and shouting for mercy. However, the opportunity for leniency was fleeting. Having resisted, their fate was sealed. Death, in an instant. Blood flowed freely throughout the city, and upon witnessing the carnage, the remnants scattered, rushing through the already open back gates in a frenzy. Yet of the 160 to 70,000 who escaped, only around 100,000 remained outside. The rest, over 60 to 70,000, were slain within the city gates. Not pursue the defeated. Our objective is Longyuan City. Once we capture it, those who fled will inevitably follow the Longyan army, Yuan Zhuozong instructed, halting Bai Qi's intent to chase after the retreating soldiers. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. The mission assigned to them was to seize Longyuan City, marking the territory south of this line as belonging to the Great Qin Empire. In just half an hour, Longyuan City was thoroughly captured by Bai Qi and Yuan Zhuozong. Fierce flames engulfed the surroundings, fueled by the corpses of the enemy. The spoils of war were claimed by the victorious Qin soldiers, while the ordinary cultivators within the city were spared, for they would soon be subjects of the Great Qin Empire. It was all too easy, a triumph with such ease. Had it not been for the sovereign's orders still pending, they believed they could easily sweep through the entirety of the Longyan Empire. Bai Qi stood atop the city walls, gazing at everything within the confines of the city, and, filled with excitement, he spoke to just as I envisioned. However, it should not be long before the orders from the sovereign are issued. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zuozong let out a hearty laugh and then slowly began to articulate. In the 2 hours since our occupation of Longyue City, we shall announce to all within the city and to the cultivators beyond its walls that from this moment forth, Longyue City belongs to our great Qin dynasty. None from other dynasties may tread upon this ground, lest they meet with merciless slaughter. Yet, the news traveled faster than the messengers, by the time the remnants of 1 million soldiers had converged with the army led by Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was already aware of Longyue City's fall and its incorporation into Great Qin's domain in an instant. Zhao Ming's fury surged, propelling him and his force of over 4 million towards Longyue City. Although the leaders of the remnants were exceedingly reluctant, they dared not voice their dissent. To do so would mean their heads rolling. How audacious! The territory of the Longyue dynasty is destined to belong to me, the future sovereign, and yet they dare to seize what is rightfully mine. Such recklessness is tantamount to courting death. Upon learning that the opposing force numbered merely 70,000, Zhao Ming's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. In his estimation, with over 4 million troops and his own formidable prowess, it would be a trivial matter to vanquish the Great Qin soldiers and reclaim Longyue City. Little did Zhao Ming realize that his hubris would lead to his demise before he even crossed the borders of the Longyue dynasty. In the Great Wu Dynasty, the cities of Tianluo, Qifeng, and Yinguang, located at the fringes of Lianzhou, simultaneously suffered the most frenzied assaults, and their fall was proclaimed that a message spread that north of these 3 cities lay the territory of Great Qin. Any who dared to cross this boundary would face merciless execution. Chapter 40. Mission accomplished. 1 million national fortune points. Such audacity! How dare they covet the territory of my Longyue dynasty? A scheme of considerable ambition. Relay the order to Zhao Ming. Reclaim Longyue City and annihilate all the Great Qin forces within. Then proceed directly to Beiliang and raze it to the ground. The news of Longyue City's fall swiftly reached the capital of the Longyue dynasty. Chapter 41. The Sacred Sword Technique and Enlightenment Ding. Congratulations to the host for expending 200,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for 200,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 200,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for 200,000 Tiger Ben Army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 100,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for 20,000 Ambush Legion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 100,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for 10,000 Blood Prison Legion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 50,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for the Divine Demonic General, Zhang Fei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 500,000 national fortune points, successfully exchanging for the Sacred Martial Technique, Sword Drawing Technique. A series of system notifications echoed. Over 1 million national fortune points were swiftly consumed, transforming into the foundation of the Great Qin dynasty. Although it was a painful expenditure, the thrill of spending was exhilarating. Qin Ming's gaze fixated upon the multitude of yet-to-manifest legions within the system space, his eyes brimming with joy. These were the very foundations of his Great Qin dynasty, his reliance for waging war against other dynasties. System, manifest all legions and divine demonic generals, Qin Ming commanded internally without hesitation. Ding! Successfully manifested 200,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry, 200,000 Tiger Ben Army, 20,000 Ambush Legion, and 10,000 Blood Prison Legion. Ding! Successfully manifested the Divine Demonic General, Zhang Fei. As the system's voice faded, a powerful aura suddenly filled the entire capital of Great Qin in Qin Ming's perception. Let me see what strength the new legions possess, Qin Ming exclaimed as he stepped outside. Traversing the air and arriving in mere moments at a grand plaza in the city center, a gathering point constructed specifically for the soldiers of Great Qin, capable of accommodating nearly 1 million individuals simultaneously. Upon entering the vast plaza, he found himself surrounded by the newly summoned legions, the Beiliang Iron Cavalry, the Tiger Ben Army, the Ambush Legion, and the Blood Prison Legion, a total of 430,000 troops. Your Majesty, the moment Qin Ming appeared, all the soldiers immediately knelt on one knee, raising their voices in unison. I am General Zhang Fei, paying my respects to the sovereign. a tall figure emanating a fierce aura suddenly approached, kneeling respectfully before Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the imposing figure before him, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Divine Demonic General, Zhang Fei Cultivation, peak of the 9th level of the Profound Realm Weapon, Supreme Spirit Weapon. The Zhang Serpent Spear Martial Technique, Whirlwind Sit, Spear Piercing Heart, another Divine Demonic General at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, with 10 such formidable beings, who could possibly stand against them. Qin Ming thought with excitement, promptly assisting Zhang Fei to his feet. General Zhang Fei, no need for excessive formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Fei expressed his gratitude, rising to stand beside Qin Ming. Qin Ming then turned his attention to the two new legions, the 20,000 Ambush Legion and the 10,000 Blood Prison Legion. Would someone introduce the strengths of the Ambush Legion and the Blood Prison Legion? Yes, two figures radiating immense power stepped forward. The commander of the Ambush Legion spoke first. Your Majesty. The ordinary soldiers of the Ambush Legion are cultivators at the 6th level of the Spirit Tranquility Realm, the captains at the 9th level, the lieutenants at the cusp of the Profound Realm, the 1,000-man commanders at the 3rd level of the Profound Realm, and the 10,000-man commanders at the 6th level of the Profound Realm. Next, the commander clad in blood-red armor from the Blood Prison Legion continued, reporting to Your Majesty. The ordinary soldiers of the Blood Prison Legion are at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Tranquility Realm, the captains at the cusp of the Profound Realm, the lieutenants at the 1st to 3rd levels of the Profound Realm, and I am at the 8th level of the Profound Realm. As the two commanders finished their introductions, Qin Ming stood in stunned silence. Were these two new legions truly this formidable? If so, within the 20,000-strong Ambush Legion, there were over 20 Profound Realm experts, including 2 at the 6th level in the 10,000-strong Blood Prison Legion. There were even more than 100 Profound Realm warriors. How could anyone withstand such might? Furthermore, the ordinary soldiers among both legions were cultivators of the Spirit Tranquility Realm, nearly equivalent to the commanders of other dynasties. If these two legions were deployed on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly be invincible. Very well, let's take a moment to recuperate today. Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange tasks for you all, Qin Ming declared with a hearty laugh before departing the plaza. Tomorrow morning, I will mobilize against the Longyuan dynasty, with 200,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry, 200 Tigerben Army, 20,000 Ambush Legion, 10,000 Blood Prison Legion, and the 700,000 troops from Longyuan City. We shall amass an army of over 1 million. Sweeping through the Longyuan dynasty should be no issue. Why did Qin Ming choose to target the Longyuan dynasty first? There was no particular reason. He simply wished to make the Great Wu Empress experience the true essence of fear. By annihilating the Longyuan dynasty before the gaze of the Great Wu Dynasty, one could only imagine the despair that Wu Linglong would feel. Upon returning to the palace, Qin Ming did not immediately enter a state of cultivation. Instead, he focused on the sacred martial technique, the sword-drawing technique, which had cost him a staggering 500,000 national fortune points to exchange for equivalent to the cost of 500,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry troops. However, to ensure the success of his plan to obliterate the dynasty, he had to forego the acquisition of 500,000 troops in favor of this sacred martial technique, sword-drawing technique. Below the saint, merely draw the sword. Above the saint, still only require one sword. The description of this technique is so prestigious. It makes me feel as though the expenditure of 500,000 national fortune points was indeed worthwhile. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile playing on his lips. His current cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Profound Realm, yet his combat prowess far surpassed that of the peak 9th level. He even sensed that, should his 10 divine demonic generals at the peak of the 9th level join forces, they might not necessarily be his match. With the addition of this formidable, sacred martial technique, the sword-drawing technique, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps his combat prowess could rival that of the legendary half-step Void Realm, or even that of a true Void Realm expert. Thus, he decided to begin comprehending the sword-drawing technique. Qin Ming murmured to himself as he retrieved the thin volume of martial techniques from the system space, upon which gleamed 3 radiant golden characters, sword-drawing technique. Thereafter, Qin Ming entered a state of comprehension, occasionally wielding the sacred sword in demonstration. This state of enlightenment lasted throughout the night. As dawn broke, Qin Ming awoke from his meditation, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. It appeared that mastering this sacred sword-drawing technique would not be an overnight endeavor. Indeed, the reputation of sacred martial techniques was well-deserved, that he realized that continual practice and comprehension would be essential for him to eventually master the sword-drawing technique. Although the movements of the sword-drawing technique seemed simple, it was, after all, a sacred martial technique cultivated by saints, boasting immense power. Achieving mastery would prove quite challenging for one at merely the 8th level of the profound realm. Through a night of training, Qin Ming understood that to master the sword-drawing technique, he must persistently practice the act of drawing the sword. If 1,000 attempts were insufficient, he would try 10,000. If 10,000 were inadequate, he would strive for 100,000, as long as he possessed an unwavering determination to succeed. With Qin Ming's innate understanding, he would surely master the sacred sword-drawing technique, just as Qin Ming resolved to diligently train in the sword-drawing technique. The familiar voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has not signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in. Qin Ming instinctively replied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 cup of enlightenment tea. Chapter 42. The Longyan Ancestor, Half-Step Void Realm Enlightenment Tea, just 1 cup. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. What exactly is enlightenment tea? He had never signed in for it before. Qin Ming murmured to himself, immediately turning his gaze toward the system space for an introduction to the enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. Drinking a cup increases comprehension by 100-fold, lasting for 1 day. 100-fold comprehension. Upon perusing this introduction, Qin Ming found himself momentarily bewildered. The concept of 100-fold comprehension was rather elusive to him. He could only resolve to drink first and ponder later. Gulp, that he promptly retrieved a cup of the fragrant enlightenment tea and imbibed it in one swift motion. The warm liquid coursed through his abdomen. His mind suddenly became extraordinarily alert, allowing him to effortlessly unravel the obscure and complex questions pertaining to martial arts. Insights regarding the sword-drawing technique surged into his consciousness like a torrent. Unbeknownst to him, the sacred sword of slaughter materialized in his grasp, and he began to practice. As time elapsed, the speed of his sword drawing intensified, filling the entire palace hall with a piercing aura of sharpness. Just as the hall seemed on the brink of being overwhelmed by this relentless brilliance, Qin Ming abruptly ceased his movements. A resounding explosion emanated from his being, unleashing an unparalleled sharpness. In that moment, he resembled a sword capable of cleaving through the heavens, exuding an edge of utmost sharpness. The sword-drawing technique had been mastered. Slowly, Qin Ming opened his eyes, a glimmer of piercing brilliance flashing within them. To have entered the realm of the sword-drawing technique was already a formidable feat. Should he attain its pinnacle, could he truly slay a saint with his blade? Feeling the immense power of the sword-drawing technique, he whispered in awe, his heart brimming with exhilaration, but he had not anticipated that after resolving to dedicate extensive time to mastering this technique, he would achieve such proficiency in the blink of an eye. Now, he pondered the extent of his combat prowess. Could he, perhaps, slay opponents at the threshold of the Void Realm? Once more, he murmured, sheathing the sacred sword of slaughter, and soared into the air towards the square. Under the command of the divine generals Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, an army of 200,000 Northern Liang cavalry, 200,000 Tiger Band troops, 20,000 assault troops, and 10,000 blood prison soldiers marched towards Longyan Dynasty's Longyue city to rendezvous with Yuan Zuozong and Bai Qi. Let us penetrate the very heart of the Longyan Dynasty and strike at its capital. Qin Ming's voice resonated with chilling detachment throughout northern Liang City, prompting countless soldiers to raise their arms in fervent cheers. With Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun leading the majestic army, they advanced towards the outskirts of northern Liang City. Observing the formidable figures of his soldiers departing, Qin Ming revealed a radiant smile. It would not be long before the name of the Great Qin Dynasty would resonate throughout the Forsaken Lands. Subsequently, Qin Ming commenced his arduous journey to further hone the sword-drawing technique. Having merely scratched the surface of this art, the path ahead remained long. With his 100-fold comprehension, he aimed to ascend to an even higher level. Meanwhile, As Qin Ming began his seclusion, Qin Mingyue opened her enchanting eyes. Her aura noticeably deepening, she had remarkably advanced to the 7th level of the profound realm, merely 2 levels shy of the 9th. Now at the 7th level, she could barely commence her training in the icebound sword technique. Murmuring softly, Qin Mingyue wielded her Qin Shuang by Shui sword and entered a martial arts arena to begin her practice of the sacred sword technique, icebound sword technique. For Qin Mingyue, learning the icebound sword technique was akin to a revival. She would only require a fleeting moment to reacquire her mastery of it. A chilling aura emanated from her, as her sword danced like snowflakes in the air, elusive in their descent. It was as if the entire martial arts arena had succumbed to an extreme coldness. In an opulent hall, an elderly figure exuding a sinister aura sat upon a throne, while the dignified ruler of the Long Dynasty stood cautiously by, his voice trembling with inquiry. Are you certain that you alone can infiltrate the great Qin capital of northern Liang and slay its sovereign? What's this? Do you doubt my capabilities, esteemed ancestor? The elder's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention to the Longyan sovereign, a formidable aura erupting from him, causing the ruler to crumble to his knees in fear. Esteemed ancestor, have you reached the threshold of the void realm? The Longyan sovereign, unconcerned with his prostration, felt an overwhelming joy at the realization of the elder's might as a practitioner at the 8th level of the profound realm. He was well aware that even against a 9th level adversary, he would not appear so feeble. Moreover, the elder's aura was significantly more potent than that of an average 9th level practitioner. Indeed, not only I, but both the great ancestor and the second ancestor have successfully stepped into the threshold of the void realm, the sinister elder revealed with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Longyan sovereign stood frozen in disbelief. The great ancestor, the second ancestor, and the third ancestor have all broken through to the threshold of the void. Does this not mean that our Longyan dynasty is about to become invincible in this forsaken land? We shall rise to the apex among the numerous vast dynasties of the forsaken realm, with 3 individuals at the threshold of the void, even the most powerful of the forsaken lands. The Zhang dynasty could only boast a single void practitioner. The mere appearance of their Longyan dynasty would signify 3 formidable figures that IT felt as though they had activated a cheat in the game of power. Thus, with my intervention, the great Qin sovereign shall surely perish, and the coveted spiritual crystal mines will remain ours, the sinister elder proclaimed, filled with anticipation for the future, once they dominated the forsaken lands. Becoming the foremost dynasty, they would seize control and fulfill the mission entrusted to them by the sacred sects Lin Jinchuan. Each of them would receive a coveted barrier-breaking pill, allowing them to ascend to the true void realm and extend their lifespans by 500 years, freeing them from the burdens of mortality. Not long prior, all 3 had been on the brink of death, trapped at the 9th level of the profound realm, awaiting their demise. However, the emergence of Lin Jinchuan, who claimed to be a true disciple of the sacred sect, had provided them with pills that facilitated their breakthroughs to the threshold of the void, with the great Qin dynasty imposing pressure upon the Longyan dynasty. In the presence of a coveted spiritual crystal mine within its borders, it was decided that they would first annihilate the great Qin dynasty. Chapter 43. Tian Temple, Jie's obsession in the great martial dynasty. Wu Linglong arrived as promised at the Tian Temple located in Qingzhou. Your Majesty, I am aware of your concerns. The Tian Temple will take action. Rest assured, even practitioners at the 9th level of the profound realm will be effortlessly slain. The bald monk exuded a faint scent of blood, revealing a sinister grin as he addressed Wu Linglong. Thank you, Master. A sum of 10 million high-grade spiritual crystals and 1,000 peak yuan ing female cultivators will soon be delivered. Please enjoy them with your fellow monks at the Tian Temple, Wu Linglong replied, gritting her teeth. Indeed, while the Tian Temple appears to be a sanctuary of Buddhism, it is in fact the most enigmatic assassin organization in the Forsaken Lands. A branch of the Tian Hall. Its headquarters is rumored to be in the Zhang dynasty, of which even Wu Linglong is uncertain of its authenticity. However, she is aware of the formidable prowess of the assassins from Tian Temple. The legendary General Qin Tian, known for his terrifying strength, had also been assassinated on the battlefield. Very well. The Tianqin Temple is known for taking money to eliminate adversaries. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Wu Linglong nodded with a charming smile. Qin Ming, I never expected that to deal with you, I would resort to the same methods employed against your father, costing me such a fortune in spiritual crystals. Nonetheless, if I can eliminate you, then every crystal spent will be worth it. Wu Linglong murmured indignantly as she departed the Tianqin Temple. If the opportunity arises, the Tianqin Temple will also need to pay the price. After all, the Great Martial Dynasty belongs solely to me. It cannot be threatened. Not long after Wu Linglong left the Tianqin Temple, another figure emerged, heading straight towards the northern Liang region. That it was none other than the abbot of the Tianqin Temple. Jie, also known as the Tianqin Hall's gold medal assassin. 3 days swiftly passed. The combined forces of 430,000, led by Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, had arrived at Longyue City to join Yuan Zuozong and Bai Qi. With a total of 430,000 soldiers, combined with the 70,000 stationed in Longyue City, their forces amounted to an impressive 113,000. General Zhang, General Zhao, General Bai, with our 113,000 troops. We can effectively divide into 2 routes, advancing northward from Longyue City to the very base of the Longyan Royal City. Once we regroup, we shall lay siege to the Longyan capital and capture the entire Longyan dynasty. What do you think? Yuan Zuozong gazed intently at the entire sand table depicting the Longyan dynasty before him, slowly articulating his thoughts that we are in agreement. This indeed represents the swiftest and most domineering method to assert our dominance over the Longyan dynasty. It is imperative that all cultivators within the Longyan dynasty comprehend the terrifying strength of our Qin dynasty, ensuring that once they become our subjects, they harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei nodded in immediate accord, affirming, "Let it be so that we shall allocate the troops and commence our advance. According to our estimates, within a month, we shall besiege the Longyan imperial capital, where we will regroup thereafter. Once our strategies are meticulously arranged, the leading legions were promptly designated. Within Longyue City, there were a total of 500,000 Northern Expeditionary troops, 250,000 Tiger Bend troops, 200,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry, 50,000 heavy armored Xuanjia troops, 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, along with 20,000 assault camp soldiers and 10,000 blood prison troops, for convenience. Each would lead half of their respective forces northward to wage war. Thus, not a single soldier remained in Longyue City. All were deployed for the campaign, advancing on 2 fronts towards the Longyan imperial capital. In the days that followed, the 4 divine demonic generals led over 500,000 troops, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed across the territories of the Longyan dynasty. However, that is merely a side note. Concurrently, a figure as frail as a withered tree stepped into the region of Beiliang. Upon entering, he swiftly descended from the void, hastening towards the direction of Beiliang City. This figure was none other than Zhao Li, one of the 3 ancestors of the Longyan dynasty, who had ascended to the threshold of the half-step Dongshu realm. Even without traversing the skies, Zhao Li moved with remarkable speed across the earth, each step covering thousands of meters, as if employing a miraculous technique to shorten distances. To his astonishment, he discovered a prime spirit crystal vein in such a barren land. It was indeed the heavens favoring the Longyan dynasty's ascent. Traversing the desolate terrain, Zhao Li was struck by the stark contrast of the parched land. Prime spirit crystals would prove immensely beneficial, even for one who had already reached the half-step Dongshu realm. The possession of such a vein could cultivate numerous formidable warriors for the Longyan dynasty and even allow them to trade prime spirit crystals for superior treasures from Linjinju. For instance, prime spiritual weapons. Although he had broken through to the half-step Dongshu, he lacked a prime spiritual weapon. Should he acquire one, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. After wandering through Beiliang for the better part of the day, Zhao Li finally beheld a magnificent city. He had not anticipated such an imposing structure to arise in such a desolate and barren region. The sovereign of the Qin dynasty possessed considerable capabilities. He mused. With a murmur, Zhao Li concealed his aura, presenting himself as an ordinary old man, albeit somewhat tremulous, as he made his way toward Beiliang City. As a half-step Dongshu, he could easily exert pressure over an entire city. However, Doing so would undoubtedly reveal his cultivation level, which could complicate matters with more than 10 other dynasties to subdue. Should word of his presence leak, he would face substantial challenges in eliminating all the guards and soldiers to reach the sovereign. Potential unforeseen complications could arise. Thus, for him, assassination was undoubtedly the simplest course of action. Yet, the moment Zhao Li entered the city, Qin Ming, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. In his spiritual perception, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful cultivator had entered Beiliang city, a presence far surpassing that of a peak 9th-level Tongxian. How could such a formidable cultivator come to my Beiliang city? This must be for me, a half-step Dongshu realm expert concealing his aura. Qin Ming pondered, his eyes gleaming with intent, his figure vanishing from the training chamber in an instant. Coincidentally, his sword-drawing technique had reached a minor accomplishment, allowing him to gauge its true power. Chapter 44. The Sword. Not in vain indeed. The Qin imperial capital and Beiliang city held a certain intrigue, as there were several thousand adept cultivators lurking in the shadows of the city. Were it not for his half-step Dongshu cultivation, he would have remained oblivious. As Zhao Li traversed the bustling streets, he sensed the occasional emanation of energy from some cultivators and mused internally. To his astonishment, he discovered that most of the hidden cultivators were at the Lingji stage, numbering in the tens of thousands that on the battlefield. Such a force would constitute an invincible legion, but a legion composed entirely of tens of thousands of Lingji cultivators would surpass even the most elite forces of the Longyan dynasty. After defeating the Grand Marshal Sovereign, he contemplated whether he could seize the opportunity to recruit the commander of the guarding troops. If successful, the Longyan dynasty would gain yet another invincible legion. As Zhao Li approached the imperial city, he reined in his aura to the utmost, resembling an ordinary old man devoid of any formidable presence. Within the imperial city, he felt no overwhelmingly powerful entities, save for a peak 9th-level Tongxian cultivator and a few others of lesser significance. The Grand Marshal Sovereign was within the Grand Marshal city. As long as he remained there, evading Zhao Li's perception was impossible. Once he stepped into the Grand Marshal city, he estimated it would take no more than 10 breaths for him to ascertain the Grand Marshal Sovereign's location. Afterward, the task would be straightforward. Zhao Li stealthily arrived atop a palace, gazing at the resplendent and opulent imperial city nearby. Whispering softly, a half-step Dongshu, he believed that neither the entire imperial city nor Beiliang city could contain him. This mission to eliminate the sovereign of the Qin dynasty would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. However, just as Zhao Li circulated his internal energy and stepped into the imperial city, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Old man, you appear so emaciated. How did you manage to climb to such heights?" Startled, Zhao Li turned to see a young man clad in white, with a starry brow and a powerful aura of the 8th level of Tongxian, smiling at him. "You are?" Zhao Li's pupils constricted, and an aura of half-step Dongshu instantly emanated from him. He sensed that the seemingly unremarkable young man before him was not as simple as he appeared. A cultivator capable of silently appearing behind him, a half-step Dongshu expert, was indeed an anomaly. "Are you not here to seek me? I presumed you had come to my Qin imperial capital, standing atop this palace to observe my Qin imperial city. To find me," Qin Ming remarked with a smile, as if chatting with an old friend. "What? You are the sovereign of the Qin dynasty. How could you be so young? Truly, heroes emerge from youth," Zhao Li exclaimed. Astonished, "But you entered the realm of heaven without a path, and now you've barged into hell." Upon hearing Qin Ming refer to himself as I, a sinister smile flickered across Zhao Li's aged face. His profound energy surged into his palm as he extended his withered hand, imbued with formidable strength, and struck towards the young man in white. Zhao Li had not anticipated how fortuitous this encounter would be. With the sovereign of the Qin dynasty delivering himself as a target, a half-step Dongshu expert preparing to ambush the sovereign, how utterly foolish! Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Ming's smile vanished, replaced by a cold huff. "Let us see how well your half-step Dongshu skills fare against my sacred technique." As he spoke, a razor-sharp sword aura manifested around him. In the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Huh. You intend to test my prowess with your half-step, don't you? Zhao Li's words were cut short as he felt a chill at his neck. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, reaching for his throat that a warm sensation coursed through his withered palm, causing Zhao Li's eyes to widen in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Ming. You! How is this possible? Before he could finish, he saw his own head roll to the ground with a thud. In the next moment, his consciousness descended into an abyss of endless oblivion. The sword-drawing technique, indeed, proved to be terrifyingly formidable. A half-step Dongshu expert fell by a single sword strike, just as the technique had described. The system does not deceive me. Qin Ming gazed upon the headless corpse before him, a radiant smile gracing his lips. From this moment forth, he felt no fear of any formidable opponent, aside from the legendary experts of the Dongshu realm. He remained unaware of the precise strength of his adversaries. Figures such as the great generals or war gods of various dynasties would be no match for his sword. His training in swordsmanship had not been in vain. Qin Ming murmured softly as he casually summoned a surge of spiritual energy, drawing the storage ring from Zhao Li's hand towards himself. After a few breaths, he delved into the contents of the ring. Upon retrieving it, a flicker of joy illuminated his face. Countless high-grade spirit crystals, numerous pills utilized by those in the Tongshin realm, a high-grade spiritual weapon, and several rare 7th-grade materials. The wealth possessed by the ancestor of the Longian dynasty was indeed extraordinary. In addition to the myriad of materials he discovered within the storage ring, there was also an identity jade slip. Zhao Li, the third ancestor of the Longian dynasty. However, the Longian dynasty harbored a Semidongshu realm expert. Their concealment ran remarkably deep. The presence of a Semidongshu realm warrior could easily dominate among the dozens of dynasties within the Forsaken Land. That it was recalled that the dynasty hailed as the strongest in the Forsaken Land. The Tsanyu dynasty possessed but one Semidongshu realm ancestor. Think that the third ancestor of the Longian dynasty was also a Semidongshu realm figure. Personally dispatched to assassinate him, it seemed that the decision to obliterate the Longian dynasty first was indeed the right one. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a tall figure swiftly approached, kneeling on one knee within the palace, his voice solemn. This subordinate has arrived late to the rescue. I implore your majesty to punish me. Guan Yu surveyed the headless corpse, his heart heavy with gravity. When had a powerful warrior confronted the emperor without his notice? General Guan, please rise. That it was I who sought him out. A Semidongshu realm expert is certainly beyond your detection. Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. Though Guan Yu was formidable, his cultivation level placed limitations upon him. Let us dispose of this body that the Semidongshu realm ancestor personally came to assassinate me. It must be that he perceived my Daqin soldiers as overwhelmingly invincible. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's eyes widened in shock, fear flooding his heart. The thought of easily slaying a Semidongshu realm ancestor. The majesty's strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 45. Arrival in succession, however, before Guan Yu could attend to the corpse of the Longian ancestor Zhao Li or the massive severed head. Qin Ming's gaze suddenly shifted towards the North Liang city gate, his eyes glimmering as a strange smile formed on his lips. What day was it that such commotion ensued? It appeared that many desired the head of this Daqin emperor. Guan Yu, you need not clean up. Go meet that bald brute. Guan Yu, initially taken aback, soon became enraged, declaring, Do not worry, your majesty. I shall sever that knave's head without delay. How dare he swagger into North Liang city? In Guan Yu's perception, an imposing aura emanating from a pinnacle 9th-level Tongshin realm warrior surged towards the imperial city. With that, Guan Yu's figure vanished into thin air. Qin Ming waved his hand, incinerating the blood, corpse, and massive head upon the ground before ascending to the highest point of the palace, intrigued as he gazed towards Guan Yu's location. Simultaneously, a burly bald man strode with urgency, as though he were on a critical errand, racing towards the depths of the imperial city. Think that Qin Tian's son could possess such fortitude, even if Wu Linglong refuses to pay. I must annihilate the Qin family entirely. Otherwise, when it comes to light that Qin Tian is the handiwork of my Tianqin temple, the retaliation would be unimaginably severe. Yet with the poison derived from the 5 poisons rotting heart grass in hand, assassination would be rather straightforward. This grass was renowned as one of the most toxic substances in the Forsaken Land. Even a 9th-level Tongxian realm expert would succumb to its effects within 9 days, their body rotting away until only a decayed heart remained. There was no antidote. Administering such a poison to the Daqin emperor would surely lead to his demise, for Qin Ming undoubtedly lacked the 9th-level Tongxian realm cultivation. This individual was none other than the abbot of the Tianqin temple, Abbot Jieqi, yet, at this moment, he appeared merely as an affable bald man, hardly resembling an abbot, let alone a 9th-level Tongxian realm assassin. True assassins mastered various lethal arts. They were not merely defined by the height of their combat prowess. If it were simply a matter of combat strength, the target of his earlier assassination, Qin Tan, was far superior in that regard. Yet he had ultimately perished. Such was the nature of a professional killer. Therefore, the task of eliminating a Qin Ming, who was evidently below the 9th-level Tongxian realm, would be effortless. Of course, Abbot Jieqi found it peculiar. Logically, North Liang City, as the capital of the Qin Dynasty, should be heavily fortified. Yet upon entering North Liang City today, he had encountered not a single soldier upon the city walls. It felt as if he had stumbled into an empty city. Nevertheless, such circumstances facilitated his assassination of Qin Ming. The absence of powerful adversaries significantly enhanced the safety of this operation. Yet, as the bald man pondered, a sharp voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Bald brute, halt! What brings you to North Liang City?" A petite girl, seemingly no more than 10 years of age, stood in the street, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon him. The aura of a 7th-level Tongxian realm surged around her, resonating throughout the sky above North Liang City. This figure was none other than Qin Ming, who had merely ventured out to procure some necessities. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators in the street, particularly those observing the confrontation between the emperor's sister and the lecherous bald man, immediately flocked to Qin Ming's side, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they glared at Jieqi. Jieqi, upon witnessing this development, was left in a state of disbelief. Had he been exposed? Yet he had not done anything at all. His aura had been well concealed, and his cultivation level was so low that it should have gone undetected. Only a 9th-level Tongxian realm expert could sense his true cultivation. This realization struck him. Jieqi's gaze fell upon the girl before him, and in the next instant he gasped in disbelief. His eyes filled with incredulity. His 7th-level Tongxian realm. At such a tender age, he had never encountered a 7th-level Tongxian realm cultivator at such a young age. Even if one began cultivating from the womb, they could not possibly reach such a level of mastery. Just as Jieqi was reeling from shock, a figure radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly descended, positioning itself protectively in front of Qin Ming. "Be cautious, Ming. This fellow is a killer." Before the words could fully leave his lips, the green dragon crescent blade in his hand erupted with blinding brilliance, the fierce blade intent causing the nearby cultivators to flinch in pain. "General Guan, I am aware that this person is a killer. Coincidentally, I have just ascended to the 7th level of the Tongxian realm and have mastered a sword technique. Allow me to deal with this individual." Qin Ming stepped forward, her voice crisp and clear, an aura as frigid as eternal ice began to emanate from her. "And no, don't you all recognize me? How do you know I'm a killer?" At that moment, Jieqi's pupils constricted, instinctively exclaiming in shock. As a premier assassin from the Tianqin temple, he typically went unrecognized, even when not disguised. Today, he had taken special care to conceal his identity and had not attracted any attention upon entering the city. How was it that now everyone seemed to know? "You reek of blood. Do you not realize?" Qin Ming retorted, her delicate face contorted in distaste. In her previous life, she had been a formidable figure at the sacred emperor level, with countless lives resting in her hands, making her acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. The moment this bald man had rushed past her, she had immediately deduced he was a killer intent on causing mischief in North Liang City. Thus, she had swiftly called out to him. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, not only was Jieqi stunned, but even General Guan Yu looked at her with astonishment. His own understanding that this individual was a killer had been imparted to him by the emperor. Yet Qin Ming had merely passed by and instantly identified him as a killer. Her perception and judgment were truly terrifying. "Nonsense. I have thoroughly eliminated any scent of blood from myself. It is impossible for there to be any trace. Clearly, you are speaking unfounded accusations that I shall capture you and teach you a proper lesson. With a sudden roar, Jiechi lunged toward Qin Ming, extending a massive hand in an attempt to seize her. The moment he was recognized as an assassin, he had already resolved to abduct this exquisitely beautiful girl of the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm, momentarily abandoning his assassination mission, for he had been detected by a formidable expert of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm from the Great Qin Dynasty, rendering him powerless to act. Nevertheless, capturing a girl of merely 10 years who had attained the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm was, in his eyes, of greater value than the reward offered by Wu Linglong. Chapter 46. Qin Mingyue's sword. Observing this, Guan Yu could not help but scoff repeatedly. As long as he was present, it was impossible for Qin Mingyue to be captured. Just as he prepared to intervene, a piercingly cold gleam flashed in an instant, and the bald man was transformed into an ice sculpture, crashing to the ground with a thud. Then, several dazzling beams of sword light flickered, shattering the ice sculpture into countless pieces, with the bald man within already dead beyond recovery. After all, he was merely an assassin of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm, and he dared to attempt to take me. Yet, the power of my ice-sealing sword technique is indeed rather commendable. Qin Mingyue remarked with a cheerful smile as she sheathed her sword. At this moment, Guan Yu stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. The master had slain a half-step Dongshu realm expert with his 8th layer of the Tongxian realm prowess, which had already left him in shock. Now, however, his master's younger sister, at merely over 10 years of age, had not only ascended to the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm, but also wielded combat power that was astonishingly formidable. Guan Yu sensed that facing Qin Mingyue might lead to his own defeat, or he might be utterly crushed. Aside from Guan Yu, the other cultivators on the street were filled with endless astonishment. It was simply too powerful. A 9th layer Tongxian realm assassin had been slain by Princess Ming. It was utterly incredible. All right, everyone disperse. Guan Yu casually dismissed the crowd and retrieved the storage ring from the bald man's hand. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared, descending at that precise juncture. Master, this is the storage ring of the bald assassin. Guan Yu respectfully presented the storage ring to Qin Ming. Upon seeing Qin Ming's arrival, Qin Mingyue's face lit up with a radiant smile. Brother, did you see my prowess just now? I dispatched a 9th layer Tongxian realm assassin with a single sword strike that I believe we should be able to make Wu Linglong pay a price for her actions. Haha, it's been just a few days, and you have become remarkable, Qin Ming exclaimed, equally astonished by the terrifying sword technique that Qin Mingyue had displayed. Could it be that she possessed a system? That seemed unlikely, or perhaps she had restored some memories. Of course, Qin Ming did not dwell on this. As long as it was Qin Mingyue, that was sufficient. That don't be hasty. It's not so simple to eliminate Wu Linglong. I intend for her to pay a harrowing price for her misdeeds, Qin Ming said as he approached Qin Mingyue, ruffling her hair before turning his gaze towards the shattered ice sculpture on the ground, his tone becoming cold. The individual he had just slain was the ancestor of the Longyan dynasty, and it was highly likely that this one was an assassin dispatched by Wu Linglong of the Great Wu Dynasty, intending to capture the Great Qin Dynasty with minimal and simple costs. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are rendered futile. Brother, could you lend me that storage ring? I don't have one yet, Qin Mingyue said, noticing the storage ring in Qin Ming's hand. Of course, no problem. Since you killed the bald man, the resources within the storage ring are yours, Qin Ming replied, casually handing over the freshly acquired storage ring to Qin Mingyue. Excitedly, she extended her senses into the storage ring, for this was the first storage ring she had obtained through her own efforts in this life. Oh, brother, look at this. Tiancan Temple. The Prajna Sutra. Suddenly, a scripture appeared in her hand, inscribed with 4 large characters and 3 smaller ones. Prajna Sutra, Tiancan Temple. Tiancan Temple. Upon hearing this term, Qin Ming immediately took the scripture into his hands, a flicker of confusion appearing in his eyes. He had heard of Tiancan Temple, renowned for its benevolence and charitable deeds, often imparting Buddhist teachings to cultivators who visited. His father had taken him there once. Little did he expect that behind its seemingly kind facade lay a hidden assassin organization. harboring a ninth-layer Tongxian realm assassin. They had come to assassinate me. Could my father's untimely death be related to Tianqin Temple? At this thought, Qin Ming felt a strong conviction that Tianqin Temple was indeed responsible. His father had fallen victim to an assassin from that very temple. For in the entire Wu Dynasty, no one else could accomplish such a feat. Tianqin Temple. I will surely investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope you can withstand my wrath when the time comes, Qin Ming murmured, tucking the sutra away before addressing Guan Yu. Send someone to clean up this place. With that, Qin Ming ascended into the air, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Qin Mingyue, being an astute and clever individual, sensed something from Qin Ming's demeanor but chose not to elaborate, returning to her chamber instead. Not long after, Qin Ming departed from Beiliang city. Before leaving, he instructed Guan Yu to guard the city, promising to return in a few days. Qin Ming soared through the air, emanating an extraordinarily powerful aura, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the Longyan dynasty. To annihilate the Longyan dynasty would not be a simple task. The three ancestors of the Longyan dynasty were all half-step Dongshu realm experts. What are the first and second ancestors? If there were two more half-step Dongshu realm cultivators leading the Longyan dynasty's army, the warriors of the Great Qin might find it impossible to conquer the Longyan dynasty. As Qin Ming traversed the void, the immense spiritual energy within him continued to burn. Even those at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the Tongxian realm would hesitate to recklessly dash through the void, for the consumption of spiritual energy was extraordinarily vast. Yet, Qin Ming not only possessed an immense reserve of spiritual energy, but also had recovery pills, leaving him unperturbed by the expenditure. If I personally intervene, the speed at which I can obliterate the Longyan dynasty will greatly increase. Then, I will mobilize the Wu. Just as Qin Ming was speeding along, the ancestral grounds of the Longyan dynasty erupted in chaos. Two half-step Dongshu realm ancestors stormed out, their faces contorted with rage as they confronted the kneeling Longyan emperor. Your three ancestors have fallen. What manner of existence does the Great Qin dynasty possess that could slay all three of your ancestors? How can this be possible? The Longyan emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with endless horror. The three ancestors had perished. It was known that these three were half-step Dongshu realm experts, who possessed the capability to slay them. Their life tokens shattered, dead beyond resurrection. Tell me all that you know about the Great Qin dynasty, and I shall accompany you and the second ancestor to lead our forces, flattening the entire Great Qin dynasty. The elder, referred to as the Great Ancestor, had an expression of unbridled fury flickering in his murky eyes. The three brothers had not arrived at this point easily. They had endured countless hardships and finally stepped into the half-step Dongshu realm recently. Who would have thought that even after breaking through, they would still meet their demise, and that too in the territory of the Great Qin dynasty? Chapter 47. Capture Wulong City. Kill, kill, kill. Beyond the Grand City, an army numbering between 600,000 to 700,000 surged forth like a raging torrent, striking terror into the hearts of the inhabitants within the majestic walls. The gates of the immense fortress slammed shut, while the cultivators stationed atop the battlements hastily readied massive crossbows and various defensive apparatus, striving to withstand the onslaught of the formidable force below. Even the commanding cultivator atop the walls trembled involuntarily as he gazed down at the overwhelming might of the approaching army. Although it was his first encounter with such a valiant legion, he had long heard tales of its unparalleled ferocity. This legion was none other than the army of the Great Qin dynasty, which had marched northward, conquering nearly 20 cities across 3 provinces. Every city that fell to this army had, without exception, raised the banner of the Great Qin dynasty. All defending generals and soldiers had been ruthlessly slain, leaving behind a trail of desolation, regardless of whether it was a grand city, a small town, or even a provincial capital. The Five-Dragon City, being the capital of Bin Province, boasted a garrison exceeding 500,000 troops. It ranked among the most illustrious cities within the Dragon Flame dynasty, a bastion of prosperity and power. Not only did it possess a formidable garrison, but within its noble families, there were also numerous experts at the Transcendental Realm. Their strength was undeniably formidable. However, faced with the invincible legion of the Great Qin, their confidence in defending Five-Dragon City wavered significantly, as the commanding officer of Five Dragon City stood trembling. Gripped by fear, a thunderous voice suddenly resonated throughout the void. The very sound sent shivers down his spine. All within Five Dragon City shall submit without exception. You have 3 breaths to consider. Should there be no response, or if anyone dares to make a move, it shall signify your choice. Zhang Fei, with his towering figure, stood amidst the ether, exuding the oppressive aura of a peak transcendental realm cultivator. His resonant voice carried an unyielding dominion. Capturing the city before him would equate to seizing nearly half of the Dragon Flame dynasty, as the Great Qin Dynasty had already claimed 20 cities as its territory. Of course, these 20 cities symbolized not merely their numbers, but also the vast expanse of land surrounding them, all under the Great Qin's dominion. The commander of Five Dragon City felt the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Fei. Causing his legs to weaken further, he recognized that his adversary was at least a peak transcendental realm powerhouse, whose presence overshadowed even the mightiest generals of the Dragon Flame dynasty. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable assault, he dared not surrender. For once he declared his submission, it would spell either his death or the annihilation of his entire clan, treason against the nation. Thus, the commander of Five Dragon City could only choose silence. Very well, since you choose not to speak, your fate is sealed. Death. Zhang Fei's voice escalated to a thunderous crescendo as he advanced, leaping thousands of meters in an instant. With a swift motion, his 8-foot-long serpent spear erupted in radiant spiritual light. Cleaving downwards, the dozens of massive crossbows atop the walls shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. The defending soldiers on the walls, paralyzed by fear, could only stare in horror at this overwhelming figure. Rendered motionless, as the winds howled, a spear thrust resembling a dragon descended upon the multitude of defenders. In a mere blink, the fierce thrust swept through the ranks of hundreds, causing a cacophony of thuds as lives were extinguished, painting the walls in a vivid crimson. Soon after, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding a dragon-scaled silver spear, emerged atop the battlements, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. That moment, several commanders were utterly paralyzed by terror, and upon regaining their senses, they turned to flee in panic. They had never witnessed such a terrifying method of siege. 2 peak transcendental realm cultivators had traversed thousands of meters in an instant, arriving atop their towering walls to unleash carnage. How could they possibly defend against such an assault? You had your chance to escape. Your incompetence is your downfall. Observing the situation, Zhao Yun scoffed, then swept his spear once more, resulting in a series of thudding sounds as the heads of several transcendental realm defenders rolled to the ground, further staining the walls with blood. Zhao Yun, let us compete to see who can slay more foes. I refuse to believe that I, Zhang, cannot match your speed in battle. Zhang Fei bellowed, his serpent spear radiating brilliant light as he charged into the throngs of defenders. Very well. Let us engage in this contest. Zhao Yun replied with a slight smile, plunging into the fray. Each strike yielded hundreds of lives claimed. Meanwhile, the city gates had long been breached by the heavily armored mystical troops, followed by the shock troop, blood prison troop, and Tiger Bend troop, who commenced a frenzied slaughter of the defenders within the city. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, unable to exert their advantages within the city, maneuvered to block the rear gates of Five Dragon City. Not a single soldier of the Dragon Flame dynasty was to escape, for should they do so, they risked reuniting with the main force of the Dragon Flame dynasty, thereby amplifying the pressure they would face later on. Indeed, Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, having advanced northward, were fully aware that the Dragon Flame dynasty was amassing its forces once more, reportedly led by the ancestral patriarch of the dynasty himself, intent on extinguishing them within its territory. They had to be thoroughly prepared. Since the ancestral patriarch had personally gathered the troops, it was evident he possessed substantial resources and strategies. Hence, they sought to weaken the Dragon Flame dynasty's strength as much as possible. Before long, under the relentless advance of the elite troops of the Great Qin dynasty, Five Dragon City had been transformed into a city of blood. The defenders were utterly annihilated, and they successfully captured Five Dragon City. The esteemed families and cultivation clans within the city dared not venture outside, for the Great Qin's forces were excessively brutal. The streets were littered with dismembered limbs. A river of crimson blood flowed. Having taken 5 Dragon City, we shall await the arrival of General Yuan and General Bai. The Dragon Flame dynasty has a legacy exceeding 2,000 years. It is undoubtedly deep-rooted. If the ancestral patriarch of the Dragon Flame dynasty dares to lead the troops personally, it signifies his confidence in confronting us. Otherwise, upon hearing of the valor of our great Qin forces, he would not dare to emerge from the Dragon Flame Palace. Zhao Yun stated somberly as he surveyed the sea of corpses and rivers of blood below. He believed that the Dragon Flame dynasty surely possessed methods unknown to them to ensure their safety. He decided to inform Yuan Zhuozong and Bai Qi to gather the Great Qin's million-strong army to collectively resist the forces led by the ancestral patriarch of the Dragon Flame dynasty. Should the ancestral patriarch truly lead his army against them, it would mark a decisive battle between the Great Qin dynasty and the Dragon Flame dynasty. Chapter 48. Critical Strike Sign In, 8th grade returning spirit pill due to the nature of cultivators. 5 Dragon City was restored to its former glory in merely half a day's time. After all, it was to become a territory of the Great Qin dynasty, and it could not remain in a state of carnage and bloodshed. Furthermore, Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei had resolved to recuperate within 5 Dragon City, adjusting their conditions while awaiting the arrival of Yuan Zhuozong and Bai Qi. Given that this location was practically at the heart of the Dragon Flame dynasty, it was indeed the most fitting ground for the final confrontation. Soon, the nearly 700,000 troops settled into 5 Dragon City, utilizing the resources acquired to fervently restore their spiritual energy, physical strength, and enhance their cultivation levels. Having marched northward and engaged in battle, they had amassed a wealth of cultivation resources. Remarkably, many soldiers had not suffered significant casualties. Instead, their strength had greatly increased. The entire Great Qin army was now 3-fold stronger than when they had departed from northern Liang City. Old Zhang, how far are you from breaking through to the half-step void realm? Zhao Yun inquired curiously, casting a glance at Zhang Fei within a certain manner that I am at the peak of the transcendental realm. To break through to the half-step void realm, I will need at least another year. Zhang Fei replied slowly that a year. We should be about the same. However, I can't shake this feeling of unease. Could it be that the ancestral patriarch of the Dragon Flame dynasty is a half-step void realm powerhouse? Zhao Yun nodded in response, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. Ever since he learned of the ancestral patriarch of the Dragon Flame dynasty preparing to lead an army, a sense of unease had begun to take root within him. Logically speaking, as a peak transcendental realm cultivator wielding an exquisite spiritual weapon, his combat prowess was formidable beyond measure. Ordinary cultivators at the peak of the transcendental realm would hardly last 3 moves against him. There should be no one capable of unsettling him unless they were of a significantly higher caliber. Perhaps it is merely because we have been overly fatigued on our journey. A brief rest will suffice. He mused, recalling that he had never heard of any half-step void realm cultivators emerging from the surrounding empires. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fei chuckled heartily and spoke with a carefree demeanor. Yet, deep within his heart, he felt no such unease. Indeed, there was no one capable of instigating such disquietude within him. If there were, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and refrained from further discussion, immediately entering a state of cultivation. Perhaps within a day or two, the ancestral figure of the Longyan dynasty would lead an army to arrive, and whether they had reached the threshold of the half-step Dongshu realm would be evident at a glance. As night fell silently, the first light of dawn broke, and the nearly 700,000 troops led by Yuan Zhuo and Bai Qi had already arrived in Wulong City, gathering alongside Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei. After a brief consultation, they agreed to remain within Wulong City to adjust their states and replenish their spiritual energy while awaiting the arrival of the ancestral figure of the Longyan dynasty. Meanwhile, the great ancestor and second ancestor of the Longyan dynasty journeyed forth, having amassed over 4 million troops as they marched southward that a report came forth. Great ancestor, the cities of Binzhou and Wulong have fallen. The forces of the Qin dynasty are currently recuperating within Wulong City and have not continued their advance northward. a panicked general of the Tongxian realm, hastily approached the two venerable ancestors mounted on a massive lion-tiger beast. Kneeling before them with utmost respect, "Yes, that's so. Wulong City. The wretched offspring of the Qin dynasty are aware of my arrival and have hurriedly hidden within a city. Let us march forth and annihilate them all." The great ancestor Zhao Quan remarked, unfazed by the news of Wulong City's fall. Instead, he considered the Qin dynasty's armies delay their boon for the Longyan dynasty. There was no need for him to pursue relentlessly with a vast army. "Disperse all surrounding garrisons and merge them into our Longyan army, that I shall obliterate the entire Qin dynasty's forces in one fell swoop." Upon hearing the command of the great ancestor, the Tongxian general answered loudly before swiftly departing. "Brother, once we vanquish the army of the Qin dynasty, they will be like a toothless tiger, easily dispatched. However, I am left wondering what formidable adversary our third brother encountered in the Qin dynasty that led to his downfall." The second ancestor Zhao Gan suddenly spoke. "Indeed, the Qin dynasty represents our first step towards dominating the Forsaken Lands. The Qin dynasty must be extinguished, after which we can seize the prime spiritual crystal veins and commence our complete dominion over the entire Forsaken Realm. We shall also avenge our third brother," Zhao Quan declared, seated atop the towering lion-tiger beast, gazing into the distant void with a cold demeanor. In his view, their third brother's demise was due to his own foolishness, perhaps orchestrated by the master of the Qin dynasty. There are countless methods to slay without relying on martial prowess. When the time comes, with Zhao Gan and I leading 5 to 6 million troops, we shall decisively crush the Qin dynasty, rendering any schemes futile. Summon the order. The entire army shall advance rapidly. Tonight, I shall shatter the fangs of the Qin dynasty," Zhao Quan commanded once more. Suddenly, the speed of the Longyan dynasty's forces surged by 30%. With 4,000 miles remaining, they could easily reach the outskirts of Wulong City by nightfall. Ding! The system detected that the host had stepped into the Longyan dynasty. Shall a critical strike sign-in be conducted? After traversing the void throughout the night, Qin Ming suddenly recalled the mechanical voice of the system in his mind. "A critical strike sign-in. This is bound to yield excellent rewards," he declared without hesitation. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received 1 7-rank Guiyuan pill." "Ding! Critical strike, sign-in multiplied by 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 8-rank Guishan pills. 8-rank Guishan pills." Upon hearing the designation of 8 ranks, Qin Ming immediately recognized their extraordinary value. He quickly examined the description within the system's space. Guishan pill. Ranked at 8, it aids cultivators of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm in rapidly consolidating and solidifying their divine souls, facilitating their entrance into the Dongshu realm. It can swiftly assist cultivators of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm in consolidating their divine souls and transitioning into the Dongshu realm. Qin Ming's eyes widened in delight upon discovering the miraculous effects of the Guishan pill. With these elixirs, his formidable divine generals would surely have prospects for rapid advancement into the Dongshu realm. The Dongshu realm, should even one of his divine generals ascend due to this pill, the Qin dynasty would become invincible across the Forsaken Lands. Most importantly, it would save him 300,000. For a single powerhouse of the Dongshu realm required 300,000 national fortune points in the National Fortune Mall. Qin Ming retracted his gaze, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he sped forth into the distance. As he soared onward, he passed through cities that belonged to the Qin dynasty. The moment he beheld the last one would signal his arrival at the stronghold of numerous Qin dynasty soldiers. Chapter 49. The battle begins. Confronting the half-step Dongshu before nightfall, the structures of Wulong City began to tremble slightly. The 4 divine generals, sensing this shift, immediately understood that a formidable foe was fast approaching, and their numbers would surely be considerable. In an instant, Wulong City erupted into commotion. 100,000 snow dragon riders, 200,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 250,000 Tigerben army, and 500,000 Jinbei army emerged in formation outside Wulong City, awaiting the enemy's arrival. The trap camp and 1,000 blood prison corps were concealed in the shadows flanking the city, poised to tear apart the enemy's formation and catch them off guard when the battle commenced. Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Yuan Zhua, and Bai Qi stood atop the city walls, their formidable auras radiating as they braced for the impending confrontation. This battle would determine whether the Qin dynasty could thoroughly conquer the Longian dynasty and obliterate it. Thus, even at the cost of their lives, they were resolved to secure victory in this war. With the earth trembling beneath them, the vast forces of the Longian dynasty, exceeding 500,000 elite troops, had arrived mere dozens of miles from Wulong City. The two grand ancestors, upon seeing the prepared Qin forces, soared into the air, stepping upon the void as they gazed upon Zhao Yun and his companions atop the city walls. People of the Qin, I offer you an opportunity. Surrender to me, and I shall grant you a lifetime of unparalleled wealth and prosperity. Upon witnessing the presence of four formidable generals at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm, Zhao Quan's interest was piqued. The Longian dynasty would soon embark on campaigns against numerous other dynasties, and they were in dire need of capable individuals. If he could subjugate those four peak Tongxian experts atop the city walls, future endeavors would be greatly facilitated. You may be unaware of my prowess. Both of us have long stepped into the half-step Dongshu realm, standing as the pinnacle of power in the Forsaken Lands. Thus, joining us in our campaigns across the lands would undoubtedly be your greatest honor. As Zhao Quan spoke, the terrifying aura of the half-step Dongshu realm surged forth, enveloping the atmosphere. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and the others, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Indeed, they had encountered true half-step Dongshu realm experts. Zhao Yun's unease stemmed from the emergence of these formidable beings, whose aura was far more profound than they had anticipated. It seemed likely that even their combined strength would not suffice to withstand such power. Moreover, to their astonishment, the Longian dynasty possessed two half-step Dongshu realm experts. This development was indeed dire. While the Qin forces were strong, their might was confined to the ground, and the number of cultivators who had reached the Tongxian realm was limited. They would not be able to contend against the overwhelming strength of the half-step Dongshu realm. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Fei declared coldly, "Enough of your prattle. If you seek battle, let us engage. You think you can command us like dogs? You are not worthy that if you lack the courage to fight. Return to the Longian imperial city and await your ancestors' arrival." Zhang Fei's voice boomed, showing no deference to the two half-step Dongshu realm ancestors. His own aura, at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, erupted forth, and the 8-foot-long serpent spear in his grasp radiated a domineering spiritual light. The Qin soldiers below, hearing Zhang Fei's audacious declaration, roared in fervor, their morale soaring. "Fight! Fight! Fight! You! Very well, since you refuse to recognize your own insignificance. I shall strike first and slay all four of you." Zhao Quan's face darkened in fury at the words, and in the next moment, a long blade appeared in his grasp, like a shooting star. He surged forth with immense power, crossing dozens of miles in an instant, aiming his blade at Zhao Yun and the others. "Not good. Combine our strength to resist." As Zhao Yun beheld the scene, he let out a thunderous roar, vast spiritual power surging wildly into the dragon spear he wielded. In but a fleeting moment, he hurled the spear forth to meet Zhao Quan's exceptionally sharp, long knife. With a resounding crash, a metallic clash echoed, and Zhao Yun felt an overwhelming force rush into his body, causing him to be propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of houses before finally halting. Struggling to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze toward Zhao Quan heavy with gravity. A formidable being at the half-step void realm possesses combat prowess dozens of times greater than that of the 9th level of the profound realm. Though his strength surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level profound practitioner, it was by no means tenfold. "Dado, you managed to survive my strike. I shall grant you one more chance. Submit to me, or face death." Zhao Quan stood suspended in the void, his long knife pointed menacingly at Zhao Yun below, an unrestrained, fierce aura emanating from him, akin to that of a battle god, powerful and relentless. "You are unworthy." Zhang Fei, Yuan Zuozong, and Bai Qi felt the veins in their necks bulge as they raised their spiritual weapons, leaping into the air to launch their most potent strike against Zhao Quan. Their strength was impressive. No wonder they could slay 3 9th-level profound practitioners of my Dragon Flame dynasty. However, all is in vain before a half-step Void Realm Master. Upon witnessing the desperate attack from the three pinnacle, ninth-level profound practitioners, Zhao Quan's gaze sharpened, and the long knife in his hand erupted with power several times greater than theirs, cleaving toward the trio. Bang, bang, bang. The three were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing into the city walls, leaving three massive craters in their wake. Zhao Quan merely stepped back a pace to stabilize his form. Think you could evade my strike. Your strength is indeed unparalleled among your peers. Submit to me, and I shall offer you the opportunity to ascend to the coveted half-step Void Realm. Just as I have. Zhao Quan looked down at the four martial generals with a condescending gaze, speaking with a dismissive tone. Meanwhile, the Dragon Flame Dynasty's army of 500,000 to 600,000, led by the second ancestor Zhao Gan, charged toward the Qin's million-strong forces. Kill, kill, kill! The over 100,000 soldiers of the Qin, facing the 500,000 to 600,000 troops led by a half-step Voidmaster, felt no fear. Their morale soared even higher, as if the half-step Voidmaster would kneel beneath their iron hooves. Bah! A mere half-step Void Realm Master. How impressive you think you are? Zhang Fei spat blood, his ninth-level profound aura erupting once more. Generals, let us unite and slay this scoundrel. We vow not to retreat. With a fierce bellow, Zhang Fei's 8-foot serpent spear radiated brilliant spiritual light as he soared into the air, thrusting fiercely at Zhao Quan in the void. Zhao Yun and Bai Qi, witnessing this, also shouted in unison, their powerful auras surging anew, a dragon-like spear intent and dazzling sword energy slicing toward Zhao Quan. Yuan Zhuozong, not to be outdone, drew back his spiritual bow, unleashing 9 terrifying arrows that pierced the void toward Zhao Quan. In an instant, the 4 formidable generals disregarded their injuries and unleashed their full power. Chapter 50. The Master's terrifying combat power. How dare you? Seeing the 4 ninth-level profound generals of the Qin, fully aware of their disadvantage yet resolutely launching an attack against him, Zhao Quan was instantly enraged. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The knife in his hand transformed into the claws of a ferocious beast, its glowing blade containing boundless power, cleaving toward the incoming attacks. This was his first full-powered strike since breaking through to the half-step Void Realm, the might capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Bang, bang, bang! As several knife lights flashed, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Bai Qi felt an unstoppable force surge into their bodies, wreaking havoc upon their internal organs. Their forms crashed to the ground like cannonballs. And you? Zhao Quan's cold gaze fell upon Yuan Zhuozong. Your archery is commendable, but in the face of absolute power, it is mere frivolity. Yuan Zhuozong's expression turned grave. He fully drew back his bow once more, endless spiritual energy flooding into it as 9 terrifying arrows shot forth again. He knew he was outmatched, that even 9 arrows might not cause significant harm to a half-step Voidmaster. Yet he pressed on without hesitation, prepared to fight until his last breath, still daring to shoot. Die. Zhao Quan, like a wraith, swung his long knife down upon the 9 arrows, though they shone brilliantly with spiritual light. Under the might of the long knife, they shattered like fragile bamboo. All 9 split apart in an instant. Yet the momentum of Zhao Quan's long knife did not wane. It continued toward Yuan Zhuozong's head with lightning speed. Too fast for Yuan Zhuozong to mount any defense. Die. Standing is still to die. I just cannot fight for my master any longer. Faced with the chilling knife light, Yuan Zhuozong understood he could not withstand it and was mentally prepared to meet his end. No. Zhang Fei and the others crawled from the crater, witnessing the scene and roaring in fury, but they could do nothing to stop the terrifying knife light. In the nick of time, a sword energy spanning 3 zhang surged forth, as if it had cleaved through space itself, meeting Zhao Quan's fearsome knife light in an instant. The clash extinguished the knife light, and Zhao Quan's high-grade spiritual weapon long knife shattered in an instant. In Zhao Quan's horrified gaze, the 3 zhang long sword energy struck him. Zhao Quan felt a chill in his head, then was enveloped in darkness. Shocked, he turned to see the source of the sword energy, exclaiming, "You, my Qin soldiers, are not worthy of slaying." A young man in white, sword in hand, descended from the sky, exuding an aura as sharp as a legendary sword immortal. making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. "Master," seeing the figure in white, the four formidable generals instinctively exclaimed in surprise. That figure was none other than Qin Ming, who had traversed the skies from the Qin dynasty to "So, you are the sovereign of the Qin dynasty. Today, I shall slay you and obliterate your dynasty." Zhao Quan roared in fury, grasping the remaining hilt of his knife, attempting to charge at Qin Ming. However, at the slightest motion, Zhao Quan found his body and head severed apart. Blood instantly stained the heavens red as he murmured in disbelief, "You?" In that moment, Zhao Quan's consciousness plunged into endless oblivion. The two halves of his corpse fell from the void, crashing into a mangled heap. A half-step void realm master, a venerable ancestor of the Dragon Flame dynasty, perished in confusion. Hiss, the master's power is indeed terrifying. Seeing Zhao Quan's mangled remains, the onlookers inhaled sharply, disbelief etched in their expressions. "Generals, you have worked hard. Here are 4 Xian medicinal pills and 4 recovery pills to help restore your injuries and spiritual energy." Qin Ming addressed the injured 4 formidable generals, promptly producing the pills and handing them over. His cold, indifferent gaze then shifted to the half-step void realm ancestor who was wantonly slaughtering his generals. "Hey, your opponent is me." Qin Ming's figure shot forth like a cannonball from the city wall, arriving on the battlefield in an instant. The holy slaying sword in his hand erupted with radiant spiritual light, carrying boundless terrifying power as it descended upon Zhao Gan. Qin Ming could strike down his opponent from 1,000 meters away with a single sword. Yet he refrained, for there were numerous 9th-level profound generals in the vicinity. Many dead or wounded, he intended to reduce his opponent to mere pulp to quell the fury in his heart. Zhao Gan was paralyzed with fear at the sudden turn of events, the sword descending upon him like a vast mountain, exuding overwhelming oppressive force above his head. "And oh, I am a half-step void master. You cannot kill me." Zhao Gan, terrified, raised his spiritual hammer in a futile attempt to defend against the holy slaying sword. However, even a high-grade heavy spiritual weapon could not withstand the sword's terror. Bang, bang, the first bang shattered the heavy spiritual hammer, and the second was the sound of Zhao Gan's head and body. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Gan's body was reduced to a mound of flesh. Casually collecting the storage ring from the ground, Qin Ming soared into the sky, his resounding voice echoing, "The 2 half-step void masters of the Dragon Flame dynasty have been slain by me. All Qin soldiers, heed my command. Charge and kill every last one of the Dragon Flame dynasty's soldiers." A resounding voice echoed across the battlefield, akin to the thunderclap that reverberated in the ears of all present. "Kill, kill, kill! The Qin dynasty is invincible." The soldiers of the Qin dynasty, upon catching sight of the figure clad in white, were instantly overwhelmed with exhilaration, raising their voices in fervent exclamations. The morale of the entire Qin army surged dramatically as they ruthlessly descended upon the forces of the Dragon Flame dynasty. Upon hearing of the demise of 2 formidable ancestors at the pinnacle of the semi-void realm, dread enveloped the hearts of all within the Dragon Flame dynasty, extinguishing any remnants of fighting spirit. Their only desire was to flee. The defeat was as swift and overwhelming as an avalanche. The elite forces comprising 100,000 snow dragons, 200,000 Northern Liang iron cavalry, 250,000 Tiger Band troops, and 500,000 cultivators from the Northern Town Army were unmatched against the subpar military of the Dragon Flame dynasty. Particularly, flanking the massive 6 million strong army of the Dragon Flame dynasty were the Trap Formation and Blood Prison legions, mercilessly reaping lives like rabid dogs. The numbers of the Dragon Flame dynasty's forces dwindled rapidly. Chapter 51. The Fall of Dragon Flame. The final dignity half a day had passed, and the scene outside Five Dragon City resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A veritable hell on earth out on the city walls. Qin Ming and the 4 divine generals observed the soldiers diligently clearing the battlefield below, their hearts filled with profound satisfaction. "My lord, with this victory, we can immediately strike at the heart of the Dragon Flame dynasty." Zhao Yun respectfully declared to Qin Ming he had fully recovered to his peak condition, his injuries long healed, having endured a battle that had almost plunged him into despair. He now felt as if he were on the verge of solidifying his soul and stepping into the semi-void realm. Indeed, My lord, once we seize the imperial city and slay the sovereign of the Dragon Flame dynasty, the vast territories of the Dragon Flame will fall into our Qin dynasty's grasp. Zhang Fei and the others chimed in with utmost reverence. Like Zhao Yun, their cultivation and injuries had also fully recovered, ready to advance into the heart of the Dragon Flame dynasty at any moment. Very well. After the soldiers finish clearing the battlefield and rest for the night, we shall set forth for the Dragon Flame dynasty. Qin Ming replied, nodding with a radiant smile. As you command, my lord. The four divine generals exchanged glances, smiles adorning their faces. Seizing the Dragon Flame dynasty was not only their task, but also their deepest desire. Nothing could bring them greater exhilaration than expanding their lord's dominion. In no time, the battlefield was cleared, yielding countless spirit crystals, heavenly materials, and other spoils of war, all of which were distributed among the soldiers for their cultivation and recovery. My lord, you should rest early. Tomorrow morning, we must head towards the imperial capital of the Dragon Flame. Zhang Fei informed as the night drew near and they reported the gains of the battle. Wait, for generals, today in the face of those at the semi-void realm, you nearly lost your lives. Here are 4 spirit returning pills, which will aid you in solidifying your souls more swiftly and stepping into the true void realm. Once you reach this realm, there will be no adversary in the entire Forsaken Land that can stand against you, and you shall never encounter such perilous situations again, Qin Ming said, presenting the 4 pills to the divine generals with a gentle gesture. The 4 divine generals gasped, their eyes wide with elation. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. We shall undoubtedly not disappoint your expectations and strive to enter the void realm at the earliest opportunity. They knelt, expressing their gratitude with the utmost respect. The 4 departed. A system notification echoed in Qin Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accrued 55,000 national fortune points today. Rewards have been credited to your balance, which you may check at any time. With a dazzling smile, Qin Ming reveled in the influx of national fortune points, his balance now abundantly replenished. However, he refrained from browsing the national fortune market and instead focused on adjusting his state for cultivation. This was merely an appetizer. The true feast lay in toppling the entire Dragon Flame dynasty, which would yield millions of national fortune points. Moreover, his acceleration in cultivation was aimed at swiftly reaching the 9th level of the profound realm. Currently at the 8th level, should he attain the 9th, he could consume a spirit-returning pill to facilitate his breakthrough into the genuine void realm at that point. No one would pose a challenge to him, and the Forsaken Land would be his dominion, a night passed without incident. The next morning, the formidable Qin army marched towards the Dragon Flame dynasty. The Battle of 5 Dragon City spread like wildfire throughout the realm, igniting an unquenchable fear within countless cultivators and factions of the Dragon Flame dynasty. They understood. The Dragon Flame dynasty was on the brink of upheaval. They are dead. All dead. Impossible. How could this be? The sovereign of the Dragon Flame dynasty stood within his opulent palace. Disbelief etched across his face, his heart trembling in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that 3 ancestors, 3 superlative beings of the semi-void realm, had perished. Even the 2 million troops of the Dragon Flame dynasty had been nearly obliterated. Although a few 100,000 remained, none dared face the ironclad forces of the Qin dynasty. Across the entirety of the Dragon Flame dynasty, all-powerful beings and factions fixated on a singular concern: how to survive amid the transition of dynasties. They were also fearful that once the Qin dynasty eradicated the Dragon Flame dynasty, they would come seeking retribution. Helplessness, despair, fear, and regret flooded the heart of the Dragon Flame sovereign. He regretted his greed for the prime spirit crystal mines. Perhaps, had he not coveted them, the Dragon Flame dynasty would still be the prosperous empire it once was. Yet, time could not be reversed, and the past could not be altered in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, and the grand Qin army of 100,000 approached the imperial city of the Dragon Flame dynasty. The city gates stood wide open. What tricks was the sovereign of the Dragon Flame dynasty attempting? Upon witnessing the majestic city gates ajar, Zhang Fei, mounted on his fiery steed, voiced his confusion. The others mirrored his perplexity. Could it be that the sovereign of the Dragon Flame dynasty has surrendered? Or perhaps there are ambushes laid within the city? Zhang Fei pondered aloud. However, Before his words could dissipate, the sound of galloping hooves filled the air as figures on war horses surged forth from the vast gates. Leading them was the sovereign of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, adorned in a golden robe embellished with 9 dragons, wielding the Emperor's sword, exuding an unreserved aura of the 8th level of the profound realm. Behind him were 30,000 elite Imperial Guards, his most loyal troops, devoted solely to him. The rest had fled, unwilling to confront the iron forces of the Qin dynasty. I am the sovereign of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. The gravest mistake I have made in my life is to repeatedly oppose the Qin dynasty. Yet I am the sovereign of the Dragon Flame, and even in the face of the formidable Qin Iron Army, I must lead my warriors to defend the territory of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, even if it leads to my demise. The Dragon Flame sovereign, astride his steed, wore a visage of tragic determination. He had been engulfed in fear for several days, yet he chose not to flee, but instead resolved to fight for the Dragon Flame Dynasty once more, fully aware that it could only end in death. The 30,000 Imperial Guards behind him mirrored his expression, their faces set with tragic resolve, pledging their lives to protect their sovereign and the city. As the autumn winds howled, the 30,000 stood against over 100,000, rendering the forces of the Dragon Flame Dynasty insignificantly small and desolate. Very well. If that is the case, we shall send you on your way. Qin Ming's indifferent voice resonated, and the Qin army surged forth, leaving behind only a multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. Among them lay the body of the sovereign, clad in the golden robe of 9 dragons, a striking contrast amidst the carnage. Qin Ming gazed upon the lifeless forms of the Dragon Flame Dynasty soldiers, a flicker of determination igniting within his eyes. His enemies were destined to perish. That much was assured. However, he also recognized that the Qin dynasty must grow ever stronger to confront all external threats, be they from myriad dynasties, sects atop those dynasties, or entities beyond the Forsaken Land. Chapter 52. Millions of national fortune points with the Grand Qin army taking residence within the imperial city of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. The latter was utterly annihilated. The vast territories of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, spanning tens of thousands of miles, encompassing hundreds of states and thousands of cities, all fell under the jurisdiction of the Qin dynasty. Henceforth, the Dragon Flame Dynasty would vanish completely from the annals of history. As far as the eye could see, all was the domain of the Qin dynasty. Countless cultivators and powerful factions bowed in submission beneath the inexorable might of the Qin dynasty. General Bai, you shall lead the many soldiers in gradually taking control of the entirety of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, including all mines, cultivation resources, and a plethora of other matters. The vast territory requires extensive management. So I entrust this task to you, General Bai. Seated majestically upon the throne, Qin Ming gazed down at Bai Qi and slowly began to speak, that I shall faithfully adhere to your commands, my liege. Bai Qi promptly responded. How long will it take for General Bai to transcend to the half-step Dongxi realm? Qin Ming inquired, sensing the turbulent energy radiating from Bai Qi that I fear the opportunity to break through to the half-step Dongxi may arise this very night. Bai Qi replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. After consuming the 8th rank Gishan pill, his soul had gradually solidified, leaving him only a step away from a breakthrough. And once you achieve this breakthrough, how long until you reach the Dongxi realm? Qin Ming pressed again to team most. Within 10 days, I will truly transcend to the Dongxi realm, Bai Qi respectfully answered. They all practice sacred-level techniques, with the aid of the pill. There would be no prolonged delay in the half-step Dongxi realm. What are the other 3 generals? Qin Ming's gaze shifted to Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Yuan Zuozong. Indeed, the 3 nodded in affirmation. Very well. After your breakthroughs to the half-step Dongxi realm this evening, we shall depart from this place, return to the capital of the Great Qin, and prepare our forces, with our sights set on the Great Wu Dynasty. As Qin Ming mentioned the Great Wu Dynasty, his voice turned icy. We shall obey your commands. With that, the 4 departed to seclude themselves and break through to the half-step Dongxi realm. Soon, the news of the Dragon Flame's demise would undoubtedly reach the Great Wu Dynasty, and your ears shall tremble in anticipation. Wu Linglong, Qin Ming murmured as he gazed into the void beyond the palace. Ding! congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a formidable enemy and commanding a territory exceeding 100,000 miles. You have been awarded 10 million national fortune points. The system's melodious voice suddenly resonated in Qin Ming's mind, causing his heart to race. 10 million national fortune points have been credited just like that. Qin Ming, in disbelief, opened the national fortune point store, where he beheld the luminous balance displayed before him. Balance of national fortune points. 10,850,000. Gasp. Coupled with the previously unspent national fortune points, it amounted to a staggering total of 10,850,000. Who could withstand such a windfall? Qin Ming inhaled sharply, his heart soaring with joy. After taking a few deep breaths, he directed his gaze towards the national fortune point store, eager to see what treasures he could acquire with such a bounty. 5th rank Dongshu Demon General. Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing, 7 million national fortune points. 9th rank Paksu Pill, 5 million national fortune points. 3rd rank Dongshu Guards, 5 million national fortune points. Half-step Dongshu Guards, 2 million national fortune points. Tongxian Legion 10,000, 500,000 national fortune points. Flame Legion 1,000, 500,000 national fortune points. Wisdom T1 Cup, 1 million national fortune points. 8th rank Guishan Pill 100,000 national fortune points. Northern Liang Iron Cavalry 10,000, 10,000 national fortune points. Tiger Ben Army 10,000, 10,000 national fortune points. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry 10,000, 10,000 national fortune points. Heavy Armored Mysterious Armored Army 10,000, 20,000 national fortune points. 5 Refining Techniques 400,000 national fortune points. Saintly Guardian, 300 million Celestial Army of the Heavenly Court, 1 billion Deities of the Heavenly Court. Not yet available. Kings of the Underworld. Not yet available. Buddhas of the Heavens. Not yet available. My Heavens. The Celestial Army costs 1 billion national fortune points. How much would it take to summon the true pantheon of deities? Qin Ming gasped in astonishment, unable to afford such a luxury. Better to focus on what I can realistically acquire. After all, spending 10 million national fortune points elsewhere could still procure a wealth of resources. Qin Ming first considered the 9th rank Paksu Pill, a rare find in the National Fortune Store, marking the first appearance of a pill above the 8th rank. 9th rank Paksu Pill. Upon consumption, it allows a Dongshu realm expert to transcend their current level, akin to ascending from the 1st to the 2nd heaven, or from the 8th to the 9th heaven of Dongshu. It enhances the cultivation of Dongshu realm experts, valued at 5 million national fortune points. Not too extravagant. However, the Great Qin Dynasty currently possesses no Dongshu realm experts, rendering it unnecessary to half-step Dongshu Guards. No need. Too expensive. Saintly Guardians? Absolutely not. After dismissing several items, Qin Ming contemplated how to wisely expend his 10 million national fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 500,000 national fortune points to acquire 50,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 500,000 national fortune points to acquire 50,000 Tiger Ben Army. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 400,000 national fortune points to acquire 20,000 Heavy Armored Mysterious Armored Army. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 500,000 national fortune points to acquire 10,000 Tongxian Legion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 1 million national fortune points to acquire 1 cup of Wisdom Tea. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 500,000 national fortune points to acquire 5 Guishan Pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 400,000 national fortune points to acquire 5 Refining Techniques. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 7 million national fortune points to acquire the Demon General, Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing. As the final system notification echoed, Qin Ming noted that his once abundant national fortune points had dwindled to a mere 50,000. Time flies, and so does wealth. Over 10 million points vanished in the blink of an eye. Although he sighed at the expenditure, his heart brimmed with excitement. After spending over 10 million national fortune points, the Great Qin Dynasty was now truly invincible. The 5th rank Dongshu Demon General, Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing, alone could suppress all the dynasties in the Forsaken Land. System materialized the Demon General, Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing. Qin Ming thought eagerly, eager to experience the might of a 5th rank Dongshu realm expert. Ding! Demon General. Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing has been materialized, and oh sooner had the system's voice faded than a commanding voice resonated from outside. My lord, Hua Tsubing seeks an audience. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's face lit up with joy as he opened the door, revealing a strikingly tall and poised figure standing outside, exuding an air of sharpness akin to a sword ready to strike. Champion Marquis Hua Tsubing, at your service. Hua Tsubing knelt respectfully before Qin Ming, acknowledging him with deference. Rise, Qin Ming said, quickly helping Hua Tsubing to his feet, smiling as he did so. The aura emanating from Hua Tsubing was immensely powerful, a manifestation of the fifth-rank Dongxi realm. Even in a state of deliberate restraint, he radiated an overwhelming presence, akin to a towering mountain or a sword capable of piercing the heavens. Standing before Hua Tsubing, Qin Ming felt a significant pressure. General Hua, please take some rest. Tomorrow, we shall return to the capital of the Great Qin together. As Qin Ming regarded Hua Tsubing, satisfaction grew within him, with a fifth-rank Dongxi realm expert in their ranks. The Great Qin Dynasty's strength had reached its zenith. He could even send Hua Tsubing ahead to the Great Wu capital to obliterate the entire royal family. However, Qin Ming had no intention of taking such immediate action. What he craved was the endless terror of Wu Linglong, to keep her in a state of perpetual unease, unable to find peace as the soldiers of the Great Qin drew near. As champion Marquis Hua Tsubing retreated to a palace to cultivate, Qin Ming turned his attention to the system space that he exchanged for 121,000 soldiers, who would accompany him to the Great Wu Dynasty to bring about its downfall. Among them, the Tongxin Legion stood out as particularly fearsome. While it consisted of only 10,000 soldiers, each was a formidable presence in the Tongxian realm. 10,000 soldiers of the Tongxian realm on the battlefield. They could easily decimate even a million-strong army, let alone the limited forces of the Forsaken Land, predominantly composed of Linghai and Huadan practitioners. They were simply not in the same league. What remained was 120,000 elite troops, more than sufficient to trample the Great Wu Dynasty. His gaze then settled on the 5 Li refining techniques. This was a tome of refining, detailing thousands of methods for crafting spiritual and sacred weapons. Should he find a gifted craftsman, the Great Qin Dynasty would never lack divine arms. The techniques contained within promised the forging of numerous sacred weapons. In time, he would not fear a lack of formidable weapons. After all, the weapon he wielded now was a sacred one, immensely powerful, with many demon generals possessing Dongxi realm cultivation, each armed with a sacred weapon. Even the mysterious sects that overshadowed the numerous dynasties of the Forsaken Land would not intimidate him. There would be opportunities to sift through the populace of the Great Qin Dynasty in search of skilled craftsmen to establish a refining pavilion. Qin Ming murmured softly, then turned his gaze back toward the system space. At this moment, he was well aware of how to utilize the remaining items within the system space, all of which had previously made their appearance. Thus, he decided to commence his cultivation at once. Fortuitously, the 8th-grade Zhu fruit he had obtained from his morning sign-in was imbued with rich spiritual energy. Coupled with a cup of enlightenment tea, it was likely that his strength would experience a significant enhancement by the next day. Contemplating this, Qin Ming retrieved a luscious, crimson fruit and took a hearty bite, allowing the dense spiritual essence to flow into his body as his cultivation method began to refine it. After devouring the Zhu fruit, he immediately poured himself a cup of enlightenment tea and drank it all in one go. Instantly, his mind felt as though it had been awakened 100-fold. The previously obscure and difficult-to-grasp mysteries and profound meanings became clear to him in that very moment. Subsequently, with the assistance of these 2 spiritual items, Qin Ming fully immersed himself in the state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Great Wu Imperial City, the lights shone brightly, akin to daylight. The palace was bustling with hurried footsteps as the civil and military officials of the Great Wu Dynasty hastened to the Golden Wan Hall, their faces etched with utmost fear. Within the Golden Wan Hall, it wasn't long before the room was filled with people, among whom was the delicate figure of Wu Linglong. This moment, Wu Linglong was no longer the spirited and imposing figure determined to become a legendary empress. Rather, she was enveloped in an atmosphere of fear, trepidation, and regret. Even clad in a 9-colored phoenix robe, and adorned with a 9-phoenix golden crown, she did not exude the aura of a sovereign of a grand dynasty. Since learning of Tian Can's fall in the northern Liang region, a sliver of fear had taken root in her heart. Yet, she often reassured herself that the Great Wu Dynasty still possessed a formidable military force of at least 15 million, along with several undeterred ancestors resting in the ancestral coffins of the imperial city. Even if Qin Ming were to assert his dominance in northern Liang, he would pose no real threat to her. However, just moments ago, news reached her that the mighty Dragon Flame Dynasty had been obliterated, and the Great Qin Dynasty had completely taken control of the territories of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. She was left utterly stunned. Never had she anticipated that the Dragon Flame Dynasty, which was nearly as powerful as her own, could be annihilated in such a short span of time, and even more so at the hands of the Great Qin Dynasty and Qin Ming. This revelation was enough to instill terror within her, compelling her to convene an emergency court meeting that very night. Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts upon hearing this news? Do you possess any strategies for counteraction? Wu Linglong's voice trembled slightly as she forced herself to suppress her growing unease. Upon hearing her words, the many civil and military officials below fell silent, their faces betraying expressions of fear. They had never imagined that the Qin Ming they once mocked had, in the blink of an eye, annihilated the Dragon Flame Dynasty and established a Great Qin Dynasty that rivaled the grandeur of the Great Wu Dynasty, instilling fear across the realm. What frightened them most was that Qin Ming had already seized 3 cities of the Great Wu Dynasty, and now, following the demise of the Dragon Flame Dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty would undoubtedly turn its gaze upon them. Perhaps it would not be long before they too would meet the fate of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. Even the recent stirrings of the southern barbarians had become trivial in comparison. How is it that in this vast, Great Wu Dynasty, we cannot propose a single countermeasure? What use is it for me to support you all? Wu Linglong exclaimed, her body trembling with rage at the silence of the civil and military officials. She had never expected to find herself in such a dire predicament. Your Majesty, it is not that we lack countermeasures, but we are entirely unaware of the current strength of the Great Qin Dynasty. A general of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm said with a bitter expression, and no soldier who had ventured to confront the Great Qin Dynasty had ever returned. There is simply no way to fight back. Could it be? Is the Great Wu truly destined for demise in my hands? I merely wish to become a legendary empress, having slain a general whose might threatened my rule. What wrong have I committed? Wu Linglong cried out, her body quaking with despair. Chapter 54. Critical sign-in. Eye of the heavenly path. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Ming awoke from his state of cultivation, his starry eyes gleaming with brightness. His aura was palpably stronger than the day before, having reached the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, with his swordsmanship perfected to the pinnacle of minor achievement. The previous night's efforts had not been in vain. A radiant smile blossomed on Qin Ming's face. After consuming the Zhuling fruit and a cup of enlightenment tea, he had swiftly advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. His swordsmanship had also reached the pinnacle of minor achievement, merely a step away from major completion, its power vastly superior to that of the introductory stage. With my current strength, I should be untroubled even in the face of a 5th-level god-demon general like Huotsubing. Qin Ming could sense just how formidable his chaotic-level cultivation method truly was. Even at the pinnacle of the 9th level of transcendence, the quality and quantity of the spiritual energy within him far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If the spiritual energy of other 9th-level transcendence cultivators could be likened to a river, then his was akin to a mighty ocean, boundless and overwhelming. It is time to depart and prepare for the annihilation of the Great Wu Dynasty. Qin Ming murmured to himself, preparing to take flight when a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected at the former Dragon Flame Imperial City. Would you like to proceed with a critical sign-in? Another critical sign-in. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Ming halted, a look of delight illuminating his face. Each critical sign-in had brought him unexpected rewards, and he naturally relished this sound. Sign-in. Qin Ming declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in for the Eye of Insight. With a critical multiplier of 1 billion, you have obtained the Eye of the Heavenly Path 0.1 billion times. The Eye of the Heavenly Path. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Ming thought he had misheard that a critical multiplier of 1 billion. He had expected a multiplier of merely 10. The Eye of Insight had transformed into the Eye of the Heavenly Path. This was simply astonishing. Ding! Due to the Eye of the Heavenly Path being of exceedingly high grade, the host's current cultivation cannot support it. Thus, the host retains only the ability to perceive the world around him. While the remaining powers will gradually awaken as the host's cultivation increases. Please close your eyes. The system's gentle prompt echoed once more. Awakening from his profound shock, Qin Ming immediately complied and closed his eyes. He felt a sensation akin to flowing water coursing through his eyes. In the mere span of a breath, it vanished. The next moment, Qin Ming opened his eyes again, blinking in confusion. Is this truly the Eye of the Heavenly Path? Why do I not feel anything unusual? He murmured, perplexed. Logically, the very name Eye of the Heavenly Path should evoke a sense of dread. Yet, why did he feel nothing? Shaking his head in bewilderment, Qin Ming decided to push the door open and step outside. There would be ample time to study the Eye of the Heavenly Path later. For now, he must return to the Great Qin Imperial City. Just as Qin Ming prepared to ascend, he caught sight of Hua Tsubing, the champion marquis, standing in the void. Your servant pays respects to the master. Hua Tsubing said respectfully. There's no need for such formality. General Hua, Qin Ming replied with an "O.D." In the next moment, Qin Ming paused, looking intently at Hua Tsubing. You truly possess the ability to perceive all things? Qin Ming murmured in astonishment. He had merely glanced at Hua Tsubing, and the system panel had not provided any information about him, as Qin Ming had already seen it the previous day. Yet he was able to discern Hua Tsubing's age, cultivation, and even his race at a single glance. Name. Hua Tsubing race, human, age, 24 cultivation, 5th level of the Transcendence Realm. This information came to him without the need to consult the system panel. For some powerful beings, he could use the system to check their cultivation levels, martial skills, command capabilities, and so forth. However, for others, this was not the case. With this realization, he addressed Hua Tsubing, General Hua. Follow me for now. We shall return to the Great Qin Imperial City together. With that, Qin Ming's figure soared to a central plaza above the city, his gaze falling upon the multitude of Dragon Flame City cultivators undergoing inspection below. In the next instant, Qin Ming was astonished. With just a glance, all their information appeared in his mind. Name, Sun Run. Race, human, age, 35, physique, ordinary mortal body, cultivation, 3rd level of spiritual silence. Name, Li Xiao race, human, age, 16, physique, ordinary mortal body, cultivation, 7th level of spiritual C. He could perceive almost all basic information at a glance, even discerning their physique. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly seen through the cultivation of the 5th level champion marquis. This is not merely a matter of one's cultivation level. Regardless of the opponent's prowess, one is able to see through their capabilities. Upon this realization, a profound joy flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. With the Eye of Heavenly Tao, the ability to perceive all things, he would be privy to a wealth of information in advance, thereby evading numerous troubles. Truly remarkable. If the most rudimentary Eye of Heavenly Tao possesses such terrifying potential, one can only speculate how formidable the complete Eye would be. Just as Qin Ming reveled in his excitement, 4 powerful auras soared into the air, materializing instantly before him. Reverently kneeling upon the ground, we have seen the Lord. The 4 of us have each broken through to the half-step void realm. Provided we have sufficient cultivation resources, we shall surely attain true void realm status within 10 days, the 4 divine generals proclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. The ascent to the void realm had once seemed a distant dream. Yet now they were on the cusp of achieving it. Excellent. General Bai, you shall remain to oversee the arrangements. We shall set off at once to return to the capital of the Great Qin. Qin Ming declared, waving his hand. Accompanied by Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Yuan Zuozong, and the formidable Hua Tsubing of the 5th stage of the Void Realm, the 4 divine generals transformed into beams of light. Vanishing into the horizon at their current speed, they would reach the capital within 3 days. 3 days hence, it would be time to lead the army to annihilate the Great Wu Dynasty. Meanwhile, in the easternmost region of the godforsaken land, a mysterious domain unclaimed by any dynasty, within a lavish palace atop a towering mountain, a magnificently attired man frolicked among dozens of beautiful women, reveling in his happiness. Lin Jinchuan, the Dragon Flame Dynasty has been destroyed. Our plan to unify all dynasties in the godforsaken land under its banner has failed. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Enter, came the languid reply. A figure exuding an overwhelming aura appeared within the palace. Bowing respectfully to the man, known as Lin Jinchuan, who possesses the power to obliterate the dynasty I selected, Lin Jinchuan inquired, a look of astonishment crossing his face upon hearing the news. It was a dynasty called the Great Qin that brought about the downfall of the Dragon Flame Dynasty. They seemed quite powerful, having seized the entire Dragon Flame Dynasty in just over 10 days. The man, radiating a fierce aura, replied respectfully, a dynasty such as this has emerged in the godforsaken land. Since the Great Qin has vanquished the Dragon Flame, you are to instruct them to expedite their mission. Unifying the entire godforsaken land will prove advantageous for us, Lin Yuntao stated with a detached expression. Yes, Lin Jinchuan, I shall attend to it immediately. As the words fell, the figure radiating a beastly aura departed. Though Lei Wan was not highly cultivated, being only at the 3rd stage of the Void Realm, he was clever in his actions. He believed that it would not be long before he secretly subdued all the dynasties in the godforsaken land. At that point, with all advantages in his favor, he would see how his adversaries could contend with him. Lin Yuntao gazed at Lei Wan's retreating figure, clenching his fists as he muttered softly to himself. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Qin Ming and his companions had returned to the capital of the Great Qin, within the northern Liang city. Ingwe and Guan Yu were summoned back to northern Liang city, whereupon Qin Ming granted each of them a return spirit pill and instructed them to enter seclusion, that a single return spirit pill could enable many divine generals to break through to the Void Realm within just over 10 days. At that time, a Void Realm Ingwe would guard the Taiyao city, and a Void Realm Guan Yu would oversee northern Liang city, allowing him to confidently lead the multitude of soldiers to obliterate the Great Wu Dynasty. Furthermore, Qin Ming had arranged for cultivators to disseminate the news of the expedition against the Great Wu. Wu Linglong would undoubtedly be filled with dread upon learning of this, and it was precisely this fear that he sought to instill in Wu Linglong. Brother, I have reached the 9th stage of the profound realm. I ascend that fast. I'm about to surpass you. Upon hearing of Qin Ming's return, Qin Mingyue emerged from her seclusion, beaming as she approached him. Oh, the 9th stage of the profound realm? Just in time, I have a pill here, an 8th grade return spirit pill, which can help you quickly consolidate your spirit and break through to the Void Realm. Qin Ming smiled, producing a return spirit pill and handing it to Qin Mingyue. This return spirit pill is a product of the system. It contains no toxins or side effects. You can take it with confidence. He had just consumed one himself, preparing to break through to the half-step Void Realm by the next day. Really? Such a treasure exists? Brother, why didn't you mention it sooner? I'm taking it. Qin Mingyue exclaimed, dashing away with the pill. Since her last visit to Qin Ming, where she had received 3 spirit communication pills and experienced 3 consecutive breakthroughs without any side effects, she had gained confidence. In less than a day, that is quite the confidence. I think it would be impressive for me to break through to the Void Realm within 3 days, Qin Ming remarked, considering her words as a child's playful jest. First, I will achieve the half-step Void Realm, and we will depart tomorrow to wage war against the Great Wu Dynasty. The time on the journey will be ample for me to push toward the Void Realm. Qin Ming mused as countless top-grade spirit crystals shattered around him, flooding his body with an overwhelming essence. His cultivation began to ascend slowly toward the half-step Void Realm, but a night passed in silence. And as the sun rose, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his aura radiating like an expansive ocean throughout the Grand Palace. The half-step Void Realm proved to be astonishingly powerful, nearly 100 times stronger than his previous 9th stage of the Profound Realm. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled as he whispered to himself, "Now, With the slaying saint's sword and his sword-drawing technique, his combat prowess was unparalleled. However, Qin Ming was still uncertain just how formidable he had become or at what stage his power now resided. Just as Qin Ming was meticulously acclimating to the vast and surging power within him, a sudden, fierce wave of energy rippled through the entire imperial city, causing Qin Ming to widen his eyes in shock. Has someone truly broken through to the Void Realm? Sensing the vast aura, Qin Ming's form instantly appeared outside the palace, his expression revealing a hint of surprise as he gazed toward the chamber where Qin Ming resided. "Brother, I have broken through to the Void Realm." Before the powerful aura could dissipate, a petite figure, resembling a sword fairy, suddenly soared in on a sword. This diminutive figure was none other than Qin Ming. "Excellent! Since you have broken through to the Void Realm, you shall accompany me to lead the troops in the annihilation of the Great Wu Dynasty, witnessing firsthand the terror that Wu Linglong will face." Qin Ming stated, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The siblings now possessed sufficient strength to exact vengeance upon their foes. Thus, Qin Ming would join him in witnessing the moment of their enemy's downfall. No sooner had Qin Ming's words left his lips than powerful figures descended through the air. Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Yuan Zuozong, and the formidable Hua Tsubing, the sole fifth stage of the Void Realm superpowerhouse. "We pay our respects to the Lord," the four divine generals proclaimed, three of whom were on the verge of breaking through to the half-step Void Realm, accompanied by one terrifying fifth-stage Void Realm warrior. Together, along with Qin Ming and Qin Ming, both at the first stage of the Void Realm, they were more than capable of directly assaulting the heart of the Great Wu Dynasty. "Are we all prepared? Then let us set forth." Qin Ming nodded, satisfaction evident in his voice that he planned to unite with El Bu and Su Chu before manifesting the over 1 million strong army, then sweeping across the land. "As you command, my lord," the four divine generals replied respectfully, rising to guard Qin Ming and Qin Ming as they prepared to take flight. Suddenly, a figure radiating an incredibly powerful aura appeared on the distant horizon, soaring through the clouds with such speed that it almost instantaneously came into view. "Not good. My lord, that is a cultivator at the third stage of the Void Realm." Tsubing, standing beside Qin Ming, furrowed his brow upon spotting the figure, immediately positioning himself in front of Qin Ming to confront the approaching presence. "Who is it?" "Great Qin Sovereign, I have urgent matters to convey to you." They beheld Lei Wan, who simultaneously caught sight of Qin Ming and his companions. However, he did not regard them with much concern. Even though the opposing side boasted 4 semi-void practitioners and one who had attained the first level of the Void Realm, he remained unperturbed, for he was a disciple of the inner sect of the Brahma Heaven Sacred Sect. In terms of both power and status, he could easily overpower the numerous monarchs of the godforsaken land. Thus, he felt no need for excessive courtesy. In his mind, it was clear that they would not dare to defy the orders of Lin Jinchuan, unless, of course, they had truly lost their senses and wished to seek rebirth. Chapter 56. Slaying Lei Wan, Brahma Heaven Sacred Sect. Suddenly, Lei Wan's figure halted before Qin Ming and his party, exuding a terrifying aura that signified his cultivation at the third level of the Void Realm. Gazing down at them with an air of arrogance, as if he were casually searching for a dog. "Did I ask you a question? I presume you are unaware of my identity, yes? Listen well. I am Lei Wan, a disciple of the inner sect of the Brahma Heaven Sacred Sect. The entirety of the godforsaken land is the domain of my sect. Why do you remain frozen? Shouldn't you invite me in and serve me well? I have tasks to assign to you." Seeing that no one responded, Lei Wan's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke again, his tone tinged with barely concealed anger. "Were it not for Lin Jinchuan's instructions to teach Thes, what Wu Linglong was unaware of was that just a few days after her orders, nearly 10 million troops of the Northern Expedition Army had gathered in Lanzhou, only for an event to transpire that would infuriate her to the point of bloodshed. 4 figures stood at the threshold of the half-step Void Realm, alongside one true master of the Void Realm. In a mere half-day, these 5 individuals traversed the vast expanse of the Beiliang territory, arriving at the 3 cities bordering Beiliang, specifically within the Lord's Mansion of Tianluo City. Here, all the divine generals and demonic warriors, along with the entire 800,000 Great Qin Legion, had assembled, Among this formidable army, there were 600,000 from the Northern Expedition Army, 100,000 elite cavalry of Beiliang, and 50,000 from both the Tigerban Army and the heavy-armored Xuanjia Army. The divine generals included Elbu, Su Chu, Wang Lei, Dian Wei, and the commander of the Northern Expedition Army, Kong Chong and Fong Tianhua. Notably, during their time stationed here, both Kong Chong and Fong Tianhua had made significant breakthroughs, thanks to the supply of holy-level cultivation techniques and limitless top-tier spirit crystals. Kong Chong had advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of the Void Realm, while Fong Tianhua, displaying remarkable talent, had transitioned from the 3rd to the 6th level after adopting the holy level technique, the 5 Xian Dao Sutra, of course. Other soldiers had also experienced breakthroughs, resulting in an overall increase in combat strength surpassing double that of their previous capabilities. Long live the Emperor! The numerous generals exclaimed in unison as they knelt in respect. In no need for formalities. Qin Ming replied casually, "Tea dawn tomorrow. We shall lead the army towards Lanzhou City, flattening it and seizing the entirety of Lanzhou." He had devised a strategic offensive route, a straight line from Tianluo City to the Great Wu imperial capital, traversing several states along the way, effectively bringing half of the Great Wu Dynasty into the dominion of the Great Qin Dynasty. Conveniently, they would pass by the location of the Tianqin Temple, allowing them to investigate its true nature and whether it was indeed connected to his father's demise, before subsequently razing the temple to the ground. The soldiers erupted in fervent cheers, confident in their upcoming campaign, especially with so many half-step Void Realm warriors among them, not to mention the fact that Princess Mingwei had fully transcended into the Void Realm. With their combined might and the elite forces of the Great Qin, there was no doubt they would effortlessly overwhelm the Great Wu imperial capital. Before we embark on our expedition, let us bestow some rewards upon our esteemed generals to enhance their strength. Qin Ming declared, "Elbu, Su Chu, Wang Lei, Dian Wei, each of you shall receive a Guishan pill. This Dan can assist you in swiftly breaking through to the Void Realm." A.S.'s words fell, for pills landed accurately in the hands of the 4 divine generals. "Thank you for the Emperor's generous gifts," they expressed, their excitement palpable as they beheld the Guishan pills. By consuming these, they too could quickly ascend to the Void Realm, ensuring they would not lag behind their fellow divine generals. Observing this, Fong Tianhua and Kong Chong were left in awe and envy. The prowess displayed by the Emperor and the others had left them deeply astonished, in the entire Great Wu Dynasty. And even in the godforsaken lands, half-step Void Realm warriors were nearly non-existent. Yet 3 had appeared here, with Princess Mingwei emerging as a true powerhouse of the Void Realm, shattering their previous worldview. Kong Chong, Fong Tianhua, you shall each receive 5 tunneling pills and 1 Guishan pill. These will aid you in swiftly crossing into the Void Realm. Qin Ming again tossed 7 pills into their hands. Staring at the invaluable treasures, the 2 were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes brimming with gratitude. The Emperor had not only accepted them and saved their lives, but had also provided them with countless resources for their cultivation. The extraordinary rarity of such gifts was overwhelming. With a thud, they knelt before Qin Ming, bowing fervently as they proclaimed, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. In the future, whether it be climbing the mountains of blades or traversing the seas of fire, we shall not hesitate." Their voices were resonant and sincere, devoid of any hint of insincerity. "Very well, strengthen yourselves, as there shall be much for you to accomplish for me," Qin Ming replied with a slight smile. The 2 leaders of the Northern Expedition Army were not only loyal subordinates of his father, but also possessed commendable talents, particularly Fong Tianhua, who was of a spiritual constitution. Although Qin Ming was uncertain of the exact nature of such a constitution, it was undoubtedly superior to the pseudo-spiritual constitution of Lei Wan from the Holy Sect, making it deserving of significant cultivation efforts. After distributing the pills, the assembly returned to their seclusion to prepare for the impending battle. Qin Ming, too, entered a state of cultivation. He sensed that the opportunity to break through to the Void Realm was imminent, and it would occur that very night, with a resounding crash. Over 100,000 top-tier spirit crystals shattered within the chamber, instantly transforming the space into a sea of spiritual energy, rich to the utmost degree, as Qin Ming practiced the chaos Huangji Yuyujing. An endless stream of spiritual energy poured into his body like a mighty river rushing to the ocean. His aura began to surge dramatically. Chapter 58. Breaking Through to the Void Realm. The Qianlong burial demon armor, uncertain of how much time had passed. The spiritual energy from the shattered 100,000 spirit crystals was fully absorbed, leaving not a trace, in the next moment. 200,000 spirit crystals exploded again in the room, creating yet another vast ocean of spiritual energy, followed by a more frenzied process of refinement. However, after merely 2 hours, the spiritual energy once again dwindled almost completely, and Qin Ming had yet to achieve a true breakthrough into the void realm. Without any pause, another 500,000 spirit crystals shattered throughout the room, saturating the air with an intensity so thick it felt as though it could condense into liquid. The richness was overwhelming. Had any void realm experts from the holy sect witnessed Qin Ming's attempts to break through, they would surely be astounded by the sheer volume of spiritual energy required for such a feat. The room echoed with the sound of his fervent absorption of the vast spiritual energy, akin to a whale consuming its fill as dawn approached, just as the ocean of spiritual energy was on the brink of being depleted. Qin Ming's aura seemed to break through a barrier. Surging dramatically, a terrifying pressure erupted from Qin Ming, radiating throughout the room and obliterating all surrounding furniture into dust. Is this the void realm? He pondered, feeling the vastness of power within him, his eyes shining brighter than ever. He could sense that his strength had increased by at least several hundred times compared to before. Even a champion marquis at the 5th level of the void realm would be easily subdued with a single palm strike. Ding! Detecting that the host is within the territory of the Great Wu Dynasty. Would you like to perform a critical sign-in? The familiar morning sign-in notification chimed in, this time offering a chance for a critical hit. Without hesitation, Qin Ming declared, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Qian Silver Armor, with a critical hit multiplier of 100 times, the Qianlong Burial Demon Armor. The name resonated with grandeur, piquing Qin Ming's interest. He immediately turned his gaze to the introduction of the Qianlong Burial Demon Armor within the system space. Qianlong Burial Demon Armor. Upon wearing, combat power increases tenfold, ignoring all attacks from those beneath the saint level. Gasping in astonishment, Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement at the description. Tenfold combat power, ignoring all attacks from below the saint level. Such a terrifying ability was truly deserving of its name. Impatiently, he retrieved the Qianlong Burial Demon Armor from the system space, and obsidian armor appeared before him, emanating a ferocious aura. Crafted from an unknown metal, it shimmered with an otherworldly luster, and the most astonishing feature was the intricate depiction of a sinuous, clawed dragon, seemingly alive and ready to leap forth from the armor to shatter anything in its path. It was powerful, undeniably powerful. With this armor, even facing the enigmatic holy sect, Qin Ming felt a newfound confidence. His eyes gleamed with determination as he donned the armor. In an instant, his entire being seemed to merge with the Qianlong Burial Demon Armor, radiating an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mighty dragon. How powerful, truly powerful. Holding the sword of slaying saints, Qin Ming felt as if he could cleave a colossal mountain in two with a single strike, or effortlessly annihilate a grand city with a mere gesture. Is this the essence of tenfold combat power? From this moment forth, I shall be invincible beneath the saints. Qin Ming flashed a grin, and then his form appeared high above Tianluo City. He gazed down upon the formidable assembly of 800,000 elite troops from the Great Qin, along with the numerous divine and demonic generals who had emerged from their strongholds. This moment, all the divine and demonic generals had reached the threshold of the semi-void realm, their powerful auras emanating with unparalleled intensity, their combat prowess having surged several dozen times compared to before. Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Yuan Zuozong were but a mere step away from the true void realm, poised for a breakthrough within a couple of days. To become authentic masters of the void, Fang Tianhua and Kong Chang had also advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the realm, striving towards the semi-void realm. System, manifest all the legions. Qin Ming silently commanded as he surveyed the vast army of 800,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully manifesting 121 legions, comprising 50,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 50,000 Tiger Ben army, and 10,000 soldiers. As the system's voice faded, the very earth began to tremble. 50,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, mounted on thunderous warhorses, and 50,000 formidable Tiger Ben soldiers converged towards the 800,000 troops outside Tianluo City. Yet, what left everyone utterly astounded was the multitude of figures descending from the heavens, akin to powerful war deities, exuding an overwhelming aura. They were none other than the 10,000-strong legion, all composed of masters of the realm. As their name suggests, the legion consisted entirely of 1,000 men, each a master of the realm. One could only imagine the might generated by such a congregation. Their presence could nearly stir the winds and clouds above. "Bow to the master," a resounding voice echoed across the expanse as all soldiers knelt on one knee, respectfully paying homage. "Good, good, good," with 600,000 Northern Suppression Army, 50,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 55,000 Tiger Ben army, 25,000 heavily armored Xuanjia soldiers, and 100,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry, alongside a formidable contingent of 10,000 legion and my numerous, immensely powerful generals. The Great Wu Dynasty has but one path ahead, and that is the path to annihilation. Qin Ming, clad in the Xianlong morning armor, stood suspended in the void, emanating a terrifying pressure that rendered all who beheld him trembling in awe. "Kill, kill, kill!" The 200,000 soldiers of the Great Qin roared in excitement, their momentum shaking the heavens and stirring the clouds. Qin Ming looked upon the powerful elite of the Great Qin. A radiant smile gracing his lips. To unleash 200,000 elite troops against the Great Wu Dynasty was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. However, this was precisely the effect Qin Ming desired. He aimed to instill fear in Wu Linglong, making her tremble at the sight of the dark, robust cannon. Onward to Lianzhou City. Today we shall seize the entirety of Lianzhou. Yes, the Grand Army, accompanied by numerous immensely powerful divine and demonic generals, rode forth on their steeds towards the horizon. Qin Ming and Qin Mingyue positioned themselves among the ranks of the divine and demonic generals, their auras exuding formidable strength. Chapter 59. 900,000 Northern Suppression Army. The 200,000 troops of the Great Qin Dynasty swept through the cities in their path, with many of them offering no resistance, simply opening their gates wide for the Qin soldiers to pass through. Wherever they went, the banners of the Great Qin Dynasty flew high above the cities, marking them as part of their territory. Naturally, such a grand spectacle had already reached the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty. Report: Beiliang City has fallen. Report: Bingfeng City has fallen. Report: Ryu City has fallen. The army of the Great Qin Dynasty has reached Lianzhou City, a mere 70,000 miles from our capital. Each piece of news that reached Wu Linglong's ears only amplified her fear, bringing her closer to the brink of collapse. Report: Lianzhou City has fallen, and we are now only 65,000 miles from our capital. Another report reached Wu Linglong's ears. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face paling to an extreme as she trembled uncontrollably. Northern Suppression Army, how is the gathering proceeding? Hurry and assemble the Northern Suppression Army to halt that detestable Great Qin Dynasty. Wu Linglong, fighting against the anxiety within her heart, wiped the blood from her lips and commanded in a low voice. Your Majesty, 900,000 Northern Suppression Army is expected to gather outside Qizhou City by tomorrow and will be able to block the advance of the Great Qin Dynasty there. A trembling voice from a kneeling cultivator in the hall reported. Never before had they encountered such a terrifying army, which had captured Lianzhou in a single day. It was known that Lianzhou ranked among the top 10 continents in the Great Wu Dynasty, being immensely powerful. Yet, faced with the army of the Great Qin Dynasty, it had crumbled as easily as paper. Now, the fate of the entire Great Wu Dynasty rested in the hands of the 900,000 Northern Suppression Army. Should they fail to withstand the onslaught of the Great Qin Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty would indeed be in peril. Send the order to resist the Great Qin Dynasty's army to the death. Yes, Wu Linglong watched as the man departed, rising to her feet and heading towards the ancestral grounds of the Wu family. Tonight, the army will rest in Lianzhou City for half a night. And tomorrow we shall proceed to our next target, Qizhou. The 200,000 troops set up camp in Lianzhou City, having taken complete control of the city with ease. Qin Ming instructed the powerful divine and demonic generals accordingly. Understood, my lord. The numerous divine and demonic generals found it remarkably effortless, having barely exerted themselves to capture the entirety of Lianzhou city. It was merely the 200,000 soldiers of the Great Qin who had slain all in their path. Following this, many of the divine and demonic generals began to enter seclusion for cultivation. As night fell, 3 terrifying auras emanated from within Lianzhou city, causing the citizens to tremble in fear. They had never before experienced such a horrifying presence. Akin to that of divine beings, it was none other than the 3 divine and demonic generals who had successively broken through to the first layer of the Void Realm. Qin Ming sensed these 3 powerful auras and revealed a smile. The national strength of the Great Qin Dynasty had surged once more. Now, among the ranks of the Great Qin Dynasty, there were already 5 cultivators at the first layer of the Void Realm, including himself and Qin Mingwei. Moreover, in the Great Qin Imperial capital, there resided a formidable master at the 5th layer of the Void Realm, General Ho Qubing. In total, there were 6 masters of the Void Realm, capable of effortlessly overwhelming the entire God-forsaken land. Of course, there were still numerous divine and demonic generals who had yet to break through in the near future. The Great Qin Dynasty would boast 11 divine and demonic generals, alongside 2 generals from the Northern Suppression Army. The total number of masters of the Void Realm would reach 16. All troops, heed my command, march towards Shizhou City. With Qin Ming's crisp command, the Grand Army advanced towards Shizhou. At the same time, the 900,000 Northern Suppression Army gathered outside Shizhou, their numbers sprawling across the hills and fields. Within a tent, several tall figures exuded an immensely formidable aura. General Liu. Do we truly have to confront the Great Qin Dynasty? That army is led by the sole descendant of the old general, a helpless deputy general at the 6th layer of the realm spoke. Indeed, we must engage in battle. Even if it leads to our demise, we must fight. The old general was the old general, but Qin Ming is Qin Ming. Qin Ming has slain over 110,000 of our Northern Suppression Army. How can we not fight? Liu Yun gazed toward the night sky outside the tent, his aura of the 8th layer of the realm suddenly erupting, stirring the atmosphere within the tent. He recalled the horrific scenes, where not a single one of the 10,000 Northern Suppression troops had managed to escape, all perishing at Qin Ming's hands, their corpses turned to ash. Even the 100,000 Northern Suppression troops that had headed north were entirely lost. To refrain from battle would be to dishonor the memory of the over 100,000 fallen Northern Suppression troops. Naturally, he understood that even if he chose to fight, the Great Wu Dynasty was already on the brink of annihilation. As the commander of the Northern Suppression Army and a former deputy general, he was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Longyan Dynasty, which had been thoroughly obliterated beneath the might of the Great Qin's formidable forces. Their confrontation with the army of the Great Qin Dynasty would ultimately amount to a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Yet, some things must be done, even at the cost of one's life. The blood-red sunset appeared beautiful, yet ominously close to the encroaching night. The yellow sands rolled, and the smoke of war billowed as the 900,000 Northern Suppression Army formed their ranks. Their overwhelming presence coalesced in the air, dispersing even the few clouds that dared linger above. The atmosphere was imbued with a chilling and murderous intent. At the forefront of the 900,000 Northern Suppression Army stood Liu Yun, accompanied by a host of realm deputy generals. Each face bore no expression, their gazes fixed upon the vast expanse of land ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the ground began to quake violently. The sound of galloping hooves reverberating through the in the distance. Countless silhouettes emerged, each radiating an aura so powerful that they resembled war deities, exuding an invincible presence. General Liu, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, a vice commander at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm widened his eyes in astonishment, looking up at the countless figures in the sky, and exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's gaze slightly lifted, and in the next moment, an overwhelming shock flashed across his eyes. He beheld that multitude of silhouettes, exuding an immensely powerful oppressive force, as if they were war gods striding through the air. Those striding through the air, they're all experts of the Transcendence realm. All the soldiers of the Northern Guardian Army, witnessing this extraordinarily exaggerated scene, couldn't help but draw a deep breath. The sky was darkened, with at least 10,000 experts of the Transcendence realm. Chapter 60. Lu Yun's shock. All the soldiers of the Northern Guardian Army stood dumbfounded. 10,000 experts of the Transcendence realm. Combined with the indomitable aura emanating from each soldier of the Great Qin Army, how could they possibly withstand such a force? What could they use to defend against the troops of the Great Qin Dynasty? Lu Yun exhaled a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock within his heart, as the aura of the 8th level of transcendence gradually radiated from his body, even when faced with an enemy that was utterly insurmountable. As a commander of the Northern Guardian Army, he could not afford to retreat. The enemy's hands were stained with the blood of the Northern Guardian Army. He would never willingly concede defeat or submit. He aimed to embody the conviction instilled in the Northern Guardian Army by the old general. That is, we, the Northern Guardian Army, are fearless. As time passed, the two armies drew ever closer. Lu Yun took a deep breath, using his spiritual power to bellow. Who goes there? This is the territory of my Great Wu Dynasty. Do you come to confront us? Lu Yun's voice was thunderous, standing like a lion yet to age, slowly poised in the void, facing the formidable forces of the Great Qin Dynasty from afar. Old Lu, long time no see. Qin Ming soared into the air, donned in the Xianlong morning armor, smiling faintly. Qin Ming. Upon seeing Qin Ming, whose terrifying aura radiated to an extreme, Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. His own cultivation at the 8th level of transcendence felt insignificant before Qin Ming, akin to a mayfly gazing at the sky, evoking a sense of comparison between a firefly and the bright moon. What realm has he reached? Indeed, it is I previously accompanied my father in the army and met old Lu several times. Qin Ming stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was struck with shock, as if transported back to the past, recalling his former self, the old general, and the exceptionally astute Qin Ming. Alas, it has all become history. Qin Ming, you once belonged to the Northern Guardian Army. I could have chosen not to obstruct you this time, even leading the 900,000 Northern Guardian soldiers to betray the Great Wu Dynasty. However, your hands are stained with the blood of my 100,000 Northern Guardian soldiers. Therefore, even if today you possess boundless, terrifying power, capable of easily crushing my Northern Guardian Army, I will still lead them into battle against you, even if it means death. Lu Yun sighed softly. Then a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand, its glow flickering ominously, radiating an aura of terrifying dominance that, oh, are you referring to them? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing down at Kong Chong and Fong Tanhua mounted on their steeds. The two sensed Qin Ming's gaze and immediately soared into the air, appearing beside him, smiling at Lu Yun. Long time no see. Old Lu. Kong Chong and Fong Tianhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had not expected to encounter General Lu here. General Lu was the foremost subordinate of the old general, possessing strength and cultivation just below that of the old general himself. They had undergone extensive training under General Lu. You, Kong Chong, Fong Tianhua, you two are not dead? Lu Yun's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the familiar figures, filled with boundless astonishment. We are very much alive. And not a single soldier of the Northern Guardian Army has perished. It was the sovereign who saved us and trained us in our cultivation. Now our strength has surpassed that of old Lu. Fong Tianhua and Kong Chong declared, their terrifying aura of the 9th level of transcendence erupting, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. What? You two? Lu Yun stared wide-eyed at the two younger individuals whose power exceeded his own. A flicker of shock crossing his features, he then looked at Qin Ming, stammering, Qin Ming, you indeed, they're my father's most elite subordinates. How could I bear to slay them all? Qin Ming replied with a gentle smile. Ha ha, wonderful. This is truly splendid. Lu Yun suddenly threw his head back and laughed thrice. Then with a thud, he knelt down, proclaiming loudly, General Lu of the Northern Guardian Army leads 900,000 soldiers to pay respects to the Great Qin sovereign. Lu Yun's voice resonated throughout the vast expanse. The 900,000 soldiers beneath him, witnessing the earlier scene, were equally agitated, kneeling to the ground. They had believed that the 100,000 Northern Guardian soldiers had perished at Qin Ming's hands. However, no one and the four venerable ancestors have not much time left, merely 2 or 3 decades at most. Death is inevitable. However, if it ensures the continuation of the Great Wu Dynasty, then their sacrifice will not be in vain. No, this cannot be. Ancestors, the professional assassin from the Tian temple have already perished. If you venture there, you will surely meet the same fate. Upon hearing this, Wu Linglong momentarily emerged from her despair, hastily shaking her head as she spoke. If the four venerable ancestors were to perish, she would be left utterly alone, facing the formidable Great Qin Dynasty. But did Qin Ming not covet the throne of the Great Wu Dynasty? I could grant him that, even marry him, and together we could govern the realm. With my unparalleled beauty and exquisite figure, I am the dream of every man in the Great Wu Dynasty. And Qin Ming would be no exception. In the midst of her silence, Wu Linglong conceived of her ultimate bargaining chip, her own body. Should she entice Qin Ming with her allure, they could rule the Great Wu Dynasty jointly, ensuring its survival. She was confident she could conquer Qin Ming, and in that scenario, she would still reign as the exalted empress. With this thought, Wu Linglong felt as if she had grasped at the last straw. Abruptly rising to her feet, wiping away her tears, and promptly summoning a minister to act as an envoy of the Great Wu Dynasty, tasked with delivering a letter she had penned herself to Qin Ming. The four venerable ancestors, witnessing this, felt a scorching pain on their faces. No one could have anticipated that the Great Wu Dynasty would one day resort to the disgraceful act of offering the empress's body for survival. Yet the four ancestors did not intervene, for this might be the final method to save the Great Wu Dynasty. Night fell. Qin Ming examined the National Fortune Mall, but found nothing of immediate value. Thus, he resolved to accumulate resources for future exchanges when his fortune was more abundant. The night passed in silence as Qin Ming immersed himself in cultivation. Since breaking through to the Dongshu realm, he realized that even the finest spirit crystals were merely a drop in the bucket for him. He required higher-grade cultivation resources, ones rich in spiritual energy. After a night of absorbing spirit crystals, over 100,000, his cultivation showed little improvement. Relying solely on spirit crystals to enhance his strength might mean it would take an eternity to reach the second level of the Dongshu realm. After signing for a bottle of spirit communication pills, Qin Ming arrived at the city lord's mansion. All the divine generals and the 3 commanders of the northern garrison, Fang Tianhua, Kong Chong, and Lu Yun, had long awaited his summons. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. They all bowed deeply before Qin Ming. Rise, Qin Ming replied indifferently, then turned his gaze to Lu Yun. Lu, your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Here is a spirit communication pill that will enable you to break through to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. With that, he tossed a pill to Lu Yun. Upon receiving it, Lu Yun immediately knelt again, his eyes filled with shock. Your Majesty, such a precious item for an old man like me is truly a waste. Having never encountered such a pill, he could tell from its fragrant aroma that it was undoubtedly a top-tier elixir, one capable of facilitating an immediate breakthrough to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Haha, no matter. Accept it. You will lead the millions of the northern garrison in the future. Qin Ming laughed heartily, then addressed the assembly. Today's objective is Qizhou. Pushing forward from there, we will not be far from the Great Wu capital. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. All the divine generals acknowledged his command. Most of the generals, aside from Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Yuan Zuozong, had yet to break through to the Dongshu realm. But they were on the verge of doing so. Then let us depart. The grand army of the Great Qin Dynasty, numbering over 1 million, marched toward Qizhou, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. As evening descended, the setting sun bled crimson, and Qizhou fell, becoming entirely the territory of the Great Qin Dynasty. Report. An envoy claiming to be from the Great Wu Dynasty wishes to meet. An envoy? Let him enter, Qin Ming replied, nodding in curiosity. The envoy from Wu must be sent by Wu Linglong. In the face of inevitable destruction, he was eager to see what Wu Linglong sought. Before long, a figure cautiously entered the city lord's mansion and, upon sighting Qin Ming, immediately knelt. This humble servant pays his respects to the great Qin Emperor and wishes you eternal peace. Speak, what brings you here? If it is to negotiate peace or to cede land, then there is no need. The Great Wu shall perish. Qin Ming's voice was imbued with an air of detached indifference. No, Your Majesty only instructed me to deliver a letter. The Great Wu envoy stammered, trembling in fear amidst the imposing presence of the great Qin generals, who resembled ferocious beasts, causing his soul to tremble, especially under their scrutinizing gazes. Oh, read it to me, Qin Ming said, revealing a look of intrigue, curious about what Wu Linglong intended in the face of certain doom. As the envoy's voice faded, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone in the city lord's mansion, all eyes turning to Qin Ming seated on the throne. Joint governance? Ha ha, how amusing. Qin Ming laughed heartily 3 times, but his expression soon shifted to icy coldness. She truly overestimates herself to go back and tell Wu Linglong that she is unworthy of such a position, let alone joint governance. She should prepare herself for my arrival to end her life. His frigid and indifferent voice sent a shiver down the spine of the kneeling envoy, who hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, I shall deliver the great Qin emperor's words without alteration. That he was filled with dread, having anticipated this outcome even before his arrival. The Qin family, known for their loyalty, had met a tragic fate, and as the last descendant, he was now subjected to Wu Linglong's relentless schemes, only to be met with her proposal of joint governance. How absurd! The envoy trembled as he retreated hastily. Publicize the contents of this recording stone, so that all cultivators in the Great Wu Dynasty may witness the disgrace of their empress. Qin Ming casually tossed a recording stone to Kong Chong, speaking lightly. Yes, I will ensure that within a day, the entire Great Wu Dynasty will be aware of this news, Kong Chong replied, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, speaking respectfully. Whoever stands as the enemy of the sovereign has surely met with an inauspicious fate. Not only will they face death, but they will also suffer public humiliation and scorn from countless members of the Great Wu Dynasty. As the assembly dispersed, the night passed in silence. The following morning, news spread rapidly through the surrounding cities that Wu Linglong was willing to offer her body to preserve the Great Wu Dynasty. This revelation ignited a firestorm throughout the Great Wu Dynasty. Unbelievable. First, they were selling land for peace, and now they are selling themselves. The empress truly knows how to stir things up. The Great Wu Dynasty could have remained safe and sound, even rising to greatness under the leadership of the Qin father and son. Yet it had been reduced to this state by the actions of this ancient empress. How ironic! With such a ruler, I feel ashamed. I now find myself anticipating Qin Ming's ascendance to power so that we may no longer live in fear. In an instant, countless cultivators from the Great Wu Dynasty began to hope for Qin Ming to take full control. In fact, it became evident that nearly all city defenders made the same decision, to open their gates wide, welcoming the Great Qin Iron Army into their cities, actively creating Great Qin banners to display atop their walls, signifying their allegiance to the Great Qin and their severance from the Great Wu's jurisdiction. With a sudden spurt of blood, Wu Linglong's spirit plummeted to the depths of despair. Especially upon hearing the envoy's words about cleaning her neck, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet, there seemed to be no way out. Was there truly no path left for me? Wu Linglong gazed into the void beyond the hall, her heart filled with dread. There is, if you follow this holy sun, there will be a way out. Suddenly, a flippant voice reverberated throughout the golden hall that Wu Linglong jolted upright. Who goes there? A savior from your abyss. Suddenly, a young man clad in splendid attire materialized within the Golden Wan Hall. Behind him trailed more than a dozen practitioners, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. In the eyes of Wu Linglong, these figures radiated such an intense, fearsome presence that they resembled true celestial beings, their strength far too formidable to behold directly. Particularly striking was the young man at the forefront. Standing before him, her cultivation at the 8th level of the Tongxian realm felt as insignificant as a mayfly before the vast sky, extinguishing any desire for resistance within her. Is he the one to rescue me from this abyss? Wu Linglong roused from her profound astonishment, her beautiful eyes briefly flashing with disbelief. It seemed she had truly encountered a savior. The individuals before her were beings beyond imagination, possessing powers at the threshold of the Dongxi realm, or perhaps even true masters within it. Upon realizing this, Wu Linglong swiftly regained her composure and knelt before the young man in splendid attire, her voice soft and pleading. "My lord, I am indeed trapped in an endless abyss. I beseech you to extend your hand and rescue me from this plight. Should you manage to extricate me from this darkness, I would be willing to offer everything in return." The young man, noticing her supplication, crouched down and gently lifted her chin with a hand, scrutinizing her intently before revealing a wicked smile. "Truly exquisite. Follow me, and not only shall I rescue you from this abyss, but I shall also elevate your cultivation to the Dongshu realm. Furthermore, I will ensure that your great martial dynasty dominates the entire godforsaken land." Upon hearing these words, Wu Linglong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, all her despair, helplessness, and fear were utterly obliterated, replaced by thoughts of inflicting torment upon Qin Ming in 1,000 ways, although she was unaware of the identity of the young man who had so suddenly appeared before her. It seemed he had taken a liking to her beauty. She believed that by serving him devotedly, she could reclaim all that was hers, and perhaps, as he had suggested, transcend to become the legendary empress of the divine land. "Thank you, my lord, I will certainly obey," Wu Linglong replied, bowing her head in reverence. The young man in splendid attire smiled faintly, his heart brimming with excitement. He was Tianlong, the sole holy son of the Fantianqing sect. He had come with the intention of controlling a great martial dynasty to dominate the godforsaken land, thereby gaining an advantage before the impending revival of the region. Little did he expect to discover that the great martial empress before him was the exquisite furnace he had sought for many years. Indeed, his cultivation method required a perfect furnace, and for years he had been trapped at the 9th level of the Dongshu realm, unable to break through to the semi-holy stage due to the absence of the furnace he needed. Who would have thought that, by mere chance, he would find it here? Moreover, he had already observed that her primordial Yin had not been shattered, should he guide her in the art of harmonious cultivation and swiftly elevate her to the Dongshu realm. He would undoubtedly be able to break through to the semi-holy stage himself. Chapter 63. The Celestial Remnant Scroll, the truth revealed. Hezhou had fallen. Departing from Qizhou, in just a day's time, Qin Ming had completely taken control of Hezhou. That night, another piece of good news arrived at Elbu. Su Chu, Wang Lei, and Jianwei had successfully broken through to the Dongshu realm, becoming true masters of that level. Moreover, numerous divine military generals were now capable of fighting above their ranks within the Dongshu realm. Their breakthrough not only enhanced their strength, but also dramatically amplified the potency of their martial skills. Most importantly, it was only after breaking through to the Dongshu realm that the true power of holy-level techniques began to manifest. Of course, Kong Chong and Fang Tianhua also experienced breakthroughs, both advancing to the threshold of the Dongshu realm at this moment, within the ranks of the Great Qin army, led by Qin Ming. There were as many as 9 experts at the Dongshu realm, including Qin Mingwei. Excellent. We are now merely a little over 20,000 li from the great martial imperial capital that we shall arrive in 3 days. Qin Ming proclaimed from his seat, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The current state of the Great Qin was unparalleled in its strength, with numerous divine generals having ascended to the Dongshu realm. Notably, Bai Qi, Yingyu, and Guan Yu had likely already surpassed that level as well. Under his command, all 11 of his divine generals were now Dongshu masters. Who could possibly stand against them? Furthermore, Tsubing had attained the 5th level of the Dongshu realm. Who could rival him? Elbu, Su Chu, and Zhang Fei. You 3 shall accompany me to the Tianqin Temple, located 3,000 li from the outskirts of Hezhou. I have matters to attend to there. The rest shall remain in Hezhou, preparing for tomorrow's deployment to Dan Prefecture. Qin Ming ordered once more. Yes, all the soldiers responded in unison. Brother, I wish to go as well, Qin Mingwei interjected eagerly. Very well. Then you shall accompany us, Qin Ming replied with a nod. The Tianqin Temple likely held answers regarding his father's demise, and he needed to investigate whether it was a beacon of light or a den of darkness. In the next moment, 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, swiftly heading towards the location of the Tianqin Temple. Their speed was astonishing to 8T the Dongshu realm. They had nearly reached the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, wielding powers that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. While they may not possess the exaggerated abilities of the Burning Sky Pearl Sea, effortlessly destroying a small city was well within their means. Comparisons with the armies of other dynasties were futile. Even millions of soldiers would appear merely as a horde of ants before a Dongshu master. After a brief period, a towering mountain came into view, upon which stood an ancient temple. "We have arrived. I can sense the stench of blood. This temple is certainly not what it appears," Qin Ming remarked, her brow furrowed. "Indeed, there's definitely something amiss," the others concurred. Perceiving the overwhelming scent of blood, they stealthily landed atop a high tower of the temple, only to be met with haunting melodies intermingled with wretched cries echoing from the Tian-Kan temple atop the mountain. An incredibly lavish and blood-soaked scene unfolded before them. The bald monks had transformed into a horde of demons, wantonly assaulting innocent women. The ground was littered with the grotesque corpses of those who had met a tragic end, blood pooling in the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming's countenance darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. "Elbu, Su Chu, Zhang Fei, leave only one survivor. Slay the rest." "Yes," the three divine generals, aflame with righteous fury upon witnessing the infernal scene, responded. In the next instant, a silent massacre ensued. The heads of the 100 bald demons fell to the ground, leaving chaos in their wake. "My lord, what shall we do with these women?" Elbu pointed to the dozens of women. Barely clothed, Qin Ming murmured softly, and then turned to gaze at the towering structure behind him, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shot forth. With a resounding crash, the tower was instantly reduced to rubble. In the next moment, the figures of the five vanished from their original location. Not long ago, he had acquired a minor technique for utilizing spiritual consciousness, known as the soul-searching technique, which allowed him to probe the memories of cultivators whose cultivation was inferior to his own. However, the consequence of this technique was the complete annihilation of the target's soul. Thus, Qin Ming was largely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Temple of Celestial Ruins. The temple, a notorious assassin organization within the Sanyu Empire, served as a branch of the Celestial Ruins Hall. They were known for their nefarious deeds, including assassination missions. Each task undertaken was meticulously documented in a dossier, stored in the 18 levels beneath the tower. In the next instant, the five appeared in the pitch-black underground 18th level, surrounded by countless dossiers. With a sweep of his formidable spiritual consciousness, a dossier materialized in Qin Ming's hand that detailed how the empress of the Great Martial Empire had expended millions of high-grade spirit crystals to orchestrate the assassination of the Northern King. Qin Tian, Abbot Jiji personally took action, completing the task in just 10 days. Chapter 64. Black Old Spirit, Iron Indeed. Wu Linglong, Celestial Ruins Hall, I shall ultimately bring ruin to all of you. A voice imbued with an icy disdain echoed from Qin Ming's lips, his eyes glinting with a sharp, frigid light. His father had perished at the hands of Wu Linglong, a suspicion he had long harbored. Yet he had not anticipated that an assassin would strike while his father valiantly held the line against enemies on the battlefield, employing treachery and poison. Beside him, Qin Mingyue, upon seeing the dossier, also erupted with a terrifying aura, her delicate face etched with frost. "That Wu Linglong, you vile wretch, you are simply courting death." She gritted her teeth, her voice as cold as ice. "Enough. The truth is now laid bare. The abbot of the Celestial Temple has long since fallen into our hands. Now, only the true culprit, Wu Linglong, remains. Return with me. We shall not rest until we storm the great martial imperial city tomorrow." Qin Ming's voice rang out, icy and resolute. "Yes." The TA voice, calm and measured, belonging to a cultivator named Li Chong, resonated through the heavens and the earth that he stood as the most formidable among the three. Having attained the 3rd level of the Dongshu realm, all were bound to heed his command. Advance, the Imperial Guard of the Royal City, the most loyal legion under the command of Wu Linglong, was led by 3 legendary figures, each a powerhouse of the Dongshu realm. Ensuring that the forces of the Great Qin Dynasty would be annihilated without a trace, 100,000 Imperial Guards surged forward in the direction for which the Great Qin Dynasty's army had come. Above them, the 3 mighty cultivators soared slowly, surveying the vast expanse of the land below. They swiftly crossed the territories of Beiliang Prefecture and Tanghuo Prefecture, reclaiming the two major regions of the Great Wu Dynasty within a mere day and night, leaving only 10,000 miles to the Great Wu imperial capital. For those of the Dongshu realm, 10,000 miles was but a matter of hours. However, for the massive army, even at full speed, it would still require over a day's time to arrive on this day. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its radiant light cascading upon the land, imbuing it with vibrant vitality. The vast army of the Great Qin marched forth upon this boundless terrain. At the forefront was Qin Ming, clad in the Xianlong Zhengma armor, exuding an aura akin to that of a true celestial being, powerful to an extreme degree. Flanking him were numerous formidable generals, each radiating an overwhelming presence, including Kong Chong and Fong Tianhua of the Northern Guard, both having broken through to the Dongshu realm. The army now boasted a total of 10 Dongshu realm experts, including Qin Ming, making for an impressive 11 in total. Notably, in the span of 2 days, Qin Ming had also achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the second level of the Dongshu realm, leaving Qin Ming uncertain of her true combat prowess. Though he had no doubt it was formidable. Report: an army of 100,000 has appeared ahead. It seems to be the imperial guards of the royal city. Above them, 3 powerful figures traverse the sky, their auras far exceeding that of the Tongshin realm. A scout at the 6th level of the Tongshin realm, appearing somewhat flustered, announced from afar, "Oh." 3 whose auras vastly surpass the Tongshin realm, accompanied by 100,000 imperial guards. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ming's face. The imperial guards appearing in the Great Wu Dynasty could only belong to that dynasty. When had the Great Wu Dynasty come to possess such mighty cultivators? Regardless of who they were, none could impede the advance of the Great Qin Iron Army. Understood. Regroup. Qin Ming replied coolly, leading the Great Qin's million-strong army onward with resolute determination. And no matter who they were or from whence they came, any who dared obstruct his path would face death. The formidable generals among his ranks received the news, brandishing their spiritual weapons, their Dongshu realm powers no longer concealed, erupting forth with full force. They understood that a battle with equals awaited them, and they could not afford to lose in momentum or combat. Their confidence surged, no longer reminiscent of the days when they struggled against a mere half-step into the Dongshu realm. Now, their ferocity had begun to manifest as they stepped into the Dongshu realm. The vast army traversed the desolate land for over half an hour when 3 figures appeared on the distant horizon. 2 were at the 2nd level of the Dongshu realm, while 1 was at the 3rd level, their auras reminiscent of Lei Wan from the Fengtian sacred sect, suggesting a possible shared lineage. Could these 3 also be disciples of the inner sect of the Fengtian sacred sect? A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He pondered why the previously unseen sacred sect was now frequently appearing in the eyes of the world, disrupting the status quo. Yet, no one could thwart his resolve to obliterate the Great Wu Dynasty, not even the enigmatic disciples of the sacred sect. As Qin Ming's thoughts swirled, an arrogant voice echoed from the void. Who gave you the audacity to attack the Great Wu Dynasty? Do you wish to breach the heart of the Great Wu, unaware that our sacred sun resides within? The voice boomed with grandeur, and 3 figures radiating terrifying pressure from the Tongshan realm instantly transformed into streaks of light, crossing dozens of miles to appear thousands of meters away from Qin Ming and his cohort. It was none other than the 3 underlings of Tianlong yet. At that moment, these 3 minions emanated a powerful Dongshu realm aura, their might seemingly overwhelming. More than 10 cultivators at the 1st level of the Dongshu realm, and a child at the 2nd level, Li Chong, leading them, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the strength of Qin Ming and his companions. How could such a small entity like the Great Qin Dynasty possess so many Dongshu realm experts? It was widely understood that achieving the Dongshu realm in the godforsaken land was nearly impossible, with resources, heritage, techniques, and martial skills severely lacking compared to the sacred sect. No dynasty had control over any prime spirit crystal mines within the godforsaken land, while the Fengtian sacred sect commanded dozens of such mines, with their disciples routinely utilizing the finest spirit crystals, dismissing inferior grades as mere stones containing paltry spiritual energy to end this desolate realm. The sudden emergence of a single 1st-level Dongshu realm cultivator might be acceptable, But the appearance of over 10, along with a seemingly youthful second-level powerhouse, was clearly amiss. Sacred sect? Sacred son? Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Realizing that the mysterious sacred son of the Fengtian sacred sect had indeed made an appearance, and within the Great Wu imperial palace no less. What scheme did the sacred sect have? What connection did the sacred son have with Lei Wan and the forces behind him? Why did one seek to control the Great Qin dynasty, while another appeared within the Great Wu's palace? Thus, Qin Ming's heart was riddled with uncertainties, yet he resolved not to dwell on them. When the time was right, the true intentions of the Fengtian sacred sect would surely be revealed. With this thought, Qin Ming suddenly soared into the air, his gaze icy as he spoke softly to the 3 cultivators before him. Are you here to defend the Great Wu Dynasty? As he spoke, the formidable generals rose into the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure, positioning themselves behind Qin Ming. Qin Mingyue stood beside Qin Ming, her fair visage adorned with frost as she contemplated the situation that a sacred son having merely Dongshu realm cultivators as subordinates suggested that this sacred sect was likely not as formidable as she had presumed. In her recollection, any sacred son should at least command saints as followers, not these insignificant figures of the second and third levels of the Dongshu realm. Defend? Ha ha ha. And what of it? Do not be deceived by our numbers. I alone am sufficient to vanquish you all, Li Chang declared arrogantly. In his view, Qin Ming and his companions might have attained breakthroughs in the godforsaken land due to some fortuitous encounters, but they lacked high-tier martial skills and the means expected of Dongshu realm cultivators, rendering their combat strength the weakest among their ranks as a disciple of the sacred sect's inner circle. Li Chang was confident in his superior might and higher cultivation. Very well, if that is the case, let us dispense with further pleasantries. All generals he might command, annihilate them. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint surged in Qin Ming's eyes. To regard the Great Qin dynasty as mere ants was to invite a demonstration of the so-called power of ants. Yes, as Qin Ming's command resonated, the formidable generals roared in unison, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted forth in that instant. Their spiritual weapons radiated brilliant light, and a fierce assault was poised to descend upon the 3 before them. Tio slay you. I alone am more than enough. Just as the generals were about to strike, a piercing voice rang out, accompanied by a sword energy spanning 30 feet, imbued with an essence of unrelenting cold, cutting through the air and swiftly reaching Li Chang. What? Impossible! Li Chang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the frigid sword aura before his eyes, and in his panic, he attempted to muster all his spiritual energy to defend against it. However, the ice-sealing sword technique wielded by Qin Mingyue was far beyond the capabilities of a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Before Li Chang could channel even a trace of his spiritual power, that chilling sword aura, under his horrified gaze, sliced through his body. In an instant, Li Chang was cleaved into 2 halves, one half sculpted in ice, the other also transforming into a frozen statue. With a sharp crack, the 2 icy figures of Li Chang fell to the ground, shattering into a pile of ice shards. Oh, who are you? You're merely a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Void Realm. How could you possess such terrifying combat prowess? The remaining 2 inner disciples of the Fengtian sect stood frozen in disbelief, instinctively exclaiming in shock. Who says that a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Void Realm cannot possess formidable strength? Die! Qin Mingyue's cold voice resounded once more, and in an instant, 2 more sword auras, exuding an extreme chill, tore through the void toward the 2 men. Swish, swish! The 2 had no time to react and were instantly transformed into 4 blocks of ice, which subsequently fell to the ground. Reduced to mere refuse. 3 powerful cultivators of the Void Realm had perished under Qin Mingyue's sword within just a few breaths. That moment, all the divine generals, as well as the soldiers of the Great Qin, especially the later arriving Northern Defense Army, were left in stunned silence, their faces a canvas of disbelief. The sheer might demonstrated by the 2 swords that felled 3 Void Realm experts was utterly terrifying. One must understand that upon reaching the Void Realm, one's lifespan extends to 500 years. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, one could live for half a millennium. Yet, in the span of mere breaths. They all fell. Qin Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Qin Mingyue's combat strength would be so formidable that, of course. He also discerned that her swordsmanship was undoubtedly extraordinary, even comparable to his own divine sword technique. It seemed that Qin Mingyue harbored significant secrets, allowing her to execute such powerful swordplay. Quite impressive indeed. On the other side, the 100,000 royal guards, witnessing the instantaneous demise of three powerful figures from a sect, immediately halted their advance, their eyes filled with unending terror. Even the bodies of all the royal guards trembled uncontrollably. The existence they regarded as akin to deities had utterly fallen without even a chance to retaliate. Had the Great Qin Dynasty truly grown this powerful? At this thought, the royal guards felt their legs weaken, instinctively wanting to flee, their limbs betraying them. Mingyue, retrieve those 3 storage rings. Tongxian Legion, obey orders and swiftly annihilate the 100,000 royal guards. Qin Ming issued the command, and the 1,000-strong Tongxian Legion surged forward like a dark cloud toward the 100,000 royal guards. Moments later, the sky was filled with cries of despair. Not long after, the 100,000 royal guards were entirely wiped out. Advance to the Great Wu imperial capital, Wu Linglong. Even under the so-called protection of the Holy Sun, you shall never escape my grasp. Death is your ultimate fate. With Qin Ming's words echoing, the formidable Great Qin Iron Army surged forth towards the Great Wu imperial capital like a raging torrent. Chapter 67. Mystical Spirit Enchanted Armor. Diluted Enlightenment T. The mighty army marched over, and the 100,000 imperial city guards, renowned as the most elite force of the Great Wu Dynasty, were utterly vanquished beneath the iron hooves of the Great Qin Iron Army. The Great Qin Iron Army, akin to a ferocious flood, pressed onward toward the Great Wu imperial capital. This battle was significant, given the proximity of the Great Wu imperial capital, merely 10,000 miles away. In the thriving heart of the Great Wu Dynasty, countless cultivators bore witness to the ferocity of the Great Qin Iron Army, realizing that unimaginable power lay within the Great Qin Dynasty. 3 swords had felled 3 void realm experts. The news rapidly reached the palace. What? 3 swords killed my 3 subordinates. The Fantianqing Holy Sun expressed his astonishment upon hearing the news. He considered those 3 companions to be of relatively low cultivation and weak in strength. Yet, in this forsaken land, among dozens of dynasties, they were invincible, akin to terrestrial immortals. No matter how formidable a mortal might be, they would never stand a chance against such celestial beings. Point 2, at the 2nd level of the Void Realm. 1 at the 3rd level, slain by 3 swords. Could it be that the opponent is a sword cultivator? Sword cultivators possess exceptional combat prowess. Only those at the 4th level of the Void Realm could exhibit such tremendous power. The Holy Sun mused with intrigue. Meanwhile, Wu Linglong stood in a daze, muttering in disbelief at the news just received. She could hardly fathom how the Great Qin Dynasty could possess such formidable cultivators. Slaying 3 legendary Void Realm experts with 3 swords, that it was simply inconceivable. Linglong, there is no need to worry. It is merely the death of 3 subordinates from the Void Realm. What is there to be concerned about? The Holy Sun, sensing Wu Linglong's shock, promptly reassured her. I have a general understanding of the opponent's strength, that I will send 2 individuals to directly eliminate the powerful figures of the Great Qin Dynasty. This matter can be resolved perfectly. The Holy Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Wu Linglong's stunned expression, spoke up. He had previously asserted that the 3 Void Realm experts would undoubtedly capture the opponent. Now, having been felled by 3 swords, it was indeed a loss of face for the Holy Sun, even if Wu Linglong was to become his furnace in the future. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you. Holy Sun, I was worried you would blame me for the loss of your 3 Void Realm experts. Hearing this, Wu Linglong awakened from her shock, and a radiant smile graced her face. She had just feared that if the Holy Sun were to become enraged over the matter, he might abandon her. Now, upon hearing the Holy Sun's words, she understood that he was definitely going to address the issue, and no matter how boastful the Great Qin Dynasty might be, they would not prevail against the Holy Sun of the sacred sect. Shortly thereafter, 2 powerful presences shot through the Great Wu imperial capital like shooting stars, heading towards the distance that I in the palace hall. The Fantianqing Holy Sun and Wu Linglong sensed the departure of those two formidable figures and felt a sense of relief. With those two experts dispatched, the army of the Great Qin Dynasty would undoubtedly not reach the Great Wu imperial capital. The Holy Sun resumed his patient instruction of Wu Linglong in the art of dual cultivation, striving to help her reach the Void Realm as soon as possible. Wu Linglong, possessing exceptional talent for the dual cultivation technique, stabilized her cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Tongxian within just a day. With the precious elixirs prepared specifically for an exceptional furnace by the Holy Sun, her cultivation swiftly advanced toward the threshold of the half-step Void Realm. Meanwhile, Qin Ming led his million-strong army to a mere 6,000 miles from the Great Wu imperial capital. After night, they would be poised to besiege the capital at dawn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning a battle today, slaying 3 powerful Void Realm experts, capturing hundreds of cities, and earning a national fortune value of 800,000. The system's notification echoed in Qin Ming's mind at the appointed time. Each night, a day's worth of achievements was tallied, while each morning brought a new opportunity for sign-in. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Qin Ming promptly focused his attention on the national fortune marketplace. National fortune value balance 610,000. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated 610,000 national fortune points, and it seemed prudent to purchase some items to enhance the strength of the Great Qin. These national fortune points had been accrued during this period. Among them were various resources and mines gradually taken over by the Longyan dynasty, as well as national fortune points gained from their conquests and the slaying of enemies. Qin Ming murmured, his gaze directed towards the National Fortune Mall. The sudden arrival of 3 formidable beings from the Dongshu realm today were all inner disciples of the Van Heaven Holy Sect. Establishing a deep-seated enmity with them, a sense of crisis welled up within him. Although they knew nothing of the Van Heaven Holy Sect, he was acutely aware that it was far more powerful than he could imagine. After all, the inner disciples of a sect possessed cultivation at the Dongshu realm, and it was entirely possible that true saints resided within that sect. Therefore, he needed to strategize for the future of the Great Qin Dynasty. Coincidentally, the National Fortune Mall had refreshed with new items. Upon glancing, apart from numerous legions, Qin Ming focused on items that could enhance the combat prowess of various divine and demonic generals at the current stage. Saintly Guardian, 300 million national fortune points. Heavenly Soldiers, 1 billion national fortune points. Divine and demonic general. Half Saint Xiangyu, 50 million national fortune points. Divine and demonic general. Soldier Immortal Han, exiled, Dongshu 9th layer. 10 million national fortune points. Spirit Essence Pill 1. 300,000 national fortune points. Enlightenment T1. 1 million national fortune points. Diluted version of Enlightenment T1. 100,000 national fortune points. Mystic Spirit Enchanted Armor 1. 1 million national fortune points. 9th tier Refiner Master. 10 million national fortune points. Upon seeing the terrifying national fortune points of 300 million and 1 billion, Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. After all this time, he had only accumulated over 6 million national fortune points. To exchange for a true saint, he would need to conquer dozens of dynasties in the God-forsaken land. Of course, it was also possible that it still wouldn't be enough as for half-saints and saints. He didn't even dare to think about it. They were simply beyond his reach at present. The Spirit Essence Pill, capable of instantly elevating one's cultivation by a level in the Dongshu realm, seemed quite suitable. Nodding at the description of the Spirit Essence Pill, Qin Ming acknowledged its worth at 300,000 per pill for a 1-level boost. However, for many divine and demonic generals, such an increase in level would not significantly enhance their combat power. It was more appropriate for cultivators like Qin Ming and Qin Mingwei, who could fight beyond their rank and had lower foundational realms. His gaze then shifted to the Enlightenment Tea, priced at 1 million national fortune points per cup. Enough for only 5 cups with his 6 million points. Clearly, it could not enhance the strength of numerous divine and demonic generals. Moreover, the Enlightenment Tea was more suitable for him to cultivate holy techniques rather than to elevate the martial arts of the divine and demonic generals, which would be somewhat wasteful. The diluted version of Enlightenment Tea, possessing 1/10 of the original's efficacy, could enhance comprehension tenfold. This was a worthy investment at only 100,000 national fortune points per cup. Additionally, the Mystic Spirit Enchanted Armor, which could unleash double combat power when worn, increased in effectiveness with higher foundational realms, making it even more formidable that he decided to procure a few sets of this as well. Chapter 68. Strength significantly increased. Dongshu 6th Layer Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 million national fortune points and successfully exchanging for Enlightenment T1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1.5 million national fortune points and exchanging for 15 cups of diluted Enlightenment tea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 million national fortune points to exchange for 3 sets of Mystic Spirit Enchanted Armor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 600,000 national fortune points to exchange for Spirit Essence Pill 2. Ding. National fortune points have been depleted. Please make greater efforts to earn national fortune points. As the alerts from his system echoed, a smile reappeared on Qin Ming's face that he immediately summoned the divine and demonic generals, distributing the exchanged items while mounted on their steeds. Each was given a cup of diluted enlightenment tea and 3 sets of Mystic Spirit Enchanted Armor, 1 set for Qin Ming Wei and the other 2 for Elbu and Su Chu. Had it not been for the lack of national fortune points, Qin Ming would have outfitted all the divine and demonic generals with this enchanted armor. Their combat power would surge instantly. However, after consuming the enlightenment tea, the collective strength of the group would see a significant enhancement. He also provided Qin Ming Wei with a Spirit Essence Pill. Today, he discovered that her strength had already surpassed that of many divine and demonic generals, making her one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Great Qin. If her cultivation were to increase by another level, her strength would surely rise even further. Most importantly, Qin Ming Wei was his sister. Should she ever encounter formidable foes, a higher cultivation would afford her a better chance to escape. Thank you for the Emperor's grace. Upon hearing about the tenfold enhancement in comprehension, everyone was filled with excitement. Their martial techniques had largely reached a consummate level, and with tenfold comprehension, they could truly attain perfection in their martial skills. With perfected martial techniques, combined with their formidable physiques and the cultivation of saint-level techniques, surmounting 2 ranks in battle would become as effortless as eating or drinking. Qin Ming Wei was equally astonished. Unable to fathom where he had acquired such extraordinary items, but rather than dwell on it, she focused on rapidly enhancing her strength to support the Great Qin Dynasty. Although she regarded the so-called holy sect with disdain, a sense of urgency filled her heart. After all, those worthy of being called a holy sect surely housed genuine saints. Now that the holy sect's heir had emerged and enmity had been established, to avoid any unforeseen incidents, she needed to elevate her strength as swiftly as possible. With a cup of enlightenment tea in hand, capable of enhancing comprehension tenfold, she was eager to see if she could master the ice-sealing sword technique to perfection. Even if her Dongshu realm cultivation could not fully unleash the power of the technique, it would significantly bolster her combat ability, likely sufficient to contend with a Dongshu 9th layer adversary. Yet, just as everyone prepared to utilize the distributed enlightenment tea to enhance their strength, 2 powerful auras suddenly surged from the distant night sky, accompanied by 2 figures radiating immense energy, racing towards their location. Another pair of Dongshu realm powerhouses, one at Dongshu 5th layer and the other at Dongshu 6th layer. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming's eyes instantly ignited with an endless ferocity, the terrifying and fierce pressure emanating from the armored figure clad in a mystic dragon demon armor unfurled slowly, akin to an immensely powerful demon dragon, leaving Qin Ming Wei beside him utterly astounded. Despite being merely at the Dongshu 1st layer, Qin Ming exuded a presence surpassing that of a Dongshu 9th layer powerhouse. The other divine and demonic generals radiated immense energy, their expressions grave as they gazed at the 2 approaching figures. The opponent's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing all of them. Stop your advance. Qin Ming's cold, indifferent voice echoed through the void, causing millions of Great Qin soldiers to gradually halt in their tracks, all eyes fixed on the 2 rushing figures, filled with combat spirit, regardless of who they were. The Great Qin soldiers had never known fear. Great Qin Dynasty. Who is the commander? Step forth and engage me in battle. Bai Shi's voice thundered like rolling celestial thunder across the realm, his Dongshu 6th layer's overwhelming pressure reverberating through the air. He was an inner disciple of the Holy Sect, by sure, capable of ranking among the top 10, even among the many elite disciples, with future prospects for true transmission as a sycophant of the Holy Sun. He was acutely aware that as long as he achieved great merit, the Holy Sun would bestow high-tier resources, allowing his cultivation to advance more swiftly than other inner disciples. This time, he was determined to claim the credit for annihilating the Great Qin Dynasty. As Bai Shi's voice faded, the two figures arrived before Qin Ming and his companions, their eyes scanning Qin Ming's group with palpable disdain. The three who had fallen were no match for even his fingertip. 3 strikes had dispatched 3 Dongshu realm foes, and they were hardly formidable. Not more than Dongshu 5th layer at best. He himself stood at Dongshu 6th layer, having mastered a powerful 9th-tier martial technique to consummation. Ranking among the strongest even within his tier, ordinary individuals truly did not merit his attention, much like the over a dozen Dongshu realm powerhouses before him, all exuding fierce pressure, yet upon closer inspection, they were merely a group of Dongshu 1st layer cultivators, with 1 Dongshu 2nd layer girl among them. Upon spotting Qin Ming, Bai Shi froze momentarily, taken aback by her youthful appearance. Dongshu 2nd layer cultivation? Could she be the legendary Tian Shan, Tong Lao? I shall battle you! Qin Ming ascended into the air, an aura of icy sharpness radiating from her, as the Qin Shuang Bai Shui's sword in her hand erupted with an intensely cold energy. Haha, a mere Dongshu 2nd layer. No matter how strong your combat power, you shall not be my opponent. Only those 3 fools fell to your hands, and Bai Shi laughed heartily. He felt confident that this time his achievements were assured. Whether or not I am your match, we shall see once we engage. As Qin Mingyue's eyes flickered with determination, she prepared to draw her sword. Her current combat prowess would not be significantly inferior even against a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the Void Realm. Mingyue, I shall come. Before she could make her move, Qin Ming, clad in the formidable Xianlong Zhongma armor and exuding an aura of fierce dominance, stepped in front of her. I am the sovereign of the Great Qin Dynasty and the commander of the Iron Army. Remember, those who kill you shall be none other than I. Qin Ming's voice was cold as he raised his hand, conjuring a colossal hand of spiritual power that surged towards the 2 adversaries. Little. Bai Shi's words were abruptly cut off as his eyes widened in horror. He sensed an overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from the spiritual hand, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping his heart. He attempted to evade, only to find himself paralyzed, as if an invisible hand had bound him in place. Chapter 69. A single strike to kill troops at the Great Wu imperial capital. He soon realized that his companion beside him was equally immobilized. Trembling in sheer terror, and oh, what sorcery have you employed? How can one at the 1st level of the Void Realm unleash such a horrific attack? Bai Shi cried out in fear, desperately channeling the vast spiritual energy within him in an attempt to break free from the intangible grip. Yet that invisible hand was as unyielding as steel, firmly restraining him. That I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Fantian Sacred Sect, soon to be a true inheritor. If you slay me, the sect will unleash a frenzied retribution upon you. In his desperation, Bai Shi sought to invoke the immense power of the sacred sect behind him to persuade Qin Ming to relent. However, having already dispatched several disciples of the Fantian sacred sect, the prospect of facing the sacred sun was inevitable. Eliminating him was of little consequence. With a resounding thud, as soon as Bai Shi's voice faded, both figures were reduced to a crimson mist, staining the darkened heavens. That a powerful presence at the 6th level of the Void Realm and another at the 5th level had thus perished. Many divine and demonic generals stood frozen in astonishment, realizing the sovereign's might had grown exponentially, a palpable tension building within them that if they fell too far behind the emperor's strength, they would be forced to rely on him for any future endeavors, rendering them, the most loyal of generals, utterly useless. Indeed, the might displayed was overwhelmingly powerful. With a mere flick of his hand, he had obliterated 2 formidable foes. Yet, the strength of the sacred son of the sect must surely far surpass that of these inner disciples. How would he compare to me in terms of combat prowess? Qin Ming collected the 2 storage rings, scanning their contents with his spiritual sense, revealing a wealth exceeding 4 million top-tier spiritual crystals. along with numerous high-grade materials and spiritual herbs. Utilize these as your cultivation resources and strive to exhaust them all to enhance your combat capabilities. Mingwei, you may also select the resources you require for your cultivation, he declared, casually tossing the rings to Elbu. These resources held little value for him, as their impact on his own progression was negligible compared to the vast energy he needed for each advancement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Many divine and demonic generals felt a pang of guilt as they received such abundant cultivation resources without contributing anything in return. Very well, let us continue our journey, Qin Ming commanded once more. And the colossal army pressed onward under the cover of night. The divine and demonic generals began to enter a meditative state upon their steeds. Qin Ming, too, swallowed a dangling pill and closed his eyes. As the pill dissolved within him, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through his limbs, elevating his cultivation. Beside him, Qin Mingyue also swallowed a dangling pill to commence her training. Within half an hour, Qin Ming opened his eyes, feeling a significant surge in his aura. His foundational combat strength had once again increased, and clad in the Xianlong Zongma armor, his true combat capabilities had multiplied. Uncertain of his current strength, he knew one thing. He was now terrifyingly powerful. Subsequently, Qin Ming consumed a cup of enlightenment tea and began practicing his sword-drawing technique. Before dawn, he opened his eyes again, his gaze igniting with fierce brilliance as he murmured, "The sword-drawing technique has finally reached its pinnacle." With a flash of sword light, a majestic mountain several dozen miles away was effortlessly cleaved in two. The surface is smooth as a mirror. This was the mastery of the sacred sword-drawing technique. As time flowed on, the many divine and demonic generals emanated an even more formidable aura, clearly due to the effects of the enlightenment tea. They had gained insights into their respective martial skills, stepping into a state of perfection. Their combat prowess surged dramatically. Qin Mingyue's aura radiated like ancient ice, her cultivation having broken through to the third level of the Void Realm. The eye-sealing sword technique, already present in her memories, successfully reached perfection with the aid of enlightenment tea, resulting in a significant leap in her combat strength. As dawn broke, a magnificent city loomed on the horizon, a place she had once vowed to conquer, the Great Wu imperial capital. Ding, the host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in, Qin Ming replied without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the 9 locks confinement killing array disc 1. Report, the Great Qin's million-strong army is already at the gates of the Great Wu imperial capital, with only 100 miles remaining. A panicked voice echoed within the Great Wu imperial city. Wu Linglong, who had been cultivating throughout the night, suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful gaze. Didn't T2 immensely powerful Void Realm experts already set out? How could the Great Qin army still arrive at our Great Wu imperial capital? After her initial shock, unease began to creep into Wu Linglong's heart. What? They have reached the Great Wu imperial capital, but what about Shi and the others? Similarly, the Fantian sacred son, Tianlong, upon hearing the news, sprang to his feet, his face betraying shock and fury. Boom! 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 The entire Great Wu imperial capital trembled, making it clear to Wu Linglong and Tianlong that the Great Qin's million-strong army was indeed approaching. Good. I have underestimated the Great Qin Dynasty, Tianlong thought. I must see who dares to kill my people in the territory of my sacred sect. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Repeated failures had made him realize that the Great Qin Dynasty might not be solely responsible for this. Perhaps others from the sacred sect were involved, such as Lin Yuntao, the most renowned true disciple of the Fantian sacred sect. And the strongest young genius in a millennium. To seized the opportunity in the godforsaken land. He had begun his schemes there, coveting the position of sacred son. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuntao was currently orchestrating affairs within the sacred sect. This Lei Wan was just praised for his cleverness and hasn't sent back any messages. Fortunately, we have someone positioned in the Zhangyu dynasty of the godforsaken land who reported that the Great Qin is on the verge of annihilating the Great Wu imperial capital. Lin Yintao murmured amidst a group of women. At this rate, it won't be long before the complete unification of the godforsaken land is achieved. No more than 3 months, just in time for the resurgence of the godforsaken land. Outside the Great Wu imperial capital, the million-strong Great Qin Iron Army stood at the gates, their might akin to a surging ocean, waves crashing relentlessly, stirring the winds and clouds of this realm. Wu Linglong, come forth, a voice resonated throughout the heavens, tinged with unfathomable rage. In her palace, Wu Linglong shuddered at the sound of Qin Ming's voice. Chapter 70. Sacred son of the sect, 9th level of the void realm. Wu Linglong instinctively trembled, as the deeds of Qin Ming had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Despite having the backing of a figure as formidable as the sacred son, the haunting nightmares of her past resurfaced vividly. Once weak and easily manipulated by her, Qin Ming now stood before the Great Wu imperial capital with an army at his command. Fear not, follow me outside, and witness how I will obliterate the so-called Great Qin army as if they were mere ants, Tianlong said, his voice dripping with confidence. Seeing Wu Linglong's demeanor, Tianlong felt a twinge of annoyance. Although Wu Linglong was merely a future pawn for him, he regarded her as his woman. Yet, in his presence, she displayed fear toward another man. Was this not a slap in the face of his pride? As the sacred son of the sect, his status was exalted and his strength formidable. He would not tolerate the Great Qin dynasty's repeated affronts to his dignity. Hearing the sacred son's voice, Wu Linglong felt her fear ebb away like a receding tide, replaced by a sense of security. Yes, my sacred son, if the holy son of the sacred sect cannot resolve the issues plaguing the Great Qin dynasty, then she truly deserves her fate. However, such an eventuality is utterly impossible, for at her side stands the holy son of the sacred sect. The fear she felt moments ago was merely instinctual. Now, having adjusted her mindset, she wishes to witness the scene of Qin Ming humbly pleading for mercy, and this time, she shall not be as foolish as before. She is determined to ensure Qin Ming's life remains within the Great Wu Dynasty. Excellent. In Tianlong's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and with Wu Linglong, their forms vanished from sight. In the next moment, they appeared above the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty, followed by over a dozen powerful presences of the void realm soaring into the sky, trailing behind Tianlong and Wu Linglong. Heading towards the city walls of the Great Wu capital, this moment, the remaining 200,000 imperial guards of the Great Wu capital surged onto the city walls like a tidal wave, wielding various terrifying weapons of war. Among them, the giant spirit crossbow stands as the pinnacle of war machinery within the Great Wu dynasty. Each bolt fired possesses the might comparable to a strike from a transcendent expert. The entire Great Wu dynasty boasts only 10 such devices in its capital, while other cities lack the qualification to possess them. Adorned with a purple gold phoenix crown and clad in a 9-gold colorful phoenix robe, Wu Linglong exudes an aura of the peak 9th level of the transcendent realm, regal and resplendent, resembling a true empress of the ages. Beside her stands Tianlong, robed in splendid attire, radiating an aura as formidable as that of a celestial being. The two traverse the skies, perfectly matched as if destined for one another. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the city walls, where Wu Linglong immediately spotted the young man, standing amidst the void. Exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a divine demon, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief, he has indeed grown to a level beyond her capacity to contend with. Thankfully, she has found such a powerful man as the Holy Son by her side. Otherwise, today she would surely fall, surrendering the vast Great Wu dynasty to others. Qin Ming, as the Northern Liang King of the Great Wu Dynasty, why do you lead millions of troops to pressure our capital? Are you attempting to rebel? Wu Linglong fixed her gaze upon the young man, radiating an aura reminiscent of a divine demon, her voice cold as she invoked the majesty of the ancient empress. Upon hearing Wu Linglong's words, Qin Ming instantly recognized that she had made no progress during this lengthy period, truly embodying the pinnacle of foolishness. She remains entrenched in her lofty position, unable to extricate herself. Of course, Qin Ming understood the reason. It was the man beside Wu Linglong, whose aura surged like the sea. If Wu Linglong harbors any fear of me, Let her speak it aloud. I shall not mock you. With a seemingly sardonic smile, Qin Ming directed his gaze at Wu Linglong, his tone laced with subtle ridicule. You, how could this emperor fear you? You should consider who my fiancé is. The most esteemed holy son of the sacred sect, a being you shall never touch. Upon finishing her words, Wu Linglong glanced at the holy son beside her, her eyes brimming with tenderness, a hint of pride flickering across her exquisite visage, with the holy son present. Regardless of how sharp-tongued Qin Ming may be, it cannot alter the fact that he is destined to be ruthlessly suppressed by the holy son. Insolence. Why does this holy son not kneel? Tianlong, reveling in the moment, bellowed fiercely, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Qin Ming. In his eyes, Qin Ming was merely a small fry of the second level of the Void Realm, with his armor lending an illusion of valor. Nonetheless, it could not withstand the might of someone at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm. Kneel. Why should I kneel? I am the sovereign of the Great Qin Dynasty. Who has the right to demand my submission? Facing the overwhelming pressure, Qin Ming merely smiled faintly. That immense and terrifying force shattered instantly, failing to leave even the slightest impact upon him. Yet you are merely at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Should you wish to oppose me, your fate is but one of death. As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, the furious roars of Millie Tianlong's figure retreated violently to hover above the grand city walls of the great martial empire. His eyes filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the talisman bestowed upon him by his master, capable of withstanding a strike from a half-saint, he would have been cleaved in two by that terrifying sword light. As this thought crossed his mind, Tianlong gasped deeply once more, his gaze towards Qin Ming suffused with boundless dread. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the second realm of the void, he had shattered a talisman capable of resisting a half-saint's might with a single sword stroke. This surely implies that Qin Ming's combat prowess has nearly reached the half-saint level. An extraordinary talisman. The treasures on the holy son of the holy sect are indeed plentiful. Observing this, Qin Ming's face registered a hint of surprise. However, how many of such talismans do you actually possess? Qin Ming ascended once more, clad in the Xianlong demon-slaying armor, emanating an aura of ferocity that filled everyone with an overwhelming terror, his cold gaze fixed on the holy son of the Fan Tian holy sect as he unleashed another sword strike. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword radiance instantly surged towards Tianlong. You cannot kill me. I can reveal the secrets of the godforsaken land to you. And do you not covet Wu Linglong? I can offer her to you. Tianlong, sensing the overwhelming terror of the sword radiance, shouted in panic, extending his hand to present Wu Linglong before him. The secrets of the godforsaken land. The sword light abruptly vanished as Qin Ming regarded Tianlong with curiosity. For a century, the disciples of the holy sect had not set foot in the godforsaken land, yet they now all appeared here. If there were nothing extraordinary about the godforsaken land, he truly could not believe that these disciples would converge upon this place. Yes, it is the secrets of the godforsaken land. If you spare my life, both she and the secrets of the godforsaken land will belong to you, Tianlong stammered, his voice trembling as he held Wu Linglong. The sword light possessed a terrifying power that could only be unleashed by a half-saint. Even if he was invincible among those of the same rank, he could not withstand the might of a half-saint. What a pity it would be to lose such a precious furnace. Yet at this moment, preserving his own life was the most fortunate outcome he could hope for. Upon returning to the holy sect, he would undoubtedly seek revenge and reclaim this exquisite furnace. Though he would be left in tatters, it would still yield results. Holy son! Wu Linglong's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Tianlong. Holy son, did you not say silence? You are merely a plaything in my eyes. Offering you to Lord Qin in exchange for my life is well worth it, Tianlong rebuked with a fierce glare. A plaything. Am I merely a plaything? Tianlong's words resonated in Wu Linglong's mind like a thunderclap, leaving her in a daze. She felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling uncontrollably, she had believed that in her moment of utmost despair, a man capable of saving her, a man who would cherish her, would appear. Yet now, Wu Linglong, The transgressions you have committed are sufficient for me to flay you alive, to make you suffer beyond endurance." Qin Ming suddenly appeared before Wu Linglong and Tianlong, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve as he grasped Wu Linglong in his hand. Chapter 72. The Empress's Finale. Slaying the holy sun, Wu Linglong gazed at Qin Ming's face. Mere inches away, her body quaking with fear, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding her heart, she finally comprehended the gravity of her past mistakes. She realized how utterly misguided her previous thoughts had been. Her self-awareness had been woefully inadequate. She had always believed she could become an eternal empress, yet without the loyal blade of the northern general to aid her in sweeping the world and repelling invading foes, she could accomplish nothing. Be it the southern barbarians or the pre-collapsed Dragonflame, she had either ceded territory or willingly bestowed lands upon others. What had she achieved? Nothing at all. Qin Ming, I have wronged all of you. I have wronged the entire populace of the great martial empire, and above all, I have wronged the northern general. I offer my life as atonement, yet I dare not seek your forgiveness. The Wu Linglong's initially murmured words gradually crescendoed, ultimately resonating in the ears of countless people throughout the great martial imperial city. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, looked at Wu Linglong with a hint of surprise, about to say something, only to realize that her aura had already faded, her vitality swiftly dissipating, transforming her into a cold corpse, and no longer did she possess any breath of life. She committed suicide? Observing this, Qin Ming shook his head, deeming it a small mercy. He had intended to flay her alive. Yet she had chosen to end her own life. He would not relinquish his hatred simply because of her final words. However, with Wu Linglong now deceased, the hatred in his heart began to dissipate as well. Boom! In the moment that his hatred faded, Qin Ming's internal energy surged, his aura abruptly escalating as he broke through to the third realm of the void. His combat strength had grown even more formidable. Speak, what exactly is the secret of the godforsaken land? Qin Ming stood in the void, his indifferent gaze fixed on Tianlong. This moment, Tianlong's heart was filled with regret over the loss of the exquisite furnace. Having discovered the opportunity for ascendance, it now seemed to evaporate in an instant. Yet upon hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, he jolted, respectfully replying, "The godforsaken land was not always known by this name, that in this vast expanse of land spanning millions of miles. There existed numerous powerful factions. However, due to an unforeseen calamity, many of these factions were swiftly buried beneath this earth, and the spiritual energy of this realm began to wither. Recently, powerful saints within our holy sect have prophesied that in 3 months' time, the godforsaken land will experience a revival. The spiritual energy will return, and treasures of heaven and earth, as well as precious veins of ore and even ancient ruins, may once again manifest upon this land. Thus, whoever controls the godforsaken land will seize the initiative." Tianlong spoke earnestly, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The opportunity in the godforsaken land was one he intended to monopolize. He had secretly informed his master, who was on the way. Should his master arrive, Qin Ming's fate would be sealed. The treasures he acquired would not belong solely to him, but would be shared with his master. For now, all he needed to do was buy time to this secret holds some value. However, your fate remains death. Qin Ming suddenly broke into a smile, the sword in his hand radiating a dazzling brilliance as it slashed towards Tianlong. At that moment, a voice akin to thunder resonated in Qin Ming's ears. "You dare!" Before the voice had faded, a terrifying streak of light surged across the vast earth, hurtling towards them at an unprecedented speed. Unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed, my master has arrived. Ha ha ha! My master is a superpower at the 9th level of half-saint. Boy, you are doomed. Not only have you disrupted my chance to ascend to sainthood, but you also wish to slay me. This crime is enough for you to die 100 times. Upon hearing his master's voice, Tianlong retreated abruptly, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed loudly, "Oh, is that so? Before I perish, you must die first." Qin Ming paid no heed to the celestial aura behind him. Continuing his assault with the sword aimed at Tianlong, the sword radiance flickered. and the triumphant smile on Tianlong's face was abruptly frozen. With a thud, a massive head fell from the void, crashing onto the ground and splattering into a gruesome mess. The headless corpse promptly crumpled to the earth. Reduced to a pile of flesh? Ah, you dare to truly lay hands on me. You seek death. The moment Tianlong was slain, the celestial-like figure behind Qin Ming erupted in rage that a colossal hand coalesced above Qin Ming, imbued with boundless, terrifying power, crashing down upon him. Qin Mingyue and numerous divine and demonic warriors witnessed this scene, their anger surging as they rushed forward, intending to confront the overwhelming giant hand alongside Qin Ming. Even though they knew they were no match, they charged forth regardless. Stand down. I am unharmed. As long as it is not a saint, I, Qin Ming, do not fear. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Qin Ming let out a low growl. In the next moment, the Xianlong burial demon armor was activated to its utmost potential, and a radiant burst of black and white light erupted from his being. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure surged around him. With a thunderous boom, a colossal hand descended instantaneously, crashing Qin Ming into the ground. In an instant, a vast pit emerged upon the desolate earth. You seek death. You all seek death? How dare you attempt to slay the holy son of our sacred sect? I shall annihilate you all. An elder clad in azure suddenly materialized above the ranks of the great Qin Empire soldiers, his aged visage etched with boundless fury. Tianlong was his disciple, nurtured over many years, and a crucial pawn for his aspirations to seize the position of the sacred sect's leader in the near future. Yet now, he was lost. How could he possibly contain his rage? With another violent roar, a hand of unparalleled terror surged forth, carrying an immense power that threatened to crush the multitude of great Qin soldiers into oblivion. The strike of a half-saint at the ninth heavenly layer would obliterate millions. Qin Mingyue and the myriad of divine and demonic warriors felt the suffocating pressure, igniting a fury within them. They were not afraid. Only anger coursed through their veins, even beneath the oppressive weight of that dreadful force. The spiritual weapons in their hands radiated a dazzling brilliance, meeting the terrifying palm head-on. Qin Mingyue emanated an aura of chilling coldness, one that did not belong to the void realm. Her delicate features turned ghostly pale. Yet her gaze remained steadfast and fierce. In the void, a sword of ice spanning 1,000 zhang suddenly manifested, a result of the perfected ice-sealing sword technique, fueled by the complete depletion of her internal energy. It was but a hope to shatter that terrifying hand. Yet, as the icy sword energy merely grazed the colossal palm, it disintegrated into countless icy shards, scattering across heaven and earth. This trifling cultivator of the third layer of the Void Realm can unleash an attack rivaling that of a peak ninth layer cultivator of the Void Realm. A prodigy, indeed, the azure-clad elder exclaimed, astonished as he observed the vast expanse of ice-blue sword energy dissolve into fragments. A formidable genius could indeed combat beyond their rank. However, within his understanding, no matter how powerful a prodigy, crossing 6 minor realms to unleash an attack equivalent to the peak of the ninth layer of the Void Realm was inconceivable. Most terrifying of all was that such a feat was accomplished by a girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. What a monstrous talent! If only he could take her and nurture her properly, in 5 or 6 years, she could undoubtedly assist him in attaining sainthood. This thought crossed his mind. A surge of joy flickered in the elder's eyes. Instantly, the terrifying hand halted in mid-air. The elder's form swiftly appeared before Qin Mingyue, reaching out with a hand to grasp her. The fury over the loss of his beloved disciple had vanished. With this exceptional talent before him, did he still need to vie for the title of sacred sect leader? It was unnecessary. He could simply ascend to the position of a saint ancestor. Towering over all, even the sect leader would dare not act recklessly before him. With this in mind, the elder's speed in reaching for Qin Mingyue increased. He had little desire to eradicate the insignificant ants before him. He merely sought to take this prodigious girl away and cultivate her. Old fool, my sister is not someone you can touch. A voice, cold as ice, rang out once more. Qin Ming, clad in the Xianlong burial demon armor, shot forth like a cannonball, colliding with the azure-clad elder before he could even react, his focus entirely on Qin Ming. With a resounding crash, the elder was sent staggering backward for several thousand meters before barely regaining his footing. Though the intense pain radiating through him caused him to grimace, his gaze towards Qin Ming was filled with endless astonishment. He had endured a strike from a half-saint at the 9th layer and yet lived. Not even a scratch. For a moment, the elder's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. He had arrived in the godforsaken land, a place where even a common cultivator of the void realm rarely appeared. Yet now 2 such prodigious beings emerged simultaneously. Old fool, even if you die today, I shall not perish, Qin Ming declared as he pulled Qin Ming back, coldly laughing. You seek death, little brat. Do you really believe I cannot slay you? The elder roared with rage. As he heard Qin Ming's contemptuous words, a blade of black light appeared in the void, exuding an eerie and boundless power. Slashing towards Qin Ming, a mere 3rd-layer cultivator of the void realm could survive his strike by sheer luck. But could he withstand the full force of his blade? Perhaps. You truly cannot kill me. Qin Ming swiftly hurled Qin Ming behind him, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he whispered. 9 locks killing formation. Activate. As the incantation fell from his lips, an overwhelming intent to kill pervaded the atmosphere, enveloping the azure-clad elder. Chains of gray metal, shimmering with a mysterious luster, coalesced from thin air, ensnaring the dark blade of light. The blade was extinguished, the strike of a half-saint at the 9th layer vanishing in an instant. How is this possible? What formation possesses such a dense killing intent? The elder felt the suffocating aura of death surrounding him, along with the chains that coiled around him like colossal gray serpents. His scalp prickled with fear, disbelief filling his eyes. He had encountered powerful formations before, such as the formidable defensive array of their sacred sect, which could withstand even a saint for a short time. But that was their sect. Before him were merely a throng of void realm ants. How could such a terrifying array exist? The elder's shock was met with Qin Ming's cold shout from within the formation, .9 locks killing formation, attack. As Qin Ming's voice echoed, 9 gray metal chains, radiating a mysterious brilliance, surged forth like 9 colossal serpents, converging upon the azure-clad elder from different directions, shrinking around him like a metallic prison. All the cultivators outside the formation, whether the millions of soldiers of the great Qin Empire, the divine and demonic generals, or the guard stationed atop the city walls, gazed in awe at the battle that transcended their understanding. In their eyes, the 2 figures appeared as true celestial beings, showcasing various formidable immortal techniques before them. Qin Ming stood in the void, several dozen miles away from Qin Ming, astounded as she watched the spectacle unfold. When had Ming set up such a terrifying formation, it was beyond her imagination. Now, she felt as though she were not the reincarnation of a holy emperor, but that Qin Ming was the true, powerful, holy emperor reborn, though her memories had yet to fully return. How remarkable! I never expected a mere 3rd layer of the void realm to unleash such an array of techniques. Even I have not witnessed before. Yet, you are utterly unaware of the might of a half-saint at the 9th layer. To me, you are but a swarm of ants. The azure-clad elder roared in fury, his terrifying aura surging once more as the black blade in his hand erupted with boundless, eerie black light. Killing blade, shatter everything. The torrent of spiritual power surged into the black blade, which, imbued with boundless, terrifying strength, cleaved towards the encroaching gray metal chains. With a resounding clang, a piercing metallic sound echoed, followed by a crack as the chains began to shatter. The azure-clad elder stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the hilt of his black blade, lost in profound contemplation. The 9 chains had completely ensnared him in that instant, and a sense of impending doom washed over his heart. Let me go. I'm the Grand Elder of the Fan Tian Sacred Sect. If you release me, I will offer you all my wealth. I would even serve you like a beast, as long as you spare my life. As the chains tightened, the elder could feel their icy grip and the immense pressure bearing down upon him. If this continued, he would be crushed entirely. Moreover, the most critical issue was that he could not call for aid from the sacred sect. I need no beasts. What I desire is merely a silent corpse. The voice of Qin Ming, cold and detached to the utmost degree, echoed once more. The 9 chains seemed to comprehend his words, immediately intensifying their crushing force. With a resounding bang, a deafening explosion reverberated, and a vivid crimson hue instantly stained the gray chains. The terrifying elder in the realm of half-saint ninefold was thus crushed by the 9 chains. A fierce and dense killing intent gradually dissipated in the vast expanse, and the 9 chains vanished into the ether. The entire world fell silent once again, as if shrouded in a deathly stillness. Only a storage ring, akin to a small stone, plummeted to the ground with a soft thud from the void. The esteemed elder of the mysterious Fanyan holy sect, a formidable figure with over 500 years of cultivation, had perished just like that in the vastness of the world. With a deep exhale, Qin Ming released a breath laden with anxiety, his heart filled with trepidation. Even he had not anticipated the perilous nature of this expedition to annihilate the Dahu Empire. Not only had a son of the Holy Realm ninefold emerged, but even the Sun-S Master, the elder of the Fanyan holy sect, a superlative powerhouse at half-saint ninefold, had arrived. Had it not been for the unexpected summoning of the 9 locks confinement array beneath the Dahu imperial city this morning, it is likely that the painstakingly established Qin dynasty would have been obliterated. With the fall of the Dahu Empire, perhaps he would have been the sole survivor. Moreover, Qin Ming had come to realize that even with his cultivation of chaotic-level techniques and clad in the Xianlong demon burial armor, he was no match for a terrifying powerhouse at half-saint ninefold. The Xianlong demon burial armor allowed him to disregard the attacks of all beings below the saint level, but did not grant him combat prowess comparable to its defensive capabilities. It merely augmented his strength tenfold. Qin Ming estimated his true combat strength to be approximately at the half-saint threefold level, which was utterly insufficient against a half-saint ninefold. All others remained ensnared in a profound shock, unable to awaken for a long time. To them, it felt surreal that such a being, akin to a true deity, had perished so abruptly. All soldiers of the Dahu, heed my command. We shall trample upon the Dahu imperial capital. And from this day forth, there shall be no more Dahu Empire. Only my Qin dynasty. Qin Ming's voice thundered, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Qin dynasty, invincible. Qin dynasty, invincible. Qin dynasty, invincible. Upon hearing Qin Ming's proclamation, the soldiers of the Qin dynasty jolted from their stupor, their faces flushing red as they bellowed in unison. In the next moment, millions of Qin ironclad soldiers surged forward like an unstoppable tide towards the tightly shut city gates. Meanwhile, the 200,000 Imperial Guards stationed on the city walls trembled in fear, even clutching their fearsome giant crossbows, too daunted to make any move. Screams soon echoed throughout the Dahu imperial capital. All cultivators within the capital trembled in their hearts, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Inside the Golden One Hall of the Dahu imperial city, Qin Ming sat upon the throne, gazing at the familiar surroundings with a sense of profound reflection. Once he had endured humiliation in this very hall. Today he returned, and all those who had once belittled him had been utterly eradicated from existence. The Dahu imperial capital was stained with blood. All those who had ever wronged him, be they civil or military officials, had been completely slain. Kong Chong, Lu Yun, Fong Tianhua, you 3 were once figures of the Dahu Empire, well acquainted with its affairs. Lead the 900,000 Northern Expeditionary Army and ensure that all resources and necessary transitions of the Dahu Empire are completed as swiftly as possible. Yes, the 3 replied respectfully before departing. Next, we are to face a formidable and mysterious sect, along with more than 10 other empires. Qin Ming turned his gaze towards the myriad of divine and demonic generals, as well as Qin Mingyue, and spoke slowly. The 9 locks confinement dragon array can barely contend with a half-saint ninefold powerhouse. Moreover, that individual claimed to be the elder of the holy sect, presumably among the elite of the sect. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering even more powerful, true saints. Therefore, the task I assign to you all is to swiftly conquer the other empires. Each empire taken will yield a substantial amount of national fortune points. With a wealth of national fortune points, we can exchange for resources that will rapidly elevate our strength, as well as enhance my own combat prowess. This way, Our Qin dynasty shall not be as fleeting as a flower in water or the moon in a well, but shall endure through the ages. Understood, the divine and demonic generals replied gravely. They had witnessed the terrifying might of the elder of the holy sect today. Realizing that their own strength in the face of such an opponent rendered them mere ants, they harbored a strong desire to elevate their own abilities. However, caution was paramount when embarking on the conquest of other empires, for the abandoned divine land harbored not just one holy sect son. The Lin Jinchuan mentioned by Lei Wan was certainly not a holy son, but rather a formidable cultivator from another holy sect. Since he had not seized control of the Qin dynasty to dominate the abandoned divine land, he would undoubtedly seek alternative methods, perhaps by subjugating other empires. The IT was only a matter of time before they encountered the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, I have discovered within that storage ring crystals more potent than the finest spiritual crystals, with a richness of spiritual energy surpassing all. They're known as holy crystals in total. There are over 500,000 of them in the storage ring. Each of you shall receive 20,000 holy crystals, which should greatly assist in your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the golden Wan Hall was filled with an abundance of radiantly rich holy crystals. Gasp! The onlookers inhaled sharply, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They could feel the exquisite spiritual energy contained within the holy crystals before them. These low-grade holy crystals were invaluable to cultivators of the Void Realm, akin to various rare treasures capable of rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Upon witnessing the holy crystals, Qin Ming instinctively spoke up. Chapter 75, 8 million national fortune points, half St. Xiangyu. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow at Qin Mingyue, a peculiar smile crossing his face. Mingyue, you recognize them? Realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, Qin Mingyue remained unperturbed and calmly replied, Brother, you know I have always been fond of studying ancient texts since childhood. I have encountered descriptions of low-grade holy crystals in those texts. Oh, Qin Ming said with a slight smile, then continued, place these in your storage rings for your cultivation. The IT is essential to swiftly transform all existing resources into strength to better face the future. Understanding this well, he was not at all stingy, directly offering half the reward to the divine and demonic generals. Thank you, Your Majesty. They responded respectfully, subsequently dividing the holy crystals among themselves. This evening, make haste to enhance your strength. Tomorrow, I will assign you specific tasks. He awaited the conclusion of a national fortune points assessment today before making detailed arrangements for the conquest of all empires in the abandoned divine land. If the Qin dynasty wished to transcend this small realm, the resurgence of the abandoned divine land would serve as their opportunity to break free through the information left behind in the storage ring of the half-saint ninefold elder. He learned that this world was boundlessly vast. This continent was named the Beiliang continent. The abandoned divine land where they resided was one of the most remote and desolate regions. Even the mysterious and formidable Fanyan holy sect, in the grand scheme of the Beiliang continent, was insignificant. There existed entities even more powerful than the Fanyan holy sect. Of course, the information left behind contained scarce details beyond that of the Fanyan holy sect. However, with this limited knowledge, Qin Ming understood that to establish a foothold in this boundless world and prevent being bullied by others or rival factions, or to no longer feel the helplessness he once faced against the entire Dahu Empire, the Qin dynasty must grow stronger, becoming the strongest. They would trample upon every enemy that dared to challenge them. Before long, night descended. Qin Ming utilized some holy crystals for cultivation, finding them vastly superior to the finest spiritual crystals. Even with his chaotic level techniques, which required immense power, he could sense a change in his cultivation from absorbing the holy crystals. Now at the third level of the Void Realm, with the Xianlong demon burial armor, each advancement in cultivation would yield explosive growth in combat strength. Thus, for the time being, the most prudent investment for the entire Qin dynasty lay in investing in himself. As Qin Ming pondered, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully occupying all territories of the Dahu Empire, exceeding a radius of 300,000 miles, yielding a total of 13 million national fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the two formidable threats to the Great Qin dynasty. Henceforth, the future of the Great Qin shall soar to greater heights, accruing a total of 20 million national fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying foes that exceeded the limits of the Great Qin Dynasty's endurance. A half-saint of the ninth heaven won, and a ninth heaven of the void realm won, resulting in an additional 50 million national fortune points, with a series of prompts resonating in succession. Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as the total national fortune points surpassed a staggering 83 million. This far exceeded his anticipated 10 million national fortune points. Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement, as this settlement of national fortune points surpassed his wildest expectations, but he soon realized why the system had bestowed an extra 20 million national fortune points. When he established the Great Qin Dynasty, the Dragon Flame Dynasty and the Great Wu Dynasty had besieged it, both harboring enmity and intent on its annihilation. The system classified them as threats, and their complete eradication naturally warranted additional rewards. However, what astonished Qin Ming the most was the enormous 50 million points awarded for defeating the Elder and the Saint Child. This was nearly equivalent to the national fortune points he would earn from conquering 5 dynasties. It was simply magnificent. With over 80 million national fortune points, he felt bolstered in facing the impending retaliation from the Fantian Saint sect. He pondered whether these points could be utilized to procure items that would significantly enhance the military might of the Great Qin Dynasty. Contemplating this, Qin Ming swiftly turned his attention to the national fortune marketplace. 8,570,000 national fortune points. The total had risen by over 200,000 points in just a few days, which was quite appealing. Qin Ming murmured softly before focusing on the myriad of dazzling products displayed in the marketplace. Saintly guards, 300 million national fortune points. Heavenly warriors, 1 billion national fortune points. Divine Demon General, Half-Saint Xiangyu, 50 million national fortune points. Divine Demon General, War Immortal Han Exen, 9th Heaven of the Void Realm, 10 million national fortune points. Mystic Spirit Enchanted Armor 1 million national fortune points. 9th rank Weapon Refining Master, 10 million national fortune points. Holy Gold Glaze Stone 1 Gene, 1,000 national fortune points. Divine Beast Cub Auspicious Beast Mo Chilin, 50 million national fortune points. Holy Breaking Fiery Crossbow 500,000 national fortune points. 9th rank White Jade Pill 1 million national fortune points. Pathway Card 1 million national fortune points. National Qin Legion All Cultivation Enhancement Card 3 million national fortune points. They even have Divine Beast Cubs. The national fortune marketplace truly has everything one could desire. Upon seeing the auspicious beast Mo Chilin, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Yet now was not the time to exchange for the cub. Given the current circumstances, national fortune points must be spent judiciously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 million national fortune points to exchange for 1,000 gene of Holy Gold Glaze Stone. Holy Gold Glaze Stone, a precious material for forging sacred weapons. Even incorporating just 10 gene into an ordinary spirit weapon can elevate it to a pseudo-sacred weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 million national fortune points to exchange for 1 Pathway Card. Pathway Card can assist in evolving 10 martial techniques into true sacred arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 million national fortune points to exchange for 1 National Qin Legion All Cultivation Enhancement Card. National Qin Legion All Cultivation Enhancement Card can elevate the cultivation of all soldiers within the Great Qin by 1 minor tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 2 million national fortune points to exchange for 2 9th rank White Jade Pills. 9th rank White Jade Pill contains vast energy, allowing cultivators to achieve 100-fold cultivation speed. Note: 100-fold is the maximum, primarily dependent on the speed of spiritual power refinement by the cultivation technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50 million national fortune points to exchange for Divine Demon General, the Overlord Xiangyu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million national fortune points to exchange for a 9th rank Weapon Refining Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million national fortune points to exchange for Divine Demon General, War Immortal Han Exent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 8 million national fortune points to exchange for 16 Holy Breaking Fiery Crossbows. Chapter 76. Mo Yuan, ninth rank white jade pill that a continuous series of sounds resonated in Qin Ming's mind, as over 80 million national fortune points were rapidly consumed within mere moments that a smile crept upon his lips. With these items, the strength of the Great Qin Dynasty would experience a tremendous surge. The system manifested, bringing forth the divine demon Xiangyu, the war immortal Han Exiled, and the ninth rank weapon refining master, Mo Yuan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Ming promptly addressed them in his heart. Ding, the divine demon Xiangyu, war immortal Han Exiled, and ninth rank weapon refining master, Mo Yuan, have been successfully manifested, as the system's voice echoed. Three figures materialized at the entrance. Xiangyu, Han Exiled, and Mo Yuan. Pay respects to the master. Excellent. Come in. Qin Ming exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yes. The three entered, respectfully kneeling on one knee to pay their respects to Qin Ming. There is no need for such formalities. Qin Ming gestured for them to rise, his gaze filled with warmth and delight. Divine Demon General, Han Exiled cultivation, pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the void realm weapon, pseudo-sacred weapon. Hidden flood dragon sword techniques, flood dragon transformation, slaying flood technique, divine demon general. Xiangyu cultivation, pinnacle of the half-saint ninth heaven weapon, inferior sacred weapon, overlord spear technique. Overlord spear technique, ninth rank weapon refining master. Mo Yuan cultivation, ninth heaven of the void realm weapon, pseudo-sacred weapon. Purple fire spirit cauldron technique, proficient in weapon refinement, capable of forging top-tier pseudo-sacred weapons, just a step away from becoming a sacred-level weapon refining master. Upon viewing the information of the three, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, a wave of astonishment washing over him. A half-saint Xiangyu. Was he truly a half-saint of the ninth heaven? He had initially assumed that a half-saint would correspond to the first level. Yet he discovered he was facing a super powerhouse of the half-saint ninth heaven. Moreover, the overlord spear wielded by Xiangyu was indeed a sacred weapon, although merely an inferior sacred weapon. There was no doubt of its formidable power. Coupled with Xiangyu's cultivation at the half-saint ninth heaven, he was undoubtedly among the strongest of all half-saints. With Xiangyu by his side, the Great Qin Dynasty now possessed a top-tier powerhouse, far surpassing even the Grand Elder of the Saint sect. Furthermore, there was Han Exiled, currently the highest cultivator within the Great Qin Dynasty, at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Void Realm. Xiangyu, Han Exiled, please return and commence your training. Tomorrow, I shall assign you a task. They both respectfully acknowledged before departing to find a palace within the Great Wu imperial city to settle in. One was a half-saint of the ninth heaven, the other a pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Void Realm, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Great Qin Dynasty. Once they had left, Qin Ming turned to Mo Yuan, the sole ninth-rank weapon refining master. Mo Yuan, as a ninth-rank weapon refining master, can you upgrade weapons, allowing them to advance or even become pseudo-sacred weapons? Replying to the master, as long as there are materials, it is a trivial matter for me, Mo Yuan confidently replied. Then within this storage ring, I possess over 1,000 gene of holy gold glaze stone, several thousand gene of black gold spirit iron, and numerous other assorted ores that I need your assistance in upgrading the spirit weapons of the divine demon generals. Qin Ming handed Mo Yuan a storage ring, speaking slowly. The black gold spirit iron was procured from the remnants of that day, while the other ores were obtained over time. Replying to the master, just the holy gold glaze stone alone can elevate ordinary spirit weapons to pseudo-sacred weapons, with the black gold spirit iron paired with the other ores. I can forge a substantial number of intermediate and superior spirit weapons, Mo Yuan respectfully stated after scanning the contents with his spiritual sense. Very well. If I were to provide you with some top-tier and superior spirit weapons tonight, how many could you upgrade? Qin Ming inquired. Once more, 30 to 50 should be no problem. As long as it is not overly complicated, it will not take much effort, Mo Yuan replied after a moment of thought. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming gasped in astonishment. 30 to 50, was this not akin to a humanoid weapon manufacturing machine? With Mo Yuan's assistance, the Great Qin Dynasty would undoubtedly have an ample supply of divine weapons at their disposal. Excellent, Mo Yuan. Find a forging chamber. I shall instruct those divine demon generals in need of sacred weapons to seek you out and place their weapons in your care. Tomorrow, they will need them for their missions. Absolutely, mastered, I guarantee that I will elevate all of their weapons. As Mo Yuan retreated, Qin Ming informed all the divine and demonic generals, including Fang Tianhua, Kong Chang, and Liu Yin. Consequently, over a dozen individuals proceeded to have Mo Yuan upgrade the weapons they wielded. Once the spiritual weapons in their possession were elevated to the status of pseudo-holy artifacts, their combat prowess would be immensely formidable. After arranging all matters, Qin Ming first turned his gaze to the two elixirs within the system space. The 9th rank white jade pill, which offered 100-fold cultivation speed, appeared to be the most useful item available in the current marketplace. Without hesitation, he consumed the 9th rank white jade pill. An infinite torrent of spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones. Boom! Qin Ming immediately activated his cultivation technique, beginning to refine the vast spiritual energy within him in the next moment, his cultivation level visibly ascended. The speed of his training soared to 100 times that of his previous rate, and the pace of his advancement reached an extraordinary zenith. The 9th rank white jade pill could achieve a maximum of 100-fold cultivation speed, primarily dependent on the technique employed to refine the spiritual power. The chaotic level technique he practiced instantly maximized the efficacy of the 9th rank white jade pill. Feeling his cultivation rise continuously, Qin Ming displayed a hint of a smile. Boom! Merely 2 hours had passed when Qin Ming's cultivation unexpectedly broke through the 3rd layer of Dongshu. Reaching the 4th layer of Dongshu, the 100-fold cultivation speed was indeed exhilarating. Qin Ming murmured to himself, once again immersing himself in cultivation. As the first light of dawn broke, Qin Ming finally opened his eyes. The aura surrounding him was no longer that of the 4th layer of Dongshu, but rather the 5th layer of Dongshu. Utilizing the 9th rank white jade pill, he had, in just one night, consecutively broken through 2 small realms. Becoming a practitioner at the 5th layer of Dongshu, clad in the Xianlong demon-bearing armor, his combat strength had increased exponentially. Although Qin Ming was unaware of the exact magnitude of his newfound strength, he was acutely aware that he had become remarkably powerful. Meanwhile, the 9th rank white jade pill, having aided him in breaking through 2 minor realms, had exhausted its energy completely. Qin Ming's cultivation speed reverted to its initial state. The 9th rank white jade pill was indeed a precious item. Given the opportunity, it could facilitate rapid cultivation. As Qin Ming contemplated this, just as he was about to leave the Grand Palace, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected in Dahuang City. Critical sign-in available. Would the host like to proceed with the critical sign-in? Chapter 77. Law of Heaven and Earth. Power surge upon hearing the system's notification. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a radiant smile. Signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in for the martial technique, giant transformation technique, and critical sign-in for the 5-star sacred art. Law of Heaven and Earth. Law of Heaven and Earth. Hearing the system's announcement, Qin Ming could not help but exclaim in astonishment, quickly directing his gaze towards the description. The 5-star sacred art. Law of Heaven and Earth. It is the pinnacle of sacred arts in the world, capable of slaying true dragons when fully unleashed. Hiss! This is utterly terrifying. A top-tier sacred art has just fallen into my hands, and I have yet to perfect my sword technique. Qin Ming was somewhat incredulous, unable to believe his eyes. He never anticipated that the system would reward him with such a fearsome top-tier sacred art. Most importantly, he had only attained the 5th layer of Dongshu. He was uncertain if he could even cultivate it. Putting that thought aside for now, he resolved to examine it later. For the pressing matter was to dominate the entire godforsaken land and seize the opportunity that had descended upon the Great Qin Dynasty. Qin Ming emerged from the palace, where numerous divine and demonic generals had been awaiting him in the Golden Wan Hall. Their faces were alight with joy, for their once superior spiritual weapons had all been upgraded to pseudo-holy artifacts. Armed with pseudo-holy artifacts, they could easily engage in battles across 3 realms. Moreover, after a night of cultivation utilizing the sacred crystals, they had all broken through their current realms, with most now at the 2nd layer of Dongshu. Qin Mingyue was also elated, as her Qin Shuang by Shui sword had been elevated from a superior spiritual weapon to a pseudo-holy artifact, and her cultivation had advanced from the 3rd layer of Dongshu to the 4th layer. Most importantly, her combat strength was now formidable enough to slay even the peak experts at the 9th layer of Dongshu with ease. Han Exiled, Xiang Yu, and Mo Yuan were also present. Upon seeing Qin Ming, they immediately knelt in reverence. Qin Ming nodded and then addressed Elbu and the others. Elbu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Wang Lei, Yuan Zuozong, Han Exiled, heed my command. You eight shall split into 2 groups, each leading 5,000 Tongxian troops to the southern Anman dynasty and the western Guangming dynasty, respectively. Annihilate their royal families and declare that all territories are now under the dominion of the Great Qin dynasty. Yes, we shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Before you depart, give the soldiers a surprise. Qin Ming smiled slightly and inwardly thought. System, activate the Great Qin Legion's overall cultivation enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the Great Qin Legion's overall cultivation enhancement card. Each Great Qin soldier will experience a small elevation in their cultivation level. Note, those at the peak of the 9th layer of half-saint cannot benefit, as the system's voice faded. The Great Qin soldiers stationed in Dahuang City, as well as the 900,000 Jinbei army following Fang Tianhua, Kong Chang, and Lu Yun on their missions, along with the Shadow Legion stationed in the Great Qin capital and the many Great Qin soldiers led by Bai Qi, all experienced a simultaneous breakthrough in their cultivation levels. Those at the 8th layer of Lingji ascended to the 9th layer, while those at the peak of the 9th layer of Lingji directly advanced to the Tongxian realm. Those at the peak of the 9th layer of Tongxian ascended to the 1st layer of Dongshu. Elbu and the others, who had originally been at the 2nd layer of Dongshu, now found themselves at the 3rd layer. Qin Ming Yue's cultivation also rose from the 4th layer of Dongshu to the 5th layer. However, all of this was within Qin Ming's expectations. What thrilled him the most was that, in that brief moment, the Great Qin dynasty had gained 2 new half-saint level powerhouses. Point 1 was the war god Han Exiled, whose cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer of Dongshu had directly ascended to the 1st layer of half-saint, exuding an overwhelming aura. The other was Mo Yuan, who also reached the 1st layer of half-saint. Both were profoundly astonished, particularly Mo Yuan, who, should he elevate his cultivation beyond the 6th layer of half-saint, might very well forge true holy artifacts, albeit at the cost of extremely rare and precious materials. Thank you for the sovereign's bestowal. They all understood the magnitude of Qin Ming's generosity and were not overly shocked. However, the one most taken aback was Qin Ming. Even if I possessed the cultivation of a saint emperor from my past life, I could not achieve this to ascend out of thin air. As Elbu and the others led the Tongxian Legion away in 2 groups, Qin Ming turned to Xiang Yu and Qin Mingwei. Let us return to the Great Qin capital, from now on. The Great Qin capital shall be the very heart of the entire godforsaken land. With that, he led the remaining 200,000 troops toward the Great Qin capital. This time, it was a stark contrast to the previous expedition to Beiliang. In the godforsaken land, at the Vantian Holy Sect, within a secluded training chamber, Lin Yuntao had yet to enter a state of cultivation. The Dahuang dynasty had been obliterated, yet why had there been no news from Lei Wan? This was quite peculiar. Could it be? Suddenly, a highly probable suspicion arose in Lin Yuntao's mind. Had Lei Wan perished, and the Great Qin dynasty was not executing the task I had assigned? Upon this realization, a trace of anger surfaced on Lin Yuntao's face. Great Qin dynasty, you seek death for daring to slay my people. Ignoring my commands will lead to annihilation. In the next moment, Lin Yuntao vanished from his location, accompanied by over 20 inner disciples and 3 true disciples who followed him. He would not personally intervene for someone like Lei Wan against the Great Qin dynasty, for if a discerning individual were to witness him, they could instantly deduce his schemes. Therefore, these inner disciples would take the lead, appearing to others as mere playthings, thus not provoking further thought. Since the Great Qin dynasty had shown disobedience, he would find someone more compliant to dominate the entire godforsaken land, preparing for the various opportunities that would arise upon its revival. Simultaneously, atop a towering mountain, with expansive palaces nestled among the clouds, resembling a paradise on earth, within the Vantian Hall, a middle-aged man sat high upon the main seat. Below him were numerous elders of the Vantian Holy Sect, all exuding an aura of immense strength, with each one being a formidable half-saint level practitioner. Just yesterday, the life tokens of the Grand Elder and the Holy Sun, Tianlong, had shattered simultaneously. Upon returning to the sect early today, I learned of this situation. Does anyone know where the Grand Elder and Holy Sun ventured yesterday? Seated at the head of the assembly, the master of the Brahma holy sect furrowed his brow and inquired. Chapter 78. The three great holy level powers. Although the Grand Elder had long coveted the position of sect master, he was nonetheless one of the most formidable forces within the sect, possessing the terrifying cultivation of a half-saint at the ninth heaven. Moreover, the loss of the Holy Sun just the day before weighed heavily on their hearts in the span of a single day. They had suffered the demise of both a Grand Elder and a Holy Sun, a grievous loss indeed. It was imperative to convene a gathering of the elders, should their fall occur at the hands of a mightier faction. There would be little recourse, however, if it were at the hands of a force weaker than the Brahma holy sect. An explanation must be demanded, otherwise it would leave the elders disheartened. Reporting to the sect master. The Holy Sun and the Grand Elder have been acting erratically and covertly as of late. We remain unaware of their whereabouts. However, it was noted that the Grand Elder left in a state of great agitation yesterday. Spoke an elder of the eighth heaven of half-saints, stepping forward with a measured tone. So, we still have no concrete information regarding who has slain our Holy Sun and the Grand Elder. In response, the sect master of the Brahma holy sect let out a faint sigh. Indeed, we are still in the dark, lacking any effective intelligence. The elder of the eighth heaven reiterated. Very well, then, Elder High. I entrust this matter to you. Conduct a thorough investigation into the identity of the beast that murdered both the Grand Elder and the Holy Sun. Those who dare to provoke our sect must not be allowed to go unpunished. The sect master spoke with unwavering resolve. Understood. The elder of the eighth heaven nodded in agreement, intending to withdraw when a resounding voice interrupted, halting Hai Chi-Qian in his tracks. Hong Biao, we have brought some gifts to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the outside. Suddenly, dozens of powerful auras manifested in the void outside the Brahma holy sect. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, exuding an immensely powerful presence, unmistakably a half-saint at the ninth heaven. Flanking him were two other half-saints of the same caliber, radiating an aura of terror. Behind these three half-saints trailed 9 others of the same rank. Master of the Starry Sky sect, Lord of the Cloudy Sun Holy Dynasty, and the Valley Master of the Poison Flame Valley, we are honored by your presence. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Hong Biao, the sect master of the Brahma holy sect, could not help but reveal a resigned smile. His figure vanished from the spot, appearing in the void a moment later as he spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, he welcomed the 10 or so half-saints into the vicinity. Please, let us gather in the great hall of the Brahma sect. The 3 leaders, upon seeing this, exchanged knowing smiles akin to cunning foxes. Instantly, the group vanished from sight, heading towards the grand hall. Hong Biao gazed at their retreating figures, a hint of helplessness flickering across his face. The trio at the helm comprised the master of the Starry Sky sect, the Lord of the Cloudy Sun Holy Dynasty, and the Valley Master of the Poison Flame Valley. Their sects were undoubtedly stronger than the Brahma holy sect, ranking among the powerful forces in the entire Ling Tian domain. Their arrival was not without purpose. It was undoubtedly tied to the revival of the abandoned Divine Land. The abandoned Divine Land lay in the far southern reaches of the Ling Tian domain, a rather secluded area. Typically, only the Brahma holy sect resided there, with little to no outside interference. However, the impending resurgence of the abandoned Divine Land had drawn the attention of these 3 formidable factions, each boasting a collective strength that surpassed that of the Brahma holy sect. Reflecting on this, Hong Biao shook his head and made his way into the grand hall. The trio wasted no time in broaching the subject. Following the revival of the abandoned Divine Land, their 3 factions would not only dispatch their elite disciples to this realm for training and to seek opportunities, but their formidable experts would also descend upon this place to vie for relics and vast resources. They were quite candid, declaring that the revival of the abandoned Divine Land would yield an abundance of relics, mineral veins, and various treasures, prompting their desire to partake in the bounty. Hong Biao, suppressing the fury within, nodded in acknowledgement, but he had initially believed that the resources following the revival of the abandoned divine land would belong solely to the Brahma holy sect, envisioning it as their private garden, ripe for the plucking of countless opportunities. However, with the arrival of these three powerful factions, the prospect of competition loomed large. Compounding this misfortune was the recent loss of a potent half-saint at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven. "Ha ha, splendid! We are grateful to Sect Master Hong for your graciousness," the three exclaimed, smiles gracing their faces as they left 9 elite disciples behind, awaiting the revival of the abandoned divine land before returning with a larger contingent of powerful warriors and prodigies to seek their fortunes. After a day of arduous travel, Qin Ming, Qin Ming and Xiang Yu returned to the grand capital of the Great Qin, paying respects to the emperor whose magnificent might reigns over all. Upon sighting Qin Ming, all cultivators within the capital immediately knelt in reverence. "Rise! The Great Wu Dynasty has been vanquished, and the territory of our Great Qin Dynasty now exceeds 300,000 miles. Qin Ming's voice, cool and detached, was met with a chorus of jubilant cheers. Each cultivator's face flushed with pride, for they knew that when the Great Qin Dynasty was first established, it encompassed barely 10,000 miles, sandwiched between two rival dynasties. Yet in such a brief period, the Great Qin had consumed the territories of both rivals, emerging as a vast and formidable empire. "I am General Guan Yu, General Yue, and General Hua Xubing, here to pay respects to the emperor in the Grand Hall of the Great Qin." The three formidable generals bowed respectfully. "All of you may rise. I have been away for some time. It seems your strengths have all improved." Qin Ming smiled upon recognizing the familiar faces. Yue and Guan Yu had reached the second heaven of the Void Realm, while the champion, Hua Xubing, had ascended to the sixth heaven of the Void Realm. This storage ring contains 16 Break Saint flame crossbows, capable of penetrating the defenses of even half-saints. You are to position them along the walls of the Great Wu capital to guard against potential threats, he instructed. The three generals exchanged astonished glances, realizing the potency of these formidable weapons capable of breaching half-saint defenses. Furthermore, once the 2 million soldiers of Great Qin arrive, Yue, Guan Yu, Hua Xubing, you three shall select leaders from among the exalted realm to cross over into the Dragon Flame Dynasty and seize control of the Maple Fire Dynasty. Chapter 79. The Zhangyu Dynasty. Issuing his commands, Qin Ming commenced preparations for the abandoned divine land. Although he was uncertain of what the revival would entail, he understood the necessity for the Great Qin to be well prepared. "Understood, Your Majesty," responded Yue, Guan Yu, and Hua Xubing before departing to make arrangements. "Mo Yuan. From this day forth, you shall serve as the master of the weapon pavilion of the Great Qin Dynasty. You may recruit individuals with talent in weapon forging to create divine weapons for our forces. Stand by my side, and one day you shall become a true master craftsman." Qin Ming spoke, directing his gaze toward Mo Yuan. "Yes, Your Majesty, that I will forge the mightiest and sharpest divine weapons for the soldiers of the Great Qin." Mo Yuan replied respectfully before taking his leave. Xiang Yu and Qin Ming followed suit, departing as well. With a half-saint at the ninth heaven like Xiang Yu to oversee matters, the Great Qin would remain secure against any threats that did not come from a saint. Uncertain of what the future would hold, Qin Ming resolved to lead the Great Qin Dynasty, shattering all obstacles in their path and charging forward with determination. Murmuring to himself, he returned to his chambers and consumed a 9th-grade white jade pill, sinking once more into a state of cultivation. However, he anticipated that this pill would merely sustain him until he reached the sixth heaven of the Void Realm. Within the Zhangyu Dynasty, the Zhangyu Emperor reveled in pleasures beyond the realm of mortals within his palace. Suddenly, dozens of formidable figures burst through the door. The Zhangyu Emperor's eyes widened in shock, his instinct to call for help stifled by an overwhelming aura that enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of impending doom. He promptly sealed his lips. The concubines nearby were paralyzed with fear, even amidst their revelry, too terrified to move. "I am a true disciple of the Brahma holy sect. From this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Should you comply, you will become the most powerful emperor in the abandoned divine land and elevate your cultivation to the Void Realm, extending your lifespan. Should you defy me, death shall be your only fate." As Lin Yuntao uttered his final word, an overwhelming pressure from the realm of Dongshu erupted throughout the entire palace, causing the Sanyu emperor to flush with embarrassment as he struggled to nod in acknowledgement. Very well, at once, mobilize millions of troops, dividing them into 3 routes to assault the surrounding Shunlei dynasty, Xue dynasty, and Tiga dynasty. I will assign 5 powerful practitioners of the Dongshu realm to each army. I expect you to seize these 3 great dynasties in the swiftest time possible, ensuring that each city is garrisoned by loyal soldiers. Any developments must be reported immediately. Lin Yuntao spoke slowly. This strategy was devised because it was highly likely that the God-forbidden land would not awaken all at once, but rather in sporadic, smaller segments at that moment, should any anomalies or unusual occurrences arise in any location. He would be instantly informed, allowing him to seek opportunities in advance. This was the advantage of controlling multiple dynasties. Yes, my lord, Sanyu Emperor replied, kneeling on the ground, transitioning from initial fear to a flicker of excitement. He realized that these unimaginable and terrifying powerhouses had not come to trouble him or to take his life. Rather, it presented him with an unexpected opportunity. His dream of ruling the entire God-forbidden land was now within reach. How could he not feel exhilarated? Now, go immediately, Lin Yuntao commanded. He arranged for 15 disciples of the inner sect, all at the pinnacle of the Dongshu realm, to accompany him. That it was believed they would soon breach the 3 great dynasties and advance toward the Qin dynasty. Yes, the Sanyu Emperor responded promptly, but just as he was about to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Oh," and arranged for 30 concubines to come. Lin Yuntao gazed at the numerous concubines around him, a lewd smile creeping across his face at these words. Sanyu Emperor's body trembled slightly. Then, gritting his teeth, he replied, "Understood, my lord, I will arrange it immediately. For the sake of my dream, for the ascension to the Dongshu realm. What are some women worth?" However, he mused, the physique of this lord was indeed remarkable. With nearly 20 women already in his palace, adding 30 more would amount to 50 concubines. Could he handle that? After Sanyu Emperor departed, Lin Yuntao, along with the remaining few, commenced their joyous journey. Although they belonged to the Fengtian sacred sect, which outwardly appeared righteous, the main focus of their cultivation was dual cultivation techniques. Only through dual cultivation could one's cultivation progress at a faster pace. Previously, they had been seeking suitable furnace cauldrons in the Ling Tian domain. However, they had seldom ventured into the God-forbidden land. For the women here were too weak and lacked talent, rendering them unsuitable. Yet now that they were here, even the smallest morsel was still a morsel. That night, the Sanyu dynasty gathered millions of troops and divided them into 3 routes toward the neighboring 3 great dynasties. Time passed swiftly, and news arrived. The Nanman dynasty had been annihilated. The Nanman royal family refused to submit, resulting in their total extermination. The territory of nearly 200,000 miles belonging to the Nanman dynasty now fell under the jurisdiction of the Qin dynasty. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the Nanman dynasty. The territory now spans 500,000 miles, and the national fortune value is calculated at 15 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 250,000 national fortune values to exchange for 50,000 Tongxian legions. The 50,000 Tongxian legions were more than sufficient, as the Nanman dynasty had only possessed approximately 1,000 cities. Assigning 5 to 10 powerful practitioners of the Tongxian realm to garrison each city would pose no issue whatsoever. Qin Ming murmured to himself, then dispatched 8,000 Tongxian troops, soaring through the air to take over the remnants of the Nanman dynasty. Another day passed, and news arrived. The Guangming dynasty royal family had been eradicated. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the Guangming dynasty. The territory now spans 700,000 miles, and the national fortune value is calculated at 14 million. The cities of the Guangming dynasty far exceeded those of the Nanman dynasty, necessitating the dispatch of 10,000 Tongxian troops to manage all affairs and garrison every city. Qin Ming remained uncertain of how the God-forbidden land would awaken, but whether it was to seize resources from other dynasties or address other matters. It was essential to station powerful practitioners in every city. Practitioners at the Tongxian realm were already considered formidable within the God-forbidden land. and no problems were anticipated. 2 days later, Qin Ming received 2 pieces of news. The first, the former royal family had submitted, voluntarily disbanding their royal lineage to become subjects of the Qin dynasty, willingly cooperating with all transitions, resulting in a calculation of 16 million national fortune values. The second piece of news revealed that the Sanya dynasty had swiftly launched assaults, conquering the Shunlei dynasty, Shuyue dynasty, and Tiegu dynasty. Chapter 80, confronting Lin Jinchuan, the Sanya dynasty, possessing merely the strength of a half-step Dongshu. How could they possibly conquer 3 great dynasties within such a short span? Upon receiving the news, Qin Ming murmured, "It seems that the so-called Lin Jinchuan from the sacred sect has intervened once more." However, the current Qin dynasty was unlike the past. Anyone wishing to contest the dominion of the God-forbidden land against the Qin dynasty would need to evaluate their qualifications. That a glint of coldness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he sent word to Han Xian and others, as well as to Hua Xubing and his comrades, to decisively conquer the remaining 2 dynasties and then directly assault the Sanya dynasty. After another 2 days, they successfully took down the 2 remaining dynasties, accumulating nearly 30 million national fortune values. Dispatching Tongshan legions to secure their positions, he then commanded all divine and demonic generals to assemble, dispatching the half-saint at the 9th level, Xiangyu, to lead the charge, lest formidable practitioners from the sacred sect should appear. Understood. Xiangyu responded respectfully and then soared into the air. Should they conquer the Sanya dynasty, the Qin dynasty would become the sovereign of the God-forbidden land, leaving only the Fengtian sacred sect as its sole rival. Watching Xiangyu depart, Qin Ming murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million national fortune values to exchange for 10 9-rank white jade pills. As the system's voice echoed, 10 9-rank white jade pills appeared in his hand. His cultivation had now reached the 6th level of the Dongshu realm. To continue advancing, the required energy had reached an immense level. These 10 9-rank white jade pills could potentially elevate his cultivation by 2 levels, which would be considered a significant achievement. Good. The Qin dynasty is indeed formidable. The Holy Sun has fallen, and he must not be the one supporting this from behind. It must be someone else from the sacred sect, perhaps even a half-saint elder, which would not be surprising. Lin Yuntao, seated among the numerous women, furrowed his brow upon hearing Sanya Emperor's report. However, a half-saint elder would never personally intervene. There were only a few disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of the Dongshu realm, that I shall see who possesses the audacity to disrupt my plans. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuntao abruptly stood up and commanded, "You all accompany me to the Qin dynasty, that if we discover anyone attempting to interfere with our plans, they are to be executed immediately." In his view, action was now imperative. Otherwise, the entire God-forbidden land would be completely occupied by the enemy, with the Sanya dynasty ruling a total of only 4 dynasties, while the opposing side had nearly seized control of 8. 2/3 of the God-forbidden land now lay in the enemy's grasp. This was unacceptable. That be why, eliminating the powerful practitioners within the Qin dynasty, he would become the undisputed ruler of the God-forbidden land. Yes, the 3 disciples, all at the 8th level of the Dongshu realm, along with the remaining 5 intersect disciples, all possessing cultivation levels of the 4th and 5th levels of the Dongshu realm, were formidable enough to sweep through the God-forbidden land. 9 figures instantly soared into the air, leaving behind a disheveled palace hall and the pale-faced concubines of the Sanya dynasty. Simultaneously, Wang Lei, Zhao Yun, Bai Qi, Zhang Fei, Su Chu, Yuan Zuizong, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Ingwe, Hu Xubing, Guan Yu, and Han Xian all gathered together. Once assembled, the master has commanded us to annihilate the Sanya dynasty. Let us act now. In the neighboring Shuyue dynasty, numerous divine and demonic generals had gathered, exceeding 13 in total, with Han Xian, the most powerful at the 1st level of half-saint, and the weakest possessing cultivation at the 4th level of the Dongshu realm. Each was equipped with weapons of pseudo-holy grade, allowing them to fight beyond their ranks. Who in the entire God-forbidden land could withstand such might? Let us depart, Han Xian bellowed, instantly leading the multitude of divine and demonic generals skyward, heading toward the Sanya dynasty. Each figure moved with unparalleled speed. In the span of only an hour, they traversed the borders of the Shui dynasty and entered the Sanyu dynasty, not long after their flight began. Nearly 10 formidable figures appeared on the distant horizon. All were powerful practitioners of the Dongshu realm, presumably the ones backing the Sanyu dynasty. Their trajectory, surely they did not intend to head toward our Qin dynasty. Han Xen whispered softly, and a radiant smile instantly illuminated his face. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of those shadowy figures. Numerous divine and demonic warriors emerged behind Han Xen. You must be the so-called Lin Jinchuan. Am I correct? Time and again, you have made yourself an enemy of my Qin dynasty. Are you not courting death? Han Xen bellowed, his voice echoing with the terrifying aura of a half-saint. Reverberating through the void, the overwhelming pressure of his half-saint might surge forth like a raging tide, bearing down on all present. Not good, a half-saint level powerhouse. Lin Yuntao and others were caught off guard. Retreating hastily, they had never anticipated that their adversary possessed such formidable power, and, more crucially, he was not one of the people from the Fanjian holy sect. Realizing this, Lin Yuntao quickly grasped the entire situation. The Qin dynasty was backed by other sects, aiming to carve out a foothold in the god-forsaken land and seize the opportunity for revival. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuntao raised his voice. Fellow cultivator, I am the first true disciple of the Fanjian holy sect. This wondrous land is the territory of our sect. May I inquire which sect you belong to, and why you have intruded into the god-forsaken land without a word, wantonly slaughtering the innocent? Lin Yuntao was acutely aware that he was no match for the half-saint, yet invoking the Fanjian holy sect would surely induce some trepidation in his opponent. After all, the Fanjian holy sect was a faction with true saints. Ordinary powers would not dare to oppose them. Although his scheme in the god-forsaken land had been a personal decision, it did not hinder him from wielding the influence of his sect. What the first true disciple? To stand against my Qin dynasty is a death sentence. All the divine and demonic warriors were commanded to eliminate every last one of their foes without exception. As for this Lin Jinchuan before me, he is to be captured alive. Han Xen had no desire for idle chatter. He swiftly unleashed a palm strike, a colossal surge of spiritual energy enveloping him. Directed at Lin Yuntao, in response, the divine and demonic warriors radiated an overwhelming pressure, confronting the remaining 8 figures. Instantly, a chaotic melee erupted among over 20 individuals, feeling the terrifying might of the spiritual palm. Lin Yuntao turned to flee, his heart filled with dread. A half-saint. He was merely at the 9th level of the Void Realm and stood no chance. He was utterly bewildered as to which faction had the audacity to attack without provocation. Did they not fear the retribution of the Fanjian holy sect? His escape was swift. Surely, he had cultivated a high-level movement technique. However, could he truly evade in the face of such power? Chapter 81. The Arrival of Xiangyu. A spear that annihilates, witnessing the unfolding events. Han Xen smiled faintly, his figure vanishing like a wraith. The next moment, he appeared behind Lin Yuntao, unleashing a blade of light that radiated sharpness, crossing several miles to strike at Lin Yuntao. I'm a true disciple of the Fanjian holy sect. You cannot kill me. Sensing the terrifying intent approaching from behind, Lin Yuntao frantically summoned a small shield, placing it defensively at his back. It was a pseudo-saint weapon, a powerful artifact bestowed upon him by his master, crucial for preserving his life. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as an overwhelming force surged from the small shield into Lin Yuntao's body. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body propelled like a cannonball into the distance. A formidable defensive shield. If one strike is insufficient, then I shall deliver another. Han Xion's figure flickered as the sword in his hand radiated brilliant light once more. A terrifying sword energy extending 300 zhong, even more ferocious than before, suddenly manifesting. Lin Yuntao's heart raced in terror. He realized he could not withstand such a fearsome strike. No, I do not wish to die. Master, save me! Lin Yuntao cried out in despair. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared before Lin Yuntao, effortlessly dispelling the terrifying sword energy with a mere wave of his hand. Who dares to attempt to slay my disciple? The aged voice of the gray-clad elder reverberated, emanating a vast and terrifying pressure. He was, in fact, a powerful half-saint. "Master, you truly came. Had you arrived even a moment later, I would have perished," Lin Yuntao exclaimed. Tears of joy streaming down his face upon seeing the familiar silhouette, his despair swiftly dissipating. His master was a super-strong half-saint of the 8th level. With him present, Lin Yuntao's life was undoubtedly secure. A high-level half-saint. Han Xian's pupils constricted upon witnessing the appearance of the gray-clad elder, and he immediately retreated, a grave expression adorning his face. He had never expected to encounter a high-level half-saint, likely at least at the 7th or 8th level, no matter how powerful his own combat strength. Facing an 8th-level half-saint was utterly daunting. "Little half-saint, do you not know that this god-forsaken land belongs to my Fanjian holy sect? How dare you lay hands on my disciple?" The gray-clad elder stepped forward, unleashing the terrifying pressure of his 8th-level half-saint might, causing the surrounding air to tremble incessantly. He was the 3rd elder of the Fanjian holy sect, aware that his cherished disciple was involved in the god-forsaken land, but had chosen not to intervene. However, with 3 major saint-level factions uniting to approach the Fanjian holy sect, it was beyond the capacity of a mere true disciple to manage. At that point, it would be a conflict among 4 saint-level factions. With even the slightest misstep, half-saints could fall, let alone Lin Yuntao, who was merely at the 9th level of the Void Realm. He had descended into the god-forsaken land to locate Lin Yuntao and bring him back, preventing his involvement in the schemes. Little did he know, he would witness his most beloved disciple nearly slain by the individual before him. "Let us engage in battle. There is no need for further words," Han Xian declared, cold light flashing in his eyes as he swung the sword, the terrifying sword light resembling a dragon, slicing toward the gray-clad elder. Though he recognized the elder's strength, given the circumstances, only a desperate fight would afford him a glimmer of hope. How audacious! If that is the case, then prepare to meet your end. The gray-clad elder's face darkened with rage, producing a gray curved blade and slicing toward Han Xian. The blade light flickered, instantly shattering Han Xian's dragon-like sword energy, and without losing momentum, it surged toward Han Xian with a ferocious, bloodthirsty intent. Han Xian's pupils dilated in alarm as he retreated fiercely, yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the blade light. In an instant, the deadly blade light was upon him, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surging through Han Xian's heart. "My lord, it seems I can only serve you in the next life." Despair flickered in Han Xian's eyes as, at that critical moment, an overwhelmingly dominant spear intent suddenly materialized. Boom! The blade light that had filled Han Xian with despair shattered into nothingness. "Old Beiliang, how dare you threaten my Qin dynasty? You seek death." Before the spear intent had dissipated, a towering figure descended from the air, appearing above the gray-clad elder in an instant. Die! Another strike of the overlord's spear, imbued with boundless might, swung toward the elder's head. The gray-clad elder had no time to react. His eyes widened in terror as the unmatched spear intent struck his head. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the elder's head exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The headless corpse fell. The true disciple, by Yuntao, met with a tragic fate as the life tablet shattered, and a cacophony of urgent and panicked voices reverberated within the Brahma temple. An air of unrestrained fury enveloped the faces of the numerous elders and disciples of the Brahma holy sect, as well as the sect leader, Hong Biao. Who could possibly be responsible for this calamity? As the rage-filled voices echoed, Hong Biao's gaze fixed upon the figures of the 9 prodigies beyond the temple. Chapter 82. 108 million blood-colored beings, the inexplicable demise of the Grand Elder. The untimely fall of the Holy Sun, and now, the 3rd Elder's sudden demise, alongside the simultaneous downfall of several true disciples and inner disciples. The continuous loss of 2 formidable elders, 1 Holy Sun, and a prodigy of a millennium signifies an ominous rhythm, one that hints at the silent annihilation of the Brahma holy sect. "Calm your anger, sect leader," an elder suddenly appeared beside Hong Biao. Speaking in hushed tones, it is unlikely that the 3 major holy powers are behind this. Earlier today, the third elder mentioned he was heading to the abandoned land in search of Lin Yuntao. Shortly thereafter, he felt that it is likely he encountered some misfortune there. Seeing Hong Biao's gaze shift to the prodigies of the three major holy powers outside, the elder feared a rash response could lead to their annihilation. The Brahma holy sect, already reeling from the loss of two powerful elders, would surely face obliteration should they clash with the three major holy powers at this critical juncture. The abandoned land? It consists of merely a handful of dynasties, and there may not even be a single void realm expert among them. How could the third elder and numerous disciples perish there? Hong Biao initially paused, then shook his head. In his understanding, the abandoned land lay beneath the Brahma holy sect, akin to a vast pit, essentially severed from the outside world. The spiritual energy and resources there were woefully meager. If they weren't anticipating the revival of the abandoned land, why establish their sect in such a desolate place? In such an environment, how could a third elder capable of slaying an eighth-tier semi-holy possibly exist? However, the truth remained, and disciples had also reported that Lin Yuntao had led many inner disciples down the mountain to that abandoned land. Perhaps, while we roam the peaks of Brahma Mountain and the Ling Tian domain, powerful beings from other factions have infiltrated, or perhaps some formidable creatures have been born there. Should we investigate? Let's send someone to the abandoned land to assess the situation, if everything is in order. We can prepare for the revival of the abandoned land by surveying the terrain, the second elder suggested after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, they had not paid heed to the abandoned land for quite some time. Even though they knew it would revive in nearly 3 months, they intended to wait until then to seek out relics and opportunities. Let us proceed as the second elder proposed. We shall dispatch individuals to investigate whether any powerful beings from other factions have infiltrated or if formidable creatures have emerged. Upon hearing this, Hong Biao felt a fraction of his anger dissipate and proceeded to make arrangements. Very well. The second elder sighed in relief and promptly dispatched several true disciples, dozens of inner disciples, and a semi-holy elder to the abandoned land. Report any findings immediately. In the opulent palace of the Great Qin Empire, a series of notifications resonated in Qin Ming's mind as he sat in meditation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully obliterating the Yu Dynasty, expanding your territory to over 2 million miles. Reward: 80 million national fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for becoming the ruler of the abandoned land. Reward: 100 million national fortune points. Ding! Detection indicates that the citizens of the Great Qin Empire are about to face a threat from the burial spirits. Slay the burial spirits to safeguard the citizens' safety for substantial national fortune rewards. Ding! Detection indicates that the Great Qin Empire faces a threat from the holy sect. Obliterate the holy sect and establish a holy dynasty for generous national fortune rewards. The continuous system prompts elicited an initial joy from Qin Ming, followed by a hint of confusion. But he understood the threat posed by the holy sect, as the Great Qin Empire had forged an irreconcilable enmity with them that it was inevitable that they would seek to eliminate the Brahma holy sect. Yet, what exactly were these burial spirits? With the entire area of the abandoned land now comprising the citizens of the Great Qin Empire, how was he to ensure their safety? Feeling perplexed, Qin Ming repeatedly inquired about the nature of the burial spirits. Yet the system remained silent, akin to a mute. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. For now, I should utilize the 80 million national fortune points I have received. The thought of possessing 80 million national fortune points brought a radiant smile to Qin Ming's face. Coupled with his previous earnings, he had amassed over 200 million national fortune points. He then turned his attention to the national fortune marketplace, noting his balance, 230 million. Good heavens, 230 million. I have never possessed such a vast amount of national fortune points. However, a tinge of regret washed over him. He needed an additional 70 million points to reach 300 million, which would allow him to exchange for a true sage guardian. Qin Ming murmured excitedly. Yet the prospect of 300 million sage guardians made him feel somewhat disheartened, with only 70 million points needed to acquire a sage. How could he expect to find any dynasties willing to surrender or be obliterated? To accumulate national fortune points, he had only two paths. First, to annihilate the Brahma holy sect, Yet the current strength of the Great Qin was insufficient for such a task. Second, to slay the burial spirits. But he had no idea where these so-called spirits could be found, though all the dynasties under his control would gradually increase national fortune points upon subjugation. Accumulating another 70 million would likely prove impossible. Should the abandoned land revive and the holy sects experts emerge, even true sages could descend. Would the Great Qin Empire still be able to withstand such an onslaught? With this in mind, Qin Ming resolved to spend some points to enhance his strength and that of the Great Qin Empire, thereby better preparing for unforeseen events. He then focused on the national fortune marketplace to begin his inspection. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of transcendent soldiers traversed the skies towards the Qin Dynasty, as well as the Xianyu, Taigu, and Shunglei dynasties. All divine and demonic generals completed their tasks and began their return to the capital of the Great Qin. Yet, just as everything seemed poised to return to normal, quietly awaiting the revival of the abandoned land, a terrifying disturbance erupted in the former territory of the southern barbarian dynasty, 1,000 miles away from the Manlong city. Within a rocky outcrop, boom, boom, the earth cracked open like a spider's web, and an endless plume of black smoke suddenly enveloped the entire rocky area. Then a series of beast-like roars echoed through the air as crimson humanoid beings crawled out from the massive fissures in the ground, their bodies exuding a sinister black-red hue, surrounded by a nauseating stench. Their red eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood and brutality. In no time, over 1,000 blood-colored humanoid beings gathered, marching towards Manlong City. Chapter 83. The tragic Manlong City, over 1,000 blood-colored figures surged forth like a river of crimson, emanating an intensely foul odor, moving swiftly across the earth. In mere moments, they crossed 1,000 miles and arrived at the outskirts of Manlong City. The resounding roars echoed throughout the heavens, startling countless cultivators within Manlong City, as well as the transcendent realm experts stationed there. What are those beings? They appear so revolting and ferocious. 5 Transcendent soldiers of the Great Qin Empire ascended the city walls to witness the horrifying scene, their faces reflecting a profound terror. Quick! Summon all cultivators in the city to prepare for battle. The leading soldier of the 6th-tier Transcendent Realm, upon seeing the 1,000 blood-colored humanoid beings charging towards Manlong City like beasts, gasped in shock and shouted loudly. Simultaneously, the powerful aura of the 6th-tier Transcendent Realm erupted around him. Boom! 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 All combat-capable cultivators within Manlong City sensed the severity of the situation and immediately gathered. Some ascended the city walls, while others stationed themselves behind the city gates, awaiting the impending arrival of the blood-colored beings. However, in just a matter of breaths, the roars were already ringing in their ears. As the 1,000 blood-colored humanoid beings charged straight towards the city gates, kill them. Upon witnessing the scene, the general of the 6th layer of the Tongxian realm let out a thunderous roar. Countless sharp arrows instantly sliced through the void, enveloping the body of the crimson humanoid entity. Thud, thud, thud. Like the sound of projectiles striking steel, the arrows shattered upon impact, inflicting not a single shred of harm upon the blood-colored beings. Instead, it seemed to incite their wrath, as they surged forth like a torrent of blood, crashing against the heavy city gates. Boom! The gates shattered, and over 1,000 crimson figures surged into the city. The prepared cultivators, armed with treasured artifacts and spiritual weapons, bellowed as they charged towards the blood-colored entities. However, in an instant, the sounds of cracking and gnashing echoed throughout the city. The cultivators, before the blood humanoids, crumbled like eggs upon contact. The crimson beings disregarded all attacks, voraciously devouring the blood and flesh of the human race. Most terrifyingly, as they consumed the blood and flesh of humanity, their ferocity and strength intensified progressively. At this moment, the soldiers of the Great Qin, witnessing the horror, were filled with boundless fury. The scene before them could indeed be described as a hell on earth. The cultivators were merely in the nascent soul stage, the strongest among them barely at the spirit void stage. They were utterly incapable of resisting. Kill! The 5 formidable warriors of the Great Qin,